Former Qingqiu Sect Master Lin Xunfeng declared that from this day forward, Li Qingqiu would be the new Sect Master, and he was to take good care of his junior brothers and sisters. After uttering those words, he resolutely departed, his back turned to his disciples, a look of grim determination on his face, though he seemed barely past 30. As he descended the mountain path, Lin Xunfeng's green robes fluttered in the wind, exuding the aura of a wandering martial artist. It was dusk, the sky ablaze with crimson, the distant mountain range appearing as if covered in fiery streaks, the setting sun casting a desolate beauty. Standing before the sect gate, Li Qingqiu was filled with indignation. He had tried everything to dissuade him, but his master wouldn't listen, insisting on descending Immortal seeking mountain. As the eldest disciple of the Qingqiu sect, Li Qingqiu was only 16, and his 6 junior brothers and sisters were all younger, the youngest barely over 10. Telling him to raise his junior brothers and sisters to adulthood? This was practically ruinous. He wanted to wield his sword, roam the world, and live a life of carefree adventure. He'd already had enough of these leisurely mountain days. He even missed his past life, where he'd bury his head in shooter games at home, then sprawl on the sofa scrolling through short videos when he got tired. Li Qingqiu loudly declared to his master that if he ended up ruining the Qingqiu sect later, his master shouldn't blame him. His still youthful voice echoed amidst the mountains and forest. But by then Lin Xunfeng had already reached the forest's edge, merely raising a hand without looking back. Just then a small hand reached out from behind, tugging gently at Li Qingqiu's sleeve. He turned to look, seeing his junior sister Li Zijin timidly gazing up at him, asking if he too would abandon them. Li Qingqiu's anger instantly melted away. He swept his gaze across them. Besides the annoying third junior brother Zhang Zhaoxia, the other 5 junior brothers and sisters were all looking at him with worry or unease. He felt a heavy sense of responsibility, but this wasn't the transmigration life he had signed up for. Just then, lines of text suddenly appeared before Li Qingqiu's eyes, informing him that he had become a sect master for the first time. The Dao Heritage System had been activated, and the Qingqiu sect was undergoing inspection. More lines of text appeared, stating the inspection was successful and the Qingqiu sect's ranking was commencing. Then the ranking results popped up. The Qingqiu sect's grade was unranked. Finally, the text panel indicated that, as he was a sect master for the first time, he received 1 fate trait selection opportunity and 1 Dao Heritage Legacy inheritance. Staring at the lines of text before him, Li Qingqiu was stunned, thinking he was seeing things, but after rubbing his eyes, they remained. He glanced at his other disciples, but his junior brothers and sisters didn't seem to notice a thing. Could his golden finger be finally activating? Li Qingqiu's heart thumped faster. He wondered if he could temporarily hide these lines of text. The moment the thought emerged, the text before him vanished. When he willed them to reappear, they did. This further confirmed he wasn't hallucinating. Having lived 2 lives, Li Qingqiu's mentality was far beyond that of a typical 16-year-old. He immediately told his junior brothers and sisters that his previous words to Master were just angry outbursts. If Master wanted to leave, then let him. From now on, they would rely on each other. As soon as he said this, his junior brothers and sisters all beamed brightly. Their dependence on Li Qingqiu was even greater than on Lin Xunfeng. Because Lin Xunfeng was out and about all year, Li Qingqiu managed most of the Qingqiu sect's affairs, and apart from the third disciple Zhang Zhaoxia, all the other disciples clung to him. After pacifying them for a bit, Li Qingqiu couldn't wait any longer. He just wanted to return to his room to study the newly appeared Dao Heritage System. He quickly assigned Zhang Yuchun to cook dinner, instructed Li Dongye to watch over Wu Manor, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin, then immediately turned and headed back to his courtyard. The Qingqiu sect sounded grand, but in reality it only had 8 members, and after today, just 7. The sect only had 3 courtyards. One was Lin Xunfeng's cultivation ground, one was for the disciples' living quarters, and the last was used for miscellaneous storage. As the eldest disciple, Li Qingqiu had his own private room, which earned him immense admiration from his junior brothers and sisters. Li Qingqiu sat on his bed, his mind abuzz with curiosity about how to access the Dao Heritage System. Just then, a virtual interface panel appeared before his eyes, clearly stating the sect was the Qingqiu sect and that the sect master's name, Li Qingqiu, could be changed. It showed 7 disciples with an option to click for details. The ranking tier was unranked, with an option to click for development details. There was no guardian array, no guardian beast, 1 fate draw remaining, and 1 legacy inheritance reward available, among other items. Staring at this interface panel, Li Qingqiu felt like he was playing a game. To be honest, in his past life, he absolutely loved playing those mobile cultivation games. This Dao Heritage System had him completely hooked. He decided to click on the number of disciples to view them. Immediately after, the interface panel changed, displaying 7 avatars, each with a name beside it, including his own. In order of age, the disciples were Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Dongye, Wu Manor, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin. All 7 were orphans brought up from the mountain by Master Lin Xunfeng, each with a different background. Lin Xunfeng never spoke of their origins, but Li Qingqiu, having lived 2 lives and been conscious since birth in this one, knew his own truth. Even with Lin Xunfeng gone, he had no intention of seeking out his birth parents. For him, that familial bond had already been severed. Li Qingqiu focused his attention on Zhang Yuchun's avatar. Immediately, Zhang Yuchun's stats popped up. His second junior brother, Zhang Yuchun, male, 15 years old. His loyalty rating to the sect master was 89, but to the Qingqiu sect it was a mere 23. Max was 100. His cultivation aptitude was average, but his comprehension was quite good. His fate traits were internal governance, star, and forbearance. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. His second junior brother's loyalty to him was a high 89, but to the Qingqiu sect it was only 23. That basically meant once Zhang Yuchun grew up, he'd most likely jump ship from the Qingqiu sect. He refocused on Zhang Yuchun's fate traits, and immediately detailed explanations for internal governance, star, and forbearance appeared. The fate trait descriptions were quite straightforward. Internal governance, star, meant a talent for administration, while forbearance meant he could endure adversity. Li Qingqiu suddenly felt the sect system was truly amazing. Through these stat screens, he could clearly see each disciple's inherent talents, aptitudes, and loyalty ratings. With the Sect system at his fingertips, understanding hearts and cultivating disciples would become incredibly easy. He then turned his gaze to third junior brother Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxia used to be quite attached to him as a child, but for the past 2 years he'd been incredibly rebellious, constantly defying him, which had been extremely annoying. However, Zhang Zhaoxia's loyalty rating completely blindsided Li Qingqiu. Zhang Zhaoxia's loyalty to him had reached a whopping 96 points, even higher than Zhang Chun's. But his loyalty to the Qingqiu sect, a measly 1 point. He could ditch at any moment. Li Qingqiu immediately felt this kid was deeply problematic. He clearly cared so much, yet constantly defied him. Scrolling down, Li Qingqiu was even more astonished. Zhang Zhaoxia's cultivation aptitude was excellent, and his comprehension was outstanding. His fate traits were Born Sword Maniac and Hidden Dragon of the Mortal Realm. Born Sword Maniac meant an innate sword cultivator with extremely high comprehension of the sword Dao and powerful sword control. Hidden Dragon of the Mortal Realm indicated a tumultuous background, but if he resolved his mortal tribulation, he could transform into a soaring dragon with unstoppable destiny. Only then did enlightenment strike Li Qingqiu. He finally understood why Zhang Zhaoxia had been giving him the stink eye for 2 whole years. Because 2 years ago Lin Xunfeng had bestowed upon him a precious sword. The entire Qingqiu sect only had 2 such blades, and at the time Zhang Zhaoxia had openly expressed his desire for it, only to be rejected by him. He had refused because he felt Zhang Zhaoxia, then only a 12-year-old youth, couldn't properly handle such a blade. After all, a sharp weapon in a child's hands could easily harm others. A born sword maniac encountering a blade he couldn't possess. No wonder Zhang Zhaoxia had been giving him the cold shoulder. If their relationship hadn't been so close, Zhang Zhaoxia might have tried every method to seize that sword. Li Qingqiu's dissatisfaction with Zhang Zhaoxia instantly vanished, replaced by a wave of sympathy. He realized he'd misunderstood his third junior brother and decided that he would definitely gift Zhang Zhaoxia a fine sword in the future, allowing him to truly shine for the Qingqiu sect. Thanks to the Sect system, Li Qingqiu had unconsciously begun to position himself as a true sect master. Every thought now stemmed from a long-term perspective. He continued to examine the remaining disciples. The loyalty ratings of Li Dongye, Wu Manair, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin towards him weren't low, but Zhang Zhaoxia's was still the highest. Their aptitude and comprehension were all stronger than Zhang Yuchun's, but still couldn't compare to Zhang Zhaoxia's. Regarding fate traits, they weren't as prominent as Zhang Zhaoxia's, mostly just clarifying individual personalities. Among them, Wu Manair's fate trait wasn't bad, monstrous physical might. This kid had immense strength since childhood, but it was a shame his mind was still immature. The only one that genuinely worried Li Qingqiu was his 6th junior brother Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng and 7th junior sister Li Zijin were brought back by Lin Junfeng at the same time. The two were biological siblings, with Li Zifeng being 2 years older. Originally they didn't bear the surname Li, but Lin Xunfeng had told them to adopt Li Qingqiu's. Li Zifeng, only 12, is a bundle of energy, always causing mischief. Li Qingqiu was incredibly fond of him, always dragging him along for whatever games were happening. But Li Zifeng's fate traits? Wolf Cub's ambition and no-holds-barred deer. And yes, these 2 traits are exactly what they sound like. Those with these traits are prone to ambition, never satisfied, and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Li Qingqiu couldn't help but wonder if this kid would eventually come for his Sect Master title. If so, they'd definitely be enemies. But then he checked Li Zifeng's loyalty rating and figured he was probably just overthinking it. His loyalty rating to him was a solid 92, but to the Qingqiu sect, a measly 40. Well, that just meant a bit more active management on his part later. After reviewing his junior disciple's stat screens, Li Qingqiu realized the Qingqiu sect actually had some serious potential. The only bummer? He couldn't check his own cultivation aptitude and comprehension. Talk about a blind spot. Zhang Zhaoxia, he noted, could be groomed into their premier tank. Zhang Yuchun, on the other hand, was management material. Boom, both combat and admin covered. Gotta admit, Lin Junfeng had some serious scouting skills when it came to picking disciples. The old man had wandered the Jianghu, met tons of orphans, but only brought back these 7. Clearly, he had a selection process. Lin Xunfeng did teach them some basic martial arts, but to Li Qingqiu, it was all pretty much cat-scratching kung fu. Li Qingqiu moved on to the Dao Heritage's development details. Nothing much to see here, he thought. The Qingqiu sect was hardly some ancient, convoluted organization. He scrolled down, eyeing the fate trait selection opportunity and the Dao Heritage Legacy inheritance he'd just unlocked. The fate trait selector allowed him to snag a trait from any disciple in the sect and slap it onto himself. Copy-paste, essentially. The heritage reward? That was a random gacha roll for cultivation techniques, spells, divine abilities, ultimate skills, formations, miscellaneous knowledge, and who knew what else. Li Qingqiu instantly brightened. Sure, he had some promising units now, but if he had nothing to teach them, the Qingqiu sect wouldn't go anywhere. Good thing the Dao Heritage came with an inheritance option. Now, with 1 fate trait selection and 1 heritage reward, Li Qingqiu could officially kick things off. Without a second thought, he tapped Zhang Zhaoxia's profile, his eyes locking onto her fate trait. He knew his junior brother's talent was off the charts, and now, that talent would be his. The fate trait copy-paste wouldn't affect Zhang Zhaoxia at all, so Li Qingqiu felt absolutely no guilt. The moment he made his choice, his consciousness was yanked into a dreamscape. He experienced a long, hazy, almost endless dream. In it, he endlessly practiced swordsmanship, the blade in his hand constantly shifting. He trained without purpose, without fatigue, until he was utterly numb. When he awoke, the dream felt fleeting, as if it hadn't stretched on forever. He opened his eyes to see night had fallen, moonlight spilling into his room, offering a faint glow. Just then, Zhang Yuchun's voice called from outside, telling him dinner was ready. Zhang Yuchun's tone was a bit hesitant. He'd already called 3 times and was probably debating whether to barge in. Li Qingqiu hastily replied that he'd be right out. Zhang Yuchun sighed in relief and his footsteps slowly faded. Li Qingqiu tried to recall the dream but found he couldn't remember any specific details, nor did he have any new memories. He stood up to check his body, but noticed no physical changes. His gaze fell on the spiritual sword resting on the small table nearby, the one Lin Shunfeng had given him. The Tianhong sword. Sheathed, it weighed a good 6 jin. He usually couldn't be bothered to pick it up. He walked to the table, his right hand grasping the scabbard and lifting it, his left hand reaching for the hilt. In that instant, Li Qingqiu frowned, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Grasping the Tianhong sword, he could suddenly sense a distinct power within it, and it felt incredibly familiar. This sensation was utterly miraculous, something he'd never experienced before. If he had to describe it, it was sentience. He could feel the sword's spirit. It was then that Li Qingqiu understood this was the true meaning of a Born Sword Maniac. Suppressing the urge to draw the blade, he set the Tianhong sword back down and turned towards the door. The Dao Heritage panel could wait. Right now, he couldn't let his junior disciples worry. Master had just left. If their eldest senior brother now locked himself away, given their young age, they'd definitely start overthinking things. Li Qingqiu pushed the door open. His gaze swept across the courtyard, finding his junior brothers and sisters already gathered around the dining table, an oil lamp hanging from an ancient tree illuminating the scene. Normally, they'd all eat outside, a chaotic scramble like hungry ghosts reincarnated. But tonight, these youngsters were unusually well-behaved, all patiently waiting for Li Qingqiu. The moment he stepped out, his junior brothers and sisters excitedly jumped up, waving him over to eat. Even Zhang Zhaoxia, usually so proud, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Looking at them, a warm feeling welled up in Li Qingqiu's heart, along with newfound confidence to make the Qingqiu sect truly prosper. His dreams of aimless Jianghu wandering were now firmly behind him. With the Dao Heritage System in hand, he believed he could build an extraordinary new life through the Qingqiu sect. He quickly walked over, reaching the youngest junior sister, Li Zijin, gently patting her head before sitting down. He then told everyone to sit and chat while they ate. Seeing his usual relaxed smile, everyone finally eased up, digging into their food. Second junior brother Zhang Yuchun, looking far more mature than his years, was in charge of serving everyone. The long table was enough for all 7 of them to gather, though only 3 savory dishes and 1 soup were laid out, with just a hint of minced meat in the soup, a typical mountain meal. With Lin Jinfeng away most of the year, they largely subsisted on homegrown vegetables, occasionally stir-frying a few eggs. Li Qingqiu picked up his chopsticks and casually mentioned that their master had left, passing on the sect master position to him. After much thought, he had decided to make the Qingqiu sect stronger. After all, this place was their home. The words barely left his mouth when 6th junior brother Li Zifeng immediately stood up, excitedly clamoring for greater strength. Right after 5th junior brother Wu Manair joined the yelling. Li Qingqiu looked at 12-year-old Li Zifeng, his mind instantly pulling up the kid's fate trait. Wolf's wild ambition, unscrupulous. He mused internally, this kid looks so lively and cheerful, yet his true nature is this? At this point, Zhang Zhaoxia couldn't help but scoff, remarking that it sounded great, but how could they possibly make it happen? Li Qingqiu actually had a very good impression of Zhang Zhaoxia right now. After all, she had the highest loyalty rating to him, and her innate talent was the strongest, a future top-tier combatant for the sect. Facing Zhang Zhaoxia's scoff, Li Qingqiu just smiled, saying they were young, with infinite potential. So next, they'd all work hard in cultivation, strengthening themselves first. Once they matured, they'd go down the mountain and recruit new disciples. These words immediately excited the other disciples, who began discussing animatedly. Seeing Li Qingqiu's attitude, Zhang Zhaoxia's annoyance quickly dissipated. She merely pouted, muttering, "What's the point of cultivating? With just Master's pathetic cat-scratch kung fu? Besides, Master didn't even leave us any proper cultivation techniques." Her voice was so low, only she herself could hear it. After serving everyone, Zhang Yuchun finally asked Li Qingqiu, "Master only left behind 3 technique scrolls, 1 for fist techniques, 1 for sword techniques, and 1 for movement techniques. So, which one should we even practice?" Li Qingqiu picked up his rice bowl, took a mouthful, and chewed as he said he'd research the matter thoroughly and assign tasks when ready. For now, they just needed to spend time cultivating daily. To him, the most critical thing right now was ensuring their food supply. Because once they started martial arts training, their food demands would skyrocket, especially for meat. So they needed to start raising chickens, pigs, and planting even more vegetables. He laid out his rough plan. The planning made Zhang Yuchun's eyes light up. He nodded continuously. Aside from Zhang Yuchun and 4th junior sister Li Dongye, the other disciples weren't too keen on this idea. They didn't want more work, but it wasn't a good time to argue. Master was gone, and they could only rely on themselves. Li Qingqiu told Zhang Yuchun his general needs, entrusting him to arrange everything and mobilize disciples as he saw fit. He looked at Zhang Yuchun, saying, "Second junior brother has a steady temperament and enjoys reading. The future development of the Qingqiu sect will rely heavily on you." He also told Zhang Yuchun to proceed without worry. If anyone didn't listen, just tell him. He wouldn't break their legs, but he'd at least make sure they were sore for 3 to 5 days. The moment he said this, the other disciples all flinched. Even Zhang Zhaoxia's expression grew uncomfortable. As their eldest senior brother, Li Qingqiu genuinely wasn't afraid to hit them, an authority cultivated since childhood, as every single one of them had been on the receiving end of his discipline at some point. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun was thrilled, promising he wouldn't disappoint his senior brother. Zhang Yuchun had always wanted to take charge, but his gentle nature meant everyone dared to bully him, except for 4th junior sister. Li Qingqiu smiled and nodded, then continued chatting with his junior brothers and sisters about the Jianghu, stirring their aspirations. Though the Qingqiu sect was small, their master was still considered somewhat renowned. Each year, various Jianghu heroes would visit the mountain, recounting many tales of the martial world. The land beneath their feet belonged to the Dali dynasty, a vast realm spanning 9 prefectures and 14 territories. The Qingqiu sect was nestled in the Taikun Mountains within Guizhou territory. Within a 100-mile radius were only vast mountains and a few scattered villages. The nearest proper city, Qingji, was 200 miles away. In this feudal dynasty, similar to ancient Huaxia, melee weapons reigned supreme and martial arts practice was extremely prevalent. This martial world alone hosts countless factions, big and small, with 7 great sects renowned across the land. As a child, Li Qingqiu once saw a wandering martial artist blast a wave of qi energy several meters, leaving a deep mark on a tree. He was so stunned it was like witnessing a celestial being. From that moment on, he decided he had to cultivate. This was the wuxia world he'd always dreamed of in his past life. There was no way he wasn't going to cultivate. Thinking about his chance at a Dao Heritage inheritance, Li Qingqiu's heart immediately warmed. He couldn't help but wonder if he could unlock some peerless divine technique. For the Qingxiao sect to truly grow, it definitely needed some sect-shaking divine art. Without powerful martial arts, how could they ever make a name for themselves in the martial world? The paltry cat-scratching techniques left behind by Lin Shunfeng were simply not enough. That evening, the Qingxiao sect disciples imagined their future together. There was absolutely no atmosphere of sorrow among them despite their master abandoning them. Because as long as Li Qingqiu was still here, they wouldn't be afraid. It wasn't until an hour later that they dispersed, leaving Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye to clear the tables. Li Qingqiu returned to his room, sat in meditation on his bed, suppressing his inner excitement. He called up the Dao Heritage System panel, then chose to open the Dao Heritage Inheritance. The panel displayed rewards for the inheritance, opening the Dao Heritage, and then notified him that he had received a qi absorption technique called the Taiqing Hunyuan Scripture, asking if he wished to accept the inheritance. Seeing the name Taiqing Hunyuan Scripture, Li Qingqiu felt it sounded very much like Immortal cultivation. He just didn't know if it was actually any good. He immediately accepted the inheritance. Right after, a flood of memories surged into his mind. That night, Zhang Yuchun, Zhang Zhaoxia, Wu Maner, and Li Zifeng couldn't sleep in their rooms. Among them, Li Zifeng was the most excited, constantly imagining the future, endlessly dragging his senior brothers into conversation. Li Dongye and Li Zijin were also secretly chatting in their own room. The two encouraged each other, vowing to help their eldest senior brother shoulder the pressure in the future. The moon set, the sun rose. The first ray of morning light cut across the sky, illuminating the undulating mountain ranges. Zhang Zhaoxia woke up very early and left his room, beginning his fist forms in the courtyard. His gaze occasionally drifted towards Li Qingqiu's room, a hint of worry in his eyes. He remembered Li Qingqiu once saying as a child that he wanted to roam the world with his sword, living a carefree, free-spirited life. Now, being tied down by so many junior brothers and sisters, he wondered if Li Qingqiu felt troubled. Not long after, roosters crowed, and Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye also emerged from their rooms, greeting each other before getting busy. Zhang Zhaoxia always did as he pleased and disliked chores, but Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye were incredibly diligent. It was precisely because of them that the others could live so comfortably. Meanwhile, in his room, Li Qingqiu, who had been meditating on his bed all night, opened his eyes. His gaze quickly became clear and bright. He unconsciously stretched, his entire body aching from sitting all night. As he recalled the details of the Taiqing Hunyuan Scripture's cultivation technique, his expression instantly shifted dramatically. He suddenly realized this was actually an immortal cultivation technique. Li Qingqiu was utterly shocked. The Taiqing Hunyuan Scripture focused on absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, drawing in the essence of the sun and moon, then refining it into spirit origin qi within the body. Maintaining spirit sense, sun radiance, and each layer of its mental cultivation method all had the effect of increasing lifespan. It even explicitly stated how many years one could live. Entering the spirit sense realm granted a 300-year lifespan, while reaching the sun radiance realm could extend it to 600 years. Li Qingqiu was genuinely shocked. He had always thought this was just a wuxia world with at most internal force and internal qi. Now he finally realized his master really was crazy, wanting to descend the mountain to seek immortals. Turns out immortal cultivation actually existed. So the Dao Heritage panel wasn't for a martial arts sect at all, but for a Taoist immortal cultivation sect. Li Qingqiu snapped back to his senses, feeling even more excited. If he could cultivate immortals, who would still want to just practice martial arts? After confirming he had inherited an immortal cultivation technique, Li Qingqiu unconsciously thought of his master Lin Shunfeng wanting to find him, but on second thought he felt that wasn't a good idea. Not to mention a night had already passed, and Lin Shunfeng could be anywhere. Just the matter of an immortal cultivation technique being spread would surely bring calamity. How many sects and prominent families in the martial world had been wiped out just for possessing a divine technique? He couldn't expose the existence of the Dao Heritage panel. This was his core cheat, the foundation of his future. He couldn't tell anyone, not even his junior brothers and sisters. People's hearts are fickle, and loyalty ratings don't always just go up. Li Qingqiu stood up, preparing to find a spot to cultivate. According to the Taiqing Hunyuan Scripture, early morning was the best time to cultivate immortals. The arrival of Eastern Qi, the intertwining essence of the sun and moon, that was the golden period for daily cultivation. Just then, the room door opened. Zhang Zhaoxia, who was practicing his fist forms, turned his head. Seeing Li Qingqiu step out of his room, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Li Qingqiu's eyes shone brightly, his spirits clearly invigorated, showing no sign of being dejected whatsoever. Li Qingqiu told Zhang Zhaoxia to quit with the shadowboxing. If he was so obsessed with swords, he could go into Li Qingqiu's room and borrow the sky-red sword to practice, just remember to give it back. With that, he headed straight for the rear mountain. Zhang Zhaoxia just stood there, stunned. Li Qingqiu had never let him even touch a sword before, but today, a sudden change. He could feel Li Qingqiu was different now, not a change in person, but a profound shift in mindset. Their master's passing had forced their eldest senior brother to grow up fast. The old Zhang Zhaoxia would have been ecstatic just to lay hands on a sword. But now there was no ecstatic surprise, only a pang of sorrow in his heart. Sorrow for his senior brother. Maybe he really should get serious about his training. The Qingxiao sect perched on a mountainside, a dense forest at its back, surrounded by towering peaks, a truly treacherous location. Getting to the nearest village from here took at least an hour's trek. The forest had wild beasts, sure, but thankfully no wolves, tigers, or leopards. The real threats were snakes, ants, and spiders, nature's smallest assassins. Li Qingqiu, knowing the path well, made his way to the mountain peak. He sat cross-legged by the cliff face, facing the rising sun, hands on his thighs, and began to circulate his qi according to his mental cultivation method. Sensing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was a process. It took countless perfected attempts before one could just open their mouth and absorb it. Zhang Zhaoxia, practicing his forms in the courtyard, turned his head and saw Li Qingqiu sitting cross-legged by the cliff face. It made absolutely no sense to him. When Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin woke up, they saw the same bizarre sight. Everyone was utterly dumbfounded, immediately breaking into excited whispers. Li Zijin even called out to Li Qingqiu, but alas, he was already deep in cultivation, completely unresponsive. Unfortunately, throughout the entire morning, Li Qingqiu couldn't refine even a single wisp of primal qi, but he wasn't disappointed. In fact, he felt even more energized. After descending, when confronted by his junior brothers and sisters, he mysteriously claimed he'd been holding on to an internal cultivation art before he even came to the sect. Now that master was gone, he had to cultivate. Once he mastered it, he'd teach everyone. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia couldn't help but ask, "You mean you also have an ancestral inheritance?" Li Qingqiu shot him a look and retorted, "What do you mean also?" He clearly didn't get it. Is Zhang Zhaoxia implying he has one too? Zhang Zhaoxia merely snorted, offering no reply. Li Qingqiu didn't give it much thought. Internally, he just snickered. How could Zhang Zhaoxia's martial arts legacy possibly compete with his own cultivation cheat? Over the next few days, Zhang Yuqin kept the disciples busy, expanding the veggie patch and chopping firewood. Even Li Zijin, the youngest, was having a blast. Laughter and chatter constantly echoed throughout the Qingxiao sect. As for Li Qingqiu, he poured all his energy into cultivation, desperate to refine his primal qi. It wasn't until 7 days later that Li Qingqiu finally refined a single wisp of primal qi. In a deep meditative trance, he felt he'd entered a completely new domain, the first level of the primal realm. He was absolutely thrilled. He snuck into the forest, faced a tree, and then unleashed the primal qi from his dantian. That stream of primal qi, like a razor-sharp arrow, shot right through the tree trunk, devastating everything in its path. After expelling it, Li Qingqiu stepped forward to inspect the damage. That massive tree, thick enough to require 2 people to encircle, now had a finger-sized hole bored straight through it. You could even see the scenery beyond. Primal qi really was ridiculously overpowered. This stuff was leagues more potent than the qi force of that rogue cultivator from years ago. Li Qingqiu clenched his fists, thrilled beyond measure. His only regret was that the wisp of primal qi was a one-and-done deal. He'd have to keep cultivating more. So, he decided that starting tomorrow he'd lead his junior brothers and sisters in collective cultivation. Getting everyone strong fast was the only real path forward. What if Lin Xinfeng's enemies came knocking or some bandits showed up? Relying on just him wouldn't cut it. Besides, he'd spent this time studying the stat screen and realized that selecting fate traits and legacy inheritances was directly linked to the Sect system's overall evaluation. The stronger the Dao heritage, the more fate traits he could pick, and the more legacy inheritances he'd receive. Li Qingqiu decided to wait until all his junior brothers and sisters were assembled before bringing this up. He sat cross-legged in the forest, continuing his cultivation, trying to refine just one more wisp of primal qi. It wasn't until dusk that Zhang Yuqin, Wu Man'er, and Li Zifeng finally returned. They all had woven baskets strapped to their backs, exhausted and drenched in sweat. Li Qingqiu, Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Dongye, and Li Zijin immediately gathered around to help them with their baskets. Excitedly, Zhang Yuqin reported to Li Qingqiu that he'd filled the villagers in on their predicament. While doing some farm work, he'd managed to trade for 3 hens, a big rooster, and a hefty pile of veggies and fruit. Wu Man'er, with his hulking frame, quickly chimed in, proudly adding in 2 extra pounds of meat. Li Zifeng, usually quite talkative, was now collapsed on the ground, panting, tongue lolling out like a tired dog. Li Qingqiu chuckled, observing, "The villagers have been pretty good to us. We definitely need to pay them back in the future." Inwardly, he decided he'd recruit disciples from the village at the foot of the mountain first, as a show of gratitude. Chatting and laughing, the disciples brought their haul back to the courtyard and started tidying up. About half an hour later, they finally gathered around the long table in the courtyard, Li Dongye dutifully pouring water for everyone. Li Qingqiu scanned the group, then declared, "Tomorrow morning, I'll be bestowing cultivation techniques upon all of you, so we can all train together." The moment he said that, the disciples instantly got hyped, barraging him with questions about what kind of cultivation art it was. Li Qingqiu stated gravely, "This technique is called the Primordial Chaos Scripture, and it will one day become the Qingxiao sect's ultimate, sect-founding art. So without my express permission, absolutely no one is to transmit it outside the sect. Truth be told, even I haven't fully processed the entire legacy of the Grand Purity Primordial Chaos Scripture yet. A very vague segment of the inherited memory still remains locked, requiring me to reach a certain cultivation realm before I can fully access it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia skeptically asked if the Primordial Chaos Scripture could even generate internal qi. Li Qingqiu just deadpanned, "Just cultivate it and you'll find out." His dismissive attitude left Zhang Zhaoxia rather annoyed. Zhang Zhaoxia genuinely missed their old banter, their verbal sparring matches. Then Zhang Zhaoxia couldn't hold back, blurting out, "Actually, we need more martial arts. We can't just focus on internal cultivation, and it's not like everyone needs to practice the exact same thing." Zhang Yuqin could only sigh helplessly. "Well, we don't exactly have a wide selection of martial arts to choose from, do we?" Zhang Zhaoxia immediately pressed on, "As for the others, I don't have many opinions, but the 5th junior brother should be left to my personal tutelage. I want to pass on an external cultivation technique to Wu Man'er. Combined with his innate divine strength, he could become a major pillar of the Qingxiao sect down the line." Hearing this, Li Qingqiu felt a flicker of joy. Finally, his 3rd junior brother was willing to contribute to the sect. This made him genuinely happy, a clear sign that Zhang Zhaoxia was finally leveling up his maturity stat. Zhang Zhaoxia, completely lost, asked in confusion, "What exactly is this contribution you're talking about? I don't even have one of those." Li Qingqiu waved a dismissive hand. "It's fine. Just leave Wu Man'er to Zhang Zhaoxia for training, and I'll oversee the final evaluation." If he does a good job, I'll even reward Zhang Zhaoxia with a treasured sword down the line. Among the disciples, while Zhang Zhaoxia clearly had the highest talent and best fate trait, Wu Man'er, with his naive mind, looked like an easier unit to power level into a formidable combat presence. In the chaotic Jianghu, raw power is paramount, so the Qingqiu sect absolutely needs high-tier combat units. Zhang Zhaoxia scoffed, he'll definitely teach well, just you wait and see. Wu Man'er meanwhile just giggled innocently, completely clueless. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin also started clamoring, hoping their third senior brother would teach them too. Too bad Zhang Zhaoxia was too lazy to humor the two of them. Early the next morning, Li Qingqiu led his junior brothers and sisters to the Sect gate, where they all sat cross-legged. Since there were so many of them, he didn't dare bring everyone to the cliffside. 7 people sitting in a neat row, it actually looked quite impressive. Li Qingqiu sat in the center and began lecturing on the Grand Purity Primordial Chaos scripture. Zhang Zhaoxia was pretty checked out at first, but after just one round of practice, his expression shifted dramatically, and he became intensely serious. Tutoring Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin, however, was proving to be an absolute pain. The first kid wasn't exactly spaced for intelligence, and the other two were just too young to grasp complex concepts. So it took Li Qingqiu an entire day just to get them to grasp the basic breathing technique for qi absorption. By dusk, Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye started cooking, while Li Qingqiu sat beneath an ancient tree, 3 martial arts manuals left by Lin Shenfeng clutched in his hands. Just then, Zhang Zhaoxia suddenly strode up to him, eyes blazing, and proudly declared, "I've already cultivated internal qi." Li Qingqiu looked up, a skeptical frown crossing his face. No way. Because it took him a full 7 days to achieve that. Zhang Zhaoxia claimed to do it in half a day? Li Qingqiu was not buying it. Zhang Zhaoxia said nothing more, simply raising his right hand towards the empty space above the adjacent house. Immediately, a stream of elemental qi shot forth from his fingertips, soaring upwards and cleanly severing a tree branch. Li Qingqiu's eyes widened instantly. Not far off, Li Zifeng mid-chew on a roasted sweet potato also stared wide-eyed. From start to finish, Zhang Zhaoxia didn't even bother glancing in the direction his hand was pointing. Seeing Li Qingqiu's dumbfounded expression, he couldn't help but lift his chin, a smirk of arrogance playing on his lips. After a brief moment of surprise, Li Qingqiu's gaze on Zhang Zhaoxia immediately lit up, making the junior disciple squirm. Li Qingqiu genuinely couldn't believe his third junior brother was this much of a genius. Zhang Zhaoxia, however, still didn't understand because his eldest senior brother always spoke in strange terms he couldn't quite grasp. Li Qingqiu put down his secret manual, stood up, placed his hands on Zhang Zhaoxia's shoulders, looked him straight in the eye, and declared that with a talent like Zhang Zhaoxia, his faith in the Qingqiu sect's future had just maxed out. Zhang Zhaoxia's presence was too good. Zhang Zhaoxia's cheeks flushed. He was only 14, and this was the first time Li Qingqiu had given him such serious praise, so he couldn't help but feel a little flustered. He turned his head away, pouting, as if to say he'd always had faith in himself, obviously. Li Qingqiu was in an excellent mood. He pulled Zhang Zhaoxia back down and discussed the cultivation insights for the first layer of the Tai Ching Hunyuan scripture. Zhang Zhaoxia also held nothing back, earnestly exchanging insights with him. After their conversation, Li Qingqiu had learned quite a lot. He couldn't help but admit that Zhang Zhaoxia's cultivation talent was genuinely excellent and his comprehension, even more outstanding. Days passed. 10 days later, Li Dongye became the third disciple to cultivate primordial qi. This brought some comfort to Li Qingqiu's anxious heart. Because, it wasn't that his talent was too low tier, it was just that Zhang Zhaoxia's talent was truly too OP. After 15 more days of diligent cultivation, Zhang Yuchun finally cultivated primordial qi. Zhang Yuchun hadn't even had time to report the good news, but Li Qingqiu already knew the Qingqiu sect had a 4th disciple cultivate primordial qi thanks to a system notification. The notification stated, "Achievement unlocked. More than half of your sect system's disciples have entered the mid-stage of the primordial qi realm stage 1. The Qingqiu sect has officially embarked on the path of cultivation. You have received a blessed opportunity." This blessed opportunity would help find an appropriate lucky chance for his sect system to develop within a certain range. Looking at the notification, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Just hearing blessed opportunity was enough to tell him this had to be a good thing. Given the Qingqiu sect's current conditions, genuine development was proving too harsh. To grow into a true cultivation sect, they would naturally need massive resources. It's just that the benefits a blessed opportunity brings could also attract intense contention. With the current capabilities of the 7 of them, he genuinely didn't know if they could handle it. Blessed opportunity sounded great, but he knew it probably wouldn't lead to the entire sect being wiped out, probably. But even if it meant just one junior brother or junior sister getting injured, that was simply unacceptable. This place was deep in the remote mountains, finding a doctor would be next to impossible. After much deliberation, Li Qingqiu decided to wait a bit longer. He wanted to wait until all disciples had entered the mid-stage of the primordial qi realm stage 1 before activating the blessed opportunity. Anyway, the blessed opportunity had no timer, and different opportunities would appear at different times, perfectly tailored for them. Not thinking about it any further, he picked up a wooden sword he'd carved himself and resumed his sword practice. This sword art, the 9 Extremes Divine Sword, was left behind by Lin Jinfeng. It sounded incredibly powerful, but in reality it wasn't a true cultivation technique. Nevertheless, its sword techniques were incredibly intricate. Once mastered, it was still highly effective in combat. Of course, the prerequisite was lightning-fast reactions, otherwise an opponent could easily one-shot his moves, much like traditional martial arts clashing with modern combat sports in his past life. What was worth noting was that the 9 Extremes Divine Sword could mobilize internal qi, so Li Qingqiu began to wonder if primordial qi could be used as a substitute. Li Qingqiu, who possessed the Born Sword Maniac fate trait, mastered the 9 Extremes Divine Sword after just one practice session. With each subsequent practice, his sword art progressed even further. After only 2 days of practice, his moves were razor-sharp, leaving Li Zifeng and Li Zijin, who were watching nearby, gaping in adoration. Zhang Zhaoxia emerged from the forest, but the moment he saw the scene his expression shifted and he discreetly turned around and walked back into the trees. Over the past 2 days, Li Qingqiu's sword art comprehension had deeply shaken him. He'd always believed himself a genius, just lacking opportunity. But Li Qingqiu could effortlessly master a sword art the very first time he practiced it. This confirmed to him that Li Qingqiu had truly never once practiced sword in all his life. As for him being able to grasp the 9 extremes divine sword in one go, that was because he'd received a firm foundation in sword arts from his clan since childhood. Therefore, he felt Li Qingqiu's sword Dao talent was even higher than his own. Li Qingqiu didn't know what Zhang Zhaoxia was thinking, but his loyalty rating towards him had increased by 2 points yesterday, so he wasn't worried at all. The Sect system panel was incredibly intuitive and could clarify some of his queries, such as a disciple's loyalty rating. The maximum loyalty rating was 100, and Zhang Zhaoxia's had already hit 98, practically a ride-or-die loyalist. A little while later, Zhang Yuchen bounced over to Li Qingqiu, excitedly recounting his achievements. Li Qingqiu was also delighted, deciding that tonight he'd whip up extra good food for everyone to enjoy together. Zhang Yuchen was deeply moved, thinking his eldest disciple's senior brother really valued him, but the moment he stepped into the kitchen to chop meat, a thought hit him. This was supposed to be his celebration, yet he was still stuck doing all the cooking. As summer waned and autumn arrived, the Mount Taiskun range, home to the Qingqiu sect, began to receive drizzles, the mountains cloaked in a perpetual mist. By now, Lin Junfeng had been gone for 3 months. Currently, with the exception of Wu Manor, all the other junior disciples had successfully manifested their elemental qi. This made Li Qingqiu feel extremely satisfied. As noon approached, Li Qingqiu lay in the courtyard on a lounge chair, hands clasped behind his head, leisurely enjoying the rainy scenery. An awning sheltered him, and on a nearby table fresh fruit was laid out. Life looked incredibly carefree. Ever since Li Qingqiu had guided his junior disciples to manifest their qi, his prestige had soared even higher. Everyone obediently followed his commands. Even Zhang Zhaoxia at most would only protest verbally, but her body still obediently followed suit. Just then, Li Zifeng, clad in a core raincoat, ran into the courtyard. His small skinny frame meant the hem of his coat dragged on the ground, leaving a trail of mud behind him. Li Zifeng quickly ran to Li Qingqiu's side, reporting that someone had arrived at the Sect gate, claiming to be an old friend of their master. Remembering Li Qingqiu's prior instructions to say, "I don't know if anyone ever asked about their master," he had just responded as such, but the person still insisted on staying for the night. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu slightly furrowed his brow, slowly standing up. He said he would go take a look, simultaneously warning Li Zifeng, "Don't run around in this rain. Falling off the mountain would be an incredibly foolish way to get a game over." With that, he grabbed the oil paper umbrella nearby and headed towards the courtyard gate. Li Zifeng stuck out his tongue and made a silly face at Li Qingqiu's retreating back. Once Li Qingqiu disappeared around the courtyard corner, he immediately reached out his small, muddy hands and began devouring the fruit on the table. Exiting the courtyard, one only needed to follow a small winding path for a few dozen meters to reach the Sect gate. The Sect gate was situated mid-mountain, offering an unobstructed view that overlooked the entire mountain range. Every day, Li Qingqiu would come and stand before the Sect gate for a while. From a distance, he saw a man in a core raincoat standing before the Sect gate, his back turned. Just from his imposing stature, it was clear this wasn't someone easy to mess with. Even though he had already reached the middle stage elemental realm, a trace of caution still lingered in Li Qingqiu's heart. He couldn't quite gauge his win rate if an initial stage elemental realm cultivator like himself went up against a genuine Jianghu master. While he always thought Lin Shunfeng's martial arts were pathetic, the stories Lin Shunfeng had told suggested that martial artists in this world were still incredibly powerful. They could do things like fly over rooftops, scale walls, and leap across chasms, even subdue tigers and conquer bears. Coupled with the existence of inner qi, their actual combat power could very well be as formidable as those described in the wuxia novels he read in his previous life. Perhaps Lin Shunfeng was also quite formidable, he just never displayed his true power in front of his disciples. If he didn't possess true capabilities, how could Lin Junfeng possibly descend the mountain to travel and occasionally rescue orphans? Although Li Qingqiu hadn't descended the mountain in 16 years, he still retained vivid childhood memories. Back when he was still in swaddling clothes, the world seemed to be in utter chaos. He remembered Lin Shunfeng once holding him while fighting others. His vision was obscured then, but he could hear the sound of horse hooves and screams of slaughter all around. That must have been a battlefield. The man in the core raincoat heard footsteps behind him and turned to look. Seeing a handsome young man in plain clothes approaching with an oil paper umbrella, a smile couldn't help but bloom on his face. Without waiting for Li Qingqiu to speak, the man asked first if he was Li Qingqiu or Zhang Yuchen. Hearing the other party correctly call out both his and his second junior brother's names, Li Qingqiu immediately dropped much of his guard. This indicated that the relationship between the visitor and his master must be very deep, otherwise he wouldn't have known about them. Li Qingqiu stopped, maintaining a 7-step distance from the man in the queer raincoat. He clasped his hands in a respectful salute, introduced himself as Li Qingqiu, and then inquired about the visitor's background and his relationship with his master. The man in the core raincoat had an unassuming appearance, dressed like a typical knight-errant. Besides a satchel on his back, a long flute also hung from his waist. His hearty smile made one feel incredibly at ease, exuding an air of unrestrained freedom. The man introduced himself as Jiang Quotian, a sworn brother through life and death to Li Qingqiu's master for 16 years. He even mentioned that he had once held Li Qingqiu when he was a baby. After Li Qingqiu introduced himself by name, Jiang Quotian's eyes grew even softer. Li Qingqiu indeed remembered this name. 16 years ago, when his master fled with him, they had encountered Jiang Quotian. It was Jiang Quotian who had escorted the two of them all the way to the foot of the Qingqiu sect. Knowing the other party's identity, Li Qingqiu immediately and enthusiastically addressed him as Jiang Shibo, adding that he often heard his master speak of him. Jiang Quotian appeared very surprised at this, seemingly not expecting that his old sworn brother still acknowledged him as his elder brother behind his back. Li Qingqiu followed up by saying that it was only natural. He further recounted that his master often mentioned Jiang Quotian, saying that in this entire Jianghu there weren't many people who could earn his master's admiration, and Jiang Quotian was undoubtedly one of them. Master even used Jiang Quotian as his personal benchmark in many ways. Li Qingqiu totally just pulled that out of his butt because Lin Xunfeng had never once mentioned Jiang Quotian. Jiang Quotian burst out laughing, finding Li Qingqiu more and more agreeable the longer he looked, and the resentment he'd been harboring against Lin Xunfeng significantly faded. The two chatted for a good while, then Li Qingqiu invited Jiang Quotian to continue their discussion inside the courtyard. Li Zifeng spotted them coming, promptly swiped 2 fruits and bolted back to his room. Li Qingqiu was so accustomed to his junior brother's antics he didn't even bat an eye. He feigned ignorance, then invited Jiang Quotian to take a seat under the tree and poured him some water. Jiang Quotian drank his water, his gaze sweeping across the Qingxiao sect. To him, the Qingxiao sect was still just as desolate. Lin Xunfeng clearly hadn't done a single thing to properly develop the sect. Setting his bowl down, Jiang Quotian looked at Li Qingqiu and flat out said he knew about their master's situation. A month ago, he and Lin Junfeng had met in Guizhou. Back then, Lin Junfeng said he was off to seek immortality, and at the same time asked Jiang Quotian to look after them. That's why Jiang Quotian wanted to take the whole group back to the Beidi sect with him. The Beidi sect was one of Guizhou's 7 great and highly renowned sects. It'd definitely be a far better option than them staying up on this mountain. Hearing the name Beidi sect, Li Qingqiu instantly recalled it. Lin Xunfeng had actually mentioned this sect to him once. The Beidi sect was one of the few martial sects with actual imperial court backing, since the sect master's brother was a high-ranking official. Joining the Beidi sect would genuinely be a good thing for Li Qingqiu and the others. Too bad Li Qingqiu had already unlocked the Dao Heritage System. He had to continue as sect master if he wanted to keep rolling for fate traits and bagging those sweet legacy inheritances. At the Beidi sect, Li Qingqiu would just be a glorified errand boy. He definitely wouldn't be as free as he was now, nor would he have the massive future potential he currently possessed. So he feigned hesitation for a moment, then finally resolved to express his thanks for Elder Zhang's kind offer, but also made it clear that he and his junior brothers and junior sisters no longer wanted to get tangled in the martial world's endless feuds. Life on the mountain, though simple and tough, offered stability and freedom in return, so they wouldn't be leaving. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quotian stared at Li Qingqiu utterly surprised. Lin Xunfeng had specifically told him that his eldest disciple Li Qingqiu had dreamed of roaming the martial world and upholding justice since childhood. Once they arrived at the Beidi sect and Li Qingqiu came of age, Lin Xunfeng hoped Jiang Quotian could grant the disciple his freedom. Jiang Quotian therefore had absolutely not expected Li Qingqiu to make this kind of choice. A wave of sympathy for Li Qingqiu involuntarily rose within him. He figured this kid was probably willing to sacrifice his own dreams for the sake of his junior brothers and junior sisters. So Jiang Quotian earnestly told Li Qingqiu that if he was worried about his junior brothers and sisters, there was absolutely no need to be, because the Beidi sect would certainly take good care of them, and later Li Qingqiu would be free to go wherever he pleased. Li Qingqiu was about to reply when he suddenly heard rustling from the next room. Those little brats were clearly eavesdropping at the door. Instantly he changed his tune, then gravely declared that he preferred to hold his own destiny firmly in his hands. His junior brothers and junior sisters, he wanted to take care of them himself. Only then could he truly rest easy. His voice wasn't loud, barely a whisper, as if he was afraid of being overheard. But he was certain his junior brothers and junior sisters could all hear every single word. Jiang Quotian, thinking of the constant power struggles within the Beidi sect, realized Li Qingqiu's choice might not be such a bad thing after all. After weighing his options, Jiang Quotian took the satchel from his back, placed it on the table, and unfastened it. Inside, it immediately revealed clothes, secret manuals, hidden weapons, and a few other peculiar items. He picked up a secret manual, explaining that Li Qingqiu's master had asked him to look after them, so he couldn't just do absolutely nothing. This secret manual, he explained, was something he'd gone through great lengths to acquire, so he told Li Qingqiu to cultivate it in secret and absolutely never leak it. But Li Qingqiu didn't even glance at the secret manual. Instead, his gaze was fixed on a small knife lying inside the satchel. The blade was as thin as a willow leaf, its surface mottled with rust, looking like it had been buried for 1,000 years. What really caught his eye, though, was the fact that he could actually sense heaven and earth spiritual energy pulsing from that tiny knife. So he didn't ask for the secret manual, instead stating seriously that he didn't need it. If that secret manual was genuinely so powerful, it could very well just become a future source of massive player vs. player grief. If Jiang Quotian genuinely felt bad, he might as well just hand over that little dagger instead. As he spoke, he raised a hand and pointed right at that small knife pulsing with heaven and earth spiritual energy. Hearing this, Jiang Quotian's brow furrowed slightly. He wasn't actually hung up on the tiny knife, he was busy processing Li Qingqiu's intel. Initially, he figured as long as he warned Li Qingqiu not to leak the secret cultivation technique, everything would be fine. But on second thought, once a cultivation method is practiced, it's bound to get out sooner or later. No way to keep it a secret forever. He immediately felt a pang of shame, realizing his own foresight wasn't even on par with a mere junior. Only then did he get why Lin Junfeng often ventured down the mountain alone. With this kid holding down the fort, he really could rest easy. His thoughts settled, Jiang Quotian then handed the small knife to Li Qingqiu, declaring, "Since we're both men of the Jianghu, let's not stand ceremony. If you ever run into any trouble later, just come find me at White Emperor Palace. Even if it means hell or high water or breaking every bone in my body, I will absolutely come to your aid." Li Qingqiu gratefully accepted the small knife. His touched expression left Jiang Quotian immensely pleased. Li Qingqiu then tucked the knife into his robes and summoned the other disciples from their rooms to meet Jiang Quotian. The moment they gathered, the courtyard instantly buzzed with activity. The disciples were initially a bit intimidated by Jiang Quoqian's imposing physique, leaving them all rather restrained. But the moment Jiang Quoqian started spinning tales of the Jianghu, their attention was instantly captivated. Soon enough, they were chatting freely and firing off questions. Half an hour later, the rain finally let up. Just then, Zhang Zhaoxia emerged from the tree line. Ever since beginning his cultivation journey, he'd grown increasingly fond of quiet, solitary practice. Since Li Qingqiu could see his cultivation level and loyalty rating, he didn't mind Zhang Zhaoxia's stealthy grinding. After all, top-tier geniuses always have a few secrets they'd rather keep to themselves. The moment Jiang Quoqian spotted Zhang Zhaoxia, he was stunned as if he'd seen a divine prodigy. He circled Zhang Zhaoxia, observing him intently, then exclaimed he was a once-in-a-century martial arts genius, passionately trying to recruit him into White Emperor Palace. Unfortunately, Zhang Zhaoxia was completely unfazed, even expressing outright disdain for White Emperor Palace, which left Jiang Quoqian sputtering with rage. Watching this unfold, Li Qingqiu noted that Zhang Zhaoxia clearly held Jiang Quoqian in zero regard and was completely fearless of confrontation. The confidence granted by cultivation was truly formidable. Even though Zhang Zhaoxia had only just entered the first tier of the Origin Realm, his primal chi was undeniably the strongest in the entire Qingqiu sect. Li Qingqiu could sense this with absolute clarity. Precisely because of this, Li Qingqiu grew even more curious about the true power gap between an early-stage cultivator and a regular Jianghu martial artist. The night passed and Jiang Quoqian slept straight through until noon, waking up well into the next day. After a hearty meal, he finally bid farewell to Li Qingqiu and the others. Before he left, he still managed to slip a cultivation manual directly to Wu Manor. Finally, he left with a booming laugh, waving over his shoulder at Li Qingqiu and the others, insisting that if they ever ventured down the mountain, they had to visit him at White Emperor Palace. His departing figure before his larger-than-life persona could fade still exuded an air of unfettered swagger. Li Qingqiu watched Jiang Quoqian intently until his figure vanished into the tree line before finally withdrawing his gaze. Meanwhile, the junior disciples were still chattering excitedly about Jiang Quoqian and White Emperor Palace. Li Qingqiu turned and headed back into the courtyard, with Zhang Zhaoxia following close behind. Once they'd put some distance between themselves and the others, Zhang Zhaoxia leaned in close to Li Qingqiu, asking if Jiang Quoqian had gifted him a spiritual treasure. Zhang Zhaoxia could sense a faint spiritual energy emanating from something tucked in Li Qingqiu's robes. Though the spiritual energy was weak, such an item was incredibly rare. Li Qingqiu just shot Zhang Zhaoxia a look, confirmed it, and said once he figured it out, he'd score him one too. He added that his cultivation speed couldn't compare to Zhang Zhaoxia, so he needed to keep a few aces up his sleeve. Just in case Zhang Zhaoxia wasn't around one day, he needed a backup plan to survive. Those words instantly brightened Zhang Zhaoxia's mood, a small smile tugging at his lips. He snorted, making it clear he would not be around, and confidently declared that as long as he was in the Qingqiu sect, no one would dare threaten it. Zhang Zhaoxia was already inherently proud, but ever since cultivating the Primal Chaos Sutra and stepping onto the cultivation path, he'd grown even more overconfident and arrogant, feeling utterly invincible. The two brothers continued walking and chatting, making their way towards the courtyard. Back in the courtyard, Li Qingqiu returned to his room alone, while Zhang Zhaoxia, as usual, snuck off to the forest behind the mountain to continue his cultivation. Closing his room door, Li Qingqiu sat on his bed, pulled out the small knife, and began carefully inspecting it. He mused that a weapon capable of holding spiritual energy was very likely a spiritual artifact. The Grand Purity Primal Chaos Sutra wasn't just a simple chi absorption technique. It covered fundamental methods like alchemy, chi manipulation, array formations, and talisman crafting. So, he began experimenting with the methods outlined in the sutra. The simplest way to check was to channel some chi into the spiritual artifact to see if it had an owner-binding enchantment. Immediately, Li Qingqiu's entire body seized up, his right hand went limp, and the small blade clattered to the ground. Bingo, owner-binding enchantment confirmed. Li Qingqiu stared down at his still trembling right hand, a numbing sensation spreading through him like an electric current. That definitely confirmed it. This was no ordinary junk but a true spiritual artifact. After that failed attempt, he realized his cultivation level was capped. He'd have to wait until he broke through to the mid-Asian realm, second layer, before re-attempting the equip check. That one try drained over half his chi, a huge resource cost for a failed attempt. He stood up, carefully retrieved the small blade, and started wondering where to stash his new loot. After a bit of deliberation, he settled on the classic, buried it under the dirt beneath his bed. Only then was its spiritual aura barely suppressed and hidden. Li Qingqiu left the room satisfied. Next objective, power level Wu Manor. Get him into the mid-Asian realm, first layer, then finally unlock his fortune event. He also secretly hoped that if all Qingqiu sect members entered the cultivation realm, the Dao Heritage System might just drop another reward. For the Qingqiu sect, Jiang Quoqian's brief appearance was already just a minor anecdote. Afterward, Li Qingqiu began organizing his junior disciples. His senior disciples took turns instructing their fifth junior brother, Wu Manor. Despite Wu Manor's lacking intellect, after countless hours of guidance and grinding, he finally developed the muscle memory for chi absorption. Just before the bitter winter fully set in, he finally broke through to the mid-Asian realm first layer. Right then, a system notification popped up before Li Qingqiu. Achievement unlocked. All disciples in your Dao Heritage have officially entered the mid-Asian realm first layer. This marks a critical milestone for the Qingqiu sect. As a reward, you've received one legacy inheritance opportunity. Li Qingqiu was meditating on the mountaintop, absorbing chi, but even with his eyes closed, the notification glowed clearly in his mind's eye. His heart surged with immediate joy, a legacy inheritance reward just as he'd hoped. He carefully shuffled back a dozen feet, made sure he wasn't about to tumble off the cliff, then immediately initiated the legacy inheritance draw. The interface rapidly displayed lines of text claiming legacy inheritance, activating Dao Heritage reward. Congratulations, you have received a new magic art, Swift Wind Art. Do you accept this inheritance? Immediately, countless memories flooded into Li Qingqiu's mind. His eyes instinctively squeezed shut. A cold wind whistled, mountains vanished into thick mist, and snow began to fall, blanketing Li Qingqiu in white, but he remained completely unaffected, motionless. After what felt like an eternity, or maybe just an incense stick's time, Li Qingqiu opened his eyes, a clear look of elation in them. The swift wind art truly lived up to its name. It could wrap spiritual wind around his body, allowing him to glide at low altitudes and boosting his physical reaction speed. For navigating mountains and forests, this art was incredibly convenient. The first thing Li Qingqiu realized after comprehending the art was that mastering it would make trips down the mountain infinitely easier. So he immediately stood up, itching to go practice the swift wind art. He also knew practicing the swift wind art right here on the peak was a terrible idea. One wrong move and it's permadeath via cliff dive. Too tragic. A future immortal world powerhouse like him couldn't possibly die in such a lame, preventable way. The sun set, the moon rose high, and the snow fell thicker and faster. That night, the entire Qingqiu sect erupted in celebration. Wu Manor had successfully cultivated his first wisp of qi. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye slaughtered a chicken in celebration, even busting out the ancient jar of aged wine their master had hoarded for 20 years. The only 13, Wu Manor already sported a physique like a walking tank, with broad, bear-like shoulders. Sitting between Li Zifeng and Li Zijin, he looked like a grown man, his shoulders almost as wide as theirs combined. Zhang Zhaoxia, seated next to Li Qingqiu, looked at Wu Manor with a smug grin. Fifth junior brother might be a bit slow on the uptake, but his martial arts talent absolutely the best among us. He claimed that given 10 years, no, scratch that, 5 years, he could turn Wu Manor into a top-tier martial world master. Li Qingqiu, pouring wine with a slight smile, deadpan. Those are bold words, Zhang Zhaoxia. But have you even reached top-tier master status yourself yet? Zhang Zhaoxia's smugness only intensified. He didn't hesitate, proudly declaring he was very likely a top-tier master now. He even went on to offer rare praise for Li Qingqiu's internal cultivation technique, calling it incredibly powerful, a true divine art if released into the wider martial world. Li Qingqiu just chuckled inwardly. He knew full well it wasn't some martial divine art, it was a genuine immortal cultivation technique. However, Li Qingqiu had no intention of spilling the beans. For now, all his junior disciples still believed they were just cultivating internal energy. Everyone was in high spirits, excitedly discussing their future. Fueled by the wine, Zhang Yuchun looked at Li Qingqiu and boldly declared he thought the Qingqiu sect should recruit more disciples first. According to him, since all the junior disciples needed to cultivate, relying on him alone for all the sect chores was a heavy burden. He had the will but not the bandwidth. He wanted to become a master too, after all. He understood clearly that in the future Qingqiu sect merely relying on seniority wouldn't be enough to command respect. But a strong fist is the only true foundation. Li Qingqiu was quite satisfied with Zhang Yuchun's recent performance, though he also felt his second junior brother was truly overworking himself. So he nodded, agreeing to recruit 7 new disciples and delegating the task to Zhang Yuchun. Just head to the mountain foot villages and recruit anyone, male or female. Provide food, lodging, no tuition fees. Tell them it's our way of giving back. After 10 full years of cultivation, if anyone wants to return home, the Qingqiu sect won't stand in their way. Zhang Yuchun was originally very happy, but hearing the latter part, he couldn't help but frown. He tried to advise Li Qingqiu, if they let them leave, wouldn't all the Qingqiu sect's years of cultivation efforts just go to waste? Hearing this, Li Qingqiu simply waved his hand, saying, "You can't look at it that way." In his opinion, people had already worked for the Qingqiu sect for 10 years. Furthermore, if the Qingqiu sect couldn't retain its people, it only proved that they themselves weren't doing a good enough job. After hearing these words, Zhang Yuchun found them very reasonable, and his admiration for Li Qingqiu grew even stronger. He felt his senior brother's vision was truly immense. No wonder Master chose him as sect master. Zhang Yuchun himself was too focused on the immediate benefits. Afterward, Zhang Yuchun and Li Qingqiu continued discussing the Qingqiu sect's development, while the other disciples chatted about cultivation and the martial world. Their joyful laughter filled the entire courtyard, making it lively. Not even the winter snow could extinguish the vibrant energy here. After the evening feast concluded, Li Qingqiu told his junior brothers and sisters to clean up the tables and chairs, while he returned to his room alone. Zhang Zhaoxia, as usual, did no work, but no one dared to say anything to him except Li Qingqiu. Back in his room, Li Qingqiu placed a basin full of burning charcoal in front of his bed, then sat down on it. He pulled up the Dao Heritage panel and activated the Destiny Roll. Information about the Destiny Roll rewards, opening the Destiny Roll and beginning the Destiny Roll scan appeared successively on the panel. Finally, a notification. Destiny trait acquired, Underground Spiritual Lake discovered. It asked if he wanted to follow the Destiny trait's guidance. Seeing Underground Spiritual Lake, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He felt like he'd just pulled an ultra-rare artifact. This could very well be the foundation for the Qingqiu sect's rise. As the first rays of dawn pierced the sky, Li Qingqiu was already out of his room, rousing his junior brothers and sisters for their morning group cultivation. After just one night, a thick layer of snow had accumulated in the courtyard. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye were already up early, sweeping snow. But Li Qingqiu told them to put down their shovels and start cultivating instead. So the 7 disciples climbed onto the eaves, sat shoulder to shoulder in meditation, and began absorbing the purple qi. Gradually, streams of hot air began to rise above each person's head. Li Qingqiu half opened one eye, glancing at his junior brothers and sisters, silently satisfied. Though young, they were obedient and eager to learn, which made him even more optimistic about the Qingqiu sect's future. These were good units, because in his eyes, this was the foundation for building their future enterprise. An hour later, the disciples jumped down from the eaves one by one, preparing to go about their duties. At this moment, Li Qingqiu called Zhang Yuchun over, telling his second junior brother to accompany him on an errand. Zhang Yuchun had no objections, but upon seeing Li Qingqiu also bringing the heavenly crimson sword, he subtly raised an eyebrow. The 2 senior and junior brothers walked through the mountains, chatting casually about various sect matters as they went. The Taikun mountain range was inherently treacherous, so even they had to be careful when traversing it, especially with the snow everywhere, making it easy to slip. After walking for 10 miles, Zhang Yuchun finally couldn't hold back and asked where exactly they were going. Li Qingqiu walked ahead, not even glancing back. He simply said he dreamt of an Immortal's guidance last night. The Immortal told him there was treasure hidden in these mountains, and since the dream felt so real, he figured it was worth a look. In reality, the Destiny Legacy inheritance had imprinted the entire route into his mind. It was an illusion, yet it felt as real as if he'd physically walked it, so he remembered every detail perfectly. Talk about a magical GPS. Hearing this Immortal guidance, Zhang Yuchun almost facepalmed. He desperately wanted to ask if his senior brother thought he was an idiot, but he'd never dared defy Li Qingqiu before. So, he just gritted his teeth and followed his senior brother on this wild goose chase. The heavy snow blanketed the entire Taikun mountain range, making it feel like they were treading water despite constant movement. Fortunately, both Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun had entered the Middle Yuan realm, greatly increasing their stamina, so they didn't feel tired at all. After walking another 10+ miles, Li Qingqiu finally stopped. There was no longer a path ahead, only a cliff face covered in snow on both sides, looking narrow and constricted. Zhang Yuchun blew into his hands, looking around. This place looks nothing like a treasure spot, he said, surprised. Guess the Immortal's intel was bunk. Maybe we should just bail? Li Qingqiu didn't answer Zhang Yuchun but walked directly to the cliff face and began to feel around. Moments later, he must have felt something, because he then delivered a powerful punch to a specific spot on the cliff. After just 3 punches, the rock on the cliff face actually broke apart, leaving Zhang Yuchun stunned as he rushed closer. After a few more frantic attempts, Li Qingqiu realized this mountain wasn't going to budge any further and finally relented. He stared at the pathetic opening, barely big enough for a dog to squeeze through, and was utterly speechless. His system-provided prophetic dream clearly showed a much bigger entrance. Zhang Yuchun cautiously peered into the inky blackness, a noticeable warmth radiating from within. Without a second thought, Li Qingqiu wriggled in first. Zhang Yuchun had been about to offer a word of caution, but Li Qingqiu's go attitude meant Zhang Yuchun could only grit his teeth and follow. The tunnel inside was pitch black and sloped steeply downwards. The circulating warmth, however, was surprisingly pleasant, instantly melting away some of their tension. Even better, the deeper they delved, the wider the tunnel became, steadily easing the claustrophobia. After navigating for about 50 feet, they finally reached their destination. Zhang Yuchun followed Li Qingqiu out of the cramped opening, dropping easily onto solid ground. He looked up and his jaw immediately dropped, eyes wide as saucers. Before them stretched an impossibly vast underground cavern. Its rock walls glittered with countless silver-blue ore deposits, jagged and uneven, reflecting what little light there was. Below them, a shimmering azure lake almost 100 feet wide reflected a dazzling silver sheen, utterly mesmerizing. For reasons he couldn't quite grasp, Zhang Yuchun suddenly felt utterly invigorated, his mind clear and refreshed. He excitedly remarked that the very air here seemed thick with the same heaven and earth spiritual chi they cultivated daily. He theorized that cultivating here would undoubtedly accelerate their internal chi progression. Li Qingqiu, with a perfectly calm smile, responded, "Yes, this certainly is an ideal cultivation spot. Looks like the heavens are finally patching the Qingxiao sect's budget with some prime real estate." Truth be told, ever since the system unveiled this hidden fortune to him, he'd been meticulously planning for it. His hype meter was already calibrated. The two then proceeded to scout the area, observing and strategizing. Zhang Yuchun, ever the cautious one, kept reminding Li Qingqiu to watch out for poisonous bugs or fierce beasts. He also couldn't help but ask, again, if an actual immortal had blessed him with this dream or if Master had secretly hinted at it before. On top of that, he lamented how far this place was from the Qingxiao sect, noting that a round trip would eat up half a day. He even got carried away, imagining that if they could cultivate here for 10 straight years, they'd emerge as powerful martial experts, shaking the very foundations of the cultivation world. Li Qingqiu fielded the endless barrage of questions with the bare minimum of replies, but Zhang Yuchun was too hyped to even notice. Though Zhang Yuchun was usually the picture of stoic discipline, at heart he was still just a 15-year-old kid. And with Li Qingqiu, he could finally drop the act. After several scouting laps, confirming a single entrance and no immediate threats, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was then that Li Qingqiu finally asked Zhang Yuchun how to schedule the junior disciples' cultivation sessions here. His gaze remained fixed on that shimmering spiritual chi lake. Zhang Yuchun, ever the pragmatic one, mused that a full-party expedition was a definite no-go. Someone had to stay behind to guard the Qingxiao sect. Plus, he'd soon need to descend the mountain for the seasonal disciple recruitment drive. In his estimation, this place absolutely could not be leaked to anyone outside their current party of 7. So he proposed that they rotate 2-person teams daily for cultivation, managing the grind in shifts. Li Qingqiu shot Zhang Yuchun a quick glance, then nodded in approval. Excellent suggestion, he praised. He added that Zhang Yuchun's foresight in risk assessment was particularly satisfying. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun scratched his head, a sheepish smile creeping onto his face. He explained that Master's old Jianghu tales were full of small sects and weak cultivators who, despite possessing powerful techniques or rare treasures, eventually attracted disaster due to their insufficient power levels. Li Qingqiu nodded gravely. Exactly. The Qingxiao sect currently fields a party of 7, all still low level. Every action requires extreme caution. Losing even one member would be a critical blow to our progression. At that, Zhang Yuchun's expression visibly shifted. The mere thought of Li Qingqiu and his junior siblings falling in battle before his eyes filled him with dread. He absolutely would not permit such a critical failure. Zhang Yuchun, too, had been an abandoned orphan since the tender age of 5 or 6. He'd grown up isolated, constantly yearning for a sense of belonging and security. He had long since embraced Li Qingqiu and the others as his true family, deeply cherishing their bond. This was the bedrock of his unwavering loyalty and tireless dedication. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu bent down, plucking a gleaming spirit stone from the lakeside, instantly feeling the potent spiritual chi thrumming within. His initial thought, yoink, free loot. But then he remembered how even a mere dagger's spiritual energy had been detected by a newbie cultivator. Bringing a full-blown spirit stone out? That was basically asking to be ganked by an OP villain. With that grim thought, he carefully placed the spirit stone back, and Zhang Yuchun he sternly advised absolutely no one, under any circumstances, is to take these spirit stones outside this cave. Understand? Not lingering much longer, the two of them, having secured the zone, prepared to head back and strategize their personnel deployment. After climbing out, Li Qingqiu gathered weeds to cover the cave entrance, then piled fresh snow on top. Only once everything was sealed did he finally feel at ease enough to leave. On the way back, Li Qingqiu sternly warned Zhang Yuchun never to speak of this incident outside the sect, because if some powerful master overheard them from afar, it would be a huge headache. Zhang Yuchun nodded, fully grasping the spiritual lake's importance. The two then continued toward the Qingqiu sect, quickly changing the subject. Zhang Yuchun planned to wait until all the winter snow melted before heading down the mountain to recruit new disciples. The recent heavy snowfall worried him. Bringing village kids up the mountain now could easily lead to accidents. Li Qingqiu naturally agreed. He wasn't in a hurry to expand the Qingqiu sect, preferring to first buff his core team's combat power to avoid future PvP issues. The path back remained treacherous, their footprints quickly swallowed by the falling winter snow. Halfway back, Li Qingqiu suddenly froze. Zhang Yuchun, walking behind him, asked in surprise what was wrong. Li Qingqiu simply told him to listen closely. Zhang Yuchun immediately held his breath, focused his mind, and listened intently. Soon he heard a faint cry for help echoing from deep within the adjacent forest. With his cultivation base at the first level of the primordial realm, Zhang Yuchun immediately honed in on the sound. His gaze pierced through the dense undergrowth, revealing half a face peeking from behind a large tree, leaning against a rock, watching them from a distance. Zhang Yuchun gasped, pointing and exclaiming, "That person's calling for help, should we intervene?" Li Qingqiu didn't need the alert, he'd already spotted the individual himself. After a moment of hesitation, he muttered, "Let's check it out, but be careful, don't get played." Zhang Yuchun nodded, and the two immediately pushed through the bushes toward the stranger. Yang Juding's consciousness was fading. Seeing the two youths approach from afar, an overwhelming surge of joy filled his heart. He'd seen Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun descend the mountain earlier, but hadn't been able to call out. He'd waited for their return ever since. Just as he was about to give up, their figures reappeared. He mustered every ounce of his remaining strength to cry for help, but his voice was still agonizingly faint. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun cautiously approached Yang Juding, maintaining a safe distance while scrutinizing him. The man was covered in snow, his robes filthy, his full beard matted with blood, and his hair tie barely clinging on. From his appearance, he looked to be over 30, with a severe abdominal wound where fresh blood had congealed. Zhang Yuchun spoke up, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yang Juding looked at them weakly, unable to speak coherently. He just begged for water, his right hand struggling to lift. Zhang Yuchun glanced at Li Qingqiu and, seeing his nod, pulled a water flask from his robes and tossed it to Yang Juding. Yang Juding, who had been barely conscious, suddenly sprang up, snatched the flask, violently ripped it open, and chugged the water down. Zhang Yuchun yelped in surprise and instinctively stepped back. Li Qingqiu, however, sensed a surge of internal energy circulating within the man, maintaining a stable body temperature. That was how he'd survived this long. Li Qingqiu instantly updated his internal profile for the man: martial arts master, internal chi cultivator, high-tier combatant. Yang Juding drained the warm flask, then finally lay back down, clearly much more relaxed. He looked at Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun, flashed a weak grin, thanked them for saving his life, and introduced himself as Yang Juding. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun simply stared at him. Yang Juding paused, then asked, surprised, "Haven't you two heard of my title?" He then declared himself the Dragon-Subduing Hero, one of the top 10 ranked cultivators in the Kangzhou martial world. At the mention of Dragon-Subduing Hero, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun exchanged quick glances. Truth be told, they had actually heard that name before, recounted by Jiang Quotian. Jiang Quotian had rushed down the mountain specifically to watch the epic duel between the Dragon-Subduing Hero and the Ocean Sword Saint. But that was just a passing remark before Jiang Quotian left, so he hadn't delved much into the Dragon-Subduing Hero's backstory. The martial world was full of countless flashy characters, so Li Qingqiu and the others hadn't really paid much attention. They certainly hadn't expected Jiang Quotian's fabled Dragon-Subduing Hero to show up right at the foot of Qingxiao Mountain. Li Qingqiu, still maintaining his cautious stance, asked what he was doing here. Yang Juding gave a bitter laugh, saying his situation was obvious. He was fleeing from enemies. He assured them there was no need to worry. His enemies had long since departed. He even claimed he'd used his internal arts to hold his breath for a full 7 days and still hadn't seen any sign of them returning. The held his breath for 7 days claim certainly widened Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun's eyes, but they weren't buying it so easily. Yang Juding then added that judging by their mountain climbing style, they were definitely not villagers but Qingxiao Sect disciples. He even mentioned meeting their master Lin Junfeng a few times and really liking his personality. So he suggested the two of them take him back. Once he recovered, he'd teach them cultivation techniques. He even had a palm technique capable of shattering mountains and overturning seas with a single strike, enough to help them dominate the Jianghu. Hearing him mention Lin Junfeng, Li Qingqiu and the other disciple relaxed a bit. Li Qingqiu thought to himself, turns out Master's usual bragging wasn't just hot air. His reputation in the Jianghu was genuinely well known. However, he didn't immediately agree, instead beginning to weigh the pros and cons. Yang Juding then continued, saying that after this injury he wanted to retreat from the martial world. In his opinion, the Qingxiao sect was not a bad spot, secluded from the mundane world. If they needed someone for odd jobs, he could do them as long as he had a meal and a sleeping mat. Zhang Yuchun was a little moved and looked towards Li Qingqiu. At this moment, Li Qingqiu suddenly had an idea, declaring that if Yang Juding wished to join the Qingxiao sect, there was a necessary procedure. He demanded the man kneel facing the Qingxiao sect and swear 3 oaths. The first oath, never to harm fellow disciples. The second oath, never to damage the Qingqiu sect's interests. The third oath, to willingly dedicate everything to the Qingqiu sect's prosperity. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun was utterly surprised as he had no idea when these rules were established. Though deeply confused, he remained silent, not letting any hint of it show on his face. Yang Juding found it quite interesting after listening. To him, those three oaths didn't violate his personal principles at all. So he struggled to stand, then knelt in the direction Li Qingqiu indicated, raised a hand and began to swear, repeating all three conditions Li Qingqiu had set. Instantly, Li Qingqiu pulled up the Dao Heritage panel to check. Sure enough, the disciple count had indeed increased by 1. He tapped on it and quickly found Yang Juding's avatar. The panel clearly displayed Yang Juding, male, 35 years old. His loyalty to the sect master was 50 and to the sect itself also 50 out of a max of 100. His cultivation talent, good. Comprehension, also good. Decent base stats, not bad. Fate traits, chivalrous and righteous and desperate strength unleashed. Chivalrous and righteous meant always acting with integrity for others, repaying a drop of kindness with a gushing stream. And desperate strength unleashed meant that when in a desperate situation, he could erupt with greater power. Seeing the words chivalrous and righteous, Li Qingqiu immediately felt relieved. At the same time, he was very curious about the desperate strength unleashed fate trait. He couldn't help but think Yang Juding might have narrowly escaped death by bravely charging out of a life-or-death situation, but Li Qingqiu didn't dwell on it, instantly closing the Dao Heritage panel and telling Zhang Yuchun to help Yang Juding up so they could leave. Zhang Yuchun hesitated slightly but ultimately still followed his command. Once helped up, Yang Juding grinned and asked for their names. Li Qingqiu then introduced himself as the current sect master of Qingqiu Sect and Zhang Yuchun as his second junior brother. After seeing the chivalrous and righteous fate trait, Li Qingqiu swore Yang Juding even looked different now. In his heart, he believed that this man's title of great hero was truly not an empty reputation. The only regrettable thing was that the Dao Heritage panel still didn't clearly display how strong Yang Juding truly was. Hearing that Li Qingqiu was the sect master, Yang Juding was immediately surprised, then asked where Lin Shunfeng was now. Zhang Yuchun, with a resentful tone, replied that master had gone off to seek immortals and no longer needed them. Ever since Lin Shunfeng brought him to Qingqiu Sect, it had mostly been Li Qingqiu taking care of him. He had always found it hard to get close to Lin Shunfeng, and now, being abandoned, how could he not feel resentment in his heart? Hearing about seeking immortals, Yang Juding only found it strange but didn't ask anything further. The three continued walking and chatting, their steps never stopping. After a full hour, they finally returned to Qingqiu Sect. Li Dongye, Li Zijin, and Li Zifeng immediately gathered around. Seeing a new person, everyone was extremely curious. Li Qingqiu told them to clean up master's room for Yang Juding to temporarily stay in. Lin Shunfeng's room had no treasures. Li Qingqiu had checked long ago. That room was even simpler than his own. Calling it dirt poor wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yang Juding wasn't shy at all. Before moving in, he even asked Zhang Yuchun to prepare 2 jars of aged wine for him, and if there was a chicken, even better. But Zhang Yuchun didn't indulge him, only giving him 1 jar of wine. For the next half day, Yang Juding remained in his room, circulating energy to heal his injuries. Seeing that he could heal himself, Li Qingqiu felt much more at ease. After all, none of them knew how to actually save someone. He even mused that if any junior disciples got hurt later, Yang Juding might just be their emergency healer. So by that logic, Yang Juding was quite the valuable asset. It wasn't until dusk that Zhang Zhaoxia led Wu Man'er back from the forest. Wu Man'er's robes were torn and his face bore fresh wounds. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu immediately frowned and asked what had happened. Zhang Zhaoxia casually replied, "How can you not get hurt while training in martial arts? Besides, these are just superficial scratches, nothing to worry about." Wu Man'er just scratched his head and gave a goofy, innocent grin. Li Qingqiu looked at Wu Man'er and told him that if it hurt too much, he should speak up, and Li Qingqiu would tell his third senior brother to go a little easier. Wu Man'er maintained his foolish grin, insisting he felt no pain. He had to get stronger to protect his eldest senior brother and all his junior siblings. Hearing these words, Li Qingqiu felt both touched and a little pained. After all, Wu Man'er was only 13 this year, he just looked more tall and burly than others. Immediately, he thought about giving Zhang Zhaoxia's chicken leg to Wu Man'er later. But on second thought, he decided against it. Zhang Zhaoxia meant well, so it would be better to sacrifice his own chicken leg instead. Afterwards, Li Qingqiu told them to sit down at the long table, and they began to chat about the afternoon's training. Until this point, Zhang Zhaoxia still hadn't revealed exactly what external cultivation Wu Man'er was practicing, only saying he wanted to give everyone a surprise. Trusting Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Qingqiu didn't secretly peek. By the time Zhang Yuchun finished preparing the meal, Yang Juding, drawn by the smell of food, arrived. The moment he saw Yang Jading, Zhang Zhaoxia frowned, fixed him with a chilling stare, and directly demanded to know who he was. Sensing the situation was about to go south, Zhang Yuchun hastily stepped forward to introduce Yang Juding, fearing Zhang Zhaoxia would actually make a move. After all, Zhang Zhaoxia had even dared to confront Zhang Quoqian before. Facing Zhang Zhaoxia's gaze, Yang Juding also narrowed his eyes. He immediately sensed that although the kid in front of him was young, he emanated an extremely dangerous aura. Li Qingqiu remained seated, completely unbothered by the scene. In fact, he felt rather satisfied with Zhang Zhaoxia. In his view, his third junior brother wasn't just aggressive with his own people, he was equally unyielding when facing outsiders. This kind of personality made Li Qingqiu appreciate him more and more, because for a sect to stand firm, it absolutely needed strong individuals. Zhang Yuchun, though reliable in his duties, still had a somewhat soft personality. Having Zhang Zhaoxia to compliment him, it was a perfect balance. After hearing Zhang Yuchun's introduction, Zhang Zhaoxia still declared bluntly that no matter what reputation Yang Juding held in the Jianghu, if he dared to cause trouble within the Qingqiu sect, Zhang Zhaoxia would absolutely make him regret it. Only after speaking did he sit down. Instead of getting angry, Yang Juding looked at Zhang Zhaoxia with an appreciative gaze. Initially, he'd been quite worried seeing Li Qingqiu as the sect master, because in his eyes the Qingxiao sect was just a bunch of kids. But now, upon closer inspection, he realized the Qingxiao sect truly did possess some actual skill. Yang Juding sat down, unceremoniously picked up his chopsticks and began to eat, all while observing the other disciples. Wu Manor in particular caught his attention. With just a glance, he recognized the kid as a true martial arts prodigy. Noticing Yang Juding's gaze, Li Qingqiu spoke up. Once your injuries are healed, besides helping Zhang Yuchun, you'll also be responsible for teaching the disciples martial arts. You can start by imparting that palm technique you mentioned. Yang Juding immediately asked if Wu Manor could train alongside him. But Zhang Zhaoxia quickly interjected with a refusal, saying no need for that, Wu Manor will be training with me. Yang Juding looked at Zhang Zhaoxia and laughed heartily, declaring that his palm technique was a world-renowned ultimate technique. Not to be outdone, Zhang Zhaoxia retorted. Once Yang Juding's injuries heal, just let him use that world-renowned ultimate technique to spar against Wu Manor for a bit. No matter how good-natured Yang Juding was, even he felt provoked at this point. He gave a somewhat cold smile and said, that's fine. I'd like to see just how high Zhang Zhaoxia's skill is, that he believes a child can defeat my 20 years of arduous cultivation. Li Dongye anxiously glanced at Li Qingqiu, but seeing him look as if he were enjoying a play, she had no choice but to suppress her worries. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin were still too young to understand the situation, so they immediately started cheering and shouting encouragement, making the dinner table extremely boisterous. That night, after returning to their rooms, the other disciples were all very tense, each wary of Yang Juding. Only Li Qingqiu was completely at ease. He hadn't needed sleep for a long time, using every night for cultivation. Early the next morning, Li Qingqiu led Zhang Zhaoxia down the mountain. This made Zhang Yuchun extremely worried, as he felt that staying behind alone with Yang Juding would be too much pressure. Unfortunately, Li Qingqiu didn't heed his advice, simply telling Zhang Yuchun to rest assured. When they arrived at the underground spiritual lake, Zhang Zhaoxia was practically buzzing with excitement. The two of them cultivated there for half a day. After Li Qingqiu gave him a few pointers, he practically dragged Zhang Zhaoxia back to the sect. Tomorrow it would be Zhang Zhaoxia's turn to lead Li Dongye there to cultivate. Just like that, half a month flew by. All 7 of Li Qingqiu's disciples had visited the underground spiritual lake, constantly reminding each other to keep it an absolute secret. Yang Juding never suspected a thing, always assuming they were just out hunting or doing chores. Then on one such day, something happened that completely threw Li Qingqiu for a loop. Zhang Zhaoxia took the lead, breaking through to the second layer of the Mid-Oijan realm. Even though this was preordained, he'd expected it. When it actually happened, Li Qingqiu still couldn't help but feel a little salty, admitting that his own talent stats were definitely not as high as his disciples. To cope, he excitedly hugged Zhang Zhaoxia and then vigorously ruffled his hair into a total mess. Zhang Zhaoxia, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in his breakthrough joy, utterly oblivious to his senior brother's petty jealousy. That night, Li Qingqiu returned to his room, sitting on his bed, still a bit reflective about Zhang Zhaoxia's breakthrough earlier that afternoon. He let out a self-deprecating chuckle, realizing it was that classic dilemma, wanting his comrades to succeed but also dreading them outshining him. But quickly, he reset his mood and genuinely started celebrating Zhang Zhaoxia's achievement. Just then, a booming voice echoed in from outside the window, its sound reverberating across the night sky. The voice directly called out Yang Juding, chastising him for being a dragon-subduing hero who would stoop to relying on a bunch of brats for protection. The voice then demanded Yang Juding come out and face his death, or else the entire Qingxiao sect would be slaughtered. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu immediately understood they had an incoming raid boss. He sprang up, grabbed the heavenly crimson sword beside him, and rushed out of the room. In the courtyard, Zhang Zhaoxia was already one step ahead, a wooden sword clutched in his hand, his gaze fixed on the distance. Following that gaze, Li Qingqiu saw a figure standing atop the sect gate, his back turned to their settlement. The figure wore white robes which fluttered dramatically in the wind. A bamboo hat obscured their head, and both hands gripped a saber. Just from that stance, Li Qingqiu knew he was looking at a high-tier opponent. This was the first real threat Li Qingqiu had faced since becoming sect master. He felt a pang of nervousness but knew they weren't entirely powerless. After all, every single member of the Qingxiao sect had now broken through to the Mid-Asian realm. They could definitely put up a fight. Zhang Yuchun and Wu Manor also emerged from their rooms while Li Zifeng was already peeking out from a windowsill. From the other rooms, Li Dongye and Li Zijin were also peeking anxiously from their own windowsills. Just then, Yang Juding leaped onto the eaves behind Li Qingqiu, facing off against the white-robed saber master from a distance. He called out, asking Luo Li why he was still relentlessly pursuing him after chasing him for 1,000 li. His voice was resonant, laced with bitter hatred. The white-robed saber master was indeed Luo Li, standing atop the sect gate dozens of meters from Yang Juding. Despite the cold wind relentlessly sweeping past, his figure remained perfectly still. He lowered his head, letting the bamboo hat obscure his face, then spoke. Luo Li stated that letting it go was simply impossible. According to him, Yang Juding had offended the Green Sect and thus couldn't possibly hope to escape with his life intact. He demanded Yang Juding hand over that secret manual, and only then would he grant him a swift, decisive death. Immediately after, with a sharp shing as his blade left its scabbard, Luo Li drew his saber, leaped, and soared like a wild goose, charging directly towards Yang Juding. Li Qingqiu squinted, observing how some form of qi energy seemed to be propelling Luo Li from behind, making him appear as if he were flying. Instantly, his mind registered Qinggong. As he swept past the eaves on his way, Luo Li's toes lightly tapped a roof tile, much like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. That movement was so fast that if Li Qingqiu hadn't entered the Mid-Oijan realm, he would have barely registered it. But that fact actually put him slightly more at ease. At least Luo Li's martial arts weren't some illogical pay-to-win cheat code. He still needed to borrow force, not truly fly freely. Facing Luolia's ferocious charge, Yang Juding, standing on the eaves, immediately adopted a horse stance. His right hand pushed up from his hip, palm naturally facing down, then he swiftly flipped his palm to strike at Luolia. With a thunderous boom, Li Qingqiu, Zhang Zhaoxi, and Zhang Yuchun watched as Yang Juding unleashed a palm strike surging with chi energy like a tidal wave, stopping Luolia dead in midair. In the next instant, Luolia was sent flying backwards. Before hitting the ground, he spun once in midair and landed steadily in the courtyard. Luolia looked up, his bamboo hat having flown off, revealing a haggard face filled with pure horror. He couldn't believe Yang Juding's cultivation was still so potent, especially after being poisoned by such a deadly venom. He started suspecting Yang Juding had successfully cultivated that divine technique. The more he thought, the more ferocious his expression became. Yang Juding leaped down from the eaves, landing smoothly, a sneer of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. He declared that after roaming the Jianghu for so many years, how could he possibly fall for such low-level schemes? As for the divine technique Luolia mentioned, he asserted it was a fake, utterly impossible to cultivate. Luolia let out a cold snort, then grabbed his saber and charged straight for Yang Juding again. The two stood more than 10 steps apart, but in a flash Luolia had closed the distance, pressing close to Yang Juding. His blade was sharp, his movement technique as swift as a phantom. Yang Juding raised his palm to defend, facing his opponent's blade without a trace of fear. The two figures clashed in the courtyard, move after move, violent chi flying everywhere, even shattering the accumulated snow on the ground into misty vapor. Zhang Yuchun glanced at Li Qingqiu with a questioning look, but Li Qingqiu merely shook his head slightly, a silent order. Don't be rash. This was a prime opportunity to observe the true power of these martial arts masters. It had to be said Yang Juding and Luolia were indeed formidable. In terms of reaction speed and raw power, they far surpassed ordinary folk. Even a cultivator at the mid-stage of the First Origin realm might not be able to defeat these two. Of course, Li Qingqiu was thinking of younger cultivators like Li Sifeng and Li Zijin. If he himself were to intervene, he was confident he could one-shot both of them. Though their martial moves looked flashy, Li Qingqiu's speed at unleashing true chi was far greater. The moment the fight began, he could instantly kill them. Moreover, Li Qingqiu had discovered the immense disparity between inner chi and true chi. Don't be fooled by Yang Juding's abundant inner chi, his powerful blows scattering snow. Faced with true chi, that inner chi would be pierced through in a single strike. As it stood, even if Zhang Zhaoxia hadn't broken through to the mid-stage of the Second Origin realm, Luolia still posed no threat whatsoever. The only variable was their own carelessness, their lack of decisive action. After watching for a while, Zhang Yuchun's expression gradually softened. As for Zhang Zhaoxia, a sneer of contempt remained etched on her face from start to finish, completely dismissing Luolia. After 30 exchanges, Luolia unleashed a palm strike, his surging inner chi making his palm glow red. Yang Juding didn't evade, directly raising his palm to meet the blow. Two powerful surges of inner chi collided, shaking the very tiles on the roof. The eaves on all four sides of the courtyard began to tremble, and the windows let out creaking sounds. Luolia's bamboo hat was sent flying, his hair disheveled as he gritted his teeth, clashing inner chi with Yang Juding. Yang Juding, however, wore a defiant smile as if victory was already in his grasp. But Li Qingqiu could still tell that Yang Juding was struggling to hold on. This guy's injuries hadn't fully healed, and his inner chi hadn't recovered to its peak state. After a struggle lasting 3 breaths, Yang Juding waved his hand, pushing Luolia back. Luolia retreated over 10 steps before stabilizing himself, then knelt on one knee, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood onto the ground. Yang Juding withdrew his hand, striking the pose of a martial arts grandmaster, pointed directly at Luolia, telling him to scram and go back to tell the people of the Qing sect that if they dared to come again, he wouldn't hold back. Luolia raised his head, one hand gripping his blade, the other wiping blood from the corner of his mouth. He sneered, saying that letting him leave like this only further proved Yang Juding wasn't as strong as he appeared. Hearing this, Yang Juding's expression turned cold. He retorted, asking if his opponent was truly determined to be beaten to death. But as soon as the words left his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head to look, discovering a patch of redness appearing on his right palm, quickly forming blisters as if burned. Luolia then sneered, saying Yang Juding dares to block any palm strike, but he didn't realize the true might my palm carried. Yang Juding inwardly cried out, not good. Just now, he'd only been thinking of quickly scaring Luolia away and then leading Li Qingqiu and the others to flee, so he'd been a bit careless during the fight. He hastily used his left hand to tap acupuncture points on his right arm, circulating qi to neutralize the poison. Luolia, holding his blade, stepped towards Yang Juding, seemingly about to say something. Just then, a sudden whooshing sound echoed. Luolia's eyes widened and his expression instantly froze. Yang Juding, facing him, also felt a sharp stream of chi brush past his cheek, causing a stinging pain. When he looked closely, Yang Juding saw a blood hole had appeared on Luolia's forehead. Immediately after, Luolia fell straight to the ground. Only then did Yang Juding see Zhang Zhaoxia's figure. Zhang Zhaoxia still held her raised hand posture, then let out a cold snort, showing annoyance that the opponent had talked too much nonsense. Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongye, Li Qifeng, and Li Zijin in the room were all terrified. They had seen Zhang Zhaoxia's true chi, but they never expected Zhang Zhaoxia would actually dare to kill someone. Yang Jading looked at Zhang Zhaoxia with a face full of astonishment, momentarily speechless. Zhang Zhaoxia merely glanced at Zhang Yuchun, then told her second senior brother to take this body and bury it. Zhang Yuchun snapped back to reality, hastily nodded, then instinctively walked towards Luolia's corpse. But Li Qingqiu immediately called out, hold on, we need to check this guy's carrying any good loot first. Li Qingqiu followed Zhang Yuchun. He wasn't surprised by the abrupt turn of events. Actually, he was quite pleased with Zhang Zhaoxia's ruthless efficiency. Because if Luolia had survived the night and made it off the mountain, the Qingxiao sect would be in deep, deep trouble. Nipping this potential threat in the bud right here, right now was absolutely the optimal play. Meanwhile, Yang Juding was finally snapping out of his daze. He stared at Zhang Zhaoxia, blurting out, why did you kill Luolia? Aren't you worried about retaliation from the Qing sect? Zhang Zhaoxia just scoffed. Whether we killed him or not, the Qing sect was never going to just let us walk away, she stated. Besides, in her eyes, Yang Zhuding was officially a Qingxiao sect disciple. Mess with him, you mess with us. She was only 15, yet when she spoke, Zhang Zhaoxia radiated an absolutely dominating presence, completely catching Yang Zhuding off guard. Still dazed, Yang Zhuding mumbled, just who are you really? Zhang Zhaoxia simply turned and walked into her room without a backward glance, dropping one bombshell. I'm the vice sect master of the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu, in the middle of looting Lulia's corpse, snapped his head up. Hold on, I haven't even approved that yet. Why are you unilaterally promoting yourself? Internally, he thought, this kid really knows how to make an entrance. Zhang Zhaoxia offered no reply, quickly disappearing back into her room. Just then, Li Zifeng emerged from his room, quickly followed by Li Dongye and Li Zijin from the female disciples' quarters. Li Qingqiu inwardly mused. He knew perfectly well this was Zhang Zhaoxia's first time taking a life, but she was just too good at faking it. The second Zhang Zhaoxia walked through the door, Li Qingqiu had already spotted it. Her hand, the one that had just ended Luolia, was still subtly trembling. After a thorough pat-down, Li Qingqiu only managed to find a couple of hidden darts, some dried rations, and a generic token on Luolia's body. He was thoroughly unimpressed with this loot. He then assigned the 3 junior disciples to take the body and bury it. Once that was handled, he stood and headed over to Yang Zhuding, who was diligently circulating his qi to expel the poison. Yang Zhuding was still in a daze, clearly still processing the night's chaotic events. Li Qingqiu stared him down, then demanded he cough up the secret manual Luo Li had mentioned, a small thank you for saving his life tonight. Yang Zhuding reluctantly claimed the manual was a fake, completely unpracticable, but Li Qingqiu remained insistent he wanted it. Yang Zhuding told him to hold on, then paused his cultivation and untied his shoe. From within the sole, he carefully extracted a thin piece of leather. Unfolding it, the parchment was roughly the size of a human face. Li Qingqiu accepted the item with a disgusted grimace, then immediately tossed it to Li Dongye. Go wash this thoroughly. Li Dongyue shot him a resentful glare, then pulled a cloth from her robes, carefully wrapped the parchment from the ground, and headed for the well. At that point, Li Qingqiu asked Yang Zhuding if Luolia had any teammates. Yang Zhuding shook his head, confirming that Luolia had been a solo operative. Luolia had opportunistically ambushed him after he'd already been gravely wounded from another skirmish, a truly cheap shot. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu finally let out a sigh of genuine relief. He left Yang Zhuding to continue patching himself up, then went to Li Dongye, patiently waiting for her to finish cleaning the parchment before taking it back to his room. The parchment was as thin as a cicada's wing and felt oddly cold to the touch. It was densely covered in rows of minuscule, cramped writing. Li Qingqiu even had a serious, unsettling suspicion. This might actually be a piece of human skin. Back in his room, he deliberately left the door ajar just in case another unexpected event decided to pop off outside. He then settled down at his desk, lit a candle, and began his careful examination. He'd barely read a few lines before his eyebrows shot up. A soft, surprised gasp escaped him. It was only now he understood why Yang Zhuding had dismissed this manual as a fake. What was inscribed wasn't cultivation, but an entire magical art. This wasn't some basic qi absorption technique, it directly outlined methods for qi manipulation. What's more, some of the vital points detailed were completely divergent from conventional martial arts. So, to Yang Zhuding, naturally, the entire thing must have seemed like a pile of nonsensical gibberish. It was only at the very end that Li Qingqiu finally uncovered the name of this particular magical art, the Grand Absolute Sword Control Technique. Just like that, the night slipped away. The first rays of dawn sliced through the heavens, illuminating the Qingxiao sect. From every eave, water began to drip, a clear sign that the winter snow was finally beginning to melt. Li Qingqiu was up exceptionally early, preparing to absorb qi and begin his morning cultivation. The other disciples were doing the same, seemingly completely unfazed by the previous night's activities. They all sat in quiet meditation before the sect gates facing the majestic mountain range. The majestic peaks and vast landscapes emerged and receded in the thick swirling mist. The picturesque landscape made it prime for some serious cultivation. After the chaos of last night, the other disciples had clearly learned their lesson, and were now cultivating much more diligently. Yang Zhuding, however, found himself in a particularly rough spot, his old wounds still aching as new ones joined the party. He was stuck in his room, nursing his injuries. An hour later, Li Qingqiu rose and dismissed the disciples. Zhang Zhaoxia led Wu Manor to the back mountain. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye were still chopping firewood and feeding the chickens. The two youngest, Li Zifeng and Li Zijin, just needed to focus on staying safe. Li Qingqiu, on the other hand, walked to Yang Zhuding's door and knocked. From inside, Yang Zhuding's voice, heavy with exhaustion, told him to enter. Yang Zhuding wasn't a cultivator, he still needed sleep, but last night's frantic detoxification had utterly drained him, both body and mind. Li Qingqiu pushed the door open, stepped inside, then closed it behind him. He walked to the table, sat down, glanced at Yang Zhuding on the bed, and then asked about the secret manual's origins. Yang Zhuding opened his eyes and recounted how, half a year prior, a rumor had spread through Fuyang Lake. When the tide receded, a path to the lake's bottom would appear. Legend had it that a secret chamber left behind by a martial arts legend 100 years ago lay at the bottom. So he went to join the fun, and sure enough, the rumors were true. He descended into the lake with a group of pugilistic world experts and luckily found a box containing that very secret manual. But upon resurfacing, he was spotted by masters from the Qing sect. At first, he managed to repel them, thinking that was the end of it. Little did he know, the Qing sect then took advantage of his fierce battle with the Azure Seasword Saint, ambushing him when both were gravely wounded. Recalling this, Yang Zhuding still seethed with frustration. All those injuries just for a fake manual? He felt utterly ripped off. Li Qingqiu, perplexed, asked why he didn't just hand it over to the Qing sect if he knew it was fake. Yang Zhuding immediately bristled, declaring that even if it was fake, it absolutely couldn't fall into their hands. According to him, no one could predict what massive calamity the Qing sect might unleash by leveraging the manual's prestige. They were already notorious for boasting, deceiving, charming countless officials and nobles, then plundering the common folks' wealth. For the Qing sect, whether the manual was real or fake didn't matter. What they truly wanted was the reputation of that martial arts legend. He added that if word got out about the Qing sect seizing a legendary martial art from a dragon-subduing hero, their prestige would undoubtedly skyrocket. Who knew, it might even grant them access to the imperial court, as they'd been desperately trying to curry favor with the powerful in recent years. Besides, even if he told them the manual was fake, they wouldn't believe him. And even if he did hand over the manual, they'd still kill him, only giving up once they failed to find a second copy. Li Qingqiu, taking the opportunity, asked, between the Qing sect and White Emperor Manor, who has the higher power level? Yang Jioding thought for a moment, then said both sides were equally matched. However, the White Emperor Manor's ties to the imperial court meant the Qing sect didn't dare provoke them easily. Conflicts between the two were exceedingly rare. The White Emperor Manor currently no longer meddled much in pugilistic world affairs. The Qing sect, however, was different. Their ambition burned fiercely. They constantly sought to become the overlord of the martial world. From that topic, Li Qingqiu continued chatting with Yang Jioding for a while longer, thus gaining a better understanding of Guju's current martial world situation. He realized that the Great Li dynasty was far vaster than Wuxia in his previous life. Guizhou alone was half the size of Wuxia. Within it, there were over 10 prefectural cities, and martial arts sects were densely scattered everywhere. It wasn't until Yang Jioding coughed that Li Qingqiu stopped, stood up, and left. He planned to cultivate the Windswift technique first. Last night's battle made him realize his movement technique was still severely lacking compared to true martial world masters. As for the Supreme Sword Control Art, he wasn't planning to practice it immediately. That technique required 9 swords to unleash its full potential. He planned to wait until he had more techniques before reorganizing his priorities. After all, a person's energy was limited. He couldn't just learn every skill he acquired on the spot. Of course, he still had to cultivate the Supreme Sword Control Art eventually. He couldn't just waste his innate talent. Days passed. A few days later, more than half the snow in the forest had melted, and Yang Jioding was finally able to leave his room. He no longer dared to cling to Wu Man'er, nor did he dare bring up the bet with Jiang Zhaoxi. Very quickly, his attention shifted to Li Zifeng and Li Zijin. Though still young, in his eyes, these two children were incredibly promising martial arts talents. It made him mutter to himself that the Qingxiao sect was truly off. There seemed to be an absurd number of geniuses here. Half a month later, Zhang Yuchun finally couldn't take it anymore. He took Wu Man'er and Li Dongyue down the mountain to recruit disciples. Yang Jioding, however, was grounded by Li Qingqiu, confined to the Qingxiao sect to avoid running into the Qing sect disciples who were still searching for him. Yang Jioding had no objections. He completely agreed. That evening, Zhang Yuchun and his 2 companions led 7 new kids up the mountain, 6 boys and 1 girl. The oldest wasn't even 13 and the youngest was just 7. After a quick initiation, Li Qingqiu pulled up the kids' stat screens only to find their talent and comprehension were abysmal, literally beyond unranked. It made him realize his master truly left him a solid foundation. Lin Junfeng's recruitment choices alone showed ambition, a shame he was ultimately blinded by cultivation. Li Qingqiu assigned the new disciples, separating them by gender to live alongside their seniors. Li Dongyue, Li Zifeng, and the others didn't complain in the slightest. In fact, they were pretty excited. Because now they were the seniors. For their first 7 days, Li Qingqiu let the kids just get acquainted with the sect. Only after that week did he have Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongyue begin teaching them the Hunyuan scripture. He already had a plan. Li Dongyue could eventually become a transmission elder, while Li Zifeng and Li Zijin were still on probation. Notably, after just 1 month of martial arts training under Yang Jioding, Li Zifeng's skills had skyrocketed. He was already scaling rooftops and clambering up walls, often leaving the new disciples gaping. Winter had completely passed, and the new year was just around the corner. The Dao Li dynasty celebrated Lunar New Year, so every time the festival came around, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but remember his past life. That afternoon, Li Qingqiu was relaxing in the courtyard. He'd just finished cultivating his swift wind art and was feeling a little tired. Watching his disciples each busy with their own tasks, his mood was excellent. Someone was sweeping, someone fetching water, someone repairing the eaves. Everything was slowly but surely improving. Just then, Zhang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchun entered the courtyard, sitting down on either side of Li Qingqiu. Zhang Zhaoxia spoke up, wanting to discuss something. They planned to head down to town to buy some weapons and wanted Li Qingqiu's approval. The entire Qingxiao sect currently only possessed 2 swords, and Lin Shunfeng had absconded with one of them. So Zhang Zhaoxia had been itching to go for a while now. He wanted a sword, a real sword. And not just him, the other martial arts disciples needed proper weapons too, not just endless bare-handed training. Li Qingqiu shot him a look, then deadpanned, and where exactly are you getting the money for that? Zhang Yuchun quickly chimed in, explaining they planned to perform sword demonstrations in town for rewards. According to him, if the sect wanted to truly thrive, they absolutely needed cash. He also wanted to seize the opportunity to promote the Qingxiao sect, eventually earning money by, quote, helping people resolve disasters and problems. Because they really needed the money. Just adding 8 new mouths to feed had already started to strain the sect's food supply. In the martial world, helping people resolve disasters was essentially the default startup quest for countless sects. To put it bluntly, it was doing odd jobs for coin. Plus, a bigger reputation meant more people would line up to join their sect. Li Qingqiu had planned to lay low for a few more years, but on second thought, Zhang Yuchun actually made a good point. Besides, they weren't trying to pick a fight with the major sects of the Jianghu. And with Jiang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchun's current strength, they could certainly hold their own. So Li Qingqiu finally agreed, but he laid down strict rules. Act cautiously, don't rely on your skills to look down on others, and absolutely do not pick fights easily. Knowing they'd be together, he felt a bit more at ease. Zhang Zhaoxia looked annoyed, clearly tired of being treated like a kid. Zhang Yuchun, however, nodded immediately, promising to keep a close eye on Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxia shot Zhang Yuchun a furious glare, but Zhang Yuchun just casually ignored it. The three chatted for a bit longer before Zhang Zhaoxia grew impatient, eager to descend the mountain right away. From Qingqiu Sect to the nearest town was a 2-day journey, meaning an unavoidable night camping in the wilderness. Li Qingqiu could only help them pack some dry rations and water, then saw them off down the mountain. Standing at the Sect gate watching his two junior brothers depart, he was suddenly reminded of Lin Jinfeng leaving. He couldn't help but shout, "Make sure you're back before Lunar New Year." Zhang Yuchun turned, waved back with a bright smile while Zhang Zhaoxia never even glanced back. Li Qingqiu only finally looked away when their figures completely vanished into the mountain forest. Just then Yang Juding walked up beside him, reassuring him that Zhang Zhaoxia was a formidable kid and Zhang Yuchun's combat skills were far from shabby. In his opinion, if those two went down, the real ones who should be worried were the ignorant martial world rogues just begging for trouble. Yang Jading genuinely thought Zhang Zhaoxia was quite ruthless in a fight. Lately, Zhang Zhao had frequently sought him out to spar, wanting to gain real combat experience. Without using origin energy, Yang Juding could still mostly overpower Zhang Zhaoxia. But Zhang Zhaoxia's progress was too rapid. Later on, every move she made became a critical hit, often leaving him absolutely stunned. In his eyes, this kid was clearly destined to become a future powerhouse. Li Qingqiu only agreed to let them descend the mountain because he had personally witnessed the sparring sessions between Zhang Zhaoxia and Yang Jading. Over that period, Yang Jading had also shared quite a bit of his worldly experience with Zhang Zhaoxia. Hearing Yang Juding's reassurance, Li Qingqiu finally averted his gaze, chuckling that it was their first time off the mountain, so a little worry was inevitable. With that, he turned and headed back into the Sect's main hall. Yang Juding turned his head to watch him, then called out, asking when he'd finally get to experience Li Qingqiu's sword arts. He even added that, according to Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Qingqiu's sword aptitude was even more formidable than hers. But Li Qingqiu didn't even turn his head, simply replying that he wasn't really a fan of fighting. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Juding only felt Li Qingqiu was an even more enigmatic figure. In the days that followed, Li Qingqiu remained quietly uneasy, constantly worried that Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia might run into trouble. But he never let his anxiety show. Finally, on the eve of the Lunar New Year, Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia returned. A shout from the Sect entrance announced their return, quickly followed by a call for everyone to come help. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu and the others immediately rushed outside. Li Qingqiu was the quickest to respond, and only after reaching the Sect entrance and clearly seeing the situation did he truly breathe a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia each carried a heavy pole over their shoulders with various weapons poking out of their bundles, reflecting the cold, sharp glint of steel. But most importantly, both disciples looked completely unharmed, not even missing a single limb. Only then did Li Qingqiu understand they'd just called for help carrying their loot. He'd been worried they were injured. He quickly turned and instructed the incoming disciples to lend a hand while he himself remained rooted to his spot. A Sect master simply couldn't be seen doing manual labor after all. Immediately, his gaze fell on a small, ragged child trailing behind Zhang Yuchun. The child was filthy, skeletal, with hair so matted and tangled it was impossible to tell their gender. The fact that they'd brought back an extra person shocked Li Qingqiu internally, but externally his face remained impassive. He'd previously taken in 7 new disciples, yet not a single one had managed to cultivate even a wisp of primal chi. Talk about a bad gotcha roll. That disastrous recruitment drive had significantly dimmed his enthusiasm for expanding the Sect roster. Not everyone was cut out for the path of cultivation, and if they couldn't cultivate, they'd simply become a drain on the Qingqiu Sect's limited resources. Henceforth, disciple recruitment would need to be handled with extreme caution. Just then, Zhang Yuchun set his carrying pole down and quickly approached Li Qingqiu, breathlessly explaining that Guju had erupted into chaos and rebellion. On their way back, they'd encountered countless refugees. The child behind them had followed for over 100 miles, and they simply couldn't bring themselves to abandon them. So, they took them in. According to Zhang Zhaoxia, a child with such willpower capable of following them that far would undoubtedly become a martial arts prodigy if properly cultivated. Hearing that the child had walked over 100 miles, Li Qingqiu was genuinely shocked. That was no simple feat, not by a long shot. Forget a small child, even a full-grown adult would be utterly exhausted after such a trek, let alone one that still had to navigate treacherous mountain paths. Li Qingqiu looked at the little beggar who was still standing upright and a realization hit him. This kid had some serious stats. So, he asked Zhang Yuchun for details on the rebellion, and whether they'd encountered any major trouble on their return journey. Zhang Yuchun replied that they'd actually met no trouble. With the imperial army rampaging through the lands, even mountain bandits were a rare sight. After entering the city, they learned that the realm hadn't seen true peace in years, the government was utterly useless, and famine plagued every corner. Regarding such grand affairs of the world, Li Qingqiu felt sympathetic, but ultimately there was nothing he could do. Then, curiously, he asked how they'd managed to afford so many weapons in such dire times. Half-jokingly, he even asked if they'd resorted to banditry. Zhang Yuchun immediately gestured with his thumb toward Zhang Zhaoxia, who was behind him, and chuckled. That's all thanks to our third junior brother. Zhang Zhaoxia's sword mastery had attracted the attention of a prominent clan within the city. The clan's young master had initially tried to recruit Zhang Zhaoxia, but after being politely refused, he generously rewarded them with a hefty bag of cash. He even promised to personally visit the Qingqiu Sect in the future. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu immediately asked if they'd actually accepted. Zhang Yuchun replied that they of course hadn't accepted unconditionally. They'd made a deal. If the clan ever encountered trouble, they could send word to the Qingqiu Sect, and the sect would provide full assistance. Only then did Li Qingqiu nod, conceding. Alright, that works. In his opinion, favors were like currency, they only held value when reciprocated. Given how generously the other party had acted, this was a relationship well worth cultivating for the current Qingqiu Sect. He highly approved of Zhang Yuchen and Zhang Zhaoxia's handling of the situation. After all, you can't just accrue random debt to strangers. Plus, this was an excellent chance for the Qingqiu sect to gradually build its reputation. If the Qingqiu sect Lin Shunfeng left behind was already a powerful, deeply established sect, they wouldn't need to descend the mountain and wander like this. But on their current mountain, resources were limited and recruiting disciples was tough, making this foray into the wider world unavoidable. Li Qingqiu himself also needed the Qingqiu sect's development to grow stronger. During this time, he'd fully grasped that his own cultivation talent simply couldn't compare to Zhang Zhaoxia's. Even with his bi-daily visits to the underground spirit lake, he still hadn't managed to break through to the Midyuan realm's second layer. However, since he'd copied fate traits before, he knew he could still do it again, so he remained full of hope and utterly undeterred. At this moment, the other disciples had helped Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia carry the luggage inside. Besides a heap of weapons, there were also many seeds, making this trip quite a bountiful harvest. Afterward, Zhang Yuchun led the little beggar to Li Qingqiu, explaining that if the child wanted to join the Qingqiu sect, it absolutely required the sect master's approval. Their words didn't count. The little beggar looked only about 8 or 9, her head not even reaching Li Qingqiu's shoulder. She looked up at Li Qingqiu with clear eyes and pleaded for the sect master to accept her. Having said that, she immediately knelt and kowtowed before Li Qingqiu. The other disciples looked over curiously, but Li Qingqiu merely shot them a look, instantly sending them scurrying to carry the luggage further into the sect. Soon, only Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, and the little beggar remained before the sect gate, the afternoon sun casting their 3 long shadows across the ground. Li Qingqiu looked down at the little beggar. Instead of telling her to stand, he first asked her name and how her family was doing. He planned to cross-reference her information via the Dao Heritage System screen once she joined the Qingqiu sect, then determine if her story was true or false. After all, vetting new recruits required due diligence. Li Qingqiu's biggest fear was that this kid might carry some world-shaking grudges, inadvertently dragging the Qingqiu sect into a catastrophic vortex. The little beggar remained in her awkward kowtowing posture, her voice hoarse as she replied her name was Xuning, and she'd relied on her father since childhood, but a year ago he had passed away, leaving her no choice but to earn a living on her own, barely scraping by until today. Li Qingqiu pressed on, asking if she had any distant relatives. Xuning replied she had none. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu finally felt completely relieved. He then stated that she only needed to make 3 vows to be admitted into the sect. Zhang Yuchun immediately chimed in, telling Xuning to repeat after him. Once she finished, Li Qingqiu personally helped her up, then declared that the Qingqiu sect didn't tolerate idlers, but anyone who entered was considered family. From now on, she wouldn't starve and she could live with dignity. Xuning looked up at him, her eyes still blank, clearly unmoved by his words. But Li Qingqiu didn't mind. To him, this was simply following protocol. Next, he instructed Zhang Yuchun to lead her inside, first to clean up and then change into new clothes. Zhang Yuchun nodded, then led Xuning away. He'd initially tried to take her hand, but she'd flinched away. He didn't think much of it, assuming she was still wary of strangers. Li Qingqiu leisurely followed behind, simultaneously pulling up the Dao Heritage System screen, quickly finding Xuning's avatar in the detailed disciple info section. What surprised him was that Xuning's avatar was incredibly delicate and pretty with fair skin. If it weren't the only new face on the screen he hadn't seen before, he'd have a hard time connecting that image to the grubby little beggar walking ahead. He was instantly startled, realizing this was in fact a girl. Immediately after, he clicked on Xuning's avatar to view her detailed stat. The displayed information showed her name as Xuning, female, 9 years old. Her loyalty rating to the sect master was 70, and to the sect itself was 90, with a maximum of 100 for both. Her cultivation talent was exceptional, and her comprehension was excellent. Her fate traits included Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root, stubborn and competitive. The Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root was an incredibly rare single-attribute spirit root, granting extraordinarily outstanding talent for lightning attribute Dao arts. Even lightning tribulations for those with the spirit root would actually become a powerful boost. Stubborn meant she wouldn't change her mind about something she'd decided on, even if it meant death. Competitive meant she was innately unwilling to be inferior to others. Li Qingqiu's breathing immediately became ragged. Xuning's exceptional cultivation talent and excellent comprehension, while different from Zhang Zhaoxia's, showed she was at least no less capable. As far as Li Qingqiu understood, the tiers for cultivation talent and comprehension from lowest to highest were abysmal, negligible, mediocre, decent, excellent, and exceptional. He hadn't yet encountered terms for any higher tiers. What's more, the Heavenly Lightning Spirit Root fate trait also seemed far from simple. The most valuable thing was Xuning's loyalty to the Qingqiu sect, which instantly hit 90, while her loyalty to him was surprisingly lower. Li Qingqiu wondered if her stubborn destiny trait was why she'd already claimed the Qingqiu sect as her home, and he secretly held high hopes for Xuning's future. Later, he could assign Zhang Zhaoxia and Xuning as the Qingqiu sect's left and right guardians, specializing in all things brawling. Walking straight into the courtyard, he saw Zhang Yuchun trying to pull Xuning inside, but she was dead set against it, not saying a single word. Li Qingqiu then called out to Li Dongyue, who was watching the chaos from nearby, telling her to take care of Xuning, lead her to bathe and change clothes. Hearing this, both Zhang Yuchun and Xuning turned their heads to look at him. Zhang Yuchun confusedly asked who this was, while Li Qingqiu glared at him and irritably reminded him that they were a girl, asking what he thought he was doing. Zhang Yuchun was so scared he quickly stepped back, staring at Xuning in shock. Xuning turned and walked towards the approaching Li Dongyue. Zhang Yuchun went to Li Qingqiu's side, whispering, asking how he could tell she was a girl. Li Qingqiu acted as if his perception stats were simply incomparable to Zhang Yuchun's. When Zhang Yuchun pressed further, asking why he hadn't said anything earlier, Li Qingqiu simply replied that he thought the guy already knew. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun looked towards Li Dongyue, hesitating, wanting to follow and see for himself. What if he'd misidentified? But Li Qingqiu just deadpanned that their fourth junior sister wasn't exactly mute. With that, he walked towards the gathered disciples. Meanwhile, Yang Juding also emerged from the house, showcasing various weapons to the disciples. He had to admit the weapon types Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia brought back were quite numerous, and none of them were bottom-tier junk. Li Qingqiu picked up a longsword, examining it while praising Zhang Zhaoxia for a job well done. Zhang Zhaoxia immediately swelled with pride, declaring it was only natural and that if she handled things from now on, he could rest easy as Sect Master. She could manage everything. Li Qingqiu teased that she was trying to usurp his authority, but Zhang Zhaoxia retorted, claiming she wasn't that type of person. Besides, he didn't do anything normally. At least she taught the fifth junior brother, while he genuinely did nothing. Li Qingqiu countered that was precisely why he could be Sect Master, because he had to consider so many things, a weariness she couldn't possibly comprehend. The senior and junior brothers began their verbal sparring, a sight the other disciples were well accustomed to. No one dared to interfere with their daily drama. Li Qingqiu secretly wondered if these swords could be used to cultivate the supreme severing sword art. New Year's Day had arrived, and with Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia both returned, Li Qingqiu's mood was incredibly uplifted. From dawn, the entire Qingxiao sect had burst into lively activity. Elder disciples helped hang lanterns and tie flowers, slaughtering chickens and washing vegetables, while younger disciples gathered around Yang Juding, listening to his tales of the martial world. Li Qingqiu also sat nearby listening, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Xuning. Xuning had changed into clean clothes, and compared to her appearance when she arrived yesterday, it was like looking at two different people. However, with her dark eye bags and skeletal frame, she wasn't as pretty as her Dao system profile pic, though it was still clear she was the same person. Xuning sat at the very back listening to Yang Juding's stories, still not quite integrated with the other disciples. Li Qingqiu reached for the plate on the step beside him, picked up a roasted corn cob, and called Xuning over. Xuning turned to look at him, her eyes immediately drawn to the roasted corn cob in his hand. She hesitated for a moment, then stood up and timidly walked towards him. Once she was in front of him, Li Qingqiu didn't say much but directly handed her the roasted corn cob. Xuning quietly thanked him and took the corn cob. Just as she was about to turn away, Li Qingqiu told her to sit next to him, explaining she'd hear better up close. Xuning glanced at him, saw he was engrossed in the storytelling, and sat down beside him, quietly nibbling on the roasted corn in her hand. Not long after, Li Qingqiu was drawn by a wail of Li Zifeng ran into the courtyard, crying, screaming at Li Qingqiu that third senior brother had hit him, that he was almost beaten to death. He cried with such heartbreaking intensity that everyone else had to look over. Li Qingqiu resignedly stood up and walked towards him. Xuning's eyes followed Li Qingqiu wide open. Compared to yesterday, there was a bit more life in her eyes. After the New Year's bustle, life at the Qingxiao sect returned to its usual tranquility. Cultivators cultivated, martial artists trained. A month later, Li Qingqiu finally broke through to the second layer of the origin realm in the underground spirit lake. Feeling the primal chi in his body grow several times stronger, he couldn't help but sigh at the vast gap in aptitude between himself and Zhang Zhaoxia. Though the disciples took turns using the underground spirit lake, he was in reality the one who visited it the most. The other disciples had no complaints. Zhang Zhaoxia even wished he'd come every day, since he wasn't exactly swamped with duties anyway. The junior brothers and sisters had practically been raised by Li Qingqiu himself, so now, letting him enjoy the benefits didn't feel unfair to them at all. On the contrary, they believed it was well-deserved. Furthermore, a stronger sect master meant the Qingxiao sect could go further. Li Dongye, who was meditating by the lake, looked at Li Qingqiu and asked, curious if he had just broken through. Because she'd clearly felt the spiritual energy in the area rush toward him, even disrupting her own cultivation. Li Qingqiu opened his eyes, smiling as he admitted he had indeed broken through, and could now cultivate the second layer of the Hunyuan scripture. Li Dongye, looking impressed, asked if Elder Yang Juding's claim that martial artists in the cultivation world had tiered power levels was true. She wondered if the second stage counted as a first-rate expert, or even surpassed it. The image of Zhang Zhaoxia killing Luo Li in a single move was still fresh in her mind. Even if it was a sneak attack, Yang Juding said Luo Li was a first-rate expert, so anyone who could take him down, even with a surprise strike, couldn't be far from that level themselves. Li Qingqiu said he wasn't really clear on that. Besides, they cultivated to strengthen themselves, not to constantly compare themselves to others. For him, the most important thing for a cultivator was cultivating the heart. This kind of comparison wasn't a sprint, but a lifelong marathon. Li Dongye nodded, saying she understood. She was just curious, that's all. The two cultivated and chatted for a bit, but after a few exchanges, they both fell silent once more. 2 hours later, they left together, heading back to the Qingxiao sect. By the time they arrived, it was almost dusk. Most of the disciples had already gathered in the courtyard, their usual dining spot. Li Qingqiu spotted Xuning standing alone outside the kitchen, waiting to serve dinner, while the other disciples sat around the table, rehashing their lessons from the day. Aside from cultivating the Hunyuan scripture, most of the disciples' daily schedule involved martial arts training with Yang Juding. While their physical prowess hadn't made leaps and bounds like Li Zifeng's, their overall physique was noticeably stronger. The other disciples hadn't started cultivating the Hunyuan scripture yet. Without Li Qingqiu's direct order, Li Dongye and Zhang Yuchun wouldn't dare impart it to any disciples. Even Yang Juding hadn't picked it up. Of course, Yang Juding had zero interest in the Qingxiao sect's internal cultivation methods, because for any martial artist, switching internal cultivation arts on a whim was a massive taboo, unless the new one was light years ahead of the old. Changing techniques meant restarting his internal qi cultivation from scratch. That wasn't a 1 or 2 month job, it was a total respect. Li Qingqiu walked up behind Xuning and casually asked if she was interested in cultivation. Xuning jumped, startled, then turned to him and cautiously asked if he meant internal cultivation. She had already begun learning martial arts techniques, working harder than any other disciple, and often earned praise from Yang Juding. It was just that Yang Juding clearly valued male disciples over female. His main focus was always on Li Zifeng, while the martial arts he taught the others were distinctly average. Li Qingqiu smiled, looking profoundly mysterious. Of course it's internal cultivation, he said. And not just any, it's the Qingxiao sect's exclusive internal art. His words thrilled Xu Ning. She'd once witnessed Yang Juding unleash his internal qi, and the display had utterly astonished her. She had long dreamed of learning internal cultivation. Xu Ning immediately blurted out that she wanted it badly. She nodded so fast she practically vibrated, her eyes shining like twin suns. This was the first time she'd ever shown such raw excitement. Li Qingqiu then grinned and asked, "If I impart this internal cultivation to you, what will you call me?" Xu Ning hesitantly tried Sect Master, then with a nervous glance whispered Master. She knew exactly how significant a master-disciple relationship was. In the cultivation world, that bond often surpassed even that of parent and child. Li Qingqiu's lips curved into a slight smile. "Kowtow 3 times, he instructed. "From this day forward, you'll be my very first disciple." Zhang Yuchun, who was stir-frying vegetables, couldn't help but peek over, curious about the commotion. At that exact moment, Zhang Zhaoxia's voice cut through the air, basically scoffing at the idea of Li Qingqiu's eldest disciple being a girl. He walked in, sword in hand. Ever since he'd gotten that iron blade, his entire demeanor had sharpened, his aura practically radiating. You could often hear the whooshing of his practice sword from dozens of yards away, even deep in the forest. Now Zhang Zhaoxiao was officially recognized as the strongest member of the entire Qingxiao sect. At his words, every other disciple turned their heads to stare, Yang Jueding included. Under everyone's collective stare, Xu Ning's small face instantly flushed crimson, but the look she shot Zhang Zhaoxiao was pure, unadulterated displeasure. Li Qingqiu, however, just shrugged. "So what if she's a girl?" he deadpanned. "Who knows? Later, Xu Ning might even prove more formidable than Zhang Zhaoxiao." Those words deeply moved Xu Ning, her eyes instantly welling up. Then Li Qingqiu shot her a look, subtly gesturing, "Are you going to kowtow or what?" Xu Ning immediately knelt and kowtowed 3 times to him. Just like that, Li Qingqiu officially gained his first disciple. Inwardly, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Such a genius. If he didn't snatch her up and nurture her quickly, it would have genuinely bothered him. But he also worried that once Xu Ning powered up, she might threaten his sect master position. So he had to employ a little bit of strategic planning. This way, with her persistent fate trait, Xu Ning would surely remain loyal to him and never betray him. As for Zhang Zhaoxiao's arrogant comment, Xu Ning might be displeased, but it wasn't enough to trigger a deep hatred debuff. After all, he had saved her. Finally, Li Qingqiu just told everyone to go ahead and eat. Li Qingqiu helped Xu Ning to her feet, dusting off her knees with a gentle, reassuring smile. Naturally, he treated core disciples differently from outer ones. Plus, it really felt like he was raising a kid. Even though he was only 7 years older than Xu Ning, a sect master taking a disciple was a big deal. The whole table buzzed with the news. A few bolder, more mischievous disciples tried to directly petition Li Qingqiu to be their master. He flat out rejected them. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongyue, however, couldn't help themselves and each took a disciple. Zhang Zhaoxia, on the other hand, couldn't have cared less. His perpetually icy glare kept any potential juniors at bay. Yang Jading set down his wine cup, musing that the eldest disciple position was never simple. He questioned if Li Qingqiu was truly certain about Xu Ning. Hearing that, Xu Ning gritted her teeth. She couldn't help it, she was both young and frail. Yang Juding, however, couldn't see past her delicate frame, certain she wouldn't amount to much, certainly not compared to his prodigy Li Zifeng. Too bad Li Zifeng was Li Qingqiu's peer. Yang Juding couldn't take him as a disciple. Li Qingqiu countered that it was fine if she wasn't some combat genius. The Qingxiao sect, while a martial faction, didn't chase after power and glory. He cared more about Xu Ning's character and sense of responsibility than her raw combat prowess. And he knew this kid would make him proud. Outwardly, he spouted pretty words to continue winning over Yang Juding, but internally he was practically cheering. He hadn't even paid the guy, and he kept teeing up arguments for him. At that, Li Dongyue couldn't hold back, jumping in to mediate. She reminded them little Ning was now their eldest senior brother's personal disciple, their junior niece, and they should look to the future. Little Li Zijin, still young, cheerfully declared that Xu Ning was now her junior niece. She was a year older than Xu Ning, but standing side by side, most people would assume she was the younger one. Li Zijin was still quite innocent, while the quiet Xu Ning already carried a mature air. Xu Ning's small face finally relaxed, a soft smile gracing her. She found Li Zijin's cheerfulness endearing, naturally serving her more food. Li Qingqiu pulled up his Dao Heritage System panel to check Xu Ning's loyalty rating. It flashed 99.99. In his book, this was practically max loyalty. A perfect 100 was just a mythical stat for NPC for mere mortals. Safe to say, he could now invest heavily in this unit. 3 days later, Li Qingqiu led Xu Ning and Li Jijin to the underground spirit lake to cultivate. Today was the first time he'd teach Xu Ning the primordial chaos scripture, and she was practically vibrating with anticipation. The two girls usually chirped away non-stop when together, but Xu Ning was so eager to cultivate she quickly dragged even the usually impatient Li Zijin into focus. As expected, Xu Ning's speed in cultivating origin chi was absolutely astounding. Aided by the underground spirit lake, she condensed a wisp of origin chi in just 1 hour. Li Zijin was utterly dumbfounded. Forget Li Zijin, even Li Qingqiu, who'd mentally prepped for this, was taken aback. He quickly leaned in, warning Li Zijin not to breathe a word of this. If anyone asked, she was to say Xu Ning took an entire day to cultivate her internal chi. When a bewildered Li Zijin asked why, Li Qingqiu deadpanned that he feared her third senior brother's fragile ego would shatter. Hearing that, Li Zijin immediately pictured Zhang Zhaoxia's smug face and nodded vigorously in agreement. She too thought third senior brother was incredibly petty and quick to anger. Despite Li Qingqiu's warning, Xu Ning cultivating origin chi within a single day still stunned Zhang Yuchun and the others. Cultivators possess an incredibly keen sense for origin chi. Yang Juding and the other outer disciples didn't notice, but Li Qingqiu's junior brothers and sisters immediately sensed it upon meeting Xu Ning. They all started to reconsider Xu Ning, even Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxiao's shift was minimal though. In his eyes, Xu Ning's success was mostly due to the underground spirit lake. Cultivating outside, she definitely wouldn't be as fast as him. Xu Ning's rapid success only fueled Li Qingqiu's soaring expectations for the Qingxiao sect's future. In the following days, the 7 disciples recruited from the village still couldn't cultivate origin qi. Li Qingqiu resigned himself to having them focus solely on martial arts. The underground spirit lake couldn't be easily exposed. Plus, a crowd would only hinder his and his junior brothers and sisters' own cultivation. Days bled into weeks, summer arrived, and Li Qingqiu had just celebrated his 17th birthday. His junior brothers and sisters all assumed his birthday was in autumn. He'd never corrected them. He wasn't a fan of extravagant celebrations. That afternoon, Li Qingqiu sat on the grass before the mountain gate, 9 swords laid out before him. He was forging a connection with them, cultivating the supreme sword control art. Suddenly, he glanced up the mountain path and spotted a figure emerging from the forest. The figure wore a form-fitting yellow robe, a sword strapped to his back. His tall, athletic build immediately screamed martial artist. The man in yellow looked up, his face breaking into a radiant smile upon seeing Li Qingqiu before the mountain gate. He strode up the stone steps, asking if this was the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu irritably shot back that the 3 characters Qingxiao sect were clearly carved onto the mountain gate. This level of illiteracy was truly unbearable. The man in yellow wasn't offended. He simply chuckled, admitting he'd already seen it but still wanted Li Qingqiu to confirm it himself. Then he introduced himself as Mo Zhujiao, the new sect master of the Qingxiao sect. Hearing Mo Zhujiao's words, Li Qingqiu froze, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The Qingxiao sect only had 3 courtyards and barely any disciples, yet someone was still trying to pull a hostile takeover? So he cautiously probed first who sent him. If this guy was sent by Lin Xunfeng, he'd have to play nice and talk things out. But if he had nothing to do with Lin Xunfeng and just showed up to hijack the Qingxiao sect, he was getting zero mercy. As he spoke, Li Qingqiu lightly hovered his hand over the 9 floating swords before him, locking his gaze on Mo Zhujiao like a hawk. Striding closer, Mo Zhujiao smirked and dropped the news. Their master, Lin Xunfeng, had officially hung up his sword at the Xiaoyao martial meet, announcing his full retirement from the Jianghu. And according to this intruder, with Lin Xunfeng gone, the Qingxiao sect had no business hoarding such premium real estate, so he might as well take the reins. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu had a light bulb moment. Makes sense, the Taikun Mountain region was huge and loaded with resources, yet had only one sect, purely because of the blood-soaked reputation Lin Xunfeng had carved out back in the day. Now that Lin Xunfeng was off the grid, rival factions were naturally going to target the turf. Internally, he couldn't help but complain. If the old man wanted to pursue immortality, fine, but why make such a massive scene about retiring? But on second thought, maybe Lin Xunfeng was just trying to dodge old enemies showing up at his doorstep. Because if this actually were one of the old man's sworn enemies, they wouldn't be wasting breath talking. They'd have initiated a full sect wipe instantly. Which meant Mo Zhujiao was literally just trying to launch a hostile takeover of the Qingxiao sect. So Li Qingqiu casually asked if he became the new sect master, what kind of perks were the disciples getting? Mo Zhujiao gave a greasy grin, replying that obviously they'd get the honor of becoming his disciples. He then flexed his credentials, revealing he was a rep from the 7 Mountain Alliance. Once he took over, the Qingxiao sect would be absorbed into the alliance, giving the kids full faction protection moving forward. In his eyes, this was an absolute steal considering territory wars in the Jianghu usually cost blood. Li Qingqiu gave a slow nod, admitting the guy had a point before calmly asking, if grabbing turf meant shedding blood, could he just decline the offer? He didn't even bother standing up, remaining cross-legged on the grass like a totally unbothered idle player. Mo Zhujiao gave a half-smile, mockingly asking why he wasn't asking the actual sect master instead. Li Qingqiu blurted out instantly that he was the sect master. That deadpan response made Mo Zhujiao freeze in his tracks, scanning the kid up and down with an utterly bizarre look on his face. He burst out laughing, shaking his head at the fact that the old rumor, where Lin Xunfeng was the sole survivor of a bloodbath 20 years ago, was actually true, to the point he had to hand the sect master title to a literal kid. He realized he had just wasted his breath giving a whole recruitment pitch to a child. Switching to villain mode, he cold-bloodedly dropped the ultimatum, comply or get their tongues cut out and eyes gouged to spend the rest of their lives as slave NPCs. With a menacing glare, Mo Zhujiao stepped aggressively into Li Qingqiu's personal space. Li Qingqiu narrowed his eyes, prepping his skill rotation when his ears twitched and he instantly relaxed. Right on cue, an absolute roar boomed across the mountain. Pushing off the cliff face, Yang Juding leaped right over the main gate, descending the mountain steps like a majestic hawk to shield Li Qingqiu from Mo Zhujiao. Mo Zhujiao stared down Yang Juding, his brows furrowing as he demanded to know who this powerhouse was. In his mind, he was inwardly cursing out Li Qingqiu, convinced the kid had lied to him, because no matter how unhinged Lin Xunfeng was, there was no way he'd leave a kid in charge over a warrior like this. Yang Juding bellowed his name, his voice ringing like a giant bronze bell across the peak, radiating pure high-tier boss energy. Mo Zhujiao's face instantly soured as he gritted his teeth, recognizing the legendary dragon-subduing hero, though he'd never heard of him having any affiliation with the Qingxiao sect. Yang Juding's voice dropped low, telling him that now that he's seen it with his own eyes, he'd better scram. Surging inner chi billowed through his robes, making him look like a top-tier apex predator sizing up a weak mob. Mo Zhujiao's complexion shifted wildly. Compared to a big name like Yang Juding, his own reputation was basically non-existent. Staring down a world-renowned grandmaster, his instincts screamed danger, but after traveling all this way, backing out empty-handed felt like a massive loss. After a tense silence, Mo Zhujiao took a deep breath, cupped his fist toward Yang Juding, and politely requested to take his leave. He turned to walk away, but right then Li Qingqiu's voice echoed from behind, ordering Yang Juding to execute the intruder on the spot. Mo Zhujiao's face went pale as he instantly hit the sprint button to escape. Even Yang Juding froze, glancing back at Li Qingqiu, only to find the young master's face so bone-chillingly cold it sent a shiver straight through his heart. It was his first time seeing that dark look on Li Qingqiu, but the kid doubled down, emphasizing it was an official order to be executed immediately. Gritting his teeth, Yang Juding bolted down the mountain while Mo Jujiao dove headfirst into the tree line. Seeing Yang Juding's hesitation, Li Qingqiu just shook his head in disappointment. As far as he was concerned, if this guy didn't have top-tier martial stats, he would have been eaten alive in the ruthless Jianghu long ago. Carrying memories from 2 lifetimes plus the harsh reality of his current childhood, Li Qingqiu knew exactly how brutal this world was, and he was fully prepared for its PvP rules. To him, killing was just a necessary mechanic. He didn't farm innocent players, but if anyone tried to mess with his faction, he showed zero mercy. That was the exact reason why after Zhang Zhaoxia executed Luo Lia, he didn't scold his third junior brother at all. In fact, he highly respected the kid's ruthless efficiency. He patiently waited, completely unfazed by the idea of Yang Juding letting Mo Jujiao walk. This was after all his test for Yang Juding. Fail the test, he could spend the rest of his life as a common martial artist. The Qingqiao sect would happily assign him gate duty. And as for this Qiyu alliance, if they couldn't run, they'd simply face them head-on, no biggie. A cultivation sect scared off by a bunch of martial artists, please. The Grand Despair Imperial Sword Art Yang Juding picked up confirmed it. Other cultivators were definitely out there. And where there are cultivators, there are cultivation sects. They're just either hiding in plain sight or outside the Dali dynasty's borders. Li Qingqiu was already mapping out his hypothetical rivals in the cultivation world. Got a plan ahead. About an incense's time later, Yang Juding emerged from the forest below, Mo Jujiao slung over his shoulder. Mo Jujiao's limbs dangled, his body limp as a rag doll, and fresh blood stained his back. Not a good look. Yang Juding's hair was a mess. He strode straight up to Li Qingqiu, then unceremoniously dumped Mo Jujiao onto the ground. Li Qingqiu noted Mo Jujiao was still breathing, just knocked out cold. He then asked, so what's the fallout if you just let him go? Yang Juding's face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Mo Jujiao would just summon reinforcements, he growled. Li Qingqiu then reminded him that Mo Jujiao had openly declared himself from the Qiyu alliance, intent on seizing the Qingqiao sect. His tone dripped with annoyance, clearly aimed at Yang Juding. It seemed the sect master's direct orders were utterly optional, especially since he'd explicitly told Yang Juijing to kill the guy. At the mention of the Qiyu alliance, Yang Juding's eyes snapped open. He'd cultivated for 2 decades, boasting superhuman hearing, yet he'd only caught Mo Jujiao's threats against Li Qingqiu, completely missing the crucial intel on his actual affiliations. Yang Juding took a deep shaky breath, then raised his right foot and stomped hard on Mo Jujiao's back. Mo Jujiao's eyes bulged, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, then went still, game over. Li Qingqiu gave Mo Jujiao a quick once-over, confirmed the kill, then recalled his 9 swords. Standing up, he tossed a casual bury him, clean the mess while you're at it, over his shoulder, and walked away. Yang Juding watched Li Qingqiu walk away, a whirlwind of emotions churning inside him. Another kid had just completely dominated him. He couldn't help but sigh. This punk was seriously something else, no wonder he could even keep Zhang Zhaoxia in line. But then a thought struck him. Something felt wrong. He'd clearly just done them a favor, yet he ended up feeling like he'd messed up, stuck with corpse disposal and cleanup duty. Despite the seething indignation, he dutifully picked up Mo Jujiao's lifeless body. Just then, Zhang Zhaoxia and Wu Manor emerged from the forest below. Yang Juding froze, then his mind began to race, growing more horrified with every thought. If he hadn't intercepted Mo Jujiao just now and Mo Jujiao had bumped into Zhang Zhaoxia instead, that would have been a death sentence for him too. If that was the play, then he had truly screwed up by failing to follow the sect master's direct orders. Yang Juding's mood grew increasingly complex. He realized Li Qingqiu's schemes ran far deeper than he'd ever imagined. The worst part? With Zhang Zhaoxia right there, no matter how Li Qingqiu decided to punish him, he'd be powerless to resist. Li Qingqiu didn't bother concealing Mo Jujiao's death. For one, Yang Juding's shout had already alerted all the disciples. And 2, he wanted to send a clear message. The Qingqiao sect wasn't afraid to get its hands dirty. This wasn't some soft-spoken, righteous sect holed up in the mountains only knowing how to cultivate in peace. As for whether the local constabulary would get involved, he couldn't care less. No body, no crime, right? Especially since this world conveniently lacks security cameras. Besides, in the Jianghu, what sect didn't climb to power by stomping over mountains of bones? 7 days later, the disciples had already moved on. A gentle breeze drifted by, making for a perfectly pleasant day. In the forest, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Zhaoxia sat across from each other. Li Qingqiu, arms crossed, wore a perfectly smug expression. Zhang Zhaoxia clutched the parchment scroll detailing the Grand Despair Imperial Sword Art, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After devouring its contents, he looked at Li Qingqiu. Why would you just hand over such a profound martial art to me? He asked, stunned. A sect master, and you didn't even keep a single move for yourself? He was genuinely touched. Li Qingqiu truly hadn't become wary of him, even with his new status. Li Qingqiu replied, feigning annoyance, I'm not that kind of guy. I just need you to be the strongest person the Qingqiao sect has forever. Because, as he'd said before, Zhang Zhaoxia was permanently bound to him, so no mid-game quitting allowed. Zhang Zhaoxia chuckled, admitting, yeah, I actually wanted to bail before, but not anymore. He then assured Li Qingqiu, don't worry, senior brother, I'll always have your back. Li Qingqiu had long since come to terms with it. Trying to outpace Zhang Zhaoxia at this point was a losing battle. Instead of competing, it was far more efficient to simply power-level Zhang Zhaoxia as fast as humanly possible. Once the Qingqiao sect leveled up and he could finally copy Zhang Zhaoxia's fate trait, that would be his true chance to pull ahead. Having Zhang Zhaoxia be the Qingqiao sect's strongest public-facing expert, that was a definite win-win. As for himself, he'd be busy becoming the Qingqiao sect's ultimate hidden trump card. Li Qingqiu definitely had a competitive streak himself, it just hadn't manifested as a fate trait, yet. After that, Zhang Zhaoxia asked, a curious glint in his eye, so, senior brother, have you mastered the Grand Despair Imperial Sword Art yet? Li Qingqiu smirked, of course I learned it, one look was all it took. Zhang Zhaoxia felt the immediate pressure, but he never doubted his senior brother Li Qingqiu's sword comprehension was easily the most terrifying thing he'd ever witnessed. He looked down at the scroll, musing. Sure, martial arts borrowed chi from heaven and earth, but he always felt their absorbed spiritual energy was different, like a special server-side patch. Other internal cultivators couldn't even sense spiritual chi. Heck, even Yang Juding had no idea what it was. So, what gives? Li Qingqiu mentally facepalmed. Having a junior brother who's too observant wasn't exactly ideal. He raised an eyebrow, feigning helplessness. Who am I supposed to ask? He'd replied before finally dropping the bombshell. Look, we're not just practicing martial arts, we're straight up cultivating currency. Zhang Zhaoxia just deadpanned at him, clearly signaling for Li Qingqiu to get serious. Just then, Li Zifeng burst into the forest. Zhang Zhaoxia, with lightning speed, stuffed the parchment into his pocket. From a distance, Li Zifeng excitedly waved them over. Their second senior brother, he yelled, had just found an entire nest of baby eagles. In the courtyard, every single disciple was crowded around. Even Yang Juding was behind them, craning his neck to catch a peek. Li Qingqiu squatted in the middle of the crowd. Before him on the ground sat a nest, cradling 3 tiny eaglets and 2 unhatched eagle eggs. The 3 hatchlings were covered in dark gray down. Their tiny beaks already promised the majesty of full-grown eagles. Still too tiny to fly, they chirped and bumped around in the nest, surrounded by fragments of their former eggshells. Zhang Yuchen then launched into the epic tale of how he found the eagle's nest. Turns out, before his last trip down the mountain, he'd specifically picked up a few books on medicinal herbs, hoping to dabble in some healing arts. Using his new herbology books, he went foraging up the mountain, only to stumble upon the eagle's nest on a remote peak. He described the incredibly dangerous ordeal, eliciting gasps of shock from the disciples at every turn. Li Qingqiu eyed the eaglets, his mind already drifting to the guardian beast slot on his Dao Heritage System screen. Could he level them up into actual cultivators? Zhang Yuchen's eldest disciple Huang Shan then piped up asking if his master had seen the parents. Huang Shan at 13 was the oldest of the 7 new disciples and had already naturally assumed leadership of their little gang. While he hadn't yet cultivated any primordial chi, his martial aptitude was exceptional, and his raw physical prowess made him the strongest of the 7. Zhang Yuchen shook his head. Nope, if I'd run into them I definitely wouldn't have gotten this nest back in one piece. Li Qingqiu stood up smiling. Zhang Yuchen, excellent work, he praised, then told everyone to raise the eaglets and especially try their best to hatch those 2 eggs. He was already envisioning them as the Qingxiao sect's future guardian beasts. Imagine the prestige. Later, when anyone in the Jianghu saw an eagle, they'd know the Qingxiao sect was coming and immediately clear the path. Peak intimidation. The moment he said it, every disciple's eyes lit up. Even Zhang Zhaoxia's gaze towards the young eagles became utterly fervent. Yang Juding, however, couldn't resist a dry comment. They're eagles, not dogs, you know? They won't be easily tamed. When they grow up, they'll just fly away. Li Qingqiu, unperturbed, simply shrugged. That's why we gotta brainstorm some strategies. Success is always the preferred outcome after all. Up here on the mountain, aside from cultivation, there wasn't much else to do, so raising some pets? Not a bad side quest. The disciples immediately jumped into discussion, eagerly following Li Qingqiu's lead. Li Qingqiu listened in, casually dropping hints to expand their narrow worldview. The Qingxiao sect, in his opinion, was just too. It needed more creative players like Zhang Yuchen, who not only proactively learned healing but also brought home an entire eagle's nest. Bonus points for initiative. Musing it over, Li Qingqiu suddenly realized the Qingxiao sect needed a proper operating manual. For instance, every month he and his 6 junior brothers and sisters needed to hold a formal board meeting to map out the next month's development strategy. No slacking allowed, plus it would train his junior siblings in crucial management skills. Martial arts disciples too should be split into various specialized factions. That's how the Qingxiao sect's martial Dao would truly flourish and spread its influence. And the cultivation disciples? Those were the Qingxiao sect's true elites. After all, the Dao Heritage reward for everyone to become a full-fledged cultivator had already been claimed. Next, the absolute priority was to lay down a rock-solid foundation for the Qingxiao sect. Internal governance needed clear regulations, finances required careful planning, resources demanded long-term development. They even needed to start farming and expanding territory. This was basically a city builder sim now. The more Li Qingqiu brainstormed, the more he realized time was ticking. Before, things had been far too. That very evening, he summoned his 6 junior siblings to his room for an emergency meeting. Even though Wu Man'er was a bit naive and Li Zifeng and Li Zijin were still basically toddlers, he made sure they both attended. The 7 grew increasingly animated, throwing out ideas. Even Zhang Zhaoxia, usually reserved, contributed a surprising number of constructive suggestions. After dismissing the meeting, they returned to their rooms, only to immediately kick off smaller group discussions with the rest of the disciples. That night, the entire Qingxiao sect buzzed with activity until the wee hours. By morning practice, nearly everyone was sporting impressive dark circles under their eyes. Yang Juoding stood atop the mountain peak, stretching as he gazed down at the vibrant Qingxiao sect disciples in the courtyard below, a deep sense of awe swelling within him. He suddenly felt it in his bones. In 10 years, the Qingxiao sect would be renowned throughout the entire world. The sect would flourish, undergoing earth-shattering transformations. With that thought, he realized he probably needed to step up his own game as well. Yang Juding finally had an epiphany. He decided to seriously dedicate himself to nurturing the 7 disciples from the mountain village. Because these 7 were undeniably destined to become the future pillars of the Qingxiao sect. As for Huang Meng, he couldn't even teach her if he wanted to. Because that little girl only listens to Li Qingqiu now. In the following days, the disciples' scope of activity began to expand. Just cultivating and training within the 3 courtyards was no longer enough for them. So, they started heading to the forest at the foot of the mountain for their practice. Even Yang Juding began giving individual instructions. Yang Juding's attitude pleased Li Qingqiu, who then started to change his perception of him. Just like that, 3 months flew by, and the weather turned scorching hot. The mischievous Li Zifeng was lying under a tree trying to rest but couldn't calm his mind. This spot was halfway up the mountain, about 200 zhang from the sect on the peak. He was training alone, just as his eldest senior brother had instructed. When cultivating the Gale Wind technique, he couldn't let Yang Juding or anyone else see him. Li Zifeng had been cultivating the Gale Wind technique for half a month, but he still couldn't grasp its essence. He was almost ready to give up. He sighed, feeling that not cultivating was probably a lot more fun. The young boy lay with his hands behind his head, legs crossed, his small feet constantly wiggling. He felt his current life was great, carefree and easygoing, with so many things he wanted to do every day. Today he wanted to dig up a rat's nest. That big rat he encountered last time had escaped, and he hadn't forgotten it. The sound of distant voices made Li Zifeng sit up and watch intently. He saw two figures approaching from afar, an old man and a youth, both dusty from travel, pushing aside weeds along the roadside. The young man in plain clothes walking ahead was surprised to find a child there. The white-haired elder followed behind, tall and sturdy, with luggage strapped to his back. Despite his white hair, he exuded an aura of resilience. He glanced at Li Zifeng and couldn't help but frown. This place was too far from the village at the foot of the mountain. It was clearly not somewhere a child could reach on their own. As if realizing something, he spoke up, asking if the boy was a disciple of the Qingqiu Sect. Li Zifeng didn't run. He remained seated, admitting he was indeed a Qingqiu Sect disciple, then asked who they were. The moment he heard Li Zifeng was a Qingqiu Sect disciple, the young man in plain clothes immediately sped up and rushed forward. The white-haired elder reluctantly called out, "Young master, slow down a bit," and followed. Arriving before Li Zifeng, the plain-clothed youth excitedly introduced himself as Jiang Yan, 13 years old, and then asked for Li Zifeng's name and age. Li Zifeng stood up and replied that his name was Li Zifeng, also 13. He took the opportunity to compare heights, found himself slightly shorter than Jiang Yan, and immediately felt a little miffed. At this point, the white-haired elder approached and asked if their master Lin Shunfeng was present. Li Zifeng looked at him and replied that his master had left a long time ago. Hadn't he already announced his retirement from the martial world at the Xiaoyao martial arts tournament? Hadn't they heard? Ever since Lin Shunfeng declared his seclusion, Li Qingqiu no longer made the disciples hide the matter. After hearing this, the white-haired elder wasn't disappointed at all. Instead, he smiled and asked if Zhang Zhaoxiao was still in the sect. Li Zifeng immediately grew wary and asked, "Don't tell me you know my third senior brother?" Seeing that both of them shared the surname Jiang, he instantly felt something was off. Even though he usually feared Zhang Zhaoxia, their bond as senior and junior brothers was still very deep. They were both orphans, but their backgrounds remained a mystery to each other. In that moment, a thought struck him. Could third senior brother have a family down the mountain? If third senior brother left, what would become of the Qingqiu sect? Despite being young and usually a scatterbrain, his mind was actually quite sharp. In a flash, he foresaw many negative consequences because the Qingqiu sect couldn't afford to lose Zhang Zhaoxia right now. Jiang Yan laughed and said Zhang Zhaoxia was his elder brother. They had specifically come here to find him and bring him home. Jiang Yan was naturally handsome with fair skin, and his radiant smile was quite endearing, but in Li Zifeng's eyes that smile suddenly became incredibly annoying. So Li Zifeng feigned helplessness and sympathy, saying that his third senior brother had already gone down the mountain with their master a while ago. The two of them had essentially made a wasted trip. Hearing this, the white-haired elder couldn't help but frown. He then asked if they could stay for a night, as it was too late to go down the mountain now. Li Zifeng shook his head, stating that the sect already had other guests, so there was no room for them. The white-haired elder still didn't give up, saying they just wanted to take a look around. However, Li Zifeng was still too young and inadvertently revealed a clue that the white-haired elder picked up on. After saying that, the white-haired elder pulled Jiang Yan and started heading up the mountain. Li Zifeng grew anxious, quickly blocking their path, adamantly refusing to let them go up the mountain. The white-haired elder's expression turned displeased, but he patiently asked why Li Zifeng was stopping them from finding young Master Jiang. Li Zifeng glared, challenging them. "You abandoned third senior brother, and now you want to take him back? On what grounds do you think you can control my third senior brother so freely?" The white-haired elder reluctantly explained that there were many reasons for what happened back then, and Li Zifeng was too young to understand. But now, if his third senior brother returned with them, he would enjoy a blessed life, far better than staying on this mountain. He even added that if Li Zifeng couldn't bear to part with third senior brother, he could come along too. Jiang Yan, seemingly very interested in Li Zifeng, chimed in as well, saying his father was now a high official and living a good life, but Li Zifeng remained utterly unconvinced. Instead, he grew even more panicked, feeling as if Zhang Zhaoxia was slipping away from him. He instantly declared this was absolutely unacceptable, clenching his small fists tightly. Angrily, he drew a dagger from his waist, its blade glinting ominously. Seeing Li Zifeng draw his weapon, the white-haired old man chuckled, stroking his beard. "Does this kid even know who I am? Dare to draw a weapon on me in the martial world, and not even immortals could save you." Li Zifeng yelled back, "That line? I learned it from eldest disciple." The white-haired old man didn't understand, but he certainly recognized the kid was insulting him. His face instantly turned cold. He snorted, "Very well, I'll teach you a lesson on Lin Shunfeng's behalf so you know how to speak to your elders." He reached out to grab Li Zifeng. Suddenly, Li Zifeng made his move. His left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the old man's right wrist and pulling with surprising force, catching his opponent off guard. The old man's body lost balance and stumbled towards him. At the same moment, Li Zifeng had another move ready. His right hand, still clutching the dagger, plunged straight towards the opponent's chest. The old man's pupils widened in shock, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. In that flash of lightning, the white-haired old man channeled energy to his right leg, internal energy erupting, forcibly twisting free of Li Zifeng's grasp as his body lurched backward. But even so, Li Zifeng's dagger still pierced his chest, spraying fresh blood. The white-haired old man staggered back over 10 paces before regaining his balance. He looked down at his chest, touched the wound, and seeing it wasn't deep, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at his right arm. His sleeve was torn to shreds with 3 streaks of blood staining his arm. This still sent shivers down his spine, his gaze at Li Zifeng now filled with dread. This kid not only possessed immense strength but was also incredibly fast. Jiang Yan watched, utterly dumbfounded. Even though his face was smeared with dirt, he barely noticed. He couldn't believe Grandfather Du, the most skilled martial artist in his mind, had been wounded by a teenager his own age. He clearly saw Li Zifeng didn't launch a sneak attack. Grandfather Du made the first move. Li Zifeng was simply faster. The white-haired old man, Du Xuanfeng by name, took a deep breath, looked at Li Zifeng, and solemnly asked his name. But Li Zifeng only gritted his teeth, warning, "Get off this mountain, don't force my hand." While he deeply admired Zhang Zhaoxia's killer aura, when it was actually his turn, his heart was incredibly tense. He wasn't usually so murderous, but this involved the Qingqiu sect, so his killing intent couldn't be suppressed. Zhang Zhaoxia was the most formidable person in the Qingqiu sect. If he leaves and the Seven Peaks Alliance or Green Sect dared to invade the Qingqiu sect, it would all be over. Upon hearing Li Zifeng's words, Du Xuanfeng chuckled, his smile icy cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He began to circulate his cultivation, his robes and hair fluttering, his entire aura becoming even more terrifying. He declared that he had traversed the martial world for countless years, heard threats like that countless times, but no one had ever backed them up. Du Xuanfeng changed his address, referring to himself as this old man. His expression became domineering, completely different from the old man just moments ago. Li Zifeng was intimidated, but as soon as he circulated his spiritual energy, his courage surged and his face twisted into a fierce scowl. If Du Xuanfeng was like an old ferocious tiger, then Li Zifeng was a cunning and vicious lone wolf. As the two faced off, Jiang Yan was so frightened he kept backing away. Just then a voice rang out, asking what Li Feng was doing. His expression instantly changed. A look of panic flashed across his face as he turned, only to see Zhang Zhaoxia standing atop a massive tree not far away. The slender branch beneath his feet made Zhang Zhaoxia, despite his tattered common clothes, exude an aura of an immortal master. Zhang Zhaoxia remained expressionless. His eyes didn't even glance at Li Zifeng but fixated solely on Du Xuanfeng. For some unknown reason, under Zhang Zhaoxia's gaze, a feeling of dread welled up in Du Xuanfeng's heart. He had roamed the martial world for countless years, and those who could instill such fear with a single glance were always world-renowned peak-level experts. But this person looked so young, which utterly astonished him. He couldn't believe the Qingqiu sect housed two such peerless geniuses. Li Zifeng alone made him feel threatened, but this newly arrived youth made him feel utterly outmatched. His gut instinct screamed that if he made a move, he'd face a miserable death. Realizing he couldn't hide it any longer, Li Zifeng was about to speak, but Du Xuanfeng aghast blurted out, "Is that Zhang Zhaoxia?" Jiang Yan also joyfully called out, "Big brother." Zhang Zhaoxia's presence filled him with immense admiration. His big brother was even more formidable than he'd imagined. However, Zhang Zhaoxia was completely unfazed by the call. Still staring intently at Du Xuanfeng, he continued to question Li Zifeng, his tone full of commanding authority. "Are your third senior brother's words no longer effective?" Li Zifeng trembled violently, utterly terrified, and quickly recounted the entire conflict. He screamed internally, "This is it, I'm so done." Laying hands on third senior brother's kin was no small offense, and he was certain he was about to get clobbered. Yet, after hearing the whole story, Zhang Zhaoxia's expression remained completely unfazed. He merely snorted, declaring Li Zifeng's performance not bad but not good enough. He should have just eliminated them directly. Those words didn't just shock Du Xuanfeng and Jiang Yan, even Li Zifeng was completely blindsided. Li Zifeng nervously swallowed, cautiously reminding him, "But they were looking for third senior brother. And that kid was even his younger brother." But Zhang Zhaoxia remained expressionless, merely stating that he only had two junior brothers, Li Zifeng and Manner. Li Zifeng fell silent, deeply moved but also feeling an inexplicable, ineffable sadness welling up inside him. Being so young, he couldn't quite pinpoint why he felt so sad. Du Xuanfeng immediately jumped in, explaining that the past wasn't as Zhang Zhaoxia thought. His father had been forced to let Xunfeng bring him to the mountain. But Zhang Zhaoxia coldly retorted that he didn't care what they thought. He only trusted what he saw and what he remembered. Zhang Zhaoxia drew the sword from his waist, pointed it straight at Du Xuanfeng, and offered him one final chance. Du Xuanfeng's face twisted. He could only grit his teeth and call for Jiang Yan to leave. Jiang Yan quickly hurried to his side. The two master and servant didn't hesitate, quickly making their exit. Zhang Zhaoxia sheathed his sword, launched himself into the air, and softly landed right in front of Li Zifeng. Li Zifeng noticed the wind swirling around Zhang Zhaoxia when he landed, and curiously asked if that was some kind of gale wind technique. Zhang Zhaoxia immediately smacked him on the head. "Your cultivation is too shallow and your body isn't fully developed," he lectured. "Next time you face a powerful enemy, it's best to kill them in a single strike. Never drag it out." Rubbing his head, Li Zifeng asked, bewildered, "Did third senior brother really want me to kill them?" For the first time, a sense of admiration for Zhang Zhaoxia welled up in him. He wanted to be just like that. Zhang Zhaoxia simply confirmed it with a nod, then turned and walked away. Li Zifeng scurried after him. In the distance, Jiang Yan, still being dragged away by Du Xuanfeng, looked back, feeling in his heart that Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng looked more like true brothers. Dazzling sunlight pierced through the trees as the two figures quickly vanished from his sight. In the courtyard, Li Qingqiu was at his desk, diligently writing with a brush, while Li Dongye stood nearby, fanning him to chase away the heat. Though she herself was drenched in sweat, she showed no fatigue, her eyes never leaving him for even a second. Li Qingqiu barely registered Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng's return. He was far too busy scribbling away on the Hunyuan scripture. Zhang Zhaoxia walked straight up to him and recounted the entire recent ordeal. After hearing it, Li Qingqiu glared at Li Zifeng, scolding him. "This kid really has some nerve, pulling a shoot first, ask questions later stunt." Li Dongye also looked at Li Zifeng with a newfound respect, or maybe fear. She never expected their usually mild-mannered junior brother to be so ruthless. Li Zifeng, feeling wronged, explained he was just afraid third senior brother would go with them. Zhang Zhaoxia coldly snorted, clarifying that there was no misunderstanding about the past at all. His father, wanting to marry the Qiongui family's daughter, drove his mother to her death and tried to abandon him. If Master hadn't shown up just in time, he likely would have been dealt with by that man's disciples. So there was absolutely no going back for him. He also assured Li Qingqiu, eldest senior brother, rest easy, I'll always stand by you. The Jiang family was a prominent martial arts clan, but like so many others in the Jianghu, they wanted to whitewash their reputation. That year when Lin Chunfeng first brought Jiang Zhaoxia to the mountain, Li Qingqiu had overheard Lin Chunfeng and his companions discussing it. It was exactly as Jiang Zhaoxia described. Li Qingqiu nodded, then leveled a stern gaze at Li Zifeng. Anything important, you clear it with me first, he admonished. Whether I approve or not, you must inform me first, because I'm the sect master of Qingzhao Sect, not just your eldest senior brother. Li Qingqiu internally noted, this kid's starting to show signs of a major fate trait, definitely need to keep a closer eye on him. He wasn't afraid Li Zifeng would betray him, the kid's loyalty rating was still well within acceptable parameters. What he did worry about was Li Zifeng, with all his good intentions, accidentally messing things up and hurting himself. He wasn't just cultivating for himself, he had to lead all his junior brothers and sisters to cultivate alongside him. Not a single unit could be left behind. Every single one of these junior brothers and sisters, he'd practically raised them himself. He'd changed their diapers, coaxed them to sleep. In his heart, they were already family. Li Zifeng pouted, muttering, I know. In front of his senior brother and sister, he instantly reverted to a meek kitten, completely losing his threatening aura. Li Qingqiu waved him off. Go on, go play. Just looking at you right now makes me angry. I'm afraid I'll lose my temper and actually smack you. Li Zifeng immediately sensed his eldest senior brother was genuinely furious, so he promptly turned and bolted. Jiang Zhaoxia looked at Li Qingqiu, a frown on his face. The Jiang family found us, he stated, and I have a feeling they're not just after me, but the Qingxiao sect as a whole. Even though the Qingxiao sect is tiny, its territory is vast. It's practically an open invitation for others to eye it greedily. Li Qingqiu nodded, stating, I've already got a game plan. Soldiers come, generals stand, floods rise, earth blocks. He then changed the topic, telling Jiang Zhaoxia to take Huangshan and Yulin down the mountain tomorrow. They needed to buy some fabrics from the nearest town and invite a tailor back up to the mountain. He was planning to commission uniforms for the Qingxiao sect, explicitly telling her not to spare any expense. Everyone in the Qingxiao sect was still wearing old, tattered clothes. They looked less like sect disciples and more like farmhands. Jiang Zhaoxia nodded, adding that she'd also keep an eye out for any other potential money-making opportunities. Li Qingqiu further instructed her to take good care of those two boys. They could get some good training in, but she absolutely could not let them come back missing any limbs. Huangshan and Yulin were the oldest among the second-generation disciples. Li Qingqiu valued their future prospects highly, wanting them to start their training early. Jiang Zhaoxia said she'd be careful, then turned and left. Li Qingqiu turned to Li Dongye, telling her to take a break. Her senior brother wasn't that hot after all. Li Dongye chuckled, saying she wasn't tired, then asked about the sect uniforms. She wanted to know if the male and female disciples' uniforms would be different. As they spoke, bead-sized drops of sweat trickled down her cheeks, hair sticking to her face. Li Qingqiu felt a bit helpless with her. He just let her continue fanning and replied that there would definitely be differences, but generally they still needed to be recognizable as belonging to the same sect. Li Dongye was thrilled to hear this, then added that her second senior brother was also taking her to the village tomorrow to trade for food seeds. She wanted to bring Zijin and Ninger along. Li Qingqiu agreed immediately, instructing that if any heavy work needed doing, Yuchun should handle it. The girls should at most just help him carry some small items. Li Dongye happily agreed. The two continued chatting casually under the sun, their shadows stretching long across the ground. The sun set, the moon rose, and a new day dawned. When Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia each led a team down the mountain, the Qingxiao sect became noticeably emptier. Li Qingqiu didn't go to the underground spirit lake. He needed to guard the Qingxiao sect to prevent any unforeseen incidents. At noon, after finishing his meal, he went alone to the sect gate, preparing to meditate and cultivate while also waiting for Zhang Yuchun and the others to return. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair, and his heart gradually settled into tranquility. It was as if he had finally found the true feeling of cultivation, a state of calm freedom with no worries left in his mind. Li Qingqiu had been meditating at the sect gate for an hour when Yang Jueding emerged from within the sect. After several months of recuperation, his injuries had fully recovered. His essence, chi and spirit had also returned to their peak state. His eyes blazed like torches, his gait was like a dragon's and a tiger's, and his aura was absolutely formidable. He walked straight to Li Qingqiu's side and sat down, his gaze scrutinizing Li Qingqiu from head to toe. Li Qingqiu didn't even open his eyes, merely asking, "What's up?" Yang Jueding clicked his tongue in wonder, remarking that their cultivation techniques were truly bizarre. The commotion caused when drawing in heaven and earth spiritual energy was immense. What's more, the heaven and earth spiritual energy they absorbed didn't seem to be the same kind he recognized. According to him, though there were countless martial arts styles, this was the first time he'd ever seen an internal cultivation method with such rapid effects. Even if Li Qingqiu and the others were cultivating immortality right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to tell. While martial arts cultivation also absorbed heaven and earth spiritual energy to nurture internal chi, it was vastly different from cultivating immortality. Martial arts internal chi relied on acupoints and the dantian for activation, with heaven and earth spiritual energy merely acting as a catalyst. Meanwhile, the primordial ki of cultivation regarded the physical body as a tool akin to alchemy, refining heaven and earth spiritual ki into primordial, a process of transformation. There were countless types of chi between heaven and earth. Spiritual chi was the foundational essence of all creation found everywhere, yet it was the most difficult type of chi for mortals to grasp. Only then did Li Qingqiu crack open one eye to glance at him, asking if he wanted to learn it. Yang Jueding grinned, asking if it was even possible. He hadn't learned it before because he couldn't bear to abandon his 20 years of accumulated internal energy, but seeing the results of the Qingxiao sect disciples, he could no longer hold back. After all, his cultivation base was unlikely to advance much further anyway, he might as well seek out a different path. Li Qingqiu agreed without hesitation, saying he'd teach him shortly. During this time, he had observed all of Yang Jieding's actions. His attitude toward teaching the second-generation disciples martial arts had been excellent, making Li Qingqiu very satisfied. Yang Jieding was overjoyed at his agreement. At this moment, he felt even more strongly that Li Qingqiu was not heartless. As long as one put in the effort, there would be a reward. Yang Jieding then brought up something he'd been thinking about for several days. His expression turned serious as he asked if Li Qingqiu felt the Qingxiao sect was developing too slowly. Li Qingqiu opened his eyes, turned his head to look at him, and asked if he had any brilliant ideas. Yang Jieding continued, saying he saw Zhang Zhaoxia and Zhang Yuchun heading down the mountain again, which proved they were severely lacking funds. In his opinion, as long as they had enough money, they would have more food. They could forge more weapons, build more residences, and thus the Qingxiao sect would naturally develop quickly. He looked at Li Qingqiu, no longer beating around the bush, and stated directly, had Li Qingqiu ever considered cooperating with influential families or wealthy patrons? Because that way they could gain both money and an additional force, simply by teaching martial arts or conceding a portion of their authority. He paused here, waiting for Li Qingqiu's reaction. If Li Qingqiu didn't agree, saying anything more would just be an overstep. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, asking in return, do you happen to have a connection? In truth, Li Qingqiu had already considered this himself a long time ago. He wasn't opposed to cooperating with influential wealthy families. In a world similar to ancient Waxia, these families held most of the resources, especially knowledge and texts. If he could cooperate with them, he'd gain access to all sorts of talented individuals. Even a cultivation sect couldn't just rely on disciples burying their heads in cultivation. Attracting external talent was essential. In the future, Qingxiao sect absolutely needed master weaponsmiths, physicians, scholars, and tailors. He couldn't keep sending someone down the mountain every time a robe needed mending. He even envisioned building a city for Qingxiao sect, forming a complete self-sustaining ecosystem. Of course, achieving all that would take time. Seeing his lack of opposition, Yang Jieding immediately perked up, straightened his back, and declared he'd traveled to Jianghu for years, naturally accumulating many acquaintances. If Li Qingqiu didn't mind, he'd be honored to offer a suggestion. He then clearly analyzed that a sect like Qingxiao couldn't involve itself with powerful families holding official positions, as they'd easily be exploited. Nor could they involve families connected to other martial factions, because if conflicts arose later, they'd be incredibly difficult to resolve. According to him, the best fit for them would be newly ascended families without deep roots or rapidly rising wealthy merchants. Such individuals lacked sufficient power and needed martial force to protect their enterprises, making Qingxiao sect's existence crucial. At the same time, because they lacked their own martial power, they'd be wary of Qingxiao sect and wouldn't dare act up. Li Qingqiu looked at Yang Jieding in a new light. He'd always thought Yang Jieding was just a crude martial artist, never expecting such thorough insight when considering a problem. Yang Jieding replied that near the Taikun mountain range in Meishan village there was just such a family, the Qin clan. An ancestor of theirs had once been a top imperial scholar. 30 years ago, during a great upheaval when the dynasty changed, they hid in Meishan village to escape disaster. A few years back, he'd passed through and had a very pleasant chat with their patriarch. The Qin family wanted to reestablish themselves. They'd always been in business, boasting a prosperous lineage. They'd be a perfect fit for Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu narrowed his eyes. He pointed out they could also bring trouble to Qingxiao sect, because no matter how strong a sect became, it couldn't stand against the imperial court's vast army. The Qin family had fled for a reason. If they were labeled as remnants of the old dynasty, that would be a huge headache. Yang Jieding seriously explained that this was the closest and most suitable family to them. As for other options, they were either too far or already entangled with the Jianghu in messy ways. Around the Taikun mountain range, there was no shortage of Jianghu sects, a real mixed bag of characters. He added that any choice came with risks. It was simply a matter of how Li Qingqiu chose to play and if he dared to gamble. Li Qingqiu felt there was logic to his words and sank into deep thought. Yang Jieding didn't press, merely enjoying the magnificent mountain scenery before them. A moment later, Li Qingqiu decided to have Yang Jieding go invite the Qin family patriarch up the mountain, while he would personally speak with them. Yang Jieding happily agreed. What made him joyous wasn't just Li Qingqiu accepting his proposal, but that despite his youth, Li Qingqiu dared to engage with outside forces. To him, with such vision and courage, Qingxiao sect's future couldn't be underestimated. The two chatted a bit more, then Yang Jieding went to pack a simple bag, intending to descend the mountain today. If things went quickly, he could bring the people up the mountain in 5 days at most. After Yang Jieding left, Li Qingqiu remained seated in meditation before the Sect gate. It wasn't until the sun was about to set that he saw Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongye, Li Zijin, and Xiang Ning emerge from the forest, each carrying a basket overflowing with provisions. Zhang Yuchun even led 3 small pigs, which squealed all the way up the path. Li Qingqiu smiled, thinking to himself, second junior brother truly has some skills. To manage to get so many supplies from the villagers, especially with Guizhou recently falling into chaos. There's been a rebellion, and refugees are everywhere. He waited for everyone to reach the mountain, then together they entered the Sect, chatting as they walked. It was then he learned that most of the goods were actually gifts from the families of Huangshan and Yulin. This instantly changed his perspective on disciples whose families knew to send gifts. He secretly assessed them as high-potential units, very sensible, definitely worth investing more cultivation into later. That very night, Li Qingqiu assigned 2 disciples to be responsible for raising the pigs. 2 were needed because the disciples were still too young and had to help each other out. Qingxiao sect was currently still a children's sect, many tasks required forming teams to accomplish. 5 days later, while Zhang Zhaoxia's group still hadn't returned, Yang Jieding brought the Qin family's people up the mountain first. The one who arrived was the Qin family's young master Qin Jue. He looked exactly like a wealthy noble 25 years old, amiable, enthusiastic, and open-minded. He had come alone with Yang Juding. His father couldn't make it, held back by other matters. Li Qingqiu led him into the courtyard to talk, with Yang Juding joining them. After Qin Jue sat down, Yang Juding began pouring tea. This made him even more curious about Li Qingqiu. Just what did this young sect master have that commanded such respect from the renowned dragon-subduing hero? While chatting with Li Qingqiu, he also observed the other disciples in the courtyard. Wu Menair and 3 younger disciples were practicing their forms. Li Zifeng stood on the eaves practicing his swordplay. All of them looked skilled, especially Li Zifeng. His sword techniques were so sharp he didn't seem like a child at all. He stood steadily on the roof. One look and you knew his cultivation was profound. After the pleasantries, Qin Jue got down to business, first asking about the Qingxiao sect's true strength and its capacity to assist the Qin family. Li Qingqiu chuckled lightly, saying that if the Qin family faced trouble, he could dispatch at least 3 powerful experts like Yang Juding to assist, and even help cultivate the family's younger generation, because the Qingxiao sect's martial arts were anything but simple. Qin Jue looked at Yang Juding, who nodded, confirming he had indeed joined the Qingxiao sect. He stated that as long as the sect master commanded it, he would face any danger without hesitation. Afterwards, Yang Juding turned to Li Zifeng on the eaves and told him to show off a little. Hearing this, Li Zifeng spun around and directly threw the sword in his hand. This move, which he had clearly practiced, was infused with his vital energy. The longsword shot out like lightning, thrusting straight for Qin Jue's face. They were less than 5 zhang apart. In the blink of an eye, the longsword was practically at his nose. The speed was so immense that Qin Jue, a martial artist himself, couldn't react in time. He froze, scared out of his wits. Luckily, at that exact moment, a hand shot out from beside his head, effortlessly pinching the flying longsword between 2 fingers. The blade vibrated intensely, letting out a clear, resonant hum. Qin Jue instinctively turned his head, only to realize that the one who had acted wasn't Yang Juding but Li Qingqiu. This astonished him beyond measure, as this seemingly harmless young sect master possessed such incredible martial prowess. Even Yang Juding was startled because Li Zifeng had genuinely frightened him too. His original intention was just for Li Zifeng to perform a sword routine. He hadn't expected the kid's attack to be so ruthless. What surprised him most was Li Qingqiu's incredibly swift movements, even faster than his own. A thought couldn't help but form in his mind. Perhaps Li Qingqiu's true strength was no weaker than Zhang Zhaoxia's. Li Qingqiu tossed the longsword aside, its blade embedding into the ground, still vibrating. He then glared and scolded the impudent Li Zifeng, telling him he meant show off a skill, not try to kill, and ordered him to apologize immediately. Li Zifeng quickly jumped off the eaves and ran straight to Qin Jue to apologize. Qin Jue forced a smile, muttering that it was nothing, but internally his initial fear and anger had transformed into a surging excitement. He felt that the Qingxiao sect truly possessed profound capabilities. Li Qingqiu gave Li Zifeng a playful kick on the butt, then continued his discussion with Qin Jue. The subsequent negotiation proceeded very smoothly. Both sides first clarified the Qin family's requirements, then cut straight to the chase, entering the phase of exchanging benefits. An hour later, Qin Jue hurried down the mountain, escorted by Yang Juding. From then on, the Qin family would annually provide the Qingxiao sect with a massive sum of money and vast quantities of resources. In return, the Qingxiao sect would accept 6 Qin family disciples under the age of 12 for martial arts training. Among them, Li Qingqiu would even select one to become his personal disciple. Li Qingqiu saw the 2 off at the sect gates, watching them descend the mountain. Just then, a notification suddenly popped up before him. Due to the Qingxiao sect's first external faction funding and with the sect master's authority undivided, you have received an opportunity to claim a legacy inheritance reward. Li Qingqiu stared at the notification, falling into thought. He realized this aspect could be a key strategy for promoting the Qingxiao sect's future development. He turned and walked back into the sect, eager to see what kind of legacy inheritance reward he could unlock. Meanwhile, on the mountain path, Qin Jue suddenly turned to Yang Juding, remarking that their sect master, though young, had profound schemes. Li Zifeng's ruthless attack, he mused, must have been pre-arranged. Yang Juding chuckled, saying he knew nothing of that, only that Qin Jue hadn't been harmed. Besides, he added, that was the most time-efficient way for Qin Jue to personally experience the Qingxiao sect's true power. Qin Jue nodded. With his grand ambitions, he wouldn't quibble over Li Qingqiu's methods. On the contrary, before coming here, he had worried the Qingxiao sect wouldn't last, fearing the Qin family's investment would be entirely wasted. This was also why his father hadn't come in person. The Qingxiao sect originally held considerable prestige in the Jianghu. Its 2 previous sect masters had both been renowned experts in the martial world. After Lin Xunfeng announced his retirement, the Qingxiao sect was bound to face the covetous gaze of countless other sects. But now, Qin Jue was completely unconcerned. He was even looking forward to seeing what extraordinary story the Qingxiao sect would carve out in the Jianghu. Yang Juding then seriously informed Qin Jue that the Qingxiao sect's most formidable individual wasn't even present today. That kid was far more terrifying. Even he was afraid of offending him. He had introduced the Qin family here because of his friendship with Qin Jue's father. With the talents of the Qingxiao sect's prodigies, once their reputation spread, countless powerful families, high officials and nobles would undoubtedly come to recruit them. By then, the Qin family would have no chance to get a foot in the door. Qin Jue nodded, clearly understanding that principle. After some thought, he offered to discreetly provide additional funds and resources, in exchange for his son becoming the other's personal disciple. Yang Juding chuckled, asking if Qin Jue was trying to secure a fallback plan. Qin Jue calmly replied that East Brother often invited trouble. At that, Yang Juding seemed to recall something from the past, falling into a pensive silence. Soon their silhouettes vanished deep into the mountain forest. As soon as Qin Jue and Yang Juding left, Li Qingqiu rushed back to his courtyard, went straight into his room, and closed the door. The other disciples were already busy with their tasks, so no one noticed his unusual haste. Li Qingqiu sat cross-legged on his bed and immediately opened his legacy inheritance. Notifications popped up receiving legacy inheritance, unlocking Dao Heritage, acquired secret art, Ghost Immortal rejuvenation needles, then a prompt accept inheritance? Curiosity flashed in his eyes. Faced with the newly acquired secret art, he immediately accepted the inheritance. A massive influx of memories flooded his mind, a long familiar sensation that left him slightly dazed. He closed his eyes, completely immersed. When he finally opened his eyes, the sunset glowed outside his window. Recalling the marvels of the Ghost Immortal rejuvenation needles, a joyful expression bloomed on his face. The Ghost Immortal rejuvenation needles could stop bleeding, neutralize poison, stimulate internal organs, and possessed an incredibly rich array of medicinal applications, nearly omnipotent. Not only that, but this needle art could also kill enemies, its needles as swift as lightning and as unpredictable as a Ghost Immortal. The Ghost Immortal rejuvenation needles relied on Qi. For healing, Qi consumption varied, but for combat, the Qi expenditure was surprisingly low. Li Qingqiu felt this art was far better than the Taijue sword control art. With his current Qi reserves, he wasn't suited for large-scale magic like the sword control art. Conversely, this finger-flick needle art was perfect for him, consuming little Qi yet dealing unpredictable damage. The more he thought about it, the more he liked the Dao Heritage. While it didn't directly grant him spells, it ingrained them into his memory, not letting him forget a single character. This mnemonic memory would make cultivating the inherited spells significantly easier. He then stood up, adjusted his robes, and went out for dinner. Even at the second layer of Foundation Establishment, while he could reduce sleep, he hadn't achieved Bigu yet, so eating was still a mandatory quest objective. Arriving in the courtyard, he saw his disciples preparing food. He walked to his seat and sat down. Meanwhile, Li Zijin, Xu Ning, and the other disciples were already gossiping about the Qin family's visit. Li Zijin, being the boldest, directly asked if the Qingqiu sect was about to get a new batch of disciples. The other disciples also showed clear signs of curiosity and anticipation. For kids, making new friends was always an exciting prospect. Li Qingqiu nodded, confirming that the visitor from today would indeed be sending 6 new juniors. Not only that, but over the next 6 months, the Qingqiu sect would recruit even more disciples. His master plan: before the year's end, the Qingqiu sect's disciple count would hit 50. Hearing this, the disciples grew even more excited, their voices buzzing with lively chatter. Yang Juding sat at the end of the long table, a beaming smile on his face, remaining silent. A true hidden master knows when to stay silent. He felt today's events were absolutely a major victory. Now what he anticipated most was Li Qingqiu imparting the Qingqiu sect's unique internal cultivation art to him. He was dying to know what kind of internal art could make these little brats so ridiculously powerful. As night slowly fell, oil lamps were hung around the courtyard. Even after dinner, some disciples lingered in the courtyard playing. Li Qingqiu and Li Dongye used small knives to whittle a large bundle of wooden toothpicks. While the Qingqiu sect had a decent stock of weapons, silver needles were notably absent, so he had to make do with these for now. After taking the wooden toothpicks, he told Li Dongye to rest early and went into his room. It was already dark, unsuitable for cultivating the Ghost Immortal rejuvenation needles. He decided to practice it tomorrow morning after his Qi absorption session. Li Dongye sat on a chair watching her senior brothers retreating back, her eyes full of confusion. That night, Zhang Yuchun came to Li Qingqiu's room again. He was a bit worried about Li Qingqiu taking in the Qin family disciples. 6 new kids at once could easily form a clique, especially with one of them becoming Li Qingqiu's personal disciple. It took a good while of comforting before Li Qingqiu finally saw him off. As for the Qin family disciples, Li Qingqiu already had a plan. He couldn't let these newly recruited disciples enjoy the same VIP treatment as the others right off the bat. The Qingqiu sect needed a proper seniority ranking system in place. More than that, the division between immortal cultivation and martial arts needed to be clearly defined. Unless a disciple possessed truly outstanding talent, they'd have to start with martial arts, only earning the right to true immortal cultivation through hard-won merit. As for the exact rules and regulations, he still needed to hash out the specifics, because right now his brain was singularly focused on the Spring Ghost Immortal Needle technique. He couldn't actually practice the needle arts tonight, but he could mentally reinforce all the weak points in his head, prepping for training. Over the next 2 days, Li Qingqiu poured most of his energy into cultivating the Spring Ghost Immortal Needle, though progress was admittedly less than stellar. It made him seriously miss the satisfying grind of sword cultivation, and he still had no clue when he'd be able to snag a second fate trait. By day 3 after Qinjue had departed, Jiang Zhaoxia and the other 2 finally returned, tailor in tow. The treacherous mountain path had completely drained the tailor. He was drenched in sweat and immediately collapsed in the courtyard upon arrival. Zhang Yuchun quickly poured him a cup of water. Li Qingqiu wasn't in a rush to forge the sect's protective artifacts. Instead, he pulled Jiang Zhaoxia into his room for a chat. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye followed right behind. In the courtyard, only the disciples crowded around the tailor, while Yang Juding was completely lost in his Chaos Yuan scripture, utterly detached from reality. Once inside, Jiang Zhaoxia gave a full debriefing of everything that had transpired on their journey. Beyond locating the tailor and procuring materials, he'd also scouted around, finally unearthing a viable revenue stream. According to him, Snake City had plenty of bounty quests, tracking down culprits, suppressing bandits, all with decent reward payouts. They could take on these bounties or even escort merchant caravans near the Mount Tycoon range, ensuring safe passage. Zhang Zhaoxia sat there, beaming with confidence, convinced he could quickly rack up wealth for the Qingqiu sect. Zhang Yuchun inquired about the specific payouts, then after a brief silence and comparison, deemed the sums pathetic. Not worth it, he declared. We could work ourselves to death and still not match the annual donations from the Qin family. Hearing the Qin family mentioned, Zhang Zhaoxia's brow furrowed, and he surprisingly questioned him again. Zhang Yuchun then spilled the beans on the entire negotiation between Li Qingqiu and Qinjue. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia wasn't pleased. He glared at Li Qingqiu, implying they didn't need to humble themselves and beg others. They had the skills, money wouldn't be an issue. Li Qingqiu, annoyed, reminded him, if you spend all your time grinding for cash, when will you even cultivate? Besides, they were the Qingxiao sect's top brass. Their value wasn't petty errands. Zhang Zhaoxia especially needed to dedicate most of his time to cultivation. He even stressed that once Zhang Zhaoxia became the top martial artist in the realm, countless people would proactively bring offerings and beg for their help. Li Dongyu nodded in agreement, finding eldest senior brother's words perfectly logical. She also reminded Zhang Zhaoxia not to forget that the Seven Peaks Alliance and Green Sect could strike at any moment, and they had no idea how many heavy hitters the enemy would bring next time. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia's brows slowly unfurrowed. He realized a destined brutal battle was on the horizon, and he couldn't afford to waste time on side quests for cash. Li Qingqiu then said with a profound, almost deadpan tone, as long as we are strong enough, no one can threaten our position. Zhang Zhaoxia nodded, stating that besides his regular cultivation, he'd also dedicate time to the grand severing sword art. Both Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye looked on with clear admiration. Li Qingqiu had previously shown them the grand severing sword art, but forget practicing it, even just watching it gave them a headache. It seemed impossibly difficult. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Zhaoxia's comprehension was so off the charts, the others could only watch in awe, knowing they couldn't possibly keep up. Next, Li Qingqiu arranged for third junior brother to focus purely on cultivation, while Zhang Yuchun would take on more of the sect's day-to-day affairs. He also planned to personally mentor Li Dongye, nurturing her potential until she blossomed into a true talent. Hearing this, Li Dongye felt a pang of anxiety, afraid of letting her eldest senior brother down. But that was just her nature. Despite any inner turmoil, she'd never refuse her eldest senior brother's arrangements. Zhang Yuchun, however, didn't seem to find it a chore. Quite the opposite, he was visibly thrilled. The more disciples, the more opportunities he'd have to prove his worth. Plus, Li Qingqiu had already instructed him to prep for the next disciple recruitment drive. Zhang Zhaoxia also chimed in, stating that when the 6 Qin family juniors arrived, he would personally conduct their assessment. Li Qingqiu happily nodded at that. The four chatted for a bit longer, then exited the room together. For today, they'd let the tailor rest. Tomorrow, the Sext artifacts would be sewn. Early the next morning, Li Qingqiu promptly handed the tailor the meticulously prepared design sketch. It was a blueprint he'd personally drawn by hand. Since he only had black ink, he had to verbally explain to the tailor which specific sections needed what color. With clear instructions given, he led Li Dongye down the mountain, preparing to impart the Spring Ghost Immortal needle technique to her. He hadn't even mastered it himself yet, so he figured he might as well rope Li Dongye into practicing with him for some mutual experience sharing. In his grand scheme, the 6 junior brothers and sisters should each master different magical techniques, becoming proficient in their own specialties to form a complementary team. Under the scorching sun, the undulating mountain range shimmered in a golden hue as if baked to a crisp. A great river flowed between 2 mountain ranges, an official road running alongside it. At this moment, hundreds of martial arts masters riding their warhorses galloped by, kicking up blinding clouds of dust. Some of the martial artists carried unfurled banners emblazoned with the words 7 Harmonies, their presence as mighty as a 1,000-strong army. They wore matching green martial robes, right sleeves tucked up and fluttering like flames, left shoulders adorned with brass skull-shaped pauldrons. Their faces were stone-cold, killing intent barely contained. The entire procession moved forward through the mountains like an unstoppable azure dragon. Leading the charge was a young man. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him, asking if they might be making a mountain out of a molehill. After all, sending such a massive force, even if Lin Shunfeng hadn't gone into seclusion, they could still capture him easily. The middle-aged man was Yue Zhenchuan, one of the 7 alliance leaders of the 7 Harmonies Alliance, a formidable martial artist with a stellar reputation in the martial world. Facing his disciple's question, his expression remained placid. He calmly explained that Mo Jujiao had been gone for too long without returning. Something had certainly gone wrong. Though Mo Jujiao wasn't considered particularly powerful, the fact that the Qingxiao sect dared to capture him proved they were ready to confront the 7 Harmonies Alliance. In his opinion, the world was in unpredictable flux, with powerful undercurrents churning beneath the martial world. The 7 Harmonies Alliance absolutely could not afford to be complacent, for sometimes an irreversible doom began with a single small failure. Hearing this, the young man nodded. Though he didn't entirely agree, he didn't dare openly defy his master. Afterward, he switched topics, asking about Lin Shunfeng. He was curious just how formidable this man was to occupy the entire Tycoon mountain range, to the point where their territory was almost rivaling the 7 Harmonies Alliance. The other 7 Harmonies Alliance disciples behind them also turned their gazes to Yue Zhenchuan. Yue Zhenchuan maintained his calm tone, explaining that the Qingxiao sect's occupation of the Tycoon mountain range was thanks to Lin Shunfeng's own master. The founder of the Qingxiao sect was a being who once struck terror into the hearts of the entire martial world. It was a pity he ultimately suffered chi deviation and vanished without a trace. As for Lin Shunfeng, just 3/10 of his master's power was enough to firmly uphold the Qingxiao sect. He even recalled that back then 3 of the 7 Harmonies Alliance leaders joining forces couldn't defeat Lin Junfeng. When his disciple asked if he had participated in that battle, Yue Zhenchuan calmly admitted that not being able to contend with Lin Shunfeng was one of his life's biggest regrets, and he hoped he might finally get the chance this time. Having spoken, he cracked his whip. The warhorse beneath him neighed loudly and began to accelerate. The other 7 Harmonies Alliance disciples could only follow suit, cracking their whips and accelerating the entire formation forward. At noon, the high-hanging sun shone down on the courtyard where disciples gathered, all eyes on Zhang Yuchun. Zhang Yuchun was currently wearing a brand-new sect robe, a blue garment with wide sleeves and a cinched waist. Though not intricately elaborate, it made him look upright and exceptionally spirited. For a Qingxiao sect disciple, a robe like this was already excellent. After all, they usually just wore old, patched-up clothes. Zhang Yuchun flapped his sleeves, looking at Li Qingqiu, and asked if they were too wide. He feared they'd be a hindrance during sparring. Li Qingqiu chuckled, saying he thought they were perfect. Besides, the Qingxiao sect isn't a belligerent faction. This is just the initial design anyway, he added. Later, our sect robes will gradually upgrade, becoming even prettier. Though still far from the aura of true cultivators, they already look distinctly different from common martial artists. That's good enough for now. We'll improve them little by little later. The tailor standing nearby, seeing Li Qingqiu's satisfaction, immediately let out a sigh of relief. This particular job was a bit overwhelming, and he'd already regretted taking it on. Afterward, Li Qingqiu summoned Yang Juding and the 7 disciples from the villages at the foot of the mountain, leading them into the forest behind the peak. Huangshan, Yulin, and the other 5 stood in a line, curiously watching Li Qingqiu, wondering what instructions he had for them. Li Qingqiu scanned their faces, then announced that after he took over as sect master, the Qingxiao sect would embark on a completely new path. Though they would still use the old sect name, it was in essence a new sect. Its martial arts and rules would be entirely different. They were the first batch of disciples the new Qingxiao sect had recruited. Later, as more disciples joined, they would of course bear more responsibility. The 7 disciples all grew serious, standing ramrod straight. Li Qingqiu smiled with satisfaction, continuing, regardless of your individual talent or comprehension stats, future disciples will forever respect you for being the OGs. But I won't let you simply enjoy empty titles either. From today forward, I bestow upon you all a title. You are the Qingxiao 7 Sign. Yang Juding will impart his Juding internal cultivation to you, and then, one by one, he will teach you supreme techniques. Before you fully mature, we will ensure you have enough skill to freely roam the martial world. Yang Juding, standing beside them, chimed in, next I'll impart my true martial arts to you, no longer those flashy and practical moves from before. This is a privilege other disciples won't receive. Since cultivating the Hunyuan scripture, he'd been as astonished as if he'd encountered a celestial being. He felt his entire martial arts repertoire wasn't even worth as much as the Hunyuan scripture, so contributing it now was no big deal. The Qingxiao 7 Scions had already practiced the Hunyuan scripture, but with no results so far. Switching to his martial path was a good thing, no need to waste more time. While making this promise, Yang Juding felt a slight nervousness in his heart. If he couldn't even master the Hunyuan scripture, then that would be truly frustrating. Huangshan was the first to speak, excitedly declaring that they would absolutely not fail their sect master's expectations. The other disciples also looked at Li Qingqiu with grateful eyes. After the Hunyuan scripture debacle, they probably thought I'd just cut them loose, let them rot for 10 years, then send packing. But nope, I'm actually investing in them. Talk about a plot twist. Li Qingqiu gave a few more encouraging words, then turned and left, delegating the rest to Yang Juding. Yang Juding isn't a dedicated cultivator like Zhang Zhaoxia, so Li Qingqiu wasn't about to let him slack off. His new quest, dedicate half his time to disciple training. Instead of heading back to the sect, Li Qingqiu descended the mountain, ready to resume practicing his Ghost Spring Immortal needle art. He'd initially grasped the basics of this needle art, but actually deploying it effectively, still miles away from endgame content. The next morning, Li Zifeng, Li Zijin, and Xu Ning descended the mountain together, heading to the underground spirit lake for cultivation. Li Zifeng strode ahead, a mere branch clutched like a legendary sword, practicing his moves and muttering technique names under his breath. Li Zijin and Xu Ning walked hand in hand behind him, chattering about the Qingxiao 7's martial arts training. As of this morning, the Qingxiao 7 were no longer training alongside them. This was of course Li Qingqiu's directive. Aside from Li Zijin, both Li Zifeng and Xu Ning were perfectly capable of defending themselves. Xu Ning even sparred with Li Qingqiu occasionally, racking up invaluable combat XP, which was precisely why Li Qingqiu felt confident letting the 3 of them venture down the mountain alone. The Qingxiao 7's epic fail with the Hunyuan scripture made them realize it wasn't some easy mode cheat code, so they were now treating their cultivation time like premium gacha pulls. Li Zifeng reached the slope's edge, dramatically leaped down to the grass below, then dropped to one knee and unleashed a powerful sword strike. It was a truly magnificent, awe-inspiring. He lowered his head, completely lost in the moment, as if he just solo-killed a legendary flood dragon. Suddenly, a prickling sensation made him snap his head up. 10 zhang away in the dense woods, a whole crowd was staring right at him. They wore identical uniforms, leading horses, and from a distance they looked like a squad of spectral beings, making his heart race. He groaned inwardly. Not again, more people, just his luck. First, it was Du Xuanfeng's 2 goons, now an entire platoon of martial artists. This was beyond bad RNG. One look at their imposing aura and he knew these weren't your average NPCs. Li Zifeng immediately thought of the Qi-Wei Alliance and the Qing Sect. He turned his head to glance at Li Zijin and Xu Ning, who were just about to make their way down the slope. He didn't even need to signal. Xu Ning had already spotted the hundreds of Qi-Wei Alliance martial artists. These hundreds of horse-leading figures had stopped in the woods, creating an overwhelming visual impact. They looked even more numerous than their actual head count. Li Zifeng hesitated, torn between fleeing or holding ground, but bolting would essentially broadcast, "Hey, we're Qingxiao sect disciples, come get us." If they stood their ground, they could leverage their youthful innocence to glean some intel. Just then, a middle-aged man dismounted his horse and began walking toward him. The man even raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to hold their positions. Li Zifeng breathed a small sigh of relief. Since they weren't charging in, there was still a chance to de-escalate. If things went south, he could always just grab this leader as a hostage and force their retreat. Classic tactical move. Having made his decision, Li Zifeng became even more composed internally, though he deliberately kept a strained look on his face. Li Zijin quietly whispered, "What do we do now?" It was her first time facing such a massive group, and her instincts were screaming danger. Xu Ning, ever the stoic, quietly reminded them of the pre-planned script. They were from out of town, lost their parents up on the mountain. Stick to the lore. Li Zijin nodded, but still instinctively pressed closer to Xu Ning, clinging to her sleeve. The middle-aged man approaching Li Zifeng was none other than one of the Qiyue Alliance masters, Yue Jinchuan. As he got closer, Yue Jinchuan plastered on a gentle smile, explaining that they were government officials just passing through, seeking directions, and assured Li Zifeng there was no need to be nervous. At the mention of government officials, Li Zifeng glanced towards the forest behind him and immediately spotted a flag embroidered with Qiyue. So much for that cover story. Even with this glaring inconsistency, his face remained a mask of feigned tension and confusion. Top-tier acting. While Li Zifeng didn't respond, he also didn't make a break for it. This put Yue Jinchuan even more at ease. Yue Jinchuan closed the distance, stopping a comfortable 7 paces from Li Zifeng. He then smiled and asked where the 3 of them were from, and why no adults were around. Li Zifeng, Li Zijin, and Xu Ning were wearing Qingqiu Sect robes, but since Yue Jinchuan had never encountered this specific design and it lacked the Qingqiu emblem, he just assumed they were well-off kids from a nearby village. Li Zifeng carefully recited the cover story. They were from Meishan village, visiting distant relatives with their uncles, but had accidentally gotten separated and were now trying to find them. Yue Jinchuan smiled, offering to help them find their family, but first wanted to know if they'd run into anyone else on the mountain recently. Li Zifeng pretended to ponder, but before he could even finish his fake thoughts, he pounced like a small furious leopard, launching himself at Yue Jinchuan. Li Zifeng was lightning fast, but Yue Jinchuan, a name that echoed throughout Guizhou's martial world, instinctively tried to recoil, even caught off guard. Still, Li Zifeng managed to snatch his lapel. In that split second, Yue Jinchuan drove his knee up, effectively blocking Li Zifeng's incoming charge. Even in mid-air, Li Zifeng reacted with lightning speed, slamming his left palm into Yue Jinchuan's knee. With a sickening crunch, the knee strike sent Li Zifeng flying. He hit the ground, staggered for a moment, then collapsed onto the grass with a thud. In his right hand, he clutched a blood-stained scrap of fabric torn directly from Yue Jinchuan's robes. Yue Jinchuan also stumbled back several paces. Once steady, he glanced down at his chest, where 5 chillingly deep claw marks now oozed blood. He was visibly shaken. He glared at Li Zifeng, his face contorted in a ferocious snarl. Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "This brat is absolutely ruthless. Qingqiu Sect, when did you breed a monster like this?" The martial world was full of prodigies, but no teenager had ever managed to injure him before. He was equal parts enraged and astonished. Li Zifeng yelled for the other 2 to hurry up the mountain. He'd hold their pursuer for a moment and then follow. Li Zijin was about to protest when Xu Ning dragged her away. Yue Jinchuan wasn't in a rush. 2 little girls under 10 weren't a threat, and Qingqiu Sect was still a long way off. He glared at Li Zifeng, a cold sneer on his face. Does this brat even know who I am? After all, few in this land dared to speak to him with such insolence. Li Zifeng pulled a dagger from his waist, pointing the blade at Yue Jinchuan. Funny, someone once said something similar to me, he scoffed. Then they wet themselves and begged for mercy mid-fight. Internally, however, he was on high alert. This guy felt different from any opponent he'd faced, dangerously so. Yue Jinchuan let out a cold snort, instantly lunging at Li Zifeng. His internal energy erupted, swirling into gusts of fierce power around him. His hands morphed into iron claws, relentlessly striking at Li Zifeng, who could only frantically evade. After entering the first layer of the primal realm, Li Zifeng's reaction speed and agility had dramatically improved. As long as he wasn't sparring with third senior brother, he never felt any pressure. Everyone else just seemed too slow. But against Yue Jinchuan, he was utterly terrified. He wasn't fast enough, reduced to desperately dodging without a single chance to counter. In no time, he was backed against a dirt slope with nowhere left to go. Fortunately, he'd been practicing the Gale Wind Art. He slipped under Yue Jinchuan's arm, sprang up and backward like a fish leaping from water, landing softly on the hillside. Yue Jinchuan spun around, saw no one, then spun again, only to find Li Zifeng casually perched on the hillside. This immediately made Yue Jinchuan's face flush with fury, his expression turning savage. Li Zifeng spat directly at Yue Jinchuan, then turned tail and bolted. Due to his momentary lapse, Yue Jinchuan couldn't dodge. The spit landed square on his face, leaving him utterly stunned. At the same time, martial artists from the Seven Peaks Alliance burst from the forest, rushing forward. Seeing Li Zifeng leap from behind Yue Jinchuan, more than a few of them blinked, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks. It wasn't until someone snapped out of it. Yue Jinchuan wiped his face, turned to his disciples, and growled a command. Charge the mountain! Bloodbath Qingqiu Sect! With that, he led the charge, executing his lightness skill and soaring into the dense forest. Meanwhile, Li Zifeng moved through the mountains like an agile leopard, darting through the trees. Occasionally, he'd use both hands to vault himself over fallen logs and obstructing boulders. Forget ordinary people, even some wild beasts wouldn't be able to keep up. But the one pursuing him now was a true martial arts master. Li Zifeng glanced back to see Yue Jinchuan bounding through the treetops. With just a light touch of his toes, he'd cover vast distances, appearing to soar through the forest. The gap between them was closing fast. Li Zifeng gritted his teeth, channeling primal energy through his body. He didn't even realize his control over the Gale Wind Art was subtly sharpening. Movements he'd normally never attempt, he now pulled off without a hitch. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind slammed into him from behind. Li Zifeng instinctively tilted his head, catching a glimpse of Yue Jinchuan lunging like a hawk, an iron palm thrust forward. Too late to dodge, Li Zifeng took the palm strike directly to his back, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood as his body flew forward and crashed into a dense bush. Sunlight dappled through the leaves onto a clearing in the forest, where Zhang Zhaoxia sat in meditation. 9 longswords hovered around him, their tips pointed downwards, trembling ever so slightly. His hands rested on his knees, palms open to the sky, and his Daoist robes fluttered gently. Ever since dedicating himself to cultivating the Grand Absolute Sword Control Art, his progress had been phenomenal. He could now command 9 swords simultaneously. Every day he came to this spot to cultivate in solitude. This was the primary path leading to Qingqiu Sect. Here he was undisturbed and could serve as an early warning for any intruders approaching Qingqiu Sect. Just then a frantic cry echoed from the distance, signaling that something major had just happened. Zhang Zhaoxia's eyes snapped open. He turned his head to see junior sister Li Zijin dragging Xuning sprinting towards him. Seeing Li Zijin's tear-streaked face, his heart immediately sank. He raised a hand, and with a swift gesture the 9 swords returned to their sheaths on his back. When he stood, the 9 sword sheaths on his back clanged heavily. He strode towards Li Zijin and her companion, quickly closing the distance. Li Zijin frantically explained that many enemies were swarming up the mountain, and her brother was holding them off, begging Zhang Zhaoxia to rush to his aid. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia immediately demanded to know their location. Li Zijin whirled around, pointing, and Zhang Zhaoxia instantly shot off, only managing to tell them to hurry up the mountain and not stop for anything. Watching Zhang Zhaoxia's figure vanish into the mountains, Li Zijin couldn't help but turn to Xuning, anxiously asking, with so many enemies, will third senior brother be alright by himself? Xuning didn't answer directly, instead urging her to rush up the mountain and inform Master. He'd follow behind to see what was happening. When Li Zijin hesitated and asked again, Xuning simply reminded her, his voice cold, don't waste any more time, if we delay someone will die. Thinking of Li Zifeng potentially being in danger, Li Zijin gritted her teeth, turned and sprinted up the mountain. Xuning took a deep breath, his eyes hardening with resolve, then followed in the direction Zhang Zhaoxia had vanished. Zhang Zhaoxia's heart burned with urgency. He began expending his true qi, unleashing a swift wind technique, and rapidly descended the mountain. As he sped along, images of a young Li Zifeng flashed through his mind. Ever since Master brought Li Zifeng to the sect, he'd intensely disliked the kid, always dirty, snot-nosed, and constantly bothering eldest senior brother. That impression lasted until just 2 years ago when things finally improved. Now that they held significant responsibilities within the Qingqiu sect, Li Zifeng's decisive actions in the face of trouble had completely changed his perspective. He felt Li Zifeng was a talent worth cultivating. If properly nurtured, he could be a great help to eldest senior brother. Now, with Li Zifeng potentially in danger, the bright future he'd envisioned felt like it was shattering, and the killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. His speed increased exponentially, moving so fast that the scenery along the path became a blur. He didn't know how much time had passed, but finally a group of figures appeared in his sight. It was a scattered group of martial artists in blue robes, spread through the pine forest like demons waiting to drag him into hell. His gaze was immediately drawn to one person, his eyes widening, bloodshot, as he saw Ye Zhenchuan repeatedly stomping on Li Zifeng's face. Li Zifeng lay on the ground, his body twitching with each brutal stomp, his fate unknown. Zhang Zhaoxia let out a guttural roar, yelling for them to stop. His right hand went to his hip, drawing a sword. The deafening shink of the blade leaving its sheath made hundreds of Qi Alliance disciples turn their heads. Ye Zhenchuan, a sadistic smile on his face, turned. Seeing Zhang Zhaoxia charging at incredible speed, he showed no panic. Instead, his grin widened, becoming even more grotesque. He figured the newcomer was perfectly timed since the other kid was already crippled. Now he just hoped this new toy would be more fun to play with. With a loud laugh, he kicked Li Zifeng aside and lunged towards Zhang Zhaoxia. The other Qi Alliance disciples drew their weapons, quickly circling behind to cut off Zhang Zhaoxia's escape. Suddenly, Ye Zhenchuan saw the swords on Zhang Zhaoxia's back simultaneously fly from their sheaths, swirling in a deadly orbit around him. The sight made his pupils dilate as if he'd just encountered a living ghost. Inside the sect hall, Li Qingqiu was writing cultivation manuals, preparing to transcribe all the techniques he knew, while Li Dongye stood beside him, grinding ink. Li Dongyu softly asked about her handwriting, saying she'd noticed it was terrible and didn't know how to make it prettier. Li Qingqiu replied that in a few months he'd send Yuchen to invite some scholars to the mountain to teach them reading and writing. The Qingqiu sect's literacy levels were abysmal. Just teaching his junior brothers and sisters to recognize characters when they were young had almost driven him to a breakdown. And the Qingqiu 7, all from mountain villages, had never learned to read or write. Even in this ancient world, Li Qingqiu still found reading incredibly useful. It cultivated critical thinking and broadened one's horizons. Books, after all, symbolize the changing tides of heaven and earth. Li Dongye, on the other hand, just wanted to buy more books. The ones left by Master and Grandmaster were so few, and she'd already read them to death. Li Qingqiu readily agreed, casually chatting with her while multitasking, when suddenly his brush-wielding hand froze. A notification popped up before him. The Qingqiu sect has repelled an invading force for the first time. Its Dao Heritage overcoming a major tribulation. Reward 1 fate draw opportunity. Li Qingqiu wasn't happy about this reward at all. Instead, his brow furrowed immediately, his mind racing like lightning. If it was a force, that meant a lot of enemies. Yet he'd heard no commotion, which meant the battleground was far, far away from the Qingqiu sect. He immediately realized something was wrong down the mountain. He dropped his brush, instructing Li Dongye to guard the room and make sure no other disciples peeked before rushing out. Li Dongye didn't even have time to reply before he burst out the door. Once out of the courtyard, Li Qingqiu immediately activated his swift wind technique, dashing down the mountain. He hadn't even gone a mile down the mountain before he ran into a panting Li Zijin. The moment she saw him, Li Zijin became extremely agitated, quickly recounting everything they had encountered. Li Qingqiu didn't have time to comfort her, only rushing off in the direction she pointed. On the way, Li Qingqiu felt a familiar panic, not unlike Zhang Zhaoxia's. He pulled up the Sect system screen, only relaxing a fraction when he confirmed his disciple count hadn't dropped. Still, he couldn't let his guard down, constantly refreshing the system UI. After a short while, Li Qingqiu finally spotted Zhang Zhaoxia, Xuning, and Li Zifeng in a pine forest. The scene was grim. Corpses littered the ground and many trees were splattered with blood. Zhang Zhaoxia, covered in blood, sat on the ground cradling Li Zifeng. Xuning sat beside them, panting. Her condition was slightly better, her hair merely disheveled. Li Qingqiu's heart sank at the sight. He rushed to Zhang Zhaoxia's side. He placed a finger under Li Zifeng's nose, a wave of relief washing over him when he confirmed the kid was still breathing. But seeing his 2 junior brothers in such bloodied states, a fierce anger ignited within him. Zhang Zhaoxia looked up at Li Qingqiu, weakly admitting that everything his master had ever preached was true. The Jianghu was nothing like a battlefield. He hadn't even faced 1,000 armies and 10,000 horses, just a few hundred martial artists, and his sword was already shattered. The news that Qingqiu Sect had been attacked by the Qi Alliance and that Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng were severely injured detonated like a heavy bomb within the sect, sending all the disciples scrambling into the courtyard in alarm. They whispered about the skirmish down the mountain, keeping their voices low, wary of disturbing those inside the room. Inside, Li Zifeng lay on the bed. Zhang Zhaoxia sat cross-legged at his feet, while Li Qingqiu stood by the bedside, performing his ghostly immortal spring needle technique on Li Zifeng. He had scrounged up a set of silver needles from a tailor shop. They weren't true medicinal needles, but they would have to do in a pinch. Li Zifeng's condition was far from optimistic. Multiple broken ribs, his face disfigured, several teeth knocked out, and he was currently comatose. Fortunately, he wasn't permanently crippled, as Li Qingqiu's ghostly immortal spring needle technique couldn't save those beyond repair. Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongye, Wu Man'er, Li Zijin, and Yang Juiding stood behind, watching anxiously as Li Qingqiu treated Li Zifeng. Xuning, meanwhile, sat cross-legged on a chair in the corner, cultivating to regulate her qi and blood. The room was silent. No one dared disturb Li Qingqiu, their hearts heavy with the fear that Li Zifeng might not recover. After a moment, Li Qingqiu withdrew his hands, leaving 3 needles on Li Zifeng's chest. "It's fine," he announced. "Zifeng is out of danger. Now we just wait for him to wake up." Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. It was then that Yang Juiding turned to Zhang Zhaoxia and asked how many from the Qi Alliance attacked and who was their leader. Zhang Zhaoxia opened his eyes. There were hundreds of them, all quite capable. Their leader was a highly skilled martial artist. "He gave me a lot of trouble, and in the end he still got away." Before leaving, that guy declared this wasn't over. "As for his name or title, I don't know it," Zhang Zhaoxia added. He also mentioned that he was lucky Xuning arrived in time to save him. Otherwise, he might have been dead. Hearing Xuning's name, everyone turned to look at the 10-year-old girl astonished, but Xuning kept her eyes closed, still focused on her cultivation. It made everyone wonder if she truly was an absolute genius. Yang Juiding was secretly alarmed, realizing he had misjudged another person, but he quickly composed himself, growing serious. The Qi Alliance is a major faction in the isolated continent's martial world. If they launch an all-out attack on the Qingqiu Sect, we'll have a hard time defending ourselves. The Qi Alliance boasts over 3,000 disciples, with experts as numerous as clouds. This time we're in real trouble. Hearing 3,000, everyone was visibly shaken. A mere few hundred had nearly claimed Zhang Zhaoxia's life. If 3,000 people attack together, how could they possibly resist? Li Qingqiu cut in. "Let the injured rest first. Those attackers will need time to return to the Qi Alliance. At least for the next half-month we should have some peace." His tone was calm, his face emotionless, but inwardly a storm rage. He was anything but With that, Li Qingqiu turned and walked out the door, the others following closely behind. Outside the room, Zhang Yuchun began dismissing the disciples, telling them to resume their duties, while Yang Juiding stayed with Li Qingqiu. Along the way, Yang Juiding quietly asked what he thought about the situation. Li Qingqiu replied that he hadn't fully processed it yet, but one thing was clear: this absolutely could not be let go. At his answer, Yang Juiding couldn't help but sigh. "This is the Jianghu," he said. "Even if you don't provoke trouble, trouble will find you. We're still too young. If things get bad, we should find another place to lie low for a few years, then return to reclaim our territory." Li Qingqiu stopped, shooting Yang Juiding a glance that made the older man instinctively flinch. Then he simply said, "It's precisely because we're young that I refuse to run." He then continued walking towards the sect gate. Yang Juiding stood still, watching him go with a complex expression. Leaving the sect gate, Li Qingqiu headed straight for the underground spirit lake. Despite the impending dusk, he moved faster and faster, soon vanishing into the night. Ever since becoming the Qingqiu sect master, Li Qingqiu had anticipated all kinds of trouble. So he had always hoped the Qingqiu sect could develop quietly, hoping to delay trouble for as long as possible. Unfortunately, things rarely go as planned. He might try to avoid trouble, but once it arrived, he wouldn't be a coward. In his mind, the Qi Alliance had now provoked the Qingqiu sect twice. Thus, he considered them sworn, irreconcilable enemy. He wasn't interested in just preparing for the Qi Alliance's next attack. He couldn't wait any longer. Tonight, Li Qingqiu had to perform his second Fate Ra. He was about to test a previous theory, whether he could forcibly power level his cultivation base to the mid-third layer of the origin realm. Half an hour later, Li Qingqiu entered the underground spirit lake. After confirming no beasts or outsiders had intruded, he pulled up the Sect system UI and performed Xu Ying's Fate Draw. Currently, Xu Ying's fate trait was the strongest. If he had to wait for even more disciples just to maybe find someone stronger, who knew how long that would take? What's more, Xu Ying's cultivation speed was actually slightly faster than Zhang Zhaoxia's. It was just that Zhang Zhaoxia's sword cultivation talent was better suited for actual combat. After performing the fate draw, Li Qingqiu was once again pulled into an indescribably mystical state, as if entering a profound dream. Spiritual qi in the underground space began to surge and converge towards him, gradually forming a swirling vortex of energy around his body. If the Born Sword Maniac fate trait was about refining comprehension, then the Heavenly Lightning spiritual root was about tempering the physical body. Even before cultivating, Xu Ying's physique was already extraordinary. Before she was 10, she could trek vast distances without food, truly astonishing. If nothing unexpected occurred, Xu Ying would surpass the others, becoming the third person, after Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Qingqiu, to step into the mid-second layer of the origin realm. Li Qingqiu's consciousness was immersed in chaos, as if floating amidst the clouds, facing surging heavenly lightning. Though terrifying, the heavenly lightning seemed to guide him. At the same time, thunderclaps echoed across the night sky, shrouding the Taikun mountain range, as if the heavens themselves were angrily scolding the hidden conflicts of the mortal realm. Inside the room, Zhang Zhaoxia opened his eyes and looked out the window. It was already dark. Li Dongye and Xu Ying had returned to the female disciples' quarters. Huang Shan, lying on another bed, asked his senior brother if there was anything they could do. The other second-generation disciples also looked toward Zhang Zhaoxia in unison. Li Zifeng was heavily wounded and unconscious. Even Zhang Zhaoxia, their most formidable fighter, was recovering from injuries. The Qingqiu sect had fallen into an unprecedented dark fog. Though the Qingqiu Seven were worried and afraid, they didn't want to just stand by. They wanted to do something for their sect. Wu Manor sat beside Li Zifeng, his voice heavy with frustration, declaring he wanted revenge for his sixth junior brother. Although Wu Manor hadn't had a chance to act, everyone could feel his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Even sitting still, he was like a ferocious bear, his muscles straining as if they'd tear his sect robes. Zhang Yuchen lay on his bed, his back to everyone, brows tightly furrowed, lost in thought. Zhang Zhaoxia retracted his gaze, swept it across the disciples, and grumbled impatiently, "You're still greenhorns, just focus on your cultivation. We don't need you in the big leagues yet." He even boasted that he'd sent the enemies running for their lives, practically rage-quitting the fight. They wouldn't dare show up again. Seeing Zhang Zhaoxia's continued arrogance and wild talk, the disciples paradoxically felt more at ease. At this moment, they even found themselves somewhat fond of his audacity. Afterwards, the disciples began asking about today's battle down the mountain. Once he calmed down, Zhang Zhaoxia didn't hold back, calmly recounting the epic battle he had experienced. Thinking of Xu Ying, a powerful sense of rivalry suddenly surged within him. He hadn't expected to be so wrong. That girl actually possessed talent no less than his own. This only made him realize how much more powerful his eldest senior brother truly was. By the underground spirit lake, a mysterious silver-blue light illuminated Li Qingqiu's face. He opened his eyes, tiny lightning bolts flashing within them, giving his visage a touch of the divine. Upon opening his eyes, he quickly regained control of his physical body, then let out a startled gasp. His face clearly showed overwhelming delight. He had actually directly reached the mid-third layer of the Origin Realm. Not only that, his vigor had significantly increased. He felt as if his body had undergone a complete transformation. Originally, he had planned to use the spirit stones embedded in the cliff face to achieve a breakthrough, having long sensed the dense spiritual chi within them. They could be absorbed into the body, but the sheer volume was too great, easily damaging the meridian, so he had never tried it. Nor had he allowed his junior brothers or sisters to take them freely. If these spirit stones could truly aid cultivators in their cultivation, their utility would be immense, especially for a newly emerging cultivation sect. Li Qingqiu carefully sensed the primordial chi within his body, discovering that it had not only surged several times over, but its very nature had changed. It now possessed the lightning attribute. Cultivation techniques typically had attribute divisions, but the grand purity primordial scripture he possessed encompassed many attributes, almost like a combined version of the 5 elements, allowing cultivators with different spiritual root aptitudes to train. From this foundation, they could then forge their own unique path. Just like now, Li Qingqiu's primordial chi had transformed into the lightning attribute, imbued with an overbearing lightning might. From now on, his primordial chi would carry bonus lightning damage when striking enemies. He felt his primordial chi had become significantly more destructive. This was also why, when he was teaching Xu Ying earlier, he had sensed something unusual about her primordial chi. The spiritual chi around him still hadn't fully dispersed. This sparked a new hypothesis. Fate traits related to the physical body could potentially seize this opportunity to further elevate his realm. This hypothesis made Li Qingqiu look forward to this type of fate trait even more. He then stood up, walked to the cliff face, plucked a spirit stone, and tucked it away before leaving the underground spirit lake. He'd initially planned to use these spirit stones to force a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of the elemental realm, but now that he'd already achieved it, there was no need to push his luck. His internal chi was now abundant, and he didn't need any recovery time. He was ready to act immediately, hitting the Qi Alliance with a blow they wouldn't see coming. Half an hour later, Li Qingqiu returned to the Qingqiu sect and woke Yang Jueding. It was pouring rain with thunder and lightning roaring. Yang Jueding opened the door, saw Li Qingqiu drenched and surprised, asked where he'd been. Li Qingqiu just stared him down and asked if he knew the way to the Qi Alliance. Yang Jueding replied, "Of course I know. I've been there as a guest before." He then asked Li Qingqiu what he intended to do. In response, Li Qingqiu simply told him to pack light and follow him down the mountain. With that, he turned and left, leaving Yang Jueding standing there, dumbfounded. Afterward, Li Qingqiu went to his own courtyard and knocked on his junior brother's doors. Soon, Zhang Yuchen came to open the door. Li Qingqiu smiled and instructed that he was taking Yang Jueding down the mountain to patrol the Taikun mountain range, just in case any Qi Alliance members hadn't left yet. For the next few days, Zhang Yuchen needed to tell the disciples not to stray too far from the sect and to wait for their return. Zhang Yuchen frowned and asked, "With such heavy rain, shouldn't we just go down the mountain tomorrow?" But Li Qingqiu simply waved his hand, explaining that it was precisely because it was a rainy night that it was easier to act. With that, he turned and headed back to his own room. Zhang Yuchen wanted to protest again, but ultimately chose to trust Li Qingqiu and close the door. A moment later, Yang Jueding, wearing a straw rain cape, stood before the sect gate, waiting for Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu also wore a rain cape with the azure sky-red sword left to him by his master at his hip. Thunder echoed through the stormy night as if divine beings were roaring, immersing the Taikun mountains in an oppressive silence. Within the forest, Yang Jueding and Li Qingqiu pushed forward through the storm. When they reached a flat area, Yang Jueding turned to Li Qingqiu and said, "Trudging through such heavy rain will definitely affect our physical state. Plus, the Qiyue Alliance is really far. It'll take days to get there. We might as well rest tonight, then tomorrow we can borrow 2 horses from town and hit the road." He still felt like Li Qingqiu had lost his mind, thinking that letting the sectmaster get rained on for a bit might help him sober up. But Li Qingqiu calmly replied, "It's fine. We don't need to rush too much. We just need to catch up to the fleeing Qiyue Alliance members. They're dragging along a lot of injured people, so they can't have gone far." Only then did Yang Jueding breathe a sigh of relief. He realized Li Qingqiu wasn't planning to march directly to the Qiyue Alliance, but merely to hunt down the injured martial artists. That for them was as easy as flipping a hand. With that thought, he immediately perked up, quickening his pace. Li Qingqiu didn't stop him. In the gloomy mountain forest, Yang Juding performed his lightness skill, while Li Qingqiu executed his wind swiftness art. Both glided like phantoms. At a glance, it was as if their feet never touched the ground. The night deepened and the relentless storm gradually subsided, as if the heavens were finally done venting their rage. On the mountain road winding through the ranges, hundreds of sturdy horses slowly advanced. Many carried injured martial artists on their backs, while over 100 more led their horses forward. Yue Zhenchuan walked at the very front, rainwater streaking down his cheeks. His eyes were cold as ice, but his heart was filled with terror. A wound on his neck still threatened to sever his throat. The furious image of Zhang Zhaoxiao lingered in his mind, refusing to fade, as did that young girl who had almost killed him with a single sword stroke. He truly couldn't fathom how the Qingqiao sect had hidden two terrifying youths like that, not to mention Li Zifeng. Forget the Qiyue alliance, even the hegemon sects he'd encountered never produced such monstrous geniuses. This enmity was now sealed, the Qiyue alliance could never resolve it. He absolutely had to bring this news back and mobilize the alliance's full might to annihilate the Qingqiao sect. Otherwise, forget 10 years, even just 1 year from now, the Qiyue alliance would face the calamity of total destruction. The more he thought, the more terrified he became, even suspecting that the Qingqiao sect harbored demonic entities. The story of Lin Junfeng seeking immortals had long spread, and many martial world heroes had mocked Lin Junfeng as insane, he himself included. But at this moment, he couldn't help but think that perhaps Lin Junfeng really had encountered something extraordinary, leading him to seek immortals. The rain had stopped, but Yue Zhenchuan's mood remained anything but clear. Just then, a powerful, resounding voice boomed from behind them, demanding that those in front stop. The Qiyue alliance disciples turned back in alarm, fearing the Qingqiao sect had caught up. Yue Zhenchuan also flinched, turning to see two figures in rain capes rapidly approaching. In the hazy darkness, they could only barely make out two silhouettes. Despite only two figures approaching, the Seven Peaks Alliance disciples, fresh off a brutal daytime battle, instinctively tensed. Every single one drew their weapons, forming a tight battle formation, not daring to let their guard down. Hauling their wounded and riddled with injuries themselves, they knew escape was futile. Running would only guarantee they'd be picked off one by one. Then the voice boomed, announcing himself as Yang Juding. He casually asked if anyone had heard the name before. The moment he announced his name, the Seven Peaks Alliance disciples exchanged relieved glances, their tension melting away. In the Guizhou martial world, the dragon-subduing grand hero Yang Juding was a name practically everyone knew. Yue Zhenchuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was personally acquainted with Yang Juding. Years ago, when Yang Juding visited the Seven Peaks Alliance, Yue Zhenchuan had personally witnessed his formidable skills. While perhaps not his equal, Yang Juding's palm arts were indeed worthy of his reputation as a top 10 expert on the heavenly ranking. Yue Zhenchuan immediately called out, inviting Yang Juding to approach and speak, even waving the two men closer. In his mind, having Yang Juding accompany them meant their safety was practically assured. Yang Juding seemed to recognize him too, picking up his pace as the Seven Peaks Alliance disciples quickly scrambled to clear a path. As he approached, Yang Juding removed his straw hat, a smile on his face. He asked, "What's with the dire state? Did you just clash with the Azure sect?" Yue Zhenchuan paid no mind to the figure behind him, merely sighing as he explained, "Just out on a simple matter and got ambushed." Standing before Yue Zhenchuan, Yang Juding examined his wounds, clicking his tongue. He praised the opponent's formidable skill, deducing from the sword marks that the attacks were blindingly fast and aimed for the kill. Yue Zhenchuan's expression immediately turned uncomfortable. He merely grunted, admitting his opponent was indeed a master, and he'd been careless that day. Just then, Li Qingqiu circled around Yang Juding, fixing his gaze on Yue Zhenchuan. He asked, "Are you indeed the masters of the Seven Peaks Alliance?" Unable to clearly see his face, Yue Zhenchuan assumed he was merely Yang Juding's junior. He casually confirmed it, adding that the Seven Peaks Alliance and the dragon-subduing grand hero were old friends. But before he could finish his sentence, a blinding streak of swordlight flashed. Yang Juding couldn't react in time, fresh blood splattering across his face. His eyes simply widened in pure astonishment. Yue Zhenchuan's eyes also bulged. His hands instinctively flew to his throat, but the gushing blood couldn't be stemmed. He stared at Li Qingqiu in utter disbelief, then collapsed backward, trembling. The surrounding Seven Peaks Alliance disciples' faces went ashen. They instinctively moved to cry out, but Li Qingqiu had already spun, delivering another swift neck slash. Not far away, a young disciple of Yue Zhenchuan was resting on a rock, about to examine a thigh wound. He suddenly watched his master stumble back and collapse, instantly freezing in shock. He was about to open his mouth to question it when the figure in the straw cape next to Yang Juding spun, directly hurling the sword in his hand at him. The blade instantly pierced the young man's forehead, sending his body flying backward, sliding several zhang across the ground. When he finally came to a halt, his life force had completely extinguished, his eyes wide in death. Li Qingqiu quickly darted over, yanking the sword from the young man's head. Then, like a phantom, he surged towards the other Seven Peaks Alliance disciples. These disciples had finally reacted, scrambling to turn and face him. After breaking through to the third layer of the primordial realm, Li Qingqiu had undergone a complete transformation. His senses were sharper, his body more agile, and his reactions unsettlingly swift. He moved like a phantom, dispatching a foe with every passing motion, without a single wasted movement. The sickening shick of blades tearing through flesh echoed repeatedly. Yang Juding, snapping out of his initial shock, quickly turned back. Seeing the ground littered with corpses, he was immediately struck with a chilling fear of Li Qingqiu. He had long suspected Li Qingqiu was powerful, but never imagined this level of strength. Not even Zhang Zhaoxiao could compare. At that moment, an older, fierce-faced Seven Peaks Alliance disciple raised his saber, roaring for everyone to kill Li Qingqiu, then charged straight at him. The other disciples surged forward as one, causing more and more horses to become startled. Continuous neighing echoed as some horses bolted, throwing injured riders who were then trampled to death by hooves. In mere moments, the entire mountain region plunged into utter chaos. These Seven Peaks Alliance disciples were already injured. Not only were they fighting while wounded, but even in their prime, they couldn't have stood a chance against Li Qingqiu. Thus, this battle swiftly transformed into a one-sided massacre. Watching Li Qingqiu unleash such carnage, a chilling dread crept up Yang Juding's spine. He had roamed the martial world for ages, yet he valued martial prowess and reputation far more than wanton slaughter. This was precisely why he had managed to become a grand hero. Yet Li Qingqiu in this moment made him feel profoundly uncomfortable. He tried to convince himself the Seven Peaks Alliance had provoked this first. Besides, they weren't some righteous sect, having committed countless misdeeds in the martial world. Years ago when he visited the Seven Peaks Alliance, he had ostensibly sought a martial arts exchange, but his true aim was to suppress them. When that failed, he reluctantly feigned friendship. Even so, no matter how he tried to console himself watching Li Qingqiu tear through them like a tiger among sheep, he couldn't help but wonder, if he were to face an enraged Li Qingqiu, how many moves could he actually endure? When over half of the Seven Peaks Alliance disciples lay dead, the remaining survivors finally broke formation and began to flee. But Li Qingqiu had no intention of sparing them, relentlessly hunting them down one by one. Already wounded and exhausted from their continuous journey, those disciples didn't get far before Li Qingqiu cut them down. A short while later, Li Qingqiu approached Yang Juding, sword in hand. He lifted his head, revealing a face splattered with blood beneath his straw hat. He said only one was left and they wouldn't get far. Once he was done, he'd head to Qiyue Alliance. Yang Juding was to stay put. His orders, if no one returned with news, Qiyue Alliance wouldn't come back. Tomorrow, just have the disciples clean up the mountain bodies to prevent plague. 2 steps in, Li Qingqiu suddenly remembered something. He turned back to Yang Juding, adding, search all these bodies. If there's anything valuable, bring it all back to the sect, and absolutely don't breathe a word about tonight to the disciples. Even his junior brothers and sisters shouldn't know what I went to do. Just tell them I'm on a mountain patrol. With that, Li Qingqiu turned and departed, sword in hand. In the vast night, Yang Juding watched his retreating figure, mouth agape, utterly speechless. After witnessing Li Qingqiu's terrifying strength firsthand, he figured even if the guy failed at Qiyue Alliance, he'd still walk away unscathed. He stood transfixed until Li Qingqiu vanished over the mountaintop, then snapped back to reality. Turning, his mouth twitched at the sight of bodies everywhere. He suddenly realized the cleanup Li Qingqiu assigned was anything but easier than the actual killing. 3 miles away, the last Qiyue Alliance disciple fleeing up a slope tripped over a roadside rock in a panic and tumbled head over heels a long way down. When he finally came to a grinding halt, his entire body ached, bones feeling like they'd shatter. He gasped, trying to scramble up, but as he lifted his head, his eyes bulged, despair painted his face. On the slope, Li Qingqiu in his straw cloak stood, sword in hand, looking down at him. Just then, the dark night clouds parted, revealing a bright moon hanging high above Li Qingqiu's head. By day, the scorching sun beat down on the official road. A horse-drawn carriage sped along. The coachman, a burly man in his 50s with salt and pepper hair, still looked surprisingly robust. The coachman looked ahead, wiping sweat with one hand. He asked the young master if they really needed to maintain top speed to reach Qiyue town in this blistering heat. Inside the carriage, Li Qingqiu was seated in quiet cultivation. The bumpy road made true cultivation impossible. He could only try his best to not deplete his physical energy and vital qi. Qiyue town near Qiyue Alliance was quite renowned. Many escort agencies and official detachments would stop there. Once they reached Qiyue town, inquiries about Qiyue Alliance would be much easier. This was also the route Yang Juding had pointed out to him. After eliminating Yue Zhenchuan's group, Li Qingqiu didn't need to rush so much. He just wanted to go early and return early so his junior brothers and sisters wouldn't worry. When asked why the hurry, he replied he had an appointment with his family and feared they'd worry if he was late. The coachman nodded, understanding. Li Qingqiu was very young, even younger than his own son. He imagined if his own son were out alone, he'd be just as anxious. The coachman sighed, lamenting that the world was spiraling into chaos. The prefectures couldn't suppress local tyrants, and wandering commoners, forced to flee, led to a surge in bandits and mountain brigands. He hadn't wanted to take this job, but his wife was sick at home and they urgently needed money, so he had no choice. The coachman prattled on endlessly while Li Qingqiu occasionally offered a single reply. By now, Li Qingqiu had been away from Qingxiao Sect for 2 days, but Qiyue Alliance was still quite far. He didn't find the coachman annoying, even occasionally asking about worldly affairs to understand the current state of this continent. After cultivating, this bit of heat no longer troubled him. The grand purity primordial scripture circulated within his body, leaving him refreshed, mind calm, and barely depleting his vital qi. This was precisely the inherent effect of the grand purity primordial scripture. In a flash, an hour quickly passed. The coachman had stopped talking, his mouth parched, yearning only to reach the next post station. Suddenly, he reined in the horses, cursing at someone blocking the road. Ahead was a woman asking for a ride. He was surprised to see another woman, and one so strangely dressed at that. The woman stated she wasn't short on money, merely hoping the coachman would grant her request. When asked her destination, she said she wanted to go to Qiyue town. Hearing this, the coachman immediately turned, whispering to Li Qingqiu if they should let the woman ahead, also heading to Qiyue town, ride with them. He even offered a 3/10 discount on the fare if they agreed. Li Qingqiu, too lazy to bother with such petty considerations, just told him to let her ride and get moving. Only then did the coachman call her into the carriage, telling her to thank the young master who'd paid for the whole ride. The woman expressed her gratitude. A soft rustle of footsteps followed, then the carriage curtain was pulled back. A black-clad woman wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a satchel on her back stepped inside. She took the seat by the window, cupped her fist towards Li Qingqiu, stating she'd caused inconvenience and thanked him for his generosity. As she spoke, the black-clad woman's hand never left her sword hilt. Li Qingqiu gave her a quick glance, nodded, and then resumed his nap. The black-clad woman didn't dwell on it and kept her silence. With a new passenger, the coachman's chat bar suddenly activated, spamming topics non-stop. The black-clad woman threw him a few replies, but when his monologue wouldn't end, she simply logged off the conversation, leaving the coachman feeling blue-screened. The rest of the journey passed in silence. At the next post station, the black-clad woman and Li Qingqiu kept their distance, each at their own table, boarding the carriage only when it was time to move. This routine held for 5 more days until they finally reached Qiyue Town. Li Qingqiu paid the coachman the pre-arranged silver and stepped into town. Qiyue Town was nestled at the foot of a massive mountain. Carriages lined up before the town's stone marker, and most folks carried weapons, decked out in classic Jianghu gear. Li Qingqiu wasn't one to waste time. He immediately picked a random local to ask for directions to the Qiyue Alliance. The man was short, stout, and carried a basket, looking every bit the local. He eyed Li Qingqiu, then told him the entire mountain range behind them belonged to the Qiyue Alliance, confirming Li Qingqiu had indeed arrived. Li Qingqiu patiently pressed for the Sect's exact coordinates, claiming he wanted to pay a friendly visit. The stout man, however, strongly advised against it, warning of broken legs, then hit him with the classic "I don't know" NPC dialogue and walked away. Li Qingqiu tried his luck with others but got the same access, denied response. The Qiyue Alliance's name alone seemed to trigger a fear debuff on everyone. Nobody dared to pinpoint its location. He hadn't expected the Qiyue Alliance's intimidation level to be this high. Looks like it's time to switch to the hard mode approach. Just as he was about to select his next target, the black-clad woman appeared. "Keep asking about the Qiyue Alliance like that and you're gonna hit a wall," she warned. She was heading there too, so she asked what his business was. Li Qingqiu turned. They stood less than 5 steps apart. The black-clad woman lifted her head, and from beneath her wide-brimmed hat, a beautiful ice-cold face was revealed. This was Li Qingqiu's first clear look at her. She was stunning, with eyes that held the distinct killing intent of a true Jianghu warrior. The black-clad woman was surprisingly tall, almost matching Li Qingqiu, who, despite still growing, already stood around 5'9". To her question, he calmly stated his master had dispatched him to deliver a letter, but due to unforeseen delays, he was sent as a substitute. His poker face was flawless. The black-clad woman couldn't detect a single tell. She asked if he was brave enough to start climbing right now, mentioning that an immediate departure would get them there by tomorrow morning. Li Qingqiu, with his scholarly looks and refined air, didn't seem threatening despite the sword strapped to his back. The black-clad woman felt nothing but harmless vibes from him. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu offered a polite smile and a nod. "Lead the way then," he said. The black-clad woman didn't waste words. She brushed past his shoulder. He turned, falling, and stepped behind her as they walked down Qiyue Town's main street. This place was surprisingly large, and the traffic felt like a well-populated server. Li Qingqiu even spotted a martial arts competition being held to find a spouse. Mental note, Qingxiao Sect could totally run a recruitment drive here later, he thought. Leaving Qiyue Town, they ventured into the mountain forest and began their ascent. They certainly weren't taking the scenic route. This felt eerily similar to his last grindfest back in the Tycoon Mountains. No paths, just overgrown weeds underfoot. As night fell, the mountain forest went pitch black, visibility dropped to critical levels. Surprisingly, the black-clad woman had come prepared with a torch. Torch illuminating their way, her pace immediately picked up. Li Qingqiu didn't need a torch, yet he effortlessly kept pace. Several hours later, they topped a mountain ridge. From their vantage point, endless undulating peaks stretched before them. The night fog made the mountains look like colossal ancient demons leaning down to watch them. The black-clad woman stopped. "Once dawn breaks," she stated, "you'll seize the Qiyue Alliance's mountain gate." Li Qingqiu nodded, thanked her, then, ever the tactician, asked about her connection to the Qiyue Alliance. She shot back, "Why do you ask?" Li Qingqiu just shrugged. "No pressure if you don't want to spill," he murmured, his gaze drifting to the gloomy mountain vista ahead. "No intel? Fine, even if she's a raid boss, I'll deal with it." The black-clad woman tilted her head, giving Li Qingqiu a curious look. "Aren't you surprised we haven't run into anyone from the Qiyue Alliance on this path?" "We took the uncharted mountain trail," he replied matter-of-factly. "Naturally, we wouldn't see a soul." He could already tell the black-clad woman's backstory wasn't some basic NPC questline. He just hadn't bothered to click read more. The black-clad woman fell silent for a beat, then with a sudden flash drew her sword. In a single chilling whisper of steel, her blade was at Li Qingqiu's throat. She demanded to know his master's identity and his connection to the Seven Peaks Alliance. Li Qingqiu glanced at her, then, quick as lightning, flicked his right middle finger, instantly knocking the sword from her grasp. It happened too fast. The black-clad woman had no time to react. She stumbled back 2 steps as her precious sword flew, landing hilt first in the grass behind her, its blade quivering. She stared at Li Qingqiu in disbelief. She couldn't believe his martial arts were so formidable. A single flick of his finger had unleashed an irresistible colossal force. Li Qingqiu, maintaining his deadpan expression, stated his previous words were a trick. Her offense had nullified her earlier guidance, so he told her to descend the mountain and find her own way down. He wasn't waiting for dawn. Seeing him still determined to ascend, the black-clad woman couldn't help but ask who he was and what he intended to do. Li Qingqiu replied without turning, stating he was an enemy of the Seven Peaks Alliance and had come to kill. His words stunned the black-clad woman. She couldn't believe this man intended to single-handedly assault the Seven Peaks Alliance. Before she could process it, Li Qingqiu suddenly leaped. His body, like a soaring swallow, shot into the thick mist, vanishing without a trace. The mountain where the Seven Peaks Alliance resided was exceptionally tall. Just ascending it took Li Qingqiu a bit of time. He reached the Sect entrance, gazing at the 3 Zhang High Gate, and couldn't help but marvel at its imposing grandeur. Compared to the Seven Peaks Alliance's gate, the Qingxiao Sect's entrance was utterly insignificant. At the entrance, 2 Seven Peaks Alliance disciples were dozing against the gate pillars, oblivious to Li Qingqiu's footsteps. He approached one, swung his sword, and slit his throat. Fresh blood splattered, staining the gate pillar. The remaining Seven Peaks Alliance disciple awoke, groggily opening his eyes. Upon seeing Li Qingqiu and his junior brother's corpse, his eyes widened. As he tried to speak, Li Qingqiu lunged, clamping his left hand over the man's mouth and pressing the heavenly crimson sword to his throat with his right. Cooperate if you want to live, he stated coldly. Blink if you understand. Hearing this, the disciple rapidly blinked, fearing Li Qingqiu's hand. Li Qingqiu pulled him up, ordering him to lead the way to the Alliance Master's quarters. He warned that any tricks would be met with an even faster sword. The Seven Peaks Alliance disciple stumbled forward from the push. The moment he regained his footing, he felt a sharp point press into his waist from behind, making him break into a cold sweat. He began leading the way. They encountered no other disciples. It was the dead of night. The Seven Peaks Alliance had built wide paths and multiple training grounds, exuding the aura of a powerful martial arts sect. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, they arrived at the first Alliance Master's inner courtyard. The guiding Seven Peaks Alliance disciple tremblingly pointed to a room. Li Qingqiu suddenly swung his hand, striking the disciple's nape and knocking him unconscious. He then walked, sword in hand, toward the room. The moonlight stretched Li Qingqiu's shadow across the courtyard. Sword in hand, as he approached the building, he could already hear the breathing of its occupant. His footsteps were light, making not a single sound. He reached the room door, pressing his palm against it. It was tightly shut. It wouldn't open without force. He took a deep breath, then suddenly kicked the door open, lunging directly towards the sound of breathing. The first Alliance Master of the Seven Peaks Alliance, Li Qingqiu, was sleeping soundly. As a world-renowned Grandmaster, his vigilance was paramount. Even in slumber, the moment the door broke open, his eyes snapped wide. He glimpsed a flash of sword light streaking towards him in the darkness. Startled, he flipped himself up, twisting to dodge, but the blade still grazed his shoulder. Li Qingqiu, a man over 40 with a bear-like face and tiger-like eyes, glared fiercely. His sideburns and long beard fluttered as if ignited by pure rage. Li Qingqiu was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected his opponent to dodge such a lethal strike. This man's martial arts were far superior to Yang Juding. Li Qingqiu roared in fury, condensing internal energy into his right hand, conjuring a fiery aura. He struck a palm towards Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu leaped back, raising his sword and channeling energy to parry. With a resounding explosion, the windows shattered from the powerful ki blast. Tables, chairs, and wooden cabinets on both sides likewise splintered, shaking the entire building. Li Qingqiu's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't expected his full-force palm strike to be blocked. A chi barrier shimmered around Li Qingqiu, resisting the incessant surge of fiery internal energy. The ground beneath Li Qingqiu's feet was pulverized, a testament to Li Qingqiu's immense cultivation. Li Qingqiu gravely questioned his opponent's identity but dared not withdraw his hand, for to do so now would surely damage his internal organs. Li Qingqiu looked up, his left hand suddenly reaching behind him before flinging something forward. His movement was too swift. By the time Li Qingqiu saw it, it was too late to react. 3 silver needles pierced through the fiery internal energy. Tiny streaks of lightning pulsed from their shafts as they irresistibly impaled Li Qingqiu's throat. Li Qingqiu's aura instantly dissipated. The immense force flung him backwards, slamming him against the wall before he collapsed onto the bed, crushing it as dust billowed. Li Qingqiu withdrew his hand and turned, exiting the room. He scooped up the Seven Peaks Alliance disciple lying in the courtyard, leaped onto the eaves, and swiftly departed. Reaching a rooftop 100 zhang away, he then used a spirit spring needle to awaken the disciple. The Seven Peaks Alliance disciple opened his eyes as if waking from a nightmare, gasping for breath. Li Qingqiu clamped his mouth shut, whispering to him to keep leading the way to the other Alliance Masters. This Seven Peaks Alliance disciple, Chen Ye, had only joined the Seven Peaks Alliance less than half a year ago. He was currently a gate guard doing odd jobs and hadn't yet learned any real martial arts. In his heart, First Alliance Master Li Qingqiu was the #1 master in the world. That's why he led Li Qingqiu straight to Li Qingqiu's courtyard, hoping Li Qingqiu would get a taste of his own medicine. But hearing Li Qingqiu's words, he couldn't help but wonder, could Li Qingqiu really have fallen to this guy? His eyes widened, staring at Li Qingqiu in disbelief. Up close, he could clearly see Li Qingqiu's face, too young, almost unrealistically young. Li Qingqiu frowned, asking in a low voice if he was stunned or had gone deaf. Chen Yi snapped back to reality, frantically blinking his eyes. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu just picked him up, ordering him to show the way. The commotion at Li Qingqiu's courtyard alerted nearby disciples. They quickly left their rooms, rushing towards where the sound had come from. Li Qingqiu and Chen Yi had barely gone a short distance when a mysterious horn blared from afar, resounding loudly under the night sky. He saw people pouring out from courtyards in every direction, forcing him to push Chen Yi down to the ground to avoid the gazes of those Seven Peaks Alliance disciples. He whispered, "What was that sound?" Chen Yi gulped, explaining that it was the Seven Peaks Alliance's intruder alert horn. If there's even a rustle in the grass, the horn will blare. Even if it's a misunderstanding, the Alliance Masters won't blame anyone. On the other hand, if an enemy sneaks in and the horn bearer doesn't blow it, they'll be severely punished no matter the reason. At that moment, horns blared from other directions too, revealing that the intruder alert wasn't just coming from one spot. Li Qingqiu had to admit he had underestimated the Seven Peaks Alliance's security protocols. No wonder there were no disciples patrolling at night. Turns out they had hidden defenses like this. Chen Ye added in a whisper that once the intruder alert horn sounded, approaching the other Alliance Masters undetected was nearly impossible. As soon as he finished, one more tap from Li Qingqiu and Chen Ye was out cold. Li Qingqiu then proceeded to strip Chen Ye, quickly donning his uniform. He even unstrapped Chen Ye's sword before leaping from the eaves. He continued towards the direction Chen Ye had pointed out earlier. More and more Seven Peaks Alliance disciples emerged from their rooms, and Li Qingqiu encountered quite a few. Only then did he truly grasp the sheer scale of the Seven Peaks Alliance's forces. 3,000 disciples didn't sound like much on paper, but encountering them in person revealed their terrifying presence. Moreover, the Seven Peaks Alliance was a genuine martial arts sect, and all its disciples possessed martial arts cultivation. As he walked, Li Qingqiu mentally replayed Li Qingqiu's internal energy, confirming that martial cultivation was no simple grind. If he hadn't broken through to the mid-third stage of the primordial realm, killing Li Qingqiu would have been incredibly troublesome. If he had exhausted all his primordial energy killing Lu Taidu, escaping the Seven Peaks Alliance would have been anything but easy. Lu Taidu was merely a martial arts master in Gu Prefecture. The Great Li dynasty had countless other prefectures. Under this sky there were naturally still those stronger than him. He couldn't afford to underestimate anyone in the world from now on. Despite successfully eliminating his target, Li Qingqiu became even more cautious. Of course, if given a do-over he'd still do the same thing, just with better timing. With a master like Lu Taidu, the Seven Peaks Alliance was definitely not an entity the current Qingxiao sect could afford to provoke. He couldn't just restrict his disciples' movements within the sect and wait for the Seven Peaks Alliance to launch a full-scale invasion. Wearing a Seven Peaks Alliance disciple's uniform, Li Qingqiu wasn't suspected at all. He didn't deliberately try to avoid anyone, as that would look suspicious. He walked swiftly and calmly, passing by Seven Peaks Alliance disciples. Suddenly he stopped at a courtyard gate and turned his head. Frowning, he heard faint sobbing as if someone was whimpering. And it wasn't just one person. The other wasn't crying, but their breathing was weak. He hadn't intended to meddle in others' affairs, but for some reason he thought of his own junior brothers and sisters. Zhang Yuchen, Zhang Zhaoxia, and Li Dongye, when they first arrived at Qingxiao sect, would also be scared and cry alone. Wu Manor wasn't that sentimental, just feed her and she's fine. Li Zifeng and Li Zijin had each other's company so they wouldn't be afraid or lonely like that. He hesitated for a moment, then entered the courtyard, walking straight to a room door. The courtyard was piled with firewood and miscellaneous items and nobody was guarding it. He gently pushed open the door, squinting inside. He saw nothing but dry firewood and a child leaning against the pile. Moonlight streamed through a hole in the roof, illuminating the child perfectly. This kid looks around 7 or 8. More importantly, he's cradling an even smaller child. And it's the tiny one making all the noise. Li Qingqiu pushed the door open, startling the kid into turning his head. He looked at the child and cut straight to the chase. Do you want to leave? The child wore tattered, filthy clothes, eerily similar to how Shuning looked back then. Faced with the direct question, he foolishly asked back, Can I really leave? Li Qingqiu replied, if you want to, I'll take both of you. At this, the child quickly stood, clutching the smaller baby tightly in his arms. The baby looked to be only 1 or 2 years old, emitting a rather pungent odor. The child cautiously asked who he was. He'd never met Li Qingqiu, but the mere thought of escaping the Qiyue Alliance made his heart pound. Li Qingqiu explained he wasn't part of the Qiyue Alliance anyway. Plus, I just offed their alliance master. Time to make my exit. Hearing this, the child showed no fear. Instead, his eyes widened, brimming with tears. He smiled, wiping them away, and earnestly declared he would follow Li Qingqiu, but only if he took his little brother too. Li Qingqiu nodded and announced, from now on, you and your little brother are joining my sect. The child agreed without hesitation, promising to repay this kindness someday. Li Qingqiu immediately stepped forward, took the baby from his arms, then used a dirty piece of cloth from the ground to secure the less than 2-year-old child to his chest. Next, he scooped up Yuanqi with one arm and swiftly made his way out. Outside the room under the moonlight, Yuanqi finally got a clear look at Li Qingqiu's face. His pupils dilated, a strange glint in his eyes. This scene would forever be etched into his memory. Leaving the room, Li Qingqiu leaped onto the eaves, moving forward with light steps. He pulled up his Dao Heritage System interface, checking the disciple count. Sure enough, Yuanqi and his brother were now listed. He tapped on Yuanqi's profile picture to check his loyalty rating, discovering a solid 90/80. Self-commentary. Not bad, he thought. This kid actually has some conscience. He didn't bother to scrutinize Yuanqi's fate traits, directly swiping past to subconsciously check the profile of Yuanqi's little brother. The moment he tapped, he instantly regretted it. The kid was so young and still unconscious. How could he possibly have a loyalty rating? Sure enough, Yuanqi's little brother Yuan Li showed a big fat 0 for loyalty. But in the very next second, Li Qingqiu's eyes went wide with disbelief. He even stopped in his tracks. The screen clearly displayed Yuan Li, male, age 1, loyalty to Sect Master and Sect, both. Cultivation talent, extremely low, but comprehension, unworldly, and his fate traits, indestructible overlord physique, heart of a grandmaster, and tenacity. The indestructible overlord physique was a rare ancient body type, a supreme creation of heaven and earth. However, since its essence had descended to the mortal realm, a special method was needed to awaken it. Heart of a grandmaster meant extreme comprehension and imagination towards the Tao of combat, adept at creation and happy to share. Tenacity meant that no matter what hardships he endured, his mind would never waver. Seeing all this, only one thought remained in Li Qingqiu's mind. He'd just picked up a treasure. Those 3 fate traits, especially the indestructible overlord physique and the heart of a grandmaster, sounded incredibly powerful just from their names alone. The indestructible overlord physique in particular was too mysterious. He lowered his head again, feeling as if the Yuan Li in his arms was glowing golden. Yuanqi, cradled in Li Qingqiu's other arm, saw him suddenly stop and stare down at his little brother. He couldn't help but ask worriedly. Li Qingqiu looked up, resumed walking, and casually remarked, looks like the baby peed. Yuanqi immediately felt awkward, lowering his head to mumble an apology. Li Qingqiu hadn't expected his revenge trip to yield such a heaven-defying treasure, so as he made his escape, he swiftly laid out the Qingxiao sect's grand century-long plan in his mind, with Yuan Li's cultivation as the top priority. He wanted to find a way to awaken the baby's physique and at the same time let him learn whatever he wanted, because the heart of a grandmaster would undoubtedly help him create countless martial arts and spells for the Qingxiao sect. Thinking this, he felt even more strongly that heaven truly had eyes and good deeds were indeed rewarded. If he hadn't gone soft just now, he would have completely missed out on this little guy. What's more, if Yuan Li had grown up in the Qiyue Alliance, he would undoubtedly become an immeasurable, huge future problem. The more he thought about it, the happier Li Qingqiu became. Meanwhile, Yuanqi, being carried by one arm, couldn't help but feel that this big brother was truly formidable. Carrying his little brother with one arm, Yuanqi with the other, and still managing to hold his sword, he was truly powerful and charismatic. Yuanqi secretly resolved to become just like him someday. The Chiwei Alliance was perched on a mountaintop, surrounded on all sides by cliffs. No matter how advanced one's lightness skill, flying to the opposite peak was impossible. The only way down was through the main mountain gate, the same way Li Qingqiu had entered. Li Qingqiu carrying Yuanqi and Yuanli landed on a roof and paused, going no further. Yuanqi turned his head to look back, his small dirty face instantly changing. A look of panic he couldn't hide flashed in his eyes. Over 100 yards away, down the steps, every training ground swarmed with Seven Peaks Alliance disciples, their numbers still steadily growing. A sea of heads, illuminated by flickering torchlight, created a suffocating, oppressive atmosphere. Yuanqi watched, despair creeping in. With this many people, he felt there was no escaping, as if he and his brother were fated never to leave this Seven Peaks Alliance demon's den alive. Li Qingqiu also felt the pressure. He hadn't expected the Seven Peaks Alliance to react so fast or gather so many disciples right outside their main gates. It wasn't that he lacked confidence in his own strength. He was just worried this full frontal assault would get Yuanqi and Yuanli hurt. He stood his ground, beginning to circulate his qi. He absorbed the spirit stone hidden in his robe, converting the spiritual energy within into primordial qi, preparing to be in peak condition to break through the encirclement. Yuanqi turned to look at Li Qingqiu, unable to guess what he was thinking. Assuming he was hesitating, Yuanqi quietly suggested that if push came to shove, Li Qingqiu should just leave them and escape alone. In his mind, Li Qingqiu, having already taken down one of the Seven Peaks Alliance masters, was more than enough for him and his brother to be eternally grateful. Li Qingqiu heard this and shot him a glance. "Sounds like you two are carrying a heavy bloody grudge," he said. "Once we're off this mountain, I'll hear the full story." The remark both moved and confused Yuanqi. How were they supposed to get off the mountain with this kind of dense encirclement? Even so, he didn't dare bother Li Qingqiu further, just waiting in silence. Li Qingqiu didn't wait long. Once he'd optimized his stats, he picked up Yuanqi and charged forward once more. His footsteps landed on the eaves without a sound, utterly astonishing Yuanqi. The wind whistled past his ears, the distant crowd growing closer. His heart leaped into his throat as a terrifying thought surfaced. Was this big brother really planning to charge straight into that? Reaching the end of the final eve, Li Qingqiu vaulted down to the ground and headed towards the steps. His appearance quickly drew the attention of many Seven Peaks Alliance disciples, but seeing him in their sect robes, no one raised an alarm. They were just curious why he was carrying two children. Amidst the crowd, two Alliance Masters were deep in conversation. These were Second Alliance Master Guanglantian and Fourth Alliance Master Xu Zihong. Xu Zihong, thin and disheveled, yawned with an annoyed expression, clueless about what could have caused such a massive commotion. Guanglantian, over 60, slightly plump with a bushy beard, merely furrowed his brow when asked. He admitted he wasn't clear himself, but suspected it was no small matter, perhaps even related to the Qing sect. At the mention of the Qing sect, Xu Zihong immediately bristled. Ever since that sect had targeted the Seven Peaks Alliance's core technique, they'd been relentlessly harassing them. A bunch of utterly lawless madmen they were. Guanglantian shook his head, reminding him that the Qing sect now had powerful court officials backing them. Their momentum was at its peak, so they needed to be even more careful. Xu Zihong was about to retort when he heard the murmuring of nearby disciples. He turned to look, spotting a disciple carrying two children descending from the highest steps. At that sight, his anger flared. He immediately bellowed, "Who dares touch those children?" Before his voice even faded, Xu Zihong leaped up, scaling the shoulders of his disciples before launching himself with a mighty push, flying directly towards Li Qingqiu. His voice thundered, his aura like a fierce tiger, making Yuanqi tremble violently. Internal energy coiled around Xu Zihong's body, his descent speed suddenly surging. A powerful palm strike, imbued with potent internal energy, rushed straight towards the three of them. Li Qingqiu immediately drew his sword with his right hand, swinging it in a single slash. A stream of sword chi tore through the air, its light flashing across the faces of numerous Seven Peaks Alliance disciples. Xu Zihong was mid-air with no time to dodge. His palm strike was directly shattered by Li Qingqiu's sword chi, which then continued its trajectory, slashing straight into him. He felt a tremendous force slam into his body, sending him flipping backward. He spat out an arrow of blood, flying back even faster than he'd attacked. The Seven Peaks Alliance disciples below had no time to react, but reflexively extended their hands to catch him. The result? A massive pileup of crushed bodies. Guanglantian gaped at the scene, and the other Seven Peaks Alliance disciples were utterly terrified. Xu Zihong was an Alliance Master, ranked 4th on the Lone Continent Martial Arts Heavenly ranking. Unless he faced another peerless expert from that same list, he was virtually unbeatable. Yet, this powerful figure had been severely wounded by his opponent with just a single sword strike. Gazing at Li Qingqiu, still maintaining his sword-swinging posture, terror filled everyone's eyes. The dark night with rolling clouds veiled a half-hidden moon. Li Qingqiu stood atop the steps, one arm cradling a child, the other holding his sword, his figure ramrod straight, robes fluttering in the wind. The aura he exuded at that moment directly suppressed the hundreds of Seven Peaks Alliance disciples below. In Guanglantian's mind, only one thought remained. This was a peerless expert. His reaction was lightning fast. He immediately ordered, "Form up. Do not let this man escape." With that, he pulled out a wooden whistle and blew a piercing blast. The ear-piercing whistle echoed across the night sky. Li Qingqiu moved too, swiftly charging down the steps. In his hand wasn't the heavenly crimson sword, but Chen Ye's blade. Though terrified, the Seven Peaks Alliance disciples gained courage from their sheer numbers. Receiving the Alliance Master's command, they collectively drew their blades and charged towards Li Qingqiu. The entire throng swarmed like a surging flood up the steps. Li Qingqiu plunged straight into the fray, his sword a blur of motion. Sword light flashed, fresh blood splattered. His footwork was nimble, his body a phantom, dodging every incoming blade. With each swing, his sword precisely found an enemy's throat. Yuanqi was so scared he squeezed his eyes shut, clinging to Li Qingqiu's shoulder. Yuanli, cradled in his arms, was also startled, his brow furrowed tight but too weak to open his eyes. Li Qingqiu cut down an enemy with every step, never retreating no matter the horde before him. From above, the surging tide of Qi Alliance disciples was against all odds being forcibly repelled by a single man. Guanlantian showed no fear, his profound footwork like a phantom dragon weaving through the crowd, swiftly closing in on Li Qingqiu's back. Yuan Shi, nestled on his shoulder, felt a surge of fierce wind, instinctively opening his eyes. He saw Guanlantian like an assassin emerging from the depths, his right hand swinging with a bloodthirsty gale. In that instant, Yuan Shi's mind flashed back to his father's heart being ripped out by Guanlantian. His pupils trembled, boundless terror threatening to consume him whole. But just then, Li Qingqiu, as if with eyes in the back of his head, suddenly spun around and unleashed a sword strike. That sword strike was razor-sharp, an arc of lightning even flashing on the blade, directly dispelling the darkness in Yuan Shi's eyes. Startled by the sudden turn, Guanlantian hastily arched his back, narrowly dodging the sword. But before he could make his next move, Li Qingqiu unleashed a kick straight to his chest, sending him flying. The kick sent Guanlantian tumbling several times across the ground, knocking down more than a few people in his wake. Li Qingqiu retracted his leg, feeling a slight numbness. Though his physique had been enhanced, facing Guanlantian charging at full speed with internal qi, that single kick still cost him a significant amount of power. He turned to press on, but as he did, he saw a massive wave of Qi Alliance disciples still pouring down the stairs from above. Meanwhile, far away on another mountain peak, a woman in black stood by a cliff. She watched the dense fog between the two peaks dissipate, revealing specks of fire within the Qi Alliance stronghold that rapidly spread. She had originally been sleeping but was awakened by the Qi Alliance's horn blast signaling an invasion. Thinking of Li Qingqiu's face, she was secretly astonished, never expecting him to cause such a massive disturbance. After a moment of hesitation, she decided to turn and descend the mountain, not wanting to get entangled in the trouble. On his side, Li Qingqiu discarded the long sword now hacked to pieces in his hand and drew the Tianhong sword from his hip, continuing the fight. Behind him lay dozens of bodies, while in every direction enemies swarmed, completely surrounding him without a single gap. Although he displayed immense power, it wasn't enough to scare the entire Qi Alliance disciples out of their wits. Li Qingqiu gazed forward, his eyes sharpening. His right hand released its grip, yet the Tianhong sword still floated before him, trembling as it automatically shifted direction, its tip pointing straight ahead. The sight left the Qi Alliance disciples in front dumbfounded. Immediately after, with a resounding boom as the air ripped apart, the Tianhong sword suddenly shot forward, origin energy coalescing into sword qi, devastating everything in its path. Li Qingqiu instantly followed close behind. The sounds of sword blades slicing through flesh and grinding against bone continuously echoed. Using the Taiju Imperial sword art, Li Qingqiu brutally carved a bloody path forward. Guanlantian, clutching his bruised chest, had just gotten up when he witnessed this horrifying scene firsthand. He immediately coughed violently, blood continuously gushing from his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. In his eyes, Li Qingqiu had successfully broken through the encirclement, plunging straight into the night. None of the Qi Alliance disciples dared to blindly pursue. At the speed Li Qingqiu had just demonstrated, they simply couldn't catch up. All they could do was collectively turn their heads to look at Guanlantian. Fear was clearly etched on everyone's face. Guanlantian also gave no order to pursue because even he at this moment didn't dare to follow. Just then, a panicked shout rang out, reporting that the Grand Alliance Master had been assassinated by a villain. A voice suddenly came from behind. A disciple stumbled up the stairs, loudly delivering the news. For the hundreds of Qi Alliance disciples who had just endured a fierce battle, these words were nothing short of a massive shockwave. Guanlantian also felt as if the sky was falling. He turned his head to look at Xu Ziheng. Xu Ziheng was now breathless, lying in a pool of blood. On the other side, Li Qingqiu, holding the two children, quickly descended the mountain. A hint of worry flickered in his heart as he had expended more than half his origin energy and couldn't afford a prolonged battle. A system notification suddenly popped up before him, stating that because this was his first time slaying an enemy sect's leader, and he returned unscathed while protecting the Qingzhou sect's prestige, he received a legacy inheritance reward opportunity. Sunlight sliced across the ground, sweeping over Qiwei town at the foot of the mountain. Inside an inn room, the woman in black looked at the old man in gray robes sitting opposite her, impatience clearly written on her face. She felt her opponent had acted too quickly. She had only just arrived, and the very next morning the old man had already found her. The old man in gray robes, looking over 70 with even age spots on his face, could only sigh helplessly, advising her not to act purely on emotion any longer. According to him, with her current martial arts level, going to the Qi Alliance would surely put her at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he had investigated and learned that something major had just happened at the Qi Alliance. Anyone who dared provoke them now would face a furious counterattack. Hearing this, the woman in black asked what had happened. Her mind couldn't help but recall Li Qingqiu, growing even more curious about what he was truly doing at the Qi Alliance. The old man in gray robes immediately sobered his expression and stated, "Last night, Grandmaster Lu, the Qi Alliance's first Alliance Master, was assassinated right in her own room. I hear another Alliance Master was also beaten to death on the spot trying to stop the culprit." The moment these words were uttered, the woman in black's expression drastically changed, her face filled with astonishment. It suddenly dawned on her, finally understanding why the Qi Alliance had been in such an uproar last night. But the assassination of Grandmaster Lu was truly too unbelievable, making her continuously wonder how Li Qingqiu could have possibly done it. She recalled how he had once sent her treasured sword flying with just a flick of his finger, and she couldn't help but feel that he truly possessed such power. But he was so young yet so powerful that she couldn't help but suspect he'd either mastered some youth-preserving spell or was wearing a disguise. The more she thought about it, the more horrified she became. That was Lu Taidu, a peerless master whose mere stomp could shake the entire Jianghu of Kouzhou. To think he died right there in the Seven Joy Sect, it was truly unbelievable. She looked up at the gray-robed elder, hastily asking who was ultimately responsible. The elder shook his head, saying he didn't know either. He'd only heard the Seven Joys Sect disciples spread rumors that the culprit had 3 heads and 6 arms, like a descent of the Grand Sovereign Demon God, utterly unstoppable. And he even brought 2 children along, so it was highly likely he was there for those 2 kids. Hearing this, the black-clad woman couldn't help but roll her eyes, clearly annoyed by such absurd rumors. The gray-robed elder merely shrugged, stating that those were the words of the Seven Joys Sect members. He was only relaying them. Then, adopting a more earnest tone, he advised her that the Seven Joys Sect was undoubtedly headed for a major upheaval. Internally, there would be power struggles and squabbling over benefits, while old enemies would stir up trouble externally. Thus, her worries might resolve themselves, making it unworthy for her to put herself in harm's way. The black-clad woman gave a cold laugh, saying that if Li Qingqiu was dead, her troubles would naturally vanish, and so she would return with him today. Only then did the gray-robed elder sigh in relief, stroking his beard and nodding. However, after some hesitation, the black-clad woman still inquired if he could have someone investigate who exactly killed Li Qingqiu, as she merely wished to know the person's name. The gray-robed elder readily agreed, but also made it clear last night was pitch black and uncovering the culprit's identity would be no simple task. Li Qingqiu's image reappeared in the black-clad woman's mind, and her curiosity only grew. She truly wanted to know who this person was. What kind of divine being dared to openly appear at the foot of the Seven Joys Sect, then directly ascend the mountain to kill someone? And what kind of grudge did he have with the Seven Joys Sect anyway? After leaving the Seven Joys Sect, Li Qingqiu traveled several hundred miles before hiding in the mountains to rest and recover his vital energy. He then performed the Ghost Immortal Rejuvenation Needle technique to recuperate Xiao Yuanli's body, while Yuanqi went up the mountain to gather fruit and fetch water. After resting for a day, they resumed their journey, avoiding main roads and encountering no one. Thanks to his gust wind art, Li Qingqiu's travel speed was very fast. While not as quick as a horse carriage, it wasn't far behind. Only when they reached the foot of Qingxiao Sect Mountain did Li Qingqiu truly breathe a sigh of relief. Staring at the majestic rolling mountain range ahead, Yuanqi's heart was filled with confusion. He felt they were simply going further and further, completely unlike his imagination of a martial arts sect needing to be near a town for easy recruitment of disciples and subjugation of common folk. Along the way, Li Qingqiu instructed Yuanqi that once they ascended the mountain, he was absolutely not to mention the Seven Joys Sect to anyone, nor say that Li Qingqiu had ever been there. According to his instructions, the 2 brothers were merely orphans who had followed a group of refugees, and he had simply brought them back. Yuanqi, following behind, nodded in agreement, saying he understood and would definitely not cause him any trouble. En route, Li Qingqiu also began to introduce the current situation of the Qingxiao sect. Yuanqi had never heard of the Qingxiao sect, but upon hearing that all the disciples there were still young, he immediately felt a surge of anticipation. At the Seven Joys sect, he had only ever encountered adults and was constantly bullied by them, so now he was terrified of entering an environment full of grown-ups. But after learning about the Qingxiao sect situation, Yuanqi grew bolder, starting to ask incessant questions. Li Qingqiu, for his part, was very patient, answering each question one by one. From the foot of the mountain to the front gate of the Qingxiao sect. The path was quite long. It took them half a day to reach their destination. 10 days had passed since Li Qingqiu executed Li Qingqiu, and now the sky was nearing dusk. When he saw the Qingxiao sect's gate, though it wasn't as grand as the Seven Joys sect, a sense of familiarity welled up in Li Qingqiu's heart, completely releasing the tension he had held for so long. From a distance, he also saw a child squatting in front of the sect gate, playing with pebbles. It was Li Zifeng. He called out, asking why he was slacking off again. That voice startled Li Zifeng, who quickly stood up and turned around to look. The moment he saw the child's face, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Half a month had passed, and Li Zifeng's face still bore a purple bruise. Though it wasn't swollen anymore, every time he smiled, the sight of his missing teeth was truly hilarious. Li Qingqiu quickly stifled his laughter, feeling it would be too heartless to continue, especially since Li Zifeng had gotten injured for the Qingxiao sect's sake. Seeing him, Li Zifeng joyfully yelled out and dashed down like a gust of wind. The loud shout also alerted the other disciples within the sect. Just as he ran up to Li Qingqiu, Yang Juiding, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Shu Ning appeared at the sect gate, having scaled the cliff face with impressive speed. Their Qinggong left Yuanqi utterly dumbfounded. Li Qingqiu reached out and ruffled Li Zifeng's hair, asking if he'd been mischievous lately. Li Zifeng in turn hugged his waist tightly, tearfully saying he had been worried sick. Because he had been gone for so long, he even thought Li Qingqiu didn't need them anymore. More and more disciples ran out from within the sect, and upon seeing Li Qingqiu, everyone was incredibly excited. Li Qingqiu also spotted 6 unfamiliar faces, guessing they must be the 6 children from the Qin family. 2 days prior, he had discovered 6 new disciples on the Dao Heritage panel. Unfortunately, their talent was all very ordinary, and none possessed any special fate traits, so he hadn't paid them much attention, barely even remembering their faces. Jiang Zhaoxia quickly landed beside Li Qingqiu, carefully observing him until she confirmed he was unharmed before sighing in relief. Li Zijin also happily embraced him, while Li Dongye stood nearby, eyes welling up. Yang Juding finally let out a breath he didn't realize he'd been holding. He'd been secretly sweating Li Qingqiu's trip to the Seven Peaks Alliance, and the pressure had been mounting for days, almost past his breaking point. Good thing the boss finally made it back. Jiang Zhaoxia, clearly a little miffed, piped up, demanding to know where he'd been for so long. Li Qingqiu just chuckled, reminding her he'd already told Zhang Yuchen he was on a mountain patrol but got sidetracked by other matters. He then introduced Yuanqi and Yuanli, declaring that from now on these two would also be Qingxiao sect disciples. At that, everyone's attention immediately snapped to the newcomers. Yang Juding leaned in close to Yuanqi, scrutinizing him intently, which made the kid visibly uncomfortable. Xu Ning's rapid growth had already proven Li Qingqiu's judgment was no joke, so not just Yang Juding but all the other disciples were incredibly curious what kind of talent Yuanqi possessed to earn such high regard. Zhang Yuchen eyed Li Qingqiu with a tight frown, while Wu Man'er simply beamed an innocent, wordless grin. Seeing the chatter was about to pick up again, Li Qingqiu cut in, telling everyone to head inside to continue their discussion and to get some food ready for them. So, the whole group ascended the mountain, chatting and laughing. Since the disciples were all young and bursting with energy, once they started talking it was almost impossible to get them to stop. Along the way, Li Dongye walked up to Li Qingqiu softly asking if she could help carry the baby. Li Qingqiu didn't decline, simply handing Yuan Li over to her. Upon returning to the courtyard, Zhang Yuchun took Yuan Qi to bathe while Li Dongyue and Li Zijin took Yuan Li. Li Qingqiu sat at a table, his gaze settling on the 6 Qin clan children standing together, 4 boys and 2 girls, all 11 years old. Just finding 6 kids all the same age was enough to show just how many descendants the Qin family had. Facing the sectmaster's gaze, all 6 children were clearly nervous. Before they arrived, Qinjue had repeatedly warned them to be absolutely obedient once they were at the Qingxiao sect. Whoever got sent back first would definitely face severe punishment. Seeing their tension, Li Qingqiu offered a gentle smile, called them over to sit, and introduced himself. Seeing his smile, the 6 Qin children gradually relaxed, stepping forward one by one to introduce themselves. Li Qingqiu casually chatted with them to bridge the gap. The ones cooking were 3 of the Qingxiao 7. They worked quickly, and soon hot food was served before Li Qingqiu. He didn't wait for Yuan Qi but ate by himself first. Yang Zhujing sat beside him, itching to ask about the 7 Peaks Alliance but held his tongue due to the others present. A little later, Zhang Yuchun, Yuan Qi, and Li Dongye also arrived in the courtyard, finally gathering all of Qingxiao Sect's people in one place. 24 people in total. While it couldn't compare to the prosperity of the 7 Peaks Alliance, the scene before him still made Li Qingqiu feel content. He believed that in 10 years, every disciple here would be able to hold their own and stand tall in their respective regions. Li Dongye sat on Li Qingqiu's other side, propping her chin in her hand, musing that his return earlier had reminded her of their master. Back then, when Master brought Zifeng and Zijin home, it was similar, Zijin in his arms, Zifeng right behind him. Those words made Zhang Yuchun, Zhang Zhaoxia, and Wu Menair nod in agreement. They began reminiscing about Lin Xunfeng. This in turn made the disciples even more curious about Lin Xunfeng. Just what kind of heroic figure was this Grand Master? Yang Zhuding spoke up, admitting Lin Xunfeng was indeed courageous and righteous, but his contributions to the Qingxiao sect weren't all that significant. Since the sect's founding, Qingxiao sect had never actively recruited disciples, so in his view the current Qingxiao sect had little to do with its past. Li Qingqiu shot him a glance, secretly pleased that after a few days apart, Yang Zhuding had finally learned some sense. Zhang Yuchun added that their master had indeed left them. From now on, Qingxiao sect would only have one sect master. They were the new Qingxiao sect, and still using the old name was just senior brother being nostalgic. Late that night, under a bright moon and abundant stars, Li Qingqiu returned to his room, finding it spotlessly clean, with fresh bedding and pillows on the bed. Looks like the Qin family's investment had arrived. Qingxiao sect's living conditions were already improving. He'd handed all financial authority to Zhang Yuchun because in his opinion, money was just worldly fluff. What he truly needed to control were the spirit stones in the underground spirit lake. Spirit stones could aid cultivation and were definitely the equivalent of currency in the cultivation world, like oil in his past life. That was the Qingxiao sect's true capital. Li Qingqiu sat cross-legged on his bed and called out the Dao Heritage interface. The legacy inheritance reward from his escape from the 7 Peaks Alliance was still unopened. He hadn't dared to claim it recklessly out there. Only back home, with a settled heart, did he finally dare to open it. He claimed the legacy reward, opened the Dao Heritage inheritance, and received a spell called the Soul-Snatching Charm. He then faced the choice of whether to accept this inheritance. The name Soul-Snatching Charm didn't sound very righteous, making him realize the Dao Heritage interface didn't force him onto a specific righteous or demonic path. He found that quite acceptable as he didn't want to be bound by too many rules. As for these heterodox methods, he could definitely explore them a bit. With that thought, he immediately began the Soul-Snatching Charm inheritance. That familiar sensation washed over him again, and he quickly became immersed in the inheritance memories. After a long moment, he opened his eyes. It wasn't his first technique inheritance, so he wasn't surprised, but this time his brow furrowed deep. This soul-snatching spell was utterly vicious. It could rip a soul from a living person, and the victim would endure unimaginable torment throughout the process. From then on, their soul would be permanently controlled by the caster until the casters themselves died. Once successfully cast, transforming the target into a spirit, that spirit would be utterly incapable of resisting the spell's wielder. It was a complete soul-level suppression. But like any overpowered skill, it came with risks. Casting it above one's own cultivation realm against a higher-tier opponent would most likely result in a brutal backlash. After memorizing the soul-snatching spell, Li Qingqiu didn't immediately start cultivating it. He still needed to master the rejuvenating Ghost Immortal Needle, so he decided to cultivate that technique to a certain stage first before tackling anything else. He adjusted his focus, quickly entering a state of chi absorption and cultivation. The moon set, the sun rose, a night passed, and early the next morning all the disciples awoke. The martial artists went to train while the cultivators sat cross-legged together, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Li Qingqiu let Yuan Qi continue his martial arts training with Yang Zhuding, and the 6 children of the Qin family did the same. From now on, not everyone could cultivate the Grand Purity Primordial Chaos Sutra. Only those with exceptional aptitude or outstanding merit would qualify. After the golden hour of cultivation passed, Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun returned to the room to discuss the Qingxiao sect's next development steps. Sipping his tea, Li Qingqiu stated they first needed to organize a team of disciples to start building houses in the forest below the mountain. He even suggested enlisting Yang Zhuding since he was, an adult. Second, they needed to recruit more disciples, with a max age of 20. They couldn't always rely on a bunch of kids. The tea he was drinking had also been sent by the Qin family. Its fragrant aroma had him hooked after just 1 cup last night. Zhang Yuchun smiled, saying he'd wanted to do this for ages. Now that they had funding, it was time to make moves. He also brought up inviting a tutor as he'd heard from Li Dongye that Li Qingqiu had considered it before. Li Qingqiu nodded, telling him to go ahead. These tasks were Zhang Yuchen's to arrange. He didn't need to do everything himself. He could even select and train disciples to assist him later. As the Qingxiao sect grew, roles and responsibilities would naturally become more detailed. Zhang Yuchen responded that Huangshan and Yulin were decent, rough around the edges but with potential, capable of considering things comprehensively. He'd train them well. Li Qingqiu continued, explaining that in the future only core disciples would be allowed to cultivate the primordial Chaos Sutra. Currently, the only core disciple was Xiang Ying. The 7 from Huangshan could also enjoy core disciple status, but their primary focus would remain martial arts. Zhang Yuchen noted everything down. Li Qingqiu had many ideas regarding disciple ranks, but they weren't suitable for implementation just yet. Especially disciple benefits, they couldn't be fully detailed yet, as the Qingxiao sect hadn't established its own comprehensive system. Even now, the Qingxiao sect still didn't have a stable source of income. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchen focused on this problem, agreeing they couldn't just rely on the Qin family. They could, however, consider the opportunities Zhang Zhaoxia observed on her last trip down the mountain. Tasks like escorting nobles or precious items, taking on government bounties, and similar jobs could be given to disciples later. It would be for training, earning money, and boosting the Qingxiao sect's reputation. Because without reputation, recruiting new disciples would be incredibly difficult. They would only be able to recruit from small villages. Such disciples, not only lacking in cultivation aptitude, often couldn't even read. Teaching them martial arts alone would require a significant investment of resources. Of course, Li Qingqiu would ensure the Qingxiao sect had its own literacy program. He just didn't want the Qingxiao sect's disciple recruitment pipeline limited to rural areas. The two conversed for an entire hour. After their discussion, Zhang Yuchen, full of vigor, immediately sprang into action. Li Qingqiu stayed a moment longer, then stepped out of the house and called Li Dongye to join him in the forest behind the mountain to cultivate the rejuvenating ghost immortal needle. They cultivated until almost noon before finally standing up and heading back towards the sect. Along the way, Li Dongye gently reminded him not to forget to choose one of the Qin family disciples to take as his personal student. It was a promise he'd made to the Qin family, and the kids were waiting. Li Qingqiu nodded, smiling, assuring her that he hadn't forgotten, and besides, Yuchen had already reminded him. Qinjue had specifically designated his son to be Li Qingqiu's disciple, so Li Qingqiu didn't need to overthink it. He simply decided that an early decision would put the 6 Qin family disciples at ease. At lunchtime, Li Qingqiu called Qin Ye, telling him to follow. Qin Ye, overwhelmed with excitement, immediately stood up, his face flushed. The other 5 Qin family disciples were also thrilled, knowing they carried their family's expectations. After officially accepting Qin Ye as his personal disciple, Li Qingqiu promptly handed him over to Yang Jieding. Qin Ye's aptitude was too low for cultivation, making success difficult. However, if he performed well in the future, Li Qingqiu might still be able to help him pursue immortality. The existence of the underground fox spirit could partially compensate for his lacking cultivation aptitude. Yang Jieding therefore also gained his own distinct status, becoming the Qingxiao sect's martial arts transmission elder. Half a month swiftly passed. Because Li Qingqiu had kept his activities at the Seven Peaks Alliance a secret, Zhang Zhaoxia still went to the mountainside to train. Li Qingqiu didn't stop her. Besides the Seven Peaks Alliance, the Azure sect remained a potential future headache. Until one day Zhang Yuchen brought news, calling Li Qingqiu, Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Dongye, Wu Man'er, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin into the room. Zhang Yuchen excitedly reported major turmoil within the Seven Peaks Alliance. Their top female alliance master had died, plunging the entire alliance into chaos, which explained why they hadn't come to stir up trouble. Li Qingqiu, intrigued, asked where Zhang Yuchen had gone to dig up such juicy intel. After all, this was Zhang Yuchen's 3rd trip down the mountain in barely half a month. He never expected Zhang Yuchen to be so adept at gathering Jianghu intel. Zhang Yuchen chuckled, explaining that on this last trip down he'd encountered bandits. He'd then led Huangshan and Yulin to intervene. That's how he'd made a few new friends, and from their mouths he learned about the massive Jianghu upheaval in Guzhou. Li Zifeng's eyes widened as he stared at Li Qingqiu, clearly suspecting he might have been the cause. The other junior brothers and sisters also eyed Li Qingqiu with tense anticipation. After all, he too had been off the mountain for half a month not long ago. Li Qingqiu rolled his eyes, grumbling that he wished he had that kind of power. He told them to ask their 3rd senior disciple if the Seven Peaks Alliance was really that easy to take down. Zhang Zhaoxia nodded, explaining that killing the strongest expert within the Seven Peaks Alliance's main headquarters was incredibly difficult. A one-on-one fight was entirely different from a 1-on-100 or even 1-on-1000 scenario. Everyone instantly understood, remembering Zhang Zhaoxia's recent injuries. Li Zifeng then began shouting and flailing, vividly recounting just how formidable the Seven Peaks Alliance's experts truly were. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhaoxia stared at Li Qingqiu with a complex gaze, making the sect master feel a sudden pang of guilt. Unable to bear that look, Li Qingqiu cleared his throat, cutting off Li Zifeng's theatrical performance, and announced, "Regardless, the Seven Peaks Alliance likely won't be coming to bother us anytime soon. But we can't let our guard down. From now on, no one is allowed to slack off. Everyone will either cultivate diligently or help with sect construction." The sect expansion plan had officially kicked off, with the 2nd-generation male disciples contributing the most effort. Except for Li Zijin, Li Qingqiu had already assigned tasks to all his junior brothers and sisters. After the meeting was dismissed, Zhang Yuchen surprisingly lingered. He pulled Li Qingqiu aside and announced that he'd invited a teacher up from down the mountain. This individual claimed mastery of physiognomy and Bagua divination and insisted on meeting Li Qingqiu personally. Li Qingqiu deadpanned back, "Is it a free consultation?" Zhang Yuchen replied it wasn't exactly free, but the person said they'd decide how much effort to invest based solely on Li Qingqiu's faded appearance. Li Qingqiu's eyebrows twitched. "All right then, I'd like to see what kind of charlatan act they're planning." With that, the 2 men exited the room. Stepping out, he immediately spotted a white-robed scholar standing behind two disciples, observing them doing carpentry. The white-robed scholar appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with a bookbox slung across his back and a refined scholarly air about him. Just then, someone announced to teacher Zhang that their eldest senior brother had arrived. The moment Zhang Yuchun called out, the white-robed scholar Zhang Yu immediately turned and walked toward Li Qingqiu and him. Zhang Yu's gaze, however, locked directly onto Li Qingqiu. As the distance closed, Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. Without waiting for Li Qingqiu to speak, he eagerly stepped forward and seized his hand. Li Qingqiu had initially planned to evade, but sensing no internal energy whatsoever from the man, he allowed himself to be held. Zhang Yu excitedly declared, "Sectmaster Li, your physiognomy is anything but simple. Born into a line of emperors and generals, a difficult youth, yet an extraordinary destiny. Your star shines brightly. You are destined to become a true dragon." He looked like he was about to drop to his knees before Li Qingqiu. Internally, Li Qingqiu immediately assigned Zhang Yu the twin labels of scammer and silver-tongued charlatan. This guy was clearly full of it, considering his actual birth father was nowhere near that grand. Nevertheless, Li Qingqiu maintained a poker face, gently withdrew his hand, thanked Zhang Yu for the kind words, and then casually asked where he'd learned his physiognomy. Zhang Yu composed his expression, took a step back, cupped his hands in a respectful bow, and replied that he was a successor to Old Man Nine Veins. Li Qingqiu probably hadn't heard the name because the old man was a recluse, never left his dwelling, had lived for 130 years, and was currently preparing to enjoy his final peaceful years. Li Qingqiu didn't express any doubt, merely smiled and asked, "If you were to single-handedly teach all the disciples in this sect, would that be too much pressure?" Zhang Yu replied, "No pressure at all. Although your esteemed sect is small, it is a true haven for crouching tigers and hidden dragons. With both martial and scholarly brilliance, it clearly holds the potential for soaring to new heights. I am willing to contribute my strength to the Qingqiu sect. Naturally, if the sectmaster could see fit to add an extra 30 copper coins to my monthly stipend, that would be even better." His voice was clear and resonant, full of vigor, exuding the dignified air of a true scholar, if only the last sentence hadn't somewhat cheapened the whole impression. Despite Zhang Yu's impromptu price hike, Li Qingqiu agreed. He'd test the guy's skills first. If he didn't teach well, firing him was always an option. That evening, Li Qingqiu announced that starting tomorrow, all disciples were required to begin learning literacy, attending Zhang Yu's class at the newly cleared plot of land below the sect gates. No one was allowed to skip. So after their early morning cultivation session the next day, everyone except Li Qingqiu headed straight to the lecture. Even Yang Juding was incredibly curious to see if this teacher Zhang actually had any real skill. In his opinion, Zhang Yu's asking price was far too steep. Ever since becoming the martial arts elder, Yang Juding had begun evaluating everything from the Qingqiu sect's perspective. By noon, Li Qingqiu returned to the courtyard. Listening to his junior brothers and sisters' opinions, he found everyone highly praising Zhang Yu, finding his lessons surprisingly engaging. Even Yang Juding reluctantly admitted that Zhang Yu actually had a bit of ink in his belly after all. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Still, even the most optimized training regimen can't prevent trainee boredom. 1 month later, Li Qingqiu brought Shuning up the mountain. That day at the underground spirit lake, Shuning successfully broke through to the mid-Aijin realm second stage. Her small face was radiant, a triumphant smile impossible to hide. Arriving at the clearing at the foot of the mountain, Li Qingqiu spotted Zhang Yu schooling 5 disciples. Zhang Yu, thoroughly pleased with their eagerness to learn, praised them but also sternly warned them never to follow Li Zifeng's example. That kind of personality would only lead to trouble. At the mention of Li Zifeng, Zhang Yu's tone turned indignant. From a distance, Li Qingqiu heard that line and immediately knew Li Zifeng had been up to his usual antics, messing with Zhang Yu again today. Ever since their bond strengthened, Li Zifeng had taken great pleasure in teasing Zhang Yu, relentlessly bullying him for not cultivating. Indeed, Zhang Yu didn't cultivate. He often stated it was a rule from his master, the Old Man of Nine Veins. Once you learn the art of Iron Heaven, you can't practice martial arts. He'd never forgotten it. Li Qingqiu gave Shuning a subtle eye signal. Shuning understood immediately. The two then tiptoed, stealthily slipping past Zhang Yu's back. Zhang Yu's eyes darted to them, instantly widening. He frantically waved, calling for the sect master, claiming he had an urgent matter to discuss. Li Qingqiu feigned deafness, briskly ascending the steps. Shuning followed close behind the two, master and disciple, entering the mountain gate one after the other. Zhang Yu sullenly retracted his hand. In front of his disciples, he had no choice but to maintain his teacherly composure, refraining from cursing up a storm. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu walked straight into the inner courtyard, where he saw Li Dongyue sitting under a tree cradling Yuan Li. Yuan Qi stood nearby, playfully teasing the little one. In another corner of the courtyard, 2 female disciples were diligently weaving. Spotting Li Qingqiu entering the courtyard, they promptly rose, clasping their hands in a respectful bow. This etiquette was taught by Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu believed the Qingqiu sect's rules weren't explicit enough. Though bowing might seem superficial, it was crucial for reinforcing authority and status. Because if juniors failed to show respect to their elders, they would eventually become lazy and even grow utterly contemptuous of authority. Li Qingqiu didn't fully agree, but since Zhang Yuchun, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Yang Jueding all approved, he conceded and let Zhang Yu handle the etiquette lessons. Li Qingqiu nodded to the 2 female disciples and was about to head towards Li Dongye when Zhang Yuchun emerged from the adjacent room, swiftly approaching him. Zhang Yuchun pulled Li Qingqiu aside, his expression grave, announcing he needed to borrow one of his disciples. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Borrow who? Zhang Yuchun explained he needed the 3rd senior brother. His previous recruitment trip down the mountain yielded nothing, but he'd finally stumbled upon a roaming expert. The individual declared that anyone who could defeat him would earn a single request, even if it meant serving them for life. So Zhang Yuchun wanted to invite the 3rd senior brother. But the 3rd senior brother was worried about the 7 Peaks Alliance and Green Sect invading, so he refused to descend the mountain. Zhang Yuchun was a bit exasperated. He felt the Qingxiao sect wouldn't face any issues in the next 6 months. Even if trouble arose, they could handle it without Zhang Zhaoxia. Li Qingqiu pressed on, are you certain this person is an expert? Zhang Yuchun emphatically confirmed, definitely an expert. The expert resides in a forest bordering Mount Taikun. Rumor has he's been there for years and his actions are eccentric. He sought out the expert a few days ago. The guy definitely had some skill. Zhang Yuchun couldn't defeat him, which is why he rushed back to get the third senior brother. He was also worried the expert might disappear, or that some other faction would snatch him up first. As he spoke, Zhang Yuchun's face betrayed his genuine anxiety. He was truly stressed about Qingxiao sect's recruitment efforts. Beyond the village at the mountain's base, he couldn't recruit a single disciple anywhere else. People hear Qingxiao sect and immediately assume it's a dead end. Plus, he's so young he just doesn't look trustworthy. The Qingxiao sect currently has a mountain of tasks, but the disciples are too young. This manpower shortage forces him to seek out experts to join the sect. Li Qingqiu pondered. Zhang Yuchun challenged the expert, failed but still returned safely. That proved the guy wasn't bloodthirsty. Letting Zhang Zhaoxia go would be fine. Zhang Yuchun has been working himself ragged lately. He deserves to get his wish granted for once. With that thought, Li Qingqiu simply said, go ahead. Then to Zhang Yuchun, tell the third senior brother I've approved it. Zhang Yuchun, overjoyed, hastily bowed in thanks to Li Qingqiu before turning and practically sprinting away. Their senior and junior brother bond was rock solid. If Zhang Yuchun claimed Li Qingqiu agreed, Zhang Zhaoxia would believe it, no questions asked. Of course, Zhang Yuchun would never lie either. Before Li Qingqiu's actual approval, Zhang Yuchun would absolutely never issue any orders in the sect master's name. Later, Li Qingqiu approached Li Dongyue, smiling as he told her to take good care of the little one. He had a feeling that child could become the Qingxiao sect's future pride. Li Dongyue smiled gently, replying that whether the child was exceptional or not, she would nurture it with all her heart. Yuan Qi, hearing this, eagerly piped up, if the sect master truly believes that, then
could you take my younger brother as your disciple?
Ever since he came to the Qingxiao sect, the boy's relationship with Li Qingqiu had grown quite distant. He knew gaining Li Qingqiu's approval wouldn't be easy, especially since he hadn't displayed any outstanding martial talent, so some nights he secretly felt heartbroken. Li Qingqiu chuckled upon hearing this. Alright, he said, once the kid grows up and learns to read, I'll officially take him as a disciple. Overjoyed, Yuan Qi immediately knelt and kowtowed, thanking Li Qingqiu profusely. Li Dongyue was secretly astonished that Li Qingqiu didn't stop him, wondering, could it be that little Yuan Qi's talent is truly extraordinary? Xuning's cultivation achievements had already proven Li Qingqiu's discerning eye. The Qingxiao sect had many disciples, yet he didn't easily accept them. This showed just how strict he was in recruiting disciples. Li Qingqiu then told Yuan Qi in a profound tone, stand up. Don't always just think about your younger brother, you also need to diligently train your martial arts. Talent is one thing, but subsequent effort is also crucial. Hearing this, Yuan Qi stood up and nodded solemnly at him. Afterwards, Li Qingqiu and Li Dongyue exchanged a few simple words before he returned to his room. He felt a bit tired today, probably because he had expended too much vital energy cultivating the rejuvenating Ghost Immortal Needle technique. Cultivators might not need sleep, but that's only if they haven't depleted their vital energy. For Li Qingqiu, occasionally drifting into dreams wasn't so bad. This sleep was deep, lasting until he was awakened by a commotion. He opened his eyes and saw that it was already pitch dark outside. He silently wondered why no one had called him for dinner. He sat himself up, then heard someone begging for mercy outside the courtyard mixed with the angry shouts of other disciples. He wondered, confused, did an outsider break in? With that thought, Li Qingqiu stood up and headed towards his door. At the same time, near the main gate of the courtyard, over 10 disciples were gathered. Among them, a young man in black robes knelt on the ground, his face bruised, eyes welling with tears, hands clasped in supplication, looking utterly wretched. Xuning stood before him, her small face stern and unyielding. Since Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Zhaoxia had gone down the mountain with rations, there was no one to disperse the crowd of disciples, and the growing numbers quickly led to a ruckus. Just then, Yang Zhuding leaped over the courtyard wall and landed. He stood behind the disciples, took a closer look, and exclaimed in surprise, recognizing the kneeling man as Cheng Konghai. He simultaneously asked why Cheng Konghai was there. The young man in black robes, still kneeling, looked towards Yang Zhuding, showing no joy, but instead bowed his head in shame, wishing he could just crawl into a hole. As Li Qingqiu stepped out of his room, Li Dongyue also arrived, carrying little Yuan Li. The two exchanged glances, and Li Dongyue shook her head, indicating she had no idea what was going on either. Li Qingqiu strode forward, asking what all the commotion was about. Hearing his voice, the disciples quickly scattered and bowed to him. This scene made Zhang Yu, who was standing on the far right, nod, feeling utterly satisfied. Qin Ye was the first to speak, stating that this man had sneaked into the sect to steal but was caught by senior sister. The senior sister he referred to was of course Xu Ning. Although Xu Ning was younger than him, she had become Li Qingqiu's disciple earlier, and her formidable martial arts skills earned his complete respect. Hearing about the theft, Li Qingqiu wasn't surprised. The Qingxiao sect was different now. They actually had things worth stealing. Li Qingqiu walked up to Cheng Konghai, assessing him from head to toe. Cheng Konghai hastily explained that he was just hungry and only wanted to grab some food. Xu Ning immediately yelled that he hadn't just taken a little food. He'd stolen an entire roasted chicken and 2 jars of wine, which were now smashed on the ground. This absolutely could not be overlooked. Li Qingqiu's expression darkened as soon as he heard this. Though the Qingxiao sect had money now with so many mouths to feed, everything had to be meticulously planned. An entire roasted chicken was a rare luxury. And this guy dared to steal it? Cheng Konghai quickly pleaded to make amends, begging for a chance, promising to bring money for compensation within 5 days at most. In a panic, he turned to Yang Zhuding, reminding him that the dragon-subduing hero knew how weighty his promises were and hoped he could put in a good word. Yang Juding, whose beard practically bristled at the mention of 2 lost jars of wine, became even more annoyed when Cheng Kanghai asked him to intercede. He immediately scolded the man, saying he was ashamed to even know him, because a so-called king of thieves who wouldn't steal from the corrupt rich exploiting the common folk, instead comes up a mountain to steal chicken and wine, and then gets caught by a mere kid? That's utterly disgraceful. As soon as those words fell, Cheng Kanghai couldn't hold back anymore. He wailed tragically, lamenting that Xuning wasn't just any ordinary kid but truly a demonic prodigy. Even Yang Juding might not be her match. Yang Juding grew even angrier upon hearing this. How could he possibly not be a match for Xuning? After all, he had been there when Xuning first arrived at the mountain. How long had it been, and she had already surpassed his 20+ years of arduous cultivation. But when his gaze inadvertently swept over Xuning's cheek, his heart inexplicably trembled. Scared stiff by Xuning, Yang Juding immediately went off on Changhai. Changhai, already spooked, tried to argue back and even considered fighting, but one glare from Xuning and he immediately folded, dropping to his knees. That's when Li Qingqiu finally intervened, pointing out that beating Changhai to death would achieve precisely nothing. Stealing was annoying, sure, but what he'd taken wasn't exactly a national treasure worth dying for. They should focus on reparations. Yang Jading shot Changhai a dirty look before turning to Li Qingqiu. This is Changhai, he explained. His lightness skill is legendary. The Jianghu calls him the king of thieves. He once broke into a provincial governor's mansion, swiped a supreme treasure, then fenced it to other nobles. The cash? He used it all for disaster relief, so he's sort of a Robin Hood figure? Plus, his word is apparently ironclad. He always delivers on his promises and has never let anyone down, ever. Yang Joding actually held Changhai in pretty high regard. In this declining era, truly chivalrous people in the Jianghu were a rare find. Li Qingqiu, however, just stared at Changhai. So why exactly are you here at Qingxiao Sect? He deadpanned. Changhai admitted he was currently being hunted by the authorities. Turns out the newly appointed Blackrock County magistrate has some decent martial arts, truly loves his people, but for some reason he's obsessed with catching this king of thieves. He was hounded all the way to the Taikun mountain range, got so famished he had to resort to this. Li Qingqiu, still unconvinced, pressed him. The world is vast, north and south. Why here? Why this specific mountain? His eyes sharpened, his tone growing noticeably displeased. Changhai's face shifted. He gritted his teeth, finally confessing his true plan. Next news, the crown prince would be coming to the Taikun mountain range for a hunt. He'd arrived early to prepare. His preparation, snatching the typing sword right off the crown prince's hip. Yang Joding's eyes nearly popped out. He immediately exploded, yelling that Changhai had guts the size of mountains. If he actually pulled that off, the imperial court would send an army to scour the Taikun mountain range, and the Qingxiao sect would be caught right in the crossfire. The other disciples' faces all went pale, staring at Changhai in disbelief. His audacity knew no bound. Zhang Yu couldn't hold back either, interjecting that the typing sword was a divine blade, gifted by a revered senior to the previous emperor during his unification campaign. It was literally the second greatest sword in the entire realm. Steal that, the entire realm would erupt in a storm of blood and chaos. Changhai, however, just smirked. If he pulled it off, his reputation as the king of thieves would ascend to a whole new tier, he claimed. Besides, he explicitly wanted to disrespect the imperial family. They lived in lavish peace, completely ignoring the suffering of their common people. As for implicating the Qingxiao sect, he figured that after Lin Junfeng retired to seclusion, the sect had already disbanded. He just came up the mountain today looking for a hideout, but then he caught the scent of their roasting chicken. The aroma was so good he literally couldn't resist. He even finished with an audible gulp, clearly still starving. Apparently getting beaten up just made him hungrier. Li Qingqiu turned to Yang Juding. So you said this guy's lightness skill is peerless, right? Yang Joding reined in his anger, nodding. Across the entire Gu Prefecture Jianghu, Changhai's lightness skill is absolutely top tier. That's when a thought hit him. How exactly did Xuning manage to catch this top-tier expert? He couldn't help but glance over at her. Noticing his gaze, Changhai quickly interjected, if I wasn't utterly starving, there's no way I would have been caught. Still, he begrudgingly admitted that Xuning's lightness skill was in fact pretty formidable. Back then, Xuning, already at the second level of the Origin Realm, had started cultivating the swift wind art and was perfectly at home zipping through mountains and forests. Li Qingqiu finally made his decision. Alright, here's the deal. Changhai, you're staying at Qingxiao Sect for 1 year. You'll teach your legendary lightness skill to our disciples as atonement. During this time, the Qingxiao Sect guarantees you won't starve, refuse, and will hand you straight over to Blackrock County. Li Qingqiu's gaze was piercing, sternly urging Changhai to make his choice. Changhai's expression wavered. He asked if the duration could be shortened, worried about missing his grand plan. Li Qingqiu visibly lost patience. Dude, way too many people just heard your grand plan. It's not happening, so stop wasting everyone's time, including mine, and just give me a yes or no. I'm waiting to eat. Changhai's face flickered between indignant and resigned under the collective stare. Finally, he gave a reluctant nod. Seeing his agreement, Li Qingqiu simply told everyone to get ready for dinner and walked towards the long table. The disciples quickly dispersed, bustling about with preparations, leaving Changhai still kneeling alone. Changhai was utterly dumbfounded. He never expected the Qingxiao sect to be so straightforward or Li Qingqiu to trust him like this. He quickly scrambled to his feet, heading towards Yang Juding. His mind was buzzing with curiosity about the Qingxiao sect. This place was nothing like the rumors he'd heard. Once dinner was served, Changhai, with absolutely no shame, elbowed his way next to Yang Juding to freeload a meal. Seizing the lull in conversation, Zhang Yu suggested that the King of Thieves share his story, so everyone could get to know him better. The moment that was said, all eyes immediately darted to Changhai. Changhai instinctively glanced at Li Qingqiu. Seeing no objection, he chugged his entire bowl of wine, then launched into his life story. He declared that if he were to start anywhere, it would be from when he first began cultivating. He was born in the first year of the dynasty's founding. That year, chaos reigned. His family met with disaster, condemned by the emperor to have their entire clan executed. He was secretly smuggled out, but the imperial soldiers caught wind, pursuing him to a cliff. With a hardened he finished speaking. Cheng Changhai's melodious voice had captivated everyone, and even Li Qingqiu found himself intrigued by his stories. That evening's dinner lasted nearly 2 hours. For the Qingxiao sect disciples, storytelling sessions like this were a rare treat. Everyone was still buzzing long after he'd finished, eagerly awaiting Cheng Changhai's next tale. Li Qingqiu didn't care if the stories were true or not. As long as his disciples were entertained, he wasn't going to stop him. Afterward, he arranged for Cheng Changhai to share a room with Yang Juding. That night, he faintly heard sounds of a brawl from Yang Juding's room, but it quickly quieted down again. The next morning, the disciples noticed Cheng Changhai's facial injuries had worsened. When asked, he just claimed he was fine. Despite his chicken-stealing antics, Cheng Changhai's heroic tales quickly won over the disciples, and he integrated seamlessly into the Qingxiao sect. The only exception was when he saw Xiang Ning, he still chose to give her a wide berth. In the following days, Cheng Changhai, much like Zhang Yu and Yang Juding, grew increasingly curious about the Qingxiao sect. Wu Maner's immense strength made him feel like he was up against a monster. The most unbelievable thing was that Li Zifeng, barely 13, could compete with him in lightness skill. Though he won, the gap wasn't large. This made him wonder, did the Qingxiao sect possess so many monstrous talents, or were they hiding some unimaginable legacy inheritance? 7 days later, Zhang Yuqin and Zhang Zhaoxia finally returned. Upon receiving the news, Li Qingqiu immediately headed back to the sect's inner courtyard. Zhang Zhaoxia saw him, held up 3 fingers with a smug grin, then went back to his room to change into a different set of sect attire. Li Qingqiu realized this kid had reached the mid-stage of the 3rd layer of the origin realm. He inwardly lamented that his cheat code cultivation advantage was already gone. Still, he was genuinely pleased. At least the Qingxiao sect was growing stronger. Zhang Yuqin walked up to Li Qingqiu, turned and pointed to an old beggar not far away, announcing that he was the expert named Wu Baoyu. He also recounted how their 3rd junior brother had told him not to tell Li Qingqiu, but Zhang Zhaoxia's first challenge against Senior Wu had failed. After 2 days of secluded cultivation, he challenged again and finally won. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. To think Zhang Zhaoxia, already at the mid-stage of the origin realm's 2nd layer, could still be defeated. This Senior Wu Baoyu was clearly no ordinary individual. Sensing the internal energy within the old man, he felt as if he was looking at a second Lu Taidu. Li Qingqiu then told Zhang Yuqin to make all the arrangements for Wu Baoyu himself. After all, he was the one who scouted him. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqin was overjoyed and hastily bowed in thanks to Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu patted his shoulder, then accompanied him to meet Wu Baoyu. Unfortunately, Wu Baoyu was arrogant and aloof, showing no interest in Li Qingqiu, and Li Qingqiu wasn't about to waste his warmth on such a cold reception. So after a few awkward exchanges, he left, needing to return and continue cultivating his ghostly immortal resurrection. Summer gave way to autumn, and the mountain where the Qingxiao sect resided was painted in hues of fall. Descending from the mountain gate past a 100-foot stone staircase was a new courtyard with 5 houses. In its center stood a simple sparring ground where the disciples frequently tested their skills. It had been a month since Wu Baoyu joined the Qingxiao sect. In that time, the sect had also gained 4 new disciples, all recruited by Zhang Yuqin from down the mountain. That afternoon, Li Qingqiu sat before the mountain gate, idly toying with the small knife Zhang Quotian had given him last year. Yang Juding came to sit beside him, his gaze fixed on Wu Baoyu, who was watching the disciples spar in the courtyard below. After changing into the Qingxiao sect's attire, Wu Baoyu exuded the refined demeanor of a true martial arts grandmaster. Though his frame was thin and his back slightly hunched, simply standing with his hands clasped behind him was enough to give off an aura of profound depth. 50 years old, his hair was streaked with gray, yet his eyes remained sharp and filled with an intense pressure. Yang Juding quietly mused that this senior Wu Baoyu was truly extraordinary, very likely a peak grandmaster. Even though he had cultivated the Hunyuan scripture and reached the mid-stage of the origin realm's 1st layer, he wasn't confident he could defeat Wu Baoyu. Every time he faced the man, Yang Juding felt completely uneasy and thus always tried to avoid encountering him. Wu Baoyu was taciturn and spoke little, only occasionally offering guidance to the young disciples. Yet just a few casual remarks from him were enough to enlighten them, leading them to hold him in very high regard. Li Qingqiu glanced down, a small smile playing on his lips. Indeed, Wu Baoyu is not simple, but that's a good thing. Then he asked Yang Juding how many people in the Qing cult he thought could be his match. Yang Juding replied that for the Qing cult to have such prestige today, there must certainly be peak experts, most likely their cult leader. However, he still urged Li Qingqiu to be wary of Wu Baoyu because he always felt the man was highly suspicious. A man waiting in the mountains near the Taikun mountain range for experts to challenge him. The entire story sounded preposterous. In his estimation, Wu Baoyu's presence here might be targeting the Qingxiao sect, but his objective might not be Li Qingqiu himself, but rather his grand ancestor. Yang Juding spoke these words with an extremely grave expression, clearly fearing Li Qingqiu was being too trusting of Wu Baoyu. Li Qingqiu simply nodded. After Wu Baoyu joined the Qingxiao sect, his loyalty rating hadn't actually been high. Still, it was above 60, so he hadn't worried too much. More importantly, Wu Baoyu had no special fate trait. Though a peak expert in the martial path, his cultivation aptitude was surprisingly ordinary. Li Qingqiu then steered the conversation away from Wu Baoyu. His expression turned serious, his tone solemn, as he asked Yang Juding if he truly intended to remain in the Qingxiao sect long term. Yang Juding was stunned. He asked if Li Qingqiu was trying to send him packing down the mountain. Li Qingqiu shook his head. When you first joined the Qingxiao sect, you were gravely injured and we saved you. Originally, you had no intention of truly becoming a permanent disciple. Now that his injuries were healed and his strength had skyrocketed, he was perfectly capable of descending the mountain and doing whatever he pleased. Yang Juding frowned, asking if Li Qingqiu, having already imparted his ultimate techniques, was truly willing to let him go. Li Qingqiu calmly replied that Yang Jueding had also taught the Qingxiao sect disciples many martial arts, even passing on his own senior disciples' arts to manner. So what was there to be unwilling about? He stated that Yang Jueding didn't owe them, and they didn't owe him. Having lived together for so long, they were practically friends, and wishing friends well was only natural. With that, Li Qingqiu's gaze shifted downwards. Hearing this, Yang Jueding couldn't help but fall silent. Li Qingqiu didn't press, merely watching the disciples sparring below and nodding faintly. The progress of these martial arts disciples was quite good. With another 10 years of nurturing, they could each solo an entire region. His plan was to wait until the Qingxiao sect became the martial world's #1 before announcing its transformation into a true cultivation sect. Before then, he would only select disciples with high aptitude and significant contributions to secretly cultivate them into real cultivators. Such a plan required time, but they were all young. Time was definitely on their side. Finally, Yang Jueding took a deep breath and said that if he descended the mountain, he would just continue to drift aimlessly. Though people called him the dragon-subduing great hero, he could only help those right in front of him, and sometimes even bring them more trouble. Compared to that, staying at Qingxiao sect watching it grow from a sapling into a sky-reaching tree was far more meaningful. He also believed that if Qingxiao sect truly became a great martial arts faction like the Qiu Alliance, he could then help even more people. Yang Jueding's tone carried a hint of lament, clearly implying a hidden personal story. Li Qingqiu pulled up the Dao Heritage panel, saw Yang Jueding's loyalty rating had broken past 90 and was instantly satisfied. Loyalty ratings don't just increase without decreasing, but an upward trend usually indicated a stronger sense of belonging. Li Qingqiu stood up, turned to look down at Yang Jueding and smiled. If you've decided to stay, then unleash your full potential. Qingxiao sect is still in its nascent stage. We need talent everywhere. His goal was for Qingxiao sect to encompass the entire Taikun mountain range, with disciple residences and training grounds sprawled across every peak. Yang Jueding stood up as well, helplessly saying, how vast is the Taikun mountain range? No sect in the martial world is that large. At best, they control a territory of that size. He understood Li Qingqiu's meaning. If Qingxiao sect truly reached that level, the sheer number of disciples would be terrifying. Even an army would struggle to use such a massive area for training. If Li Qingqiu truly succeeded, the Qingxiao sect might even shake the very foundations of the Dali dynasty. Though unrealistic, the thought alone was enough to excite anyone. Li Qingqiu waved his hand. That's just setting a target. Yang Jueding's gaze became resolute. He earnestly replied that he would develop alongside Li Qingqiu towards this goal. Li Qingqiu's smile dropped a casual "we'll see," then turned and left. He entered the sect, preparing to head to the forest behind the mountain for cultivation. Yang Jueding watched Li Qingqiu disappear around the mountain path bend behind the sect gate, then couldn't help but mutter, he's still so young, yet his schemes are vast. He's already mastered the art of winning hearts. A corner of his mouth curled up. He wasn't bothered by Li Qingqiu's ploy at all, as the other party's immense wisdom truly fascinated him. After the number of Qingxiao sect disciples increased, Li Qingqiu could dedicate more time to his own cultivation. Currently, besides him, only Zhang Zhaoxia and Wu Menair enjoyed such leisure. Even Xu Ning had to be put to work. Autumn colors gradually deepened, and the temperature between heaven and earth began to fall. Another month passed. That day past noon, Li Qingqiu stood on the mountainside, looking down at the trial fields below, seeing Zhang Yuchun and the Qingxiao 7 children following 2 farmers tilling the land. These 2 farmers were the fathers of 2 disciples from the village at the foot of the mountain, invited by Zhang Yuchun. Qingxiao sect was preparing to clear its own land located on the mountainside, about half an hour's walk from the sect, not too far. Zhang Yuchun had even dug a fish pond, but fish fry were not easy to transport up the mountain in large quantities, so they had to be delivered in multiple batches. Besides the fields and fish ponds, there were also horse pastures. Previously, when the Qiwei Alliance sent people to attack, they brought quite a few horses. Yang Jueding led disciples to retrieve a good number of them. Now, lost horses could still occasionally be found in the mountains. Not only that, Li Qingqiu also encouraged disciples to raise pets and hunt. Beyond martial arts, they could learn other essential life skills. Every month, he sent Zhang Yuchun down the mountain to invite various masters up to the sect. Just then, a sharp cry echoed down from the sky. Li Qingqiu raised his hand, and a small black eagle descended from the sky, perching gracefully on his arm. He turned his head and began to tease this little black eagle. The eagle nest Zhang Yuchun had brought back earlier contained 3 young eaglets and 2 eagle eggs. Currently, 2 had already flown away, leaving only this one. As for the other 2 eggs, they had just hatched. The eaglets still hadn't learned to fly. The eagle still sticking around made Li Qingqiu suspect it was due to his daily spiritual energy top-offs, fostering a strong dependency. He wondered if this method could evolve the little eagle into a permanent spirit beast. Current prognosis? High hopes. Gazing at the small eagle perched on his hand, Li Qingqiu murmured, when's this thing going to unlock human comprehension? The more he looked, the more he liked it. Imagining soaring through the skies on its back one day, that would be epic. Holding the little eagle, he watched the disciples labor below, realizing he much preferred this peaceful, laid-back life to the constant slaughter and struggle of his past. Watching his sect gradually expand and flourish, the sense of accomplishment was off the charts. Just then, a voice from beside him, loudly yelling "Senior Brother," startled the eagle, sending it flapping away. Li Qingqiu turned, a frown creasing his brow, to see Li Zifeng sprinting towards him, a harvesting basket strapped to his back. This kid made zero effort to conceal his abilities, executing a full-throttle gale step technique, kicking up a dramatic dust trail as he blazed past. Li Zifeng skidded to a halt before Li Qingqiu, hands braced on his knees, gasping for it. Li Qingqiu immediately laid into him. You're supposed to be a senior now. Still rushing around like a headless chicken, no dignity whatsoever. Li Zifeng looked up, breathless, announcing, Yamen officials, they've come straight to the Qingxiao sect. Upon hearing this, Li Qingqiu immediately ordered, go warn Cheng Changhai, tell him to vanish pronto. Li Zifeng snapped a yes sir and was off up the mountain, a miniature whirlwind of speed. Li Qingqiu suddenly realized a pattern. Every time Li Zifeng sprinted his way, it inevitably spelled trouble. Still, he didn't dwell on it. He just kept watching Zhang Yuchun and the others work, confident the Qingxiao sect was now fully geared to handle any incoming trouble. About half an hour later, just as Li Qingqiu was preparing to leave, a group of figures emerged from the distant woods. Leading them was a man in tight-fitting official robes, a saber at his hip, and a distinctive official's hat with prominent embroidered eyes. His gaze, sharp as torches, swept over Zhang Yuchun and the other disciples. Behind Feng Dai marched 9 uniformed constables, each with a saber at their side. The official Feng Dai, county magistrate of Blackrock, led his men directly to Li Qingqiu. He declared their purpose, to apprehend the notorious Dao King Cheng Changhai, then demanded to know Li Qingqiu's standing within the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu's demeanor was clearly a cut above the average disciple, and Feng Dai had already encountered a few of them on the way up. One glance was enough to tell him this was no ordinary sect member. Li Qingqiu simply smiled and replied, "I am the sect master of the Qingxiao sect, and as for any Dao King, I'm afraid I'm unfamiliar with that particular NPC. If the magistrate doesn't believe me, feel free to bring your team up the mountain for a full sweep. The Qingxiao sect will of course fully cooperate." Feng Dai was visibly taken aback. The other constables exchanged bewildered glances. Li Qingqiu at 17 looked far too young to be anyone's sect master. Feng Dai couldn't resist a follow-up question. "Has your master Lin Xunfeng truly retired from the Jianghu?" While he himself didn't roam the Jianghu, his Yamen had plenty of captured Jianghu figures in its cells, giving him some insight into their world. At this, Li Qingqiu's face immediately took on a deeply aggrieved expression. "Retired," he scoffed. "More like Lin Xunfeng got bewitched, decided to chase immortals, and dump me with all the junior brothers. Our junior sisters were practically starving and freezing, so I had no choice but to carve out a living for us. Even this martial arts sect has to grow its own crops, for crying out loud." He spoke with such earnest sincerity that Feng Dai couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Feng Dai then stated they would proceed up the mountain for inspection, promising to avoid causing any unnecessary inconvenience to the Qingxiao sect before leading his men onwards. Li Qingqiu didn't stop them. Instead, he headed down the mountain intent on finding a prime cultivation spot. When he wasn't at the underground spirit lake, any location was fair game for his cultivation sessions. The other disciples were no different. This entire forest was essentially a massive training ground. As dusk approached, Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, and the Qingxiao 7 Stars escorted 2 farmers up the mountain. They planned a feast of thanks and perhaps a convenient overnight stay. Just past the sect gate, Li Qingqiu saw a dense crowd of disciples swarming the main courtyard entrance like a besieging army. He subtly raised an eyebrow, guessing trouble was afoot, but maintained his tranquil sectmaster's stroll. Zhang Yuchun, on the other hand, lacked such sectmasterly composure. He immediately charged forward, yelling at everyone to make way. The disciples spun around, spotted their sect master, and hastily offered their salutes to Li Qingqiu. As the crowd parted, Li Qingqiu saw Feng Dai sitting cross-legged in the center of the courtyard, circulating his qi. The 9 constables stood guard around him, eyeing the Qingxiao disciples suspiciously. The moment Qinye spotted Li Qingqiu, he bellowed, "Master," causing every head in the courtyard to swivel his way. Li Qingqiu sauntered into the courtyard, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Yang Zhueding, Wu Baoyu, and Zhang Yu were all present, but Cheng Changhai nowhere to be found. Zhang Yuchun stepped ahead of Li Qingqiu, immediately demanding, "What happened here?" Li Zifeng, squatting on the eaves, grinned mischievously. Feng Dai, not knowing his place, insisted on challenging Elder Wu and ended up gravely injured by a single strike. His subordinates, however, are stubbornly insisting it's the Qingxiao sect's fault and are demanding to haul the old man back to the Yamen. Li Qingqiu turned to Wu Baoyu, who was calmly chopping firewood, completely unfazed by his arrival. Yang Zhueding stood nearby, his face an open book of blatant schadenfreude. Zhang Yu, however, was staring at Wu Baoyu, brows knitted tightly, a deep thought brewing. Li Qingqiu approached the constables, maintaining a polite distance. He asked about Feng Dai's condition, mentioning offhandedly that he possessed some medical proficiency and could offer assistance. Feng Dai, pale as a ghost, snapped his eyes open. He turned his head to glare at Li Qingqiu, gritting his teeth. "This man is a sect protector," he spat. "The one who massacred the Jianghu 20 years ago. The Qingxiao sect has been duped. He's a heinous monster, guilty of every atrocity imaginable." The revelation of a demonic sect protector caught Li Qingqiu off guard. Such high-level intel never appeared on his sect system UI, after all. He couldn't help but ask, which demonic sect are we talking about exactly? The Green Sect? Feng Dai immediately scoffed, insisting that while they certainly dabbled in evil, they were still miles away from the demonic sect's level of depravity. As if afraid the Qingxiao sect members weren't taking this seriously enough, Feng Dai went on to reveal that Wu Baoyu was none other than the northern protector of the demonic sect. In the 3rd year of the Kaiyuan era, he massacred a merchant family in Beiliang Prefecture, 136 lives, from 80-year-old elders to infants in swaddling clothes. Not a single soul survived. That same year, he suffered a cultivation deviation, beat his own disciple to death, and then hung the corpse on the prefecture's city gates, showing blatant disregard for the law and openly provoking the imperial court. By the 4th year of the Qianming era, he had led his men to plunder imperial relief supplies meant for Nanjing, slaughtering 73 imperial soldiers. This left 100,000 common folk in Nanjing to starve to death, causing immense public outrage. His crimes were too numerous to list and utterly unforgivable. Thus, Feng Dai urgently warned Li Qingqiu, telling him under no circumstances should he shelter this man. As these words came out, everyone's gaze towards Wu Baoyu shifted. While Wu Baoyu was usually quiet and reserved, he certainly didn't look like such a monstrously evil person. Zhang Yuchun also hadn't expected Wu Baoyu to have such a background. The first thing he considered was the trouble this man could bring, as the crime of harboring a major imperial criminal was certainly not a small matter. At this moment, Wu Baoyu stopped chopping firewood, turned to look at Feng Dai, and asked where he had acquired knowledge of these crimes. Feng Dai replied in a low voice that he had seen them in the case files at the prefectural governor's mansion. A few years ago, when Wu Baoyu first appeared in Guizhou territory, he caused quite a sensation. From that moment on, Feng Dai had resolved to capture him once he took office and thus deliberately memorized the details. On Wu Baoyu's left wrist there was a blood-red wolf head mark. Feng Dai remembered that clearly, and he didn't believe Wu Baoyu could deny his identity. The 9 constables present, who previously knew nothing of Wu Baoyu's background, now trembled with fear and tension, terrified he might suddenly strike after hearing the extent of his ruthlessness. Wu Baoyu remained expressionless, calmly stating, "Actually, my surname is Xiao." Hearing this, Feng Dai immediately frowned deeply, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" Wu Baoyu then explained that the Xiao clan Feng Dai had just mentioned, the one annihilated all those years ago, was his own family and he was the sole survivor. At that time he wasn't home, he was serving as an imperial guard in the palace. After that incident, the crown prince sought him out and planted him within the demonic sect as an undercover agent. At the time, the imperial court had little understanding of the demonic sect, not even knowing the Northern Protector's true name. He infiltrated the demonic sect, successfully killed the Northern Protector with his own hands and took his place. But later, when the crown prince fell from power, no one could restore his true identity. Instead, all the crimes of the Northern Protector were conveniently pinned on him. Wu Baoyu further added that the relief supplies Feng Dai mentioned weren't actually for Nanjun. They were offerings from the current emperor to a demonic cultist in Nanjun, all in exchange for an elixir of immortality. After he plundered them, he distributed them to the common folk. It was just a pity the natural disaster was too severe and those few resources, even if converted to food, weren't enough to turn the tide. Wu Baoyu's tone remained indifferent, as if none of it concerned him at all. After hearing this, Feng Dai's expression fluctuated wildly. He roared that it was all utterly absurd. The Qingqiu sect members also found the whole situation extremely strange, completely surprised by such a major reversal. Wu Baoyu calmly continued, saying Feng Dai could go investigate, check if the records of the Xiao clan had been erased. If not, then he should check if the Xiao clan's second young master Xiao Shi had ever served as an imperial guard in the palace and if Xiao Shi's age matched his. Feng Dai opened his mouth, but for a moment he didn't know what to say next. At that moment, Yang Jioding suddenly spoke up, saying he actually believed Wu Baoyu's words, because the current emperor's pursuit of immortality had long ceased to be a secret. Every year, extraordinary individuals entered the palace to meet the emperor. The current Guizhou upheaval was precisely because the emperor solely focused on immortality, neglected local governance. Zhang Yu also chimed in, saying he saw Magistrate Feng as a man of formidable righteousness, hating evil like a personal enemy, so he might as well go back and investigate. If Senior Wu's words were true, Magistrate Feng could still clear the name of a true hero. Throughout this entire exchange, Li Qingqiu remained silent, just chilling in observer mode, watching the NPC dialogue play out. Wu Baoyu let out a cold huff, saying there was no need to overturn the case anymore because the Xiao clan no longer existed. As for him, he now went by Wu, had no children, and nothing else tied him down in this life. He only hoped that after Magistrate Feng finished his investigation, if he found his words to be true, he would simply forget about his existence, and at the same time not implicate the Qingqiu sect. Because these children here knew nothing of his past, and he only wished to find a peaceful place to live out the rest of his days. Feng Dai unconsciously looked around, seeing the Qingqiu sect disciples all looking at him. Most of them were just children, which made him feel unable to be harsh. He knew very well that if this matter were exposed, the Qingqiu sect would definitely be dealt with by the imperial court. Because there were officials who, for the sake of merit, wouldn't care about such details. The more accomplices Wu Baoyu had, the greater their merit would be. Finally, Feng Dai gritted his teeth and declared he would go back and investigate first, absolutely not allowing a good person to be wrongly accused. Having said that, he stood up and 2 constables hurriedly helped him. Feng Dai immediately ordered them to leave. The constables, as if a great burden had been lifted, quickly escorted him towards the courtyard gates. Just then, Wu Baoyu spoke up again, asking if they knew why the demonic sect had suddenly appeared, ravaged the Jianghu in a flash, and then vanished just as quickly. Feng Dai and his constables all turned to look at him, their faces etched with confusion. Wu Baoyu's gaze turned glacial. He then revealed the truth. The demon sect was founded by none other than the current emperor himself. The demonic sect had caused the deaths of countless innocents, becoming the most heinous force in the Jianghu since the dynasty's inception. Now that Feng Dai and his crew knew this secret, even if they didn't believe it, Wu Baoyu would spill the beans about their knowledge if he ever got caught. And at that point, the higher-ups would definitely silence them permanently. Feng Dai's eyes widened at Wu Baoyu, astonished by his viciousness. The other 9 constables immediately went white as ghosts. In contrast, Li Qingqiu offered a subtle smirk, suddenly finding Wu Baoyu a lot more agreeable. He had just been debating whether to let Feng Dai and his group leave, knowing how unpredictable people could be. Wu Baoyu simply ignored Feng Dai, resuming his woodchopping. Feng Dai took a deep breath, then motioned for the constables to get him out of there. Li Qingqiu said nothing, turning to head back to his room. Zhang Yuchun clapped his hands, signaling the disciples to disperse. Li Zifeng remained perched on the eaves, watching Feng Dai and his group disappear, a thoughtful expression on his face. Even as dinner began, the atmosphere remained rather subdued. Yang Jioding cleared his throat to break the silence. He remarked that in the Jianghu, troubles like this were inevitable. You couldn't always expect peace and quiet. Zhang Yu took a bite of rice, then chuckled. Everyone relax. Those folks won't dare stir up trouble. Even if they reported Senior Wu's whereabouts, the credit might not even go to them. But if Senior Wu turned on them, they'd be dead for sure, and their entire clan might even get wiped out. Because this whole affair, after all, involved the current emperor. Hearing this, Li Zijin finally couldn't hold back. Is the emperor really the demon sect master, she asked. How terrifying is the demonic sect, really, and does an actual immortality elixir exist in this world? As soon as she spoke, the other disciples chimed in, their questions piling up. This prompted Yang Jioding to start spinning tales of the Jianghu's oddities. What truly piqued the disciples' curiosity, however, was the immortality elixir. After all, who doesn't want eternal life? Yang Juding shook his head. He believed that while legends of immortality were countless throughout history, true immortals didn't exist. It was just the powerful and nobility who stubbornly refused to give up on the idea. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement, clearly sharing the same disdain for the concept of immortality. Zhang Zhaoxia, who hadn't been there that afternoon, now grasped the situation. She looked at Wu Baoyu, curiously asking why the emperor had founded the demonic sect. After all, the demonic sect didn't seem to have been a major factor in his grab for power. He'd relied on the army back then, not some shadowy cult. Sitting in the corner, Wu Baoyu heard the question and coolly responded, "The emperor is cultivating a demonic art that requires the blood of male and female virgins. The slaughter of entire sects? Just a convenient cover-up for that." That answer sent a shiver down everyone's spine. Li Qingqiu also found it utterly depraved. His gut feeling told him that sooner or later he'd be clashing with the imperial court because this world was far darker than he'd ever imagined. As for the inherent risk Wu Baoyu brought, Li Qingqiu was surprisingly pragmatic. As long as the Qingxiao sect kept recruiting, they'd inevitably face troubles like this. The only variable was whether they'd be big problems or small ones. After all, no true master ever had a simple backstory. With Feng Dai gone, the Qingxiao sect continued its development according to the original blueprint. Aside from occasional patrols, Li Qingqiu dedicated most of his time to cultivation and teaching Xu Ning. He fully intended to cultivate Xu Ning into the next generation's leader. Her formidable heavenly thunder spirit body truly made him understand what a real genius looked like. As for his other junior brothers and sisters, he imparted various techniques. The rest, frankly, was up to their individual comprehension. Autumn flew by as early winter set in. Li Dongye turned 15. Since Lin Xunfeng's departure, Li Qingqiu and his junior siblings had all grown a year older. The Qingxiao sect itself had undergone even more significant changes. Snowflakes drifted through the branches, settling softly on the forest floor. Qin Ye, dressed in Qingxiao sect robes, was practicing his fist techniques. His increasingly rapid breaths seemed to expel steaming air. Just then a voice chimed in, critiquing his fist techniques. Qin Ye turned to see Wu Baoyu, still hauling firewood, standing nearby. Qin Ye immediately spun around, cupped his hands in a salute, and reluctantly admitted, "It's not the technique that's flawed, senior, but my own pathetic comprehension." This particular fist art, the 10 Directions Demon Subduing Fist, had been taught to him by Yang Juding. When Wu Manor performed it, her aura was incredibly domineering, leaving a profound impression on him. Wu Manor, despite her naivete, possessed incredibly high comprehension in martial arts. Her jade footwork technique in particular was so effortlessly mastered that it earned the envy of many disciples. Wu Baoyu looked at Qin Ye and said, "Tonight at midnight, come to that spot. I'll pass on a staff technique to you. Who knows, it might just be the push you need to truly step onto the martial path." With that, Wu Baoyu resumed his ascent up the mountain, not pausing again. Qin Ye frowned at the mention of midnight. Doubt immediately crept into his heart. Recalling Feng Dai's earlier warnings, he wasn't sure if he should trust Wu Baoyu. At the same time, high on a tree branch in the forest, 50 zhang away, Li Qingqiu listened in on the entire conversation between the two. From his vantage point, the surrounding mountains were shrouded in white, and visibility was steadily decreasing. As his cultivation rapidly advanced, his senses sharpened exponentially. Just like now, even from a distance, he could clearly hear every word of Qin Ye and Wu Baoyu's dialogue, each syllable piercing through the wind and snow. Li Qingqiu internally mused why Wu Baoyu was acting so mysterious. However, he didn't suspect Wu Baoyu had any ill intention. Because recently her loyalty rating to the Qingxiao sect had been steadily climbing, now exceeding 80, and with that level of loyalty, she wouldn't dare pull anything foolish. Nevertheless, Qin Ye was still his second disciple, so tonight he absolutely had to check it out. Just then, a notification popped up before Li Qingqiu. For the first time, someone within the Qingxiao sect had created an original cultivation technique, profoundly impacting the sect system's development. He received a chance for a legacy inheritance. This utterly astonished Li Qingqiu. He never expected someone to actually create their own cultivation technique. Currently, besides himself, his junior brothers and junior sisters, the only true cultivators were Yang Jueding and Xu Ning. Today, Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zijin went to the Spirit Lake, so he couldn't help but wonder if Zhang Zhaoxia was the one who did it. Carrying his curiosity, he leaped, streaking across the treetops like a phantom. The entire forest was blanketed in white snow, yet he moved as if walking on air, leaving no trace. Returning to the sect grounds from the mountain slope, he occasionally spotted disciples along the way. Some training, some working, some sparring. Finally, the sect was starting to look a little like a proper martial arts faction. He made a direct beeline for the new quarters at the foot of the mountain. The moment Li Qingqiu stepped in, Yang Juding blocked his path. Yang Jading, his face alight with excitement, declared he had something to tell him, unconsciously grabbing Li Qingqiu's wrist with a surprising grip. Li Qingqiu paused, a realization immediately dawning on him. The one who had created an original cultivation technique was probably Yang Jueding. This truly exceeded his expectations, as among them all, Yang Juding was the one who had started on the cultivation path the latest. He promptly followed Yang Juding, and the two headed to a small grove next to the new quarters. After checking their surroundings and confirming they were alone, Yang Juding put his hands on his hips and smugly declared to the sect master that he had fused the Hunyuan scripture with his 9 Heavens Divine Palm, multiplying its power exponentially. The 9 Heavens Divine Palm was originally the ultimate technique that made Yang Jueding famous throughout the Jianghu. Its formidable palm force could be released and retracted at will, shattering dantians and severing tendons with a single strike. Yang Juding was proficient in many martial arts, but the 9 Heavens Divine Palm was the only one he had exclusively passed down to Wu Manor. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu's eyes immediately lit up. He had previously considered using primal chi to execute martial arts, but unfortunately hadn't succeeded. He never thought Yang Juding would actually pull it off. Li Qingqiu promptly urged him to demonstrate it. Yang Juding turned, assumed a stance, and drew his clenched fist back to his hips. As he activated his technique, the snow under his feet began to melt, turning into rising plumes of hot steam. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, surprised by the sheer presence emanating from him. Yang Juding had only recently started cultivating, yet he was already this strong. More importantly, he was still only in the first layer of the primal realm, not even reaching the second. But judging by his presence alone, he seemed no weaker than Lu Taidu. What puzzled Li Qingqiu even more was that, according to the Sect system panel, Yang Juding's comprehension wasn't particularly outstanding. With lingering doubt, Li Qingqiu intently watched Yang Juding, waiting for him to unleash his palm. Yang Juding didn't make him wait long. When his presence peaked, he suddenly swung his right palm, his upper body leaning sharply forward. The strike was like an azure dragon emerging from the abyss. The terrifying palm force immediately formed a visible chi wave, surging straight forward. It tore through the accumulated snow as if cleaving a great river in two. The palm chi, like a tyrannical dragon, directly toppled an ancient tree. Just as the palm chi seemed poised to continue its rampage, Yang Juding suddenly retracted his palm, pulling all the palm force back toward himself. The snow that had been swept aside then rushed back, slamming into both their faces, mixed with fallen leaves and gravel. Li Qingqiu's robes flapped wildly. He squinted, internally thinking the Nine Heavens divine palm actually looked pretty stylish. This retraction move clearly wouldn't give a heavily wounded enemy any chance to escape. A truly clever maneuver. Then Yang Juding swung his right arm, dispersing the remaining palm force, causing the shockwave to spread out, tearing long, shallow trenches several zhang deep into the snow. He turned to look at Li Qingqiu, subtly flicking his chin, a clear prompt for his assessment. Li Qingqiu praised it profusely, agreeing that this ultimate technique was indeed formidable. He instructed Yang Juding to write it down so it could be placed in the scripture repository, becoming an exclusive art of the Qingqiao sect, assuring him his contribution would be remembered. Hearing this, Yang Juding almost retorted but swallowed his words instead. Without the Hunyuan scripture, his Nine Heavens divine palm absolutely could not have reached such power. Yang Juding only regretted that, with his current power level, he could only unleash a single palm strike because the energy consumption was simply too immense. Reflecting on it, this was quite strange. The special internal ki within his body now was both vast and more powerful than before, yet a single palm strike had completely drained him. It was precisely for this reason that he gained an even clearer understanding of the Hunyuan scripture's terrifying limits. This ultimate technique was absolutely incomparable to ordinary martial arts. Calling it a peerless divine art wasn't an exaggeration in the slightest. If such an ultimate technique were to spread throughout the martial arts world, it would undoubtedly unleash a bloody storm. Thinking this, the way he looked at Li Qingqiu gradually changed, because he felt that this sect master truly treated him sincerely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have imparted such a supreme technique. As for Li Qingqiu, he gently encouraged Yang Juding, saying he'd only just begun cultivating the Hunyuan scripture, so to take his time. In 10 years, he'd definitely become a top-tier master in the martial world. But Yang Juding felt that was severely underestimating both the Hunyuan scripture and himself, because according to him, in 10 years he'd be number one under heaven, excluding of course Li Qingqiu and his disciples. The talents of Zhang Zhaoxia and Xu Ning meanwhile he found utterly formidable, not to mention Wu Min'er and Li Zifeng, who also possessed immense potential. Li Qingqiu didn't press the issue, instead asking how Yang Juding managed to integrate the Hunyuan scripture with the Nine Heavens divine palm. Yang Juding didn't hold back, recounting the entire process in meticulous detail. Yet even after a long explanation, Li Qingqiu still couldn't grasp how Yang Juding conjured such an ingenious idea. He could only attribute it to Yang Juding's vast martial arts experience. This was in fact Yang Juding's greatest advantage, something they absolutely couldn't surpass in the short term. Regardless, Yang Juding's ability to innovate new techniques for the Qingqiao sect was a monumental achievement. So before dinner, Li Qingqiu told Zhang Yuchun to kill a chicken for a celebratory meal. He then announced the news to the disciples, encouraging them to actively innovate their own techniques. However, he didn't explicitly state what ultimate technique Yang Juding had actually created. After dinner, Zhang Zhaoxia came to Li Qingqiu's room to ask about the matter. And before him, Li Qingqiu didn't hide a thing. After learning that Yang Juding had referenced the Hunyuan scripture, then modified his own ultimate technique to create an even stronger martial art, Zhang Zhaoxia fell silent for a long time. Eventually, without another word, he simply excused himself. Li Qingqiu, however, believed if this could motivate Zhang Zhaoxia, it was a good thing. He eagerly anticipated Zhang Zhaoxia creating his own unique techniques. After all, whether for the Dao Heritage or just a regular Jianghu sect, no one would refuse an ever-increasing number of martial arts. Because broadly speaking, that's exactly what constituted a sect's internal foundation. Late at night, nearing midnight, Li Qingqiu arrived at the forest where Qingye and Wu Baoyu had arranged to meet. After a short wait, Qingye also arrived. Standing in the forest, Qingye was restless and uneasy, a hint of regret stirring in his heart, but his desperate desire for strength made him push forward. He knew full well that continuing to train martial arts with Yang Juding would, at best, keep his strength on par with the other disciples. It would be incredibly difficult to stand out in the Qingqiao sect, so this time he was gambling on an opportunity. Just then, the crunch of a broken twig echoed, cutting short his thoughts. Qingye turned his head to see Wu Baoyu emerge from the shadows carrying an oil lamp. Neither of them noticed Li Qingqiu, who was hidden in a tree. Wu Baoyu remarked that despite his fear, Qingye still came, which proved he possessed ambition deep in his bones. Qingye couldn't clearly see Wu Baoyu's expression, which only made him feel even more uneasy. Soon after, Wu Baoyu stepped fully out of the shadows, hung the oil lamp on a nearby branch, then pulled two wooden staffs from behind his back and tossed one to Qingye. Qingye nearly fumbled the catch, lucky that the darkness meant Wu Baoyu didn't notice his flushed face. Then Wu Baoyu asked if he knew why he had chosen him. Qingye guessed it might be because he was diligent, but Wu Baoyu denied it, stating the real reason was Qingye's poor aptitude and how he wasn't valued by the sect master. These words struck Qingye like a dagger straight to the heart. He'd long realized his master didn't value him, and Xu Ning's obvious talent crushed any remaining fighting spirit in him. Up in the tree, Li Qingqiu internally cursed Wu Baoyu for sowing discord, but at the same time he couldn't help but realize he had been somewhat cold toward Qingye. Even if Qingye became his disciple through a transaction, he was still Li Qingqiu's disciple. Li Qingqiu immediately decided he needed to pay more attention to Qingye from now on. The kid was usually so diligent, completely lacking the decadent or arrogant habits of a rich second gen. Wu Baoyu continued, saying he couldn't get close to Shu Ning, so he could only come to Qingye. He needed Qingye to inherit this staff technique because if it were passed to other disciples, it would be extremely difficult for it to be preserved as a Qingxiao sect legacy. Furthermore, the Qin family originally intended to become officials. Later, Qingye could rely on this staff technique to dominate the battlefield. Once mastered, he would become an army unto himself. Wu Baoyu's tone remained indifferent. It carried not a shred of emotion. Qingye felt puzzled. He cautiously asked if after everything he'd experienced, Wu Baoyu still permitted him to use this staff technique to join the army. Wu Baoyu replied that a foolish emperor and rampant treacherous officials were only temporary, but for those born on this land, protecting it forever was the unyielding duty of a martial cultivator. Hearing this, Qingye felt his blood boil with passion. At the same time, a deep respect for Wu Baoyu began to blossom. Next, Wu Baoyu revealed the staff technique's name, the 10,000 Armies Demon-Subduing Staff. The one who taught him this staff technique was an extremely mysterious grandmaster. To this day, he still didn't know that person's true name. He instructed Qingye that if he ever met that grandmaster, to pay respects and express gratitude on his behalf, because this was without a doubt the #1 staff technique under heaven. After saying this, Wu Baoyu held the long staff horizontally before him. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu was completely reassured. He had absolutely no interest in the 10,000 Armies Demon-Subduing Staff himself. Besides, this was Qingye's personal questline, so he chose not to interfere. In the following days, whenever Wu Baoyu had a spare moment, he'd teach Qingye polearm techniques. 7 days later, Zhang Yuchun approached Li Qingqiu, reporting that Wu Baoyu had left the mountain. Apparently, he'd bounced to avoid causing trouble for the Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu didn't send anyone to track him down. After all, the guy had already dropped his ultimate techniques. Zhang Yuchun sighed, convinced their year-end goal of 50 disciples was looking like a serious grind. Recruiting disciples without a reputation was proving nigh impossible unless they wanted to pick up vagrant NPCs, but those were mostly orphans or faking illness. The Qingxiao sect needed solid, able-bodied youth. Li Qingqiu just chuckled, claiming he'd merely casually mentioned that goal. Building a rock-solid foundation was far more crucial than blindly boosting numbers. Zhang Yuchun, still a bit miffed, chatted for a while longer before standing to leave. Li Qingqiu, meanwhile, resumed his qi cultivation in his room. That winter passed without incident. Feng Da and his crew never returned, and nobody even showed up asking for a free room. 2 months zipped by. Shu Ning successfully hit the mid-stage of Origin Realm 3rd layer. Besides her, no one else in the Qingxiao sect had even breached the mid-stage of Origin Realm 2nd layer. Just goes to show how much of a struggle cultivation truly is. As Lunar New Year approached, a visitor finally arrived, Qingye's father, Qin Jue. He brought over 10 servants, each laden with massive chests. Inside were provisions, fine wine, and even bedding, a full-on sincerity payload. Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, and Yang Juding sipped tea and chatted with Qin Jue, while Qingye swept the courtyard, conveniently eavesdropping on their conversation. After some small talk, Qin Jue suddenly dropped a bombshell about a major event last month. A demonic sect master who'd been off the grid for over a decade had abruptly resurfaced in the martial world. This guy, armed with a polearm, had stormed the Imperial Palace, cut down over 100 Imperial guards, and almost captured the Emperor himself. But he was ultimately taken down by a coordinated attack from the Imperial Sky Guards. His head was later hung on the Imperial city walls as a grim warning to all. Qin Jue added that this demonic sect master was no average mob. He was Wu Baoyu, the demonic sect's northern protector, a notorious villain known for committing every evil act and slaughtering people like it was a daily chore. His end was brutal, his eyes were even gouged out. Rumor had it the Emperor just really disliked his look. Clang! The broom in Qingye's hand clattered to the ground. He stood there frozen, staring blankly at his father. Amidst the bitter winter chill, ice and snow blanketed the Qingxiao sect courtyard. Today's cold seemed to pierce straight into everyone's soul. After Qin Jue's bombshell, both Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun's faces changed. They hadn't expected Wu Baoyu to go out like that. Wu Baoyu hadn't been with the Qingxiao sect long, but they'd still spent a fair bit of time together. His death was a significant emotional blow. Zhang Yuchun took it especially hard. He was the one who'd invited Wu Baoyu to the mountain and had spent the most time chatting with him. Hearing of Wu Baoyu's tragic death, Zhang Yuchun subtly trembled, but the quickest to react was Yang. He deliberately raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise about Wu Baoyu's demonic protector identity. He also pretended to be baffled why a peak expert would foolishly solo-raid the Imperial Palace. That question instantly snagged Qin Jue's attention. Qin Jue tore his gaze from Qingye, turning to Yang Joding. He admitted he'd been equally confused by the news, only hearing rumors that Wu Baoyu might have suffered a severe qi deviation. After all, ever since the current emperor ascended, he'd ordered a complete purge of the demonic sect, so it was no surprise their remnants harbored immense hatred for him. Qin Jue couldn't help but marvel at how truly formidable the previous generation's martial masters were, once renowned throughout the Jianghu. Even with the Imperial Palace's tight security, Wu Baoyu had charged straight through the main gate, carving a path all the way to the emperor's bedchambers. That was truly beyond belief. They said that night even the Imperial Guards were shaken, and it took a massive coordinated effort from the Imperial Sky Guards to finally bring him down. A man like that truly possessed the courage to stand against 10,000. If he could have been deployed on the battlefield, it would have been a blessing for Great Li. A pity he ultimately succumbed to the demonic path. By the end, Qin Jue's face was etched with worry. He figured Wu Baoyu's wicked deeds meant his death was no loss, but he feared this imperial scare would provoke another massive purge across the martial world. Noticing Zhang Yuchun's grim face, Li Qingqiu smoothly changed the topic, asking if any other major events were brewing in the martial world. Qinjue chuckled, stating the Jianghu was never short on drama. He then brought up an impending mega battle between the Green Sect and the Seven Peaks Alliance, warning that the Green Sect's rampant ambition could turn them into a second demonic sect. At that exact moment, Qinye noticed Yang Zhuding give him a subtle wink. He quickly bent to retrieve the broom, turning his back to Li Qingqiu and the others to continue sweeping snow, but silent tears were already tracing paths down his cheeks. Those tears melted into the snow, leaving no trace, much like Wu Baoyu's death. After more chit-chat, Li Qingqiu used the chance to pull Zhang Yuchun aside, leaving Yang Zhuding to continue his host duties. The moment they were back in the room and Li Qingqiu closed the door, Zhang Yuchun couldn't help but slap himself across the face. Li Qingqiu turned, frowning. What's the drama? Zhang Yuchun gritted his teeth, convinced that if he hadn't brought Wu Baoyu to the Qingxiao sect, the county magistrate wouldn't have found him, and he certainly wouldn't have stormed the imperial palace. In Zhang Yuchun's mind, Wu Baoyu's actions were a deliberate sacrifice to clear the Qingxiao sect's name, essentially choosing his own death. Because once he was dead, no one would bother investigating who he'd associated with during his life. Li Qingqiu just shook his head. How could anyone have predicted all of that back then? He added that even if Wu Baoyu had never stepped foot in the Qingxiao sect, he would have inevitably ended up at the imperial palace sooner or later. Li Qingqiu recalled how Wu Baoyu had previously accepted challenges, not seeking defeat but simply to pass on his ultimate techniques. Plus, during his time on the mountain, Wu Baoyu had seemed utterly devoid of life, his spirit completely crushed. It was as if nothing in this world could surprise or even entertain him anymore. After hearing those words, Zhang Yuchun's expression softened slightly, though his mood remained heavy. It was his first time facing the death of an acquaintance, and such a tragic one, leaving his heart choked by an unventable fire. Seeing his state, Li Qingqiu advised him with gravitas. The Qingxiao sect was still too weak, and there were many things they simply couldn't do. The only option was to power up so they wouldn't follow in the tragic footsteps of others. Zhang Yuchun took a deep breath, nodding slightly. After a few more words, Zhang Yuchun departed. Alone in his room, Li Qingqiu meditated on his bed, his expression slowly growing grim. The death of Wu Baoyu truly shocked him. Previously, Zhang Zhaoxia had to reach mid-nascent realm stage 3 just to spar with Wu Baoyu and win. If Wu Baoyu had fought to the death, he would have been even stronger. Yet, someone in the Imperial Palace was strong enough to kill a martial arts master on par with a nascent realm stage 3 cultivator. On second thought, maybe it wasn't so surprising. As the one with the most power, the Emperor would naturally command the Dali dynasty's strongest cultivators. Not every expert is content to hide in the mountains, after all. Most cultivators seek power for fame, fortune, or both. This thought fueled Li Qingqiu's urgent desire to power up even faster. The world was in chaos. Who knew when the Imperial Blade would come for the Qingxiao sect? After about an incense stick's worth of time alone, he emerged to prepare for the new year with his disciples. This was the Qingxiao sect's second lunar new year under his command, and he couldn't let his grim mood spoil it for his disciples. During the New Year festivities, Qinjue took the opportunity to subtly inquire if Li Qingqiu wanted to take on more disciples. The Qin family could supply another batch of recruits, but Li Qingqiu politely declined the offer. After the New Year, Qinjue led his entourage back down the mountain and the Qingxiao sect returned to its normal rhythm. That night, Li Qingqiu took Qinye into the forest and personally transmitted the first level of the primordial chaos scripture. Throughout the entire process, he never mentioned Wu Baoyu. Ever since hearing about Wu Baoyu's death, Qinye had grown quiet, his usual liveliness gone. Li Qingqiu, worried Qinye might fall into despair, imparted the cultivation technique to reignite his spirit. Half a month later, Li Qingqiu finally broke through to mid-nascent realm stage 4. With his heavenly thunder spiritual root, and having hogged the underground spirit pool for the longest, he was now the fastest cultivator in the sect. The power spike from stage 3 to 4 was insane. It surpassed the combined growth of the previous 3 stages. This significant power-up helped ease no small amount of the unease in his heart. Although Zhang Zhaoxia hadn't yet broken through to mid-nascent realm stage 4, he'd created a magical sword Dao technique, the sword riding art. That day in the forest, seeing Zhang Zhaoxia actually riding a longsword and floating in mid-air, Li Qingqiu was stunned for a good while. The Nine Heavens divine palm, though flashy, didn't fit his playstyle, so he hadn't bothered to learn it. But the sword-riding art created by Zhang Zhaoxia, now that he definitely wanted to learn. When his senior brother requested it, Zhang Zhaoxia didn't refuse. In fact, he was ecstatic, feeling finally recognized. He'd even surpassed Yang Zhuding's creations. As winter snow melted away, the Taikun mountain range embraced spring, life overflowing across the mountains and rivers. One day, a spring breeze swept through a desolate patch of the mountains. Cheng Kanghai leaned on his hoe, eyes fixed on a figure on a nearby mountain peak. It was Li Qingqiu, an old eagle circling gracefully above his head. Having joined the Qingxiao sect a while ago, Cheng Kanghai found his confusion about the place only growing. He couldn't grasp why their lightness skills seemed like actual flight, or why the eagles here had internal energy, or why the children possessed monstrous strength, especially the sect master. He was the one Cheng Kanghai understood the least, never having seen the sect master practice external cultivation. He was either nowhere to be found or meditating like some ancient immortal. Just then, Yu Lin, not far away, called out, urging him to stop being lazy. The words Dao King made Cheng Kanghai's forehead vein throb. Those rotten brats loved using that title to tease him. A mighty Dao King forced to dig and chop firewood. If that got out, he'd be the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. He grumbled a reply, then instinctively glanced back at the mountain peak. But Li Qingqiu and the old eagle were already gone. He was used to their antics, so he just shook his head and continued working. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu and the young eagle, nourished by his primal qi, were zipping through the forest, playing a high-speed game of tag. This young eagle was one he'd brought to the underground spirit pool. From then on, its growth spurt was ridiculous. It was twice the size of its siblings, almost comically huge. Even with its bulk, it navigated the dense forest with incredible agility, dodging branches like a blur. Even Li Qingqiu, using his gale technique, could barely keep up. After 5 miles of mountain trail, Li Qingqiu stopped and let out a sharp whistle. The young eagle immediately changed course, looped around a massive tree, then swooped towards him, landing squarely on his shoulder. It was so big it covered half his upper body, making him crane his neck just to look at it. Petting its head, Li Qingqiu jokingly grumbled that Xiaoba really needed to cut back on the snacks. It was getting too heavy for his shoulder. Xiaoba was the eagle's name. Li Qingqiu hoped it would become like a little junior brother to his disciples, protecting them in the future. Xiaoba shook its head, looking utterly adorable. Man and eagle continued on. About half an hour later, they arrived at a mountain gorge where Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zijin were located. Zhang Zhaoxia meditated on a rock by the stream, while Li Zijin sat on a clear patch of ground nearby, surrounded by yellow talisman paper brushes and ink. Except the ink was blood red. Li Zijin was pouting, her face a picture of frustration. She heard Li Qingqiu ask if she was having trouble. Li Zijin turned, seeing her senior brother emerge from the forest. She didn't smile. Instead, she glared and complained that the earth talisman scripture was impossible. She couldn't even draw the most basic spiritual talismans. After complaining, she ran both hands through her hair, messing it up even further. The earth talisman scripture she was talking about was a legacy inheritance Li Qingqiu had received earlier, unlocked when Yang Juding created his new spell. Human cultivation energy is finite. You can't just keep learning every single spell and ultimate technique. His other junior disciples already had their own specialized paths, so after much thought, Li Qingqiu decided to assign the earth talisman scripture to Li Zijin, the youngest. No one else in the sect understood this arcane text anyway, so he just let her slowly research it at her own pace. Li Qingqiu chuckled. Honestly, compared to constant fighting and killing, isn't studying talismans a much chiller grind? Li Zijin pouted, insisting she was just venting, not actually giving up. Li Zifeng's previous injury had been a huge wake-up call for her. In the past year, her personality had shifted dramatically. She was cultivating much harder and wasn't nearly as playful as before. Li Qingqiu walked over, squatted down beside her, and started discussing the earth talisman scripture. After just a few questions, she started getting her groove back. She quickly realized she wasn't completely clueless after all. At least to her senior brother's questions were so basic they were almost offensively dumb. Hearing Li Zijin playfully mock Li Qingqiu, Zhang Zhaoxia, with her back still turned, couldn't help but let a small smile tug at her lips. Li Qingqiu stayed with them for another half an hour, then continued his journey up the mountain. Today, Li Dongye and Li Zifeng were cultivating at the underground spirit lake, leaving Li Qingqiu with a rare moment of actual free time. He hiked straight to the mountain where the Qingxiao sect was located. Halfway up, he spotted a group, Feng Dai and his 9 constables. Feng Dai and his men seemed to be in a heated debate, dragging their feet about ascending the mountain. They quickly spotted Li Qingqiu approaching. As he got closer, Feng Dai suddenly stepped forward and dropped to his knees. His 9 constables immediately followed suit, kneeling on one knee. Feng Dai gritted his teeth, a pained expression on his face, confessing that he was responsible for Elder Xiao's death and requesting punishment from the sect master. Seeing Feng Dai kneel, Li Qingqiu remained unfazed. He simply asked, "And what exactly does that mean? Has the county magistrate finally dug up the truth?" To Li Qingqiu, Feng Dai's actions were meaningless. It was just a desperate attempt to assuage his own guilt. Even if Wu Baoyu already harbored thoughts of eliminating the emperor, without Feng Dai's accusation, he definitely could have lived a good while longer. Zhang Yuchen bringing Wu Baoyu to the mountain merely altered his destiny. The one who truly forced him to the imperial city was Feng Dai. Of course, Feng Dai wasn't entirely wrong either. An official's duty is to catch criminals. If anyone was truly to blame, it was that emperor. You founded a demonic sect, erased Wu Baoyu's achievements, and framed him as someone who committed every evil deed imaginable. But in this world, the emperor is heaven, and mere mortals have no right to challenge heaven itself. Feng Dai gritted his teeth and stated he had investigated Elder Xiao's claims and found that the second young master of the Xiao clan was indeed named Xiao Shi. When Xiao Shi came of age, he was chosen as an imperial guard and served the previous crown prince. After the Xiao clan's massacre, all records of him ceased and he vanished without a trace. Furthermore, Feng Dai had also uncovered that the former crown prince did indeed send a group of imperial guards to infiltrate a demonic sect, but all records stopped after that. At this, his face grew even more filled with regret. The 9 constables' faces were equally grim. After learning Wu Baonok's true past and hearing such a hero ultimately died in their fighting spirit was utterly crushed. They began to question if the imperial court they served was truly what they believed and if any justice remained in this world. If even the emperor was the biggest villain, what could low-level constables like them, struggling at the bottom, possibly achieve? Li Qingqiu stared at Feng Dai, asking if he truly believed Wu Baonok based on just those few details. Feng Dai gnashed his teeth, replying that after Senior Xiao died in the imperial palace, all records of Xiao Shi were destroyed. He'd asked the prefect, who claimed ignorance but then strictly forbade him from asking any more questions. He couldn't believe such a blatant coincidence existed, leaving him utterly unable to calm his racing thoughts. Li Qingqiu let out a soft sigh, explaining that after Senior Wu came to the mountain, he'd always been quiet and reserved. He hadn't interacted much with the man, so he couldn't discern the truth. All he knew was that Wu Baonok was gone. It was better to just pretend he'd never been there, because regret now wouldn't change a thing. With that, he turned and headed up the mountain. Feng Dai quickly called out, "Are we just supposed to let this be?" Li Qingqiu didn't stop or turn his head, merely stating he was just a sect master. All he wanted was to protect his disciples. Wu Baonok never truly belonged to his Qingxiao sect, so for Li Qingqiu this was simply how things had to be. Feng Dai's expression flickered through a storm of emotions, but in the end he couldn't utter another word. Only after Li Qingqiu's figure vanished at the end of the mountain path did the constables rise one by one to support Feng Dai. An older constable soberly warned that this matter involved imperial power. They couldn't interfere, and the Qingxiao sect definitely couldn't. Having served as a constable longer than anyone else, his heart had long since grown pessimistic. Feng Dai took a deep, steadying breath, then turned to face the 9 constables, his gaze utterly transformed. In an unusually firm tone, he declared that precisely because no one dared to intervene, he had to. He admitted this path was a perilous one, a 9 deaths, 1 life gamble, and he wouldn't force anyone to join him. But even if it meant being torn limb from limb, he would clear Senior Shao's name and expose the truth of those crimes to the light. With that, he turned and left, his left hand gripping the hilt of the saber at his hip, clenching until the veins popped on his knuckles. The 9 constables fell silent, avoiding each other's gazes, but not long after, every single one of them set off, falling in behind Feng Dai. In the sky, little 8 circled, gazing down at Feng Dai and the others, who looked as tiny as ants. After the Lunar New Year, the Qingqiu Sect's expansion plans resumed in full swing. Zhang Yuchun became the busiest, constantly leading Huangshan and Yulin down the mountain. This frequent exposure rapidly matured the 2 young disciples. Their speech, their demeanor, everything about them was now distinctly different from the other disciples. As for Li Qingqiu, he merely handled major decisions and oversaw the ongoing construction across various sites. As spring drew to a close, both Wu Man'er and Li Zifeng broke through to the mid-level of the Second Origin Realm, much to Li Qingqiu's delight. A fighter at the mid-level of the Second Origin Realm was enough to contend with first-rate masters of the pugilistic world, even considered a top-tier powerhouse. After reaching the mid-level of the Second Origin Realm, Li Zifeng couldn't hold back any longer. He sought out Li Qingqiu, requesting to accompany Zhang Yuchun on the next descent. Li Qingqiu hesitated for a moment, but eventually agreed. Even though Li Zifeng wasn't even 14 yet, in terms of martial prowess, he was far more formidable than Zhang Yuchun and his 2 companions combined. Besides, having Li Zifeng along meant Zhang Yuchun would have a literal walking advertisement for the sect when recruiting new disciples. With Li Qingqiu's approval, Li Zifeng was overjoyed. He immediately went to find Zhang Yuchun and deliver the good news. Zhang Yuchun was equally thrilled, understanding full well the extent of Li Zifeng's martial prowess. The very next day, Zhang Yuchun led Li Zifeng, Huangshan, and Yulin down the mountain. After midday, Li Qingqiu gathered with over 10 disciples in the courtyard. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Yang Juding and Wu Man'er, who were about to spar. Previously, Wu Man'er had learned martial arts from Zhang Zhaoxia, but when Zhang Zhaoxia no longer had time to teach, Yang Juding took over. Ever since taking Wu Man'er under his wing, Yang Juding had poured his heart into teaching him even more seriously than he had taught Li Zifeng. He even passed on his own improved version of the 9 Heavens Divine Palm to Wu Man'er. The 2 stood 10 paces apart, each adopting a ready stand. Wu Man'er, just turned 15, was already nearly 2 meters tall. In the Great Dali Dynasty, 9th Wak measured almost 2 meters. He possessed a tall, burly physique so immense that even the largest Daoist robe looked like it was about to burst at the seams. Despite such an imposing physique, he had an honest, benevolent face, always carrying a simple, innocent smile which was still plastered there now. Conversely, Yang Juding couldn't manage a smile when facing him. Only by truly standing before Wu Man'er did he feel the immense pressure. Yang Juding was secretly stunned. He never imagined the mid-level of the Second Origin Realm could bring such a massive increase in power. To him, Wu Man'er was a fortress with no visible openings, giving off the vibe that any attack would just be met with a terrifying counter. Li Dongye held Yuan Li, who was almost 2, tilting his head and staring with wide, curious eyes. Chen Konghai stood at the edge of the training ground, equally intrigued by the coming showdown. He had zero doubts about Yang Juding's prowess. What truly piqued his curiosity was just how strong Wu Man'er actually was. He'd once seen Wu Man'er haul a massive log weighing over a ton up the mountain, scaring him senseless. With a shouted warning, Yang Juding shot towards Wu Man'er like an arrow, his twin palms swift as wind, striking relentlessly. Though Wu Man'er appeared large and clumsy, he effortlessly dodged the fierce onslaught. His footwork constantly shifted, neither advancing nor retreating. He dodged Yang Juding's palm strikes while simultaneously parrying a kick with a powerful block. The Qingqiu Sect disciples couldn't even see Yang Juding's moves clearly. To them, he simply sprouted countless extra limbs, leaving them utterly dizzied. Even without seeing clearly, they understood the gist, and excited chatter began to spread. Everyone gasped at how amazing Uncle Master Wu was. They never expected his agility to be so phenomenal. Before, they'd all assumed he was just pure strength. Some even felt gusts of powerful wind brush their faces. Some wondered if it was internal qi, while more knowledgeable disciples scoffed, saying it was nothing yet. True internal qi unleashed devastating power, and neither combatant was truly serious. Amidst the chatter, all eyes remained glued to Wu Man'er and Yang Juding. Qinya gripped his long staff, his gaze fixed on the 2 sparring figures. Ever since Wu Baoyu taught him the 10,000 armies demon-subduing staff, though he hadn't sparred with other disciples, anyone could see the clear changes in him. His body grew increasingly robust, his gaze sharper, and he exuded a killing intent that made many disciples wary of joking around with him. Yang Juding's aura suddenly surged, a visible chi force emanating around him, making his offense even more potent, sweeping up sand and stones in his wake. Wu Man'er stopped playing defense. With every strike he unleashed, the 2 began to directly confront each other. Fists and feet clashed, the rhythmic thud of flesh hitting flesh echoing through the air, making the disciples' hearts pound. When fully serious, Wu Man'er's naive smile vanished, his face turning cold. Combined with his physique, he radiated an intensely oppressive aura. Though Yang Juding wasn't forced back, to onlookers he still seemed less powerful than Wu Man'er. Chen Konghai swallowed hard, his heart surging with shock. To generate such an aura with just fists and feet, these 2 had clearly surpassed the ranks of first-class masters. The Qingqiu Sect might not have many members, but it was truly a den of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Li Qingqiu observed and nodded slightly. Judging purely by their aura, both had already surpassed Lu Taido. Even if the Seven Peaks Alliance decided to massively invade right now, the Qingqiu Sect had enough confidence to handle it. As for Yang Juding, after his initial surprise, he gradually grew more excited. Wu Man'er made him feel the thrill of an evenly matched opponent once more, a feeling he hadn't experienced in ages. Even with minor injuries, he felt incredibly invigorated. This feeling was even more exhilarating than his battles with the Ocean Sword Saint. Neither used their full 9 heavens divine palm, only clashing with fists and feet, which made the watching disciples' blood boil with excitement. Just then, Li Qingqiu's voice suddenly echoed, telling them to stop. Both immediately froze, maintaining their mid-swing postures. Wu Maner's fist was descending on Yang Juding like a fierce tiger from the mountains, while Yang Juding's palm struck from his hip, rising like a hidden dragon emerging from its abyss. Both their expressions immediately shifted. Wu Maner quickly reverted to his naive demeanor, turning to look at Li Qingqiu. Yang Juding, however, tilted his head and glared, clearly annoyed at being called off mid-flow. The other disciples also collectively looked at Li Qingqiu with bewildered eyes, as the spar had only just begun. Li Qingqiu picked up the hot teacup from the table, softly stating that distant guests were arriving soon and they shouldn't disturb them. Everyone looked confused, instinctively glancing towards the courtyard gate, but saw no one. Yang Juding retracted his palm, about to voice a complaint when a voice suddenly echoed from the direction of the Sect gate. Claiming to be Li Yang, the Imperial Court's martial arts champion, he announced his intention to challenge the top masters of all sects in the martial world for a martial arts exchange, and also asked if the Qingqiu sect had any experts brave enough to accept his challenge. Everyone was astonished. They hadn't expected anyone to actually arrive, and even less how the sect master had known beforehand. Li Qingqiu looked at Yang Juding and Wu Maner, smiling as he told them to go welcome the guests. Either of them could fight, but they weren't to kill the opponent. After all, the visitor was a martial arts champion, someone of no small background. Yang Juding nodded and immediately turned to leave. Wu Maner and the other disciples also quickly followed. Soon only Li Qingqiu, Li Dongye, and Yuan Li remained in the courtyard. The smile on Li Qingqiu's face vanished. He lightly furrowed his brow, falling into recollection. He felt he'd heard the name Li Yang before, the same surname Li as him, very likely someone from that clan. Outside the Qingqiu sect gate, a young man and woman stood side by side, both looking quite young. A handsome, imposing figure in tight blue robes with his long hair tied high gripped a long spear exuding the aura of a young general. Beside him, a beautiful woman in a long green dress, gentle as water, carried a satchel on her shoulder. Her gaze, fixed on the blue-robed man, was filled with tenderness. The man in blue was the martial arts champion Li Yang, and the woman in green was his cousin Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong gently reminded him that arriving and immediately shouting so loudly wasn't exactly polite. She argued that for the great sects it wouldn't matter, they had their pride. But after Lin Xunfeng's departure, Qingqiu sect's remaining disciples were too young and could easily be intimidated by Li Yang's formidable reputation. Li Yang, however, paid no mind, believing that martial artists were inherently competitive and ambitious. He asserted that if Qingqiu sect still had a single courageous man, they wouldn't shy away from a challenge. Besides, he only sought a spar, not a deathmatch. As he spoke, his right hand subtly twirled, and the silver-long spear in his grasp glinted with a cold light beneath the sun. Just as they were conversing, a crowd suddenly surged around a bend on the mountain path. Seeing this, Li Yang smirked, his handsome face alight with excitement. Yang Juding, leading the group, stopped before the sect gate, sizing up Li Yang from head to toe. He then asked Li Yang which Li clan he hailed from, given they shared the same surname and Li Yang was the martial arts champion. The great Li dynasty valued martial arts, and becoming a martial arts champion required not only exceptional talent but also immense resource investment. Never before had a martial arts champion hailed from a poor family. Li Yang looked up and replied that he was from the Li clan of Lanchuan. Hearing this, Yang Juding suddenly understood. Knowing he was a junior from the Ministry of War, he asked with a sneer, "If we make you cry, will you call your family to bail you out?" The moment those words left Yang Juding's mouth, the smile vanished from Li Yang's face, and his gaze turned cold. He declared that he had fought his way south from Lanchuan, challenged 11 sects, and not once had anyone made him cry a single tear. If Qingqiu sect could defeat him, he would not only drop the challenge but even reward them by fixing up this dilapidated sect gate. Yang Juding immediately agreed, then called Wu Maner forward and stepped aside. The moment Wu Maner heard, he stepped forward. As soon as he stepped out, Zhao Linglong couldn't help but frown. Li Yang's eyes, however, lit up. He immediately asked Wu Maner if he'd like to join the army with him and achieve glorious feats admired by thousands. Wu Maner scratched his head and honestly replied that he didn't want to join the army, he just wanted to follow his eldest disciple forever. Hearing this, Li Yang smirked, figuring, then let's just fight first. Wu Maner nodded and continued to step towards Li Yang. Seeing Wu Maner's utter lack of apprehension, a flash of displeasure crossed Li Yang's eyes. Too lazy to speak further, he took a step and shot forward, closing the distance in a flash. The silver spear in his hand swept horizontally, tearing through the air and aiming straight for his hip. But in the very next instant, Wu Maner raised his hand and caught the silver spear, causing Li Yang's expression to subtly shift. Before he could even process it, a colossal surge of power slammed into him, making him lose balance and stumble forward. Seeing Wu Maner's other hand beginning to rise, Li Yang instantly let go, leaping backward like a swallow, landing behind Zhao Linglong, nearly falling off the steps. Once stable, Li Yang stared at Wu Maner in shock. This kid's strength absolutely shattered all his expectations. Li Yang had never encountered such monstrous strength. It was only then that he soberly asked Wu Maner his name, no longer daring to be careless. Wu Maner, with an innocent smile, honestly replied, "My name is Wu Maner." The moment Li Yang heard the surname Wu, he seemed to recall something, and his expression subtly shifted. Before he could even speak, Wu Maner tossed the silver spear back to him. Li Yang raised his hand to catch the spear, but immediately felt a throbbing pain in the web of his hand. That monstrous strength only solidified his internal suspicions. Just then, Wu Maner suddenly spread his feet wide, slightly bent his knees, and pulled his right hand back to his hip. Visible streams of qi swirled around him, his entire demeanor transforming, utterly unlike his previous innocent self. Li Yang sensed the shift in aura, but instead of fear, he gripped his long spear with both hands, ready to meet the challenge head-on. Below the steps, the disciples in the new courtyard were also watching the match. Everyone stared in astonishment at Wu Maner high above. It was the first time they'd ever seen him make such a face. Li Yang let out a loud shout, leaping several dozen feet into the air, his back silhouetted against the dazzling sun. Internal chi enveloped both him and his silver spear, making him appear as a cold blast of light descending from the heavens, causing the disciples behind Wu Manor to involuntarily shut their eyes. Almost in that very instant, Wu Manor unleashed a nine heavens divine palm. The disciples felt an explosive roar in their ears like the deafening roar of tigers and leopards. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of chi slammed into their faces, forcing them to retreat. Chung Konghai squinted, just catching sight of Li Yang being sent flying by Wu Manor's single palm strike. Li Yang's entire body was splattered with blood, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string, quickly crashing into a house in the new courtyard. The eaves collapsed, sending dust and debris flying everywhere, startling the nearby disciples. In just a single move, victory and defeat were decided. Even though they were all from Qingqiu Sect, the disciples and even Yang Juding himself were utterly intimidated by Wu Manor's raw power. Yang Jading was filled with dread, suddenly even feeling a strange gratitude towards Li Qingqiu. Because if he hadn't called for a truce just now, and let that lunatic unleash his nine heavens divine palm during their spar, Yang Juding wouldn't have stood a chance. Getting injured was a minor issue. Losing all his face, now that would have been a real problem. Zhao Linglong immediately let out a distressed shriek, hitched up her skirt, and hastily scurried down the steps. Wu Manor drew his formidable palm power back into his body, his vital energy receding as his robes billowed wildly. His retreating form exuded the undeniable aura of an invincible grandmaster. Standing behind the other disciples, Zhang Yu watched the scene, sighing in awe. This truly was a supreme martial art, almost beyond belief. A powerful urge to learn martial arts swelled within him, but he quickly suppressed it. Wu Manor looked down at the billowing dust cloud, his cold expression slowly melting away. He turned to Yang Juding, carefully asking if he might have been a bit too heavy-handed. Yang Juding snapped back to reality, his heart screaming, "This is bad. If the martial champion died here, the trouble would be immense." He frantically rushed down the mountain while the other disciples crowded around Wu Manor, utterly stunned by his strength. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Li Dongye overheard the disciples' chatter and frowned with worry. She felt Wu Manor was too naive, completely oblivious to his own strength. He absolutely couldn't be allowed to act so recklessly again. Li Qingqiu nodded but wasn't overly concerned. He could hear Li Yang's breathing, ragged and desperate, but at least still breathing. He then instructed Li Dongye to go help him. Li Dongye immediately stood, handed him the original offering, and swiftly exited the courtyard. As for Li Yang, he dreamt he was slaying foes on the battlefield, charging in and out 7 times, unstoppable. Then a towering giant appeared before him, unleashing a palm strike that left him utterly powerless to resist. Just as he was about to be beaten to death, he suddenly woke up. The moment his eyes fluttered open, he gasped for air. Instinctively, he tried to sit up, but a searing pain ripped through his entire body, making him suck in a cold breath. He couldn't move. Next to him, Zhao Linglong's joyful voice rang out. He glanced over to see her sitting by his bed, and outside the window, the glow of the setting sun meant it was clearly almost dusk. Li Yang gritted his teeth and asked where he was. Zhao Linglong immediately replied that he was still in the Qingqiu Sect, and a young woman named Li Dongye had treated him with acupuncture. Seeing him awake, she clearly breathed a sigh of relief, then couldn't help but scold him, telling him he shouldn't be so reckless in the future. Because this time it was fortunate that the Qingqiu Sect members were benevolent. If it had been another sect, they might not have even agreed to treat him. Although Li Yang was severely injured, she didn't resent the Qingqiu Sect for it. On the contrary, she was grateful that Li Dongye had stepped in to help him. Li Yang could only offer a bitter laugh. In his opinion, he wasn't being reckless. That guy was just genuinely terrifying, barely even human. He also mentioned a rumor. 100 years ago, the Li Shanwu clan had researched martial weapons of war, using various extreme yang and fierce body-tempering medicines to soak infants. It seemed that experiment had truly succeeded. Hearing this, Zhao Linglong immediately looked puzzled. Because in her memory, the entire Li Shanwu clan had been wiped out 13 years ago, so she couldn't understand why Li Yang was so sure Wu Manor was a descendant of the Wu clan. Li Yang grimaced, his body feeling like it was about to fall apart. Still, he forced a smile and explained that the reason lay with Lin Shunfeng. His father had once said that Lin Shunfeng was someone who loved to meddle in other people's affairs and had some connection with the Li Shanwu clan. When he heard the news of the Li Shanwu clan's massacre, Lin Shunfeng had personally gone there. It was very possible that he was the one who discovered Wu Manor somewhere. Only then did Zhao Linglong suddenly understand. In her heart, she marveled even more that Lin Shunfeng truly was an extraordinary individual. She had heard that when Lin Shunfeng first entered the martial world, he had befriended the emperor during one of his incognito travels among the common folk, and was highly praised by his majesty. If he had simply nodded, he could have easily risen to power in a single step. Unfortunately, his aspirations lay solely within the martial world. Hearing Zhao Linglong mention Lin Shunfeng, Li Yang also marveled that he truly was an extraordinary person. At the same time, he seemed to recall something about the fated connection between his Li family and that man. But when Zhao Linglong pressed him with curious questions, he merely shook his head, unwilling to say more. Just then, a young girl's voice echoed from outside the window, asking if he was truly the martial champion, and if martial champions even needed to study books. Both turned their heads to see 2 young girls standing outside the window looking in, Li Zijin and Xiang Ying. The one who had just spoken was Li Zijin, now intently assessing Li Yang. Li Yang forced a smile and explained that, of course, a martial champion also had to take literary exams. It just wasn't as difficult as the literary champions. He said that since childhood, besides practicing martial arts, he was always reading books, completely unable to be as carefree as the mountain folk who could play as they pleased. He added that he had already met Li Zijin and the other girl earlier today when he came up the mountain, even asking them for directions. Afterwards, Li Zijin continued to ask where his martial arts ranked within the martial world. Li Yang replied that he had easily defeated quite a few first-rate experts, but the gap between him and the peerless realm was still vast. Hearing this, Li Zijin immediately asked happily, "Then isn't our 5th senior brother a peerless expert?" Liang nodded slightly, then casually asked for Wu Maner's age. When he learned Wu Maner had just turned 15, Li Yang's mouth immediately twitched. Zhao Linglong's beautiful eyes widened, her small mouth unconsciously falling open as well. On the outside, Li Zijin looked innocent, but inwardly she was secretly quite smug. Xuning saw her pretending so hard and subtly turned her head, unable to bear looking directly. Lying in bed, Li Yang closed his eyes, feeling like he'd disgraced his title as the martial arts champion. Li Yang's injuries and temporary stay at Qingqiu Sect barely registered on Li Qingqiu's radar. Life went on as usual. He didn't check on Li Yang but did run into Zhao Linglong on his way down the mountain. After realizing he was the sect master, Zhao Linglong first apologized, then expressed her gratitude, which naturally left Li Qingqiu with a pretty good impression of her. Even with Li Dongyue's spring-returning ghost immortal needles, Li Yang's injuries were severe. He'd be bedridden for at least 10 days, maybe half a month. The Qingqiu Sect disciples were fascinated by the martial arts champion constantly peeking through his window. Only Zhang Zhaoxia remained completely unbothered. Wu Maner had taken him down in a single move. In Zhang Zhaoxia's eyes, this champion was just a nepotism hire completely beneath his notice. Half a month later, just as Li Yang was finally able to walk, Zhang Yuchun and his party returned. They brought back 13 new recruits, both male and female, ranging from 12 to a freshly turned 20. These were all the new disciples they'd managed to recruit. Their return brought a renewed bustle and liveliness to the Qingqiu Sect. In the courtyard, Zhang Yuchun had the 13 new disciples kneel before Li Qingqiu. Every single one of these disciples was visibly excited, without a single unruly one among them. Apparently, Li Zifeng had already put them in their place. In their eyes, if Li Zifeng was this powerful at such a young age, the sect master had to be infinitely more formidable. Li Qingqiu offered a few polite words, then tasked Yang Zhuding with arranging accommodation for the new recruits, while he took Zhang Yuchun and Li Zifeng inside to talk. But right then, Li Zifeng declared he needed to fetch third senior brother first, and with that, he dashed out of the house. Watching him go, Li Qingqiu turned to Zhang Yuchun and commented that this trip clearly hadn't mellowed the kid out one bit. Zhang Yuch could only offer a helpless shrug, retorting that Li Zifeng was a little overlord with powerful martial arts. Who could possibly temper his personality? Li Zifeng feared Li Qingqiu and Zhang Zhaoxia, but he had no such reservations with his second senior brother. Throughout their journey, Zhang Yuchun had been provoked countless times, but each time Li Zifeng would proactively sweet-talk him afterwards, leaving Zhang Yuchun exasperated but without an outlet for his anger. Li Qingqiu chuckled, then inquired about the new disciples' backgrounds. He'd already done a quick stat check. Their aptitude and comprehension weren't outstanding, and none possessed any special fate traits. But he wasn't disappointed in the slightest. Qingqiu Sect desperately needed manpower right now, so he wasn't exactly looking for top-tier geniuses. With Zhang Zhaoxia and Wu Maner around, Qingqiu Sect's reputation was already more than solid. As for Xuning and Yuan Li, they were the future of Qingqiu Sect. Especially Yuan Li. Li Qingqiu had always been intrigued by the kid's indestructible overlord physique. These new disciples weren't orphans. Zhang Yuchun had recruited them from a county town mostly by showcasing Li Zifeng's knack for punishing evildoers, which conveniently demonstrated the Qingqiu Sect's formidable martial arts. After chatting for a bit, Li Zifeng practically dragged Zhang Zhaoxia into the house, then promptly shut the door himself. His face was beaming with pure, unadulterated excitement. Li Qingqiu looked at him, smiling as he asked what exactly was so important that it required roping in third senior brother. At this point, he also noticed the kid was growing fast. His head was already level with Zhang Zhaoxia's shoulder. As for Zhang Zhaoxia, his face was a mask of impatience. He sat next to Li Qingqiu, glaring at Li Zifeng, warning him that if this wasn't important, there would be consequences. Zhang Zhaoxia was currently pouring all his energy into cultivation, aiming to reach the fourth layer of the origin realm before even Xuning. Standing before his three senior brothers, Li Zifeng clasped his hands, unable to hide his giddiness, and announced that the Grand Martial Arts Assembly was about to begin, the very event where the martial arts champion of Guzhou would be crowned. And this was the perfect opportunity for Qingqiu Sect to truly make a name for itself. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu glanced at Zhang Yuchun, who subtly nodded in confirmation. Li Zifeng enthusiastically continued, explaining that Guzhou was vast, experts were as numerous as clouds, and an event like the Grand Martial Arts Assembly only happened once every 10 years. In his mind, third senior brother had always wanted to know where he truly stood among the martial artists of the Wulin world, so he had to participate. He even believed that if all of them went together, they could show the Wulin of Guzhou that the times were changing. Li Zifeng spoke with such fervent passion that his words genuinely moved Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxia was inherently competitive, and the Grand Martial Arts Assembly held an irresistible allure for him. He didn't immediately agree, instead looking towards Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu was already deep in thought about it. Honestly, he didn't want Qingqiu Sect to become too famous, but he also felt that being too low-key wasn't good either, because his personal growth speed was directly linked to the development of Qingqiu Sect. The faster Qingqiu Sect developed, the greater his chances of copying powerful fate traits. Of course, once they got entangled in Wulin conflicts, his peaceful days would become increasingly rare. Zhang Yuchun softly mentioned that this was a once-in-a-decade opportunity. To gain fame later, they'd have to wait another 10 years. But who has that kind of time in a single life? 10 years was an eternity for him. Li Qingqiu suddenly realized his disciples were playing a totally different game. He was on the immortal cultivation path, while they were stuck in the martial arts grind. He was gunning for eternal life, backed by the Dao Heritage itself. His junior brothers, not so much. If they couldn't power up before their natural lifespans hit zero, immortality would be off the table. The stronger the Qingqiu Sect got, the more legacy inheritance and blessings poured into him, maybe enough to gotcha roll better stats for his junior brothers and sisters. After some thought, Li Qingqiu gave his reluctant approval. He just warned them to steer clear of other sects' drama and beef. The Qingqiu Sect only wanted reputation after all. Plus, when recruiting new disciples, they'd need to vet their backgrounds thoroughly. Hearing Li Qingqiu's okay, Li Zifeng practically bounced off the walls. He launched into a full-blown boast, claiming he could humble any martial arts master, no help from third senior brother needed. Zhang Zhaoxiao remained silent, but the subtle smile on his face said it all. He was already buzzing for the martial arts convention to begin. Li Qingqiu watched them, internally musing. Cultivation was ultimately a test of temperament. Only those who could master the solitary grind truly went far. He felt that Xiang Ning, despite her competitive spirit, wasn't one to rush into showing off. In the long run, she definitely outpaced Zhang Zhaoxiao. That evening, over dinner, Zhang Yuchun made the official announcement. With the growing number of disciples, it was impossible for everyone to dine together. So this courtyard was reserved for the more senior members. When they heard Zhang Zhaoxiao and Li Zifeng would represent the Qingqiu sect at the martial arts convention, the disciples erupted in excited chatter. Yang Zhuding, idly picking his teeth, nodded. The martial arts convention really is something to look forward to, he mused. 10 years ago, his martial arts were nowhere near this level, he was just a nobody. But the spectacle of it all was truly magnificent. Just remembering it stirred his heart. Li Zijin looked at him, eyes wide. So was your top 10 heaven character ranking title from the martial arts convention? She asked, curious. The other disciples also turned to Yang Zhuding, clearly intrigued by the convention. Yang Zhuding coughed politely. Of course not, he clarified. The martial arts convention is all about fighting for the #1 spot. There's no top 10 there. The heaven character ranking is decided by the prefecture government, requiring not just peak martial prowess but also a reputation for heroic righteousness. Everyone's excitement deflated a little. From the corner, Qinye couldn't help but ask, did Senior Wu ever participate in the martial arts convention? Yang Zhuding looked at him and nodded. Senior Wu did participate, but not in Lady Zhou's martial arts convention. He was once the #1 martial artist in all of Northern Lying Prefecture. Back then, the demonic sect's 4 great protectors were a force to be reckoned with. Their demonic might was sky-high, their arrogance boundless. Even if Lady Zhou herself wasn't directly harassed by the demonic sect, everyone in the Jianghu heard tales of their infamous exploits. Those 4 great protectors each held the title of #1 martial artist in their respective 4 prefectures. Demonic sect's fame exploded across the land. No other sect had ever reached such a peak of power. He continued, explaining that a century ago the 9 prefectures were actually 9 separate great dynasties. The previous imperial dynasty unified the 9 prefectures in 14 lands. So, to say the top martial artist was of a single prefecture back then was essentially the world's #1, not an exaggeration at all. From there he launched into tales of the demonic sect's past. The disciples hung on his every word, even forgetting their dinner. Li Qingqiu didn't stop eating, but even his attention was captivated by Yang Zhuding's stories. The Jianghu was all thrilling adventures, dramatic grudges, and legendary heroes, truly intoxicating. But Li Qingqiu felt no desire for it. Whether righteous or evil, everyone eventually faced the ultimate game over screen, death. He wasn't after some world champion leaderboard spot, he was after immortality. Unless something truly game-breaking like the Qi Yuan Ming appeared, he wasn't easily leaving the sect's safe zone. As sect master, he didn't need to micromanage everything. His job was to hold down the fort, guard the main gate, and steer the Qingqiu sect in the right direction. As Yang Zhuding spun his Jianghu tales, Li Qingqiu's thoughts drifted, contemplating the Qingqiu sect's future. 5 days later, Zhang Zhaoxiao and Li Zifeng packed up and headed down the mountain, cheered on by a throng of excited disciples. As they reached the new courtyard, they happened to run into Li Yang and Zhao Linglong. The two exchanged glances, having overheard the Qingqiu sect disciples excitedly chattering about the martial arts convention. Li Yang couldn't hold back. Are you guys planning to join the martial arts convention? He blurted out. Li Zifeng stopped, turning to face the martial champion. And if we are, he shot back. Li Yang instantly offered to tag along, claiming he was just as interested. He flexed his wrist, which wasn't fully healed, but figured a bit of travel wouldn't be an issue. Li Zifeng hesitated, but Zhang Zhaoxiao didn't even slow down, not sparing Li Yang a single glance. Seeing his third senior brother stride further and further away, Li Zifeng had no choice but to chase after him. Li Yang turned back to Zhao Linglong. Leave the money and let's go, he urged. The familiar glint returned to his eyes, just like when he first arrived at Qingqiu sect. Zhao Linglong could only sigh and begrudgingly comply. Half an hour later, deep in the forest, Li Qingqiu was practicing his rejuvenating ghost immortal needles, deftly swinging 4 silver needles forward. The needles zipped away, constantly shifting trajectories like winding streaks of light, weaving through ancient trees before impaling a tree trunk 100 jang away. A closer look revealed all 4 needles had pinned a single trembling moth to the bark. Li Qingqiu retracted his hand, the 4 silver needles instantly detached from the moth, flying backward and settling perfectly into his palm. He smirked, satisfied. His ghostly immortal needle of rejuvenation was getting deadlier by the day, not to mention he'd practically memorized it every single acupoint on the human body. In combat, that needle could deliver a surprisingly fatal blow. Just then, Li Dongyue entered the woods, approached him, and reported that Li Yang and his companion had already left. They'd even dropped off 3 gold ingots, claiming it was for the Qingqiu sect's mountain gate repairs, a debt owed from losing a bet. Li Qingqiu chuckled, saying, if they're willing, we'll take it. Then he invited Li Dongyue to spar with his ghostly immortal needle. Li Dongyue immediately waved her hands, insisting she was no match for her senior brother. Li Qingqiu assured her it was fine, he wouldn't mind, but Li Dongyue still refused, fearing the crushing blow to her self-esteem. Li Qingqiu then declared, this is an order from your senior brother, you will come. Li Dongyue ignored him completely, turning and walking away. Li Qingqiu had no choice but to switch from authoritative to cajoling, flattering, and sweet-talking her until she finally agreed. The news that Zhang Zhaoxiao and Li Zifeng were heading to the martial arts convention stirred up excitement among all the Qingqiu sect disciples. Beyond their daily chores, the disciples' enthusiasm for martial arts training significantly ramped up. Yang Zhuing, unable to attend the martial arts convention, felt a pang of profound regret. So he channeled all his combat drive into the Qingjiao 7 Stars, the sect's earliest batch of talented disciples. Both Li Qingqiu and Yang Juding hoped they would become solid pillars, capable of bolstering the sect system and shouldering significant management responsibilities in the future. The reason Yang Juding wasn't sent to the convention was primarily due to the lurking threat from the Green Sect. Besides, Zhang Zhaoxiao wasn't new to venturing down the mountain. He had ample experience, making this a perfect opportunity for further training. With Li Zifeng absent from the mountain this year, Li Qingqiu found the sect a little too quiet despite the steady increase in disciples. Every month, Zhang Yuchun would head down the mountain, not just to recruit more disciples but also to invite skilled craftsmen up. He planned to construct a grand assembly hall, destined to be the future gathering place for all disciples. Li Qingqiu had no objections to this. The sect's architecture definitely needed an upgrade. The gold ingots Li Yang left behind were no ordinary metal, they were a specialty of Linchuan. While not pure gold, they were crafted with exquisite artistry. Zhang Yuchun had previously taken one ingot to the city and sold it for a whopping 300 guan. Combined with the Qingxiao sect's existing funds, building a grand hall wasn't an issue, especially since they weren't aiming for extravagant opulence. During this process, Zhang Yuchun did encounter a bit of trouble. Luckily, Yang Juding was with him. In the Great Li dynasty, 1 guan was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, and 30 copper coins were enough to buy a dough of rice. A dough of rice was about 6 jin, plus with the annual resources and supplies from the Qin family. Currently, the Qingxiao sect still had a surplus after expenses. However, they hadn't yet developed their own self-sustaining economy. Their income was still insufficient, and there wasn't much they could do about it. The disciples were simply too young, still in their martial arts training phase, unable to generate profit for the sect. The fact that they could help with some farm work and manual labor already made Li Qingqiu quite happy. Even a martial arts sect needed to chase wealth. After all, people had to eat, weapons cost money, and cultivation. That just burned through cash even faster. One summer day, Li Qingqiu and Li Zijin were cultivating by the underground spiritual energy lake. Li Qingqiu sat meditating by the lakeside, while on the opposite bank there was a small grassy patch. Li Zijin was carefully observing this patch of grass. This wasn't just any patch of grass, it was entirely planted with medicinal herbs. Li Qingqiu wanted to see if the spiritual energy from the underground lake could transform these medicinal herbs into spiritual plants, that is, plants infused with spiritual energy. And this crucial task had been assigned to Li Zijin. Just then, Li Zijin joyfully exclaimed that she had succeeded, causing Li Qingqiu to open his eyes. He immediately stood up, leaped across the lake's surface, and landed beside Li Zijin. Li Zijin squatted before one of the herbs, excitedly reporting that it now contained spiritual energy, even faintly emitting it. She believed this was precisely the spiritual plant Li Qingqiu had spoken of. Li Qingqiu sat down and carefully sensed it, confirming that she was indeed correct. This made him incredibly happy. Once the Qingxiao sect transitioned into a full-fledged cultivation sect, worldly currencies would inevitably be phased out. Spirit stones and spiritual plants would become the most crucial equivalents. Since disciples could rely on them for cultivation, he was highly invested in nurturing these spiritual plants. Li Qingqiu finally confirmed that it was indeed excellent, and told Li Zijin that she had succeeded, a major accomplishment. Li Qingqiu showered her with praise. Since the Lunar New Year, aside from cultivating the Earth Talisman scripture, Li Zijin had dedicated all her remaining time to nurturing spiritual plants, and the process had been incredibly smooth, even faster than he'd anticipated. Li Qingqiu suddenly realized that inherited cultivation techniques weren't actually the crucial key to the Dao Heritage's development. Instead, fortune and auspicious encounters were the most important factors. A single underground spiritual energy lake had laid the foundation for the Qingxiao sect's current state. If they could find a few more such locations, the Qingxiao sect would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Taikun Mountain possessed a vast territory, making it highly probable that other underground spiritual energy lakes still existed. Li Zijin beamed, saying she'd remember this and was gunning for an elder position. Li Qingqiu in his signature deadpan told her if she nailed this, especially with her Netherworld Codex, she'd become Qingxiao sect's MVP. Li Zijin giggled, calling it blatant flattery. To her, the true MVP would always be Li Qingqiu. Qingxiao sect could lose anyone else but never him. Li Qingqiu laughed out loud, correcting her, "It's all 7 of us or nothing." The two kept up their mutual admiration society, spirits soaring. After a few more words, they went back to checking the other medicinal herbs for a second spirit plant. No second spirit plant, which was a bit of a bummer. But neither of them was disappointed. One successful spirit plant was all the proof of concept they needed. The successful spirit plant cultivation wasn't advertised throughout Qingxiao sect, but Li Qingqiu's mood visibly brightened. For the next few days, he greeted everyone with a smile, making the disciples both relieved and suspicious. What good news could possibly have gotten under his skin? That noon, the weather started heating up. Li Qingqiu stood in the forest, observing his disciples' cultivation. In the clearing ahead, dozens of wooden stakes of varying heights stood erected. Chen Konghai was expertly navigating the wooden stakes, his agile footwork so impressive that the 8 disciples waiting on the sidelines couldn't stop gasping. This was his custom-made light body technique training course. He was responsible for teaching light body technique, and this was his inaugural class. Li Qingqiu personally came to observe, and so far the results weren't half bad. The Dao King certainly still had some tricks up his sleeve. After missing the Crown Prince's hunt, Chen Konghai had dropped those ambitions. Combined with his intense curiosity for Qingxiao sect, he'd officially pledged his allegiance. His talent and comprehension stats were both pretty good, though he was missing any special fate trait. Still, pretty good talent and comprehension proved he was qualified to cultivate, so Li Qingqiu was still keeping a close eye on him. Chen Konghai projected supreme confidence, but inside he was a bundle of nerves. Since joining Qingxiao sect, he harbored ambitions to wield power on par with Yang Zhueding. So, he held nothing back, wholeheartedly teaching his disciples everything he knew. After a few demonstrations, Cheng Konghai had the disciples try one by one, always right below them, ready to catch them if they fell. Li Qingqiu couldn't help but nod in approval, and just as Cheng Konghai caught a glimpse of it from the corner of his eye, his confidence surged. Right then, a notification popped up before Li Qingqiu. Qingxiao Sect, under your leadership, has achieved its first martial world renown. Your Dao Heritage has officially embarked on the path to true fame. As a reward, he received a fate draw opportunity. Li Qingqiu instantly knew Zhao Zhan and Li Zifeng had succeeded. A smile touched his lips. Letting disciples venture out and gain experience? Definitely the right call. Constantly hiding away would only bottleneck the Sect system's development. This was exactly the fate draw he'd been hoping for. He'd long decided to save this precious opportunity for Xiao Yuanli. Just the thought of the immortal hegemon body was enough to get him hyped, especially since none of his other disciples had a special fate trait yet. And he certainly wasn't interested in Wu Manor's monstrous physical might. Wu Manor was formidable now, true, but in a real deathmatch, Li Qingqiu could still one-shot her with his ghost immortal spring needle. Li Qingqiu gave Cheng Konghai a knowing nod, then turned and walked away. That simple gesture absolutely galvanized Cheng Konghai, making him even more zealous. After observing Cheng Konghai's training session, Li Qingqiu still had other training grounds to inspect, along with the fish pond, horse stables, farmland, and other developing areas all awaiting his attention. Humans are inherently lazy. As Sect Master, Li Qingqiu's presence wasn't just for supervision, it also provided a morale buff, making disciples believe their hard work was actually being seen. The more disciples he acquired, the busier Li Qingqiu found himself. Plus, disciple loyalty to him and the sect was always fluctuating. Even his mere presence could sway that loyalty meter. This made him increasingly fascinated by the Tao of leadership. Based on current projections, Qingxiao Sect was on a booming upward trajectory with no major issues on the horizon. A month quickly passed, bringing them to the cusp of late summer. Zhang Zhaoxia and Li Zifeng finally returned, but Zhang Zhaoxia was severely injured, being carried up the mountain on a wooden stretcher by Li Zifeng and a mysterious yellow-robed woman. When Li Qingqiu reached the courtyard, Li Dongye was already using her ghost immortal spring needle to treat Zhang Zhaoxia. The moment other disciples saw Li Qingqiu's somber expression, they scrambled to make way. Li Zifeng turned to Li Qingqiu, a piteous look on his face, eyes red-rimmed. Li Qingqiu demanded to know what happened, his mind racing. Zhang Zhaoxia was already at Profound Core Realm, 3rd layer. How could he be severely injured and unconscious? Was he ambushed? Li Zifeng, gritting his teeth, recounted how they'd been ambushed by the Heavenly Blade Sect on their return journey. After the Heavenly Blade Sect Master was defeated by Zhang Zhaoxia, the guy held a serious grudge, rallying a massive number of disciples to block their path on Mount Taikun. At the mention of the Heavenly Blade Sect, Li Qingqiu glanced over at Yang Jieding. And just hearing those words, Yang Jieding's face instantly paled. He quickly explained that the Heavenly Blade Sect was one of the 7 great sects of Guzhou, boasting a 200-year history, and their ultimate Heavenly Blade technique was arguably the most murderous blade art of the era. This sect operated discreetly among the populace, with strongholds in every riverside town, an unquantifiable number of disciples, and were constantly warring with other Jianghu sects even more overbearing than our own. But what astonished him even more was the fact that Zhang Zhaoxia could actually defeat the Heavenly Blade Sect Master. Cheng Konghai, standing outside the crowd, was also secretly stunned. To him, the Heavenly Blade Sect Master was a legendary, untouchable figure, yet he was no match for Zhang Zhaoxia. Li Zifeng proudly lifted his head, detailing how his 3rd senior brother had defeated the Heavenly Blade Sect Master in just 30 exchanges, then proceeded to conquer over 10 more martial experts, only narrowly losing to the top martial artist in the Jianghu. According to him, if not for continuous battles depleting his internal qi, Zhang Zhaoxia might not have lost to that person at all. Even so, that battle was enough for his 3rd senior brother to establish his reputation, leading many sects to proactively seek alliances with Qingxiao, broadening their network of formidable experts. Yang Jieding immediately asked who had become the #1 martial artist. Upon learning it was Wu Jiyi, he suddenly realized, a look of reverence on his face, surprised that such a senior master had returned to the Jianghu. Li Qingqiu sensed Zhang Zhaoxia's aura was still stable, not life-threatening, which only further confirmed there was more to this story. He frowned, staring intensely at Li Zifeng, demanding to know exactly how Zhang Zhaoxia got injured. Li Zifeng hesitated, unsure whether to tell the full truth. Just then, the yellow-robed woman who had accompanied them up the mountain, her face etched with anguish, spoke up on her own. She confessed that it was because of her that Zhang Zhaoxia was injured. Old thief Cheng had captured her younger brother, forcing her to find an opportunity to poison him, which created the opening for the Heavenly Blade Sect to act. She claimed to be an ordinary girl with no martial arts skill, who'd run an inn with her father since childhood, and after his death, only she and her brother were left to rely on each other. Now that her brother had been killed by old thief Cheng, she no longer had the face or the will to continue living in this world. Finishing her confession, she suddenly turned and lunged straight for a pillar behind her, intending to commit suicide. Seeing the yellow-robed woman so distraught, Yang Jieding reflexively tried to rush forward to stop her, but a hand gripped his shoulder tightly. Immediately after, the yellow-robed woman slammed into the pillar, fresh blood splattered everywhere, and her body went limp before collapsing. Yang Jieding angrily turned his head, only to find the one holding him was Li Qingqiu. His anger instantly dissipated, leaving only bewilderment. He believed she was unwillingly manipulated, and the fact she managed to bring Zhang Zhaoxia back proved her intentions weren't malicious. Her crime wasn't grave enough for death. The others all looked at Li Qingqiu simultaneously, not understanding why he had interfered. Only Li Zifeng turned to look at the yellow-robed woman's corpse, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Facing Yang Jieding's gaze, Li Qingqiu countered by asking if he had killed her. Yang Jieding was speechless, unsure how to refute, but after a moment of restraint, he couldn't help but argue that he couldn't just stand by and do nothing. Li Qingqiu pressed further, what then, if she was saved? The question made Yang Jieding freeze, he had never considered it. Following that train of thought, he too realized that saving her would indeed bring endless trouble. He himself had experienced similar situations in the past, which was why he was only now willing to stay in Qingqiu sect. Li Qingqiu turned, sweeping his gaze over all the disciples and then explained clearly. If they saved her, one possibility was that she was actually still a spy for the Heavenly Blade sect, continuing to harm Qingqiu. Another possibility was she told the truth, but the enmity between her and the Heavenly Blade sect was irreconcilable, potentially even accelerating the conflict between Qingqiu and the Heavenly Blade sect. Moreover, the fact that she poisoned Zhang Zhaoxiao was undeniable. Her tragic backstory didn't give her a free pass to do anything she pleased. He further stated that she already wanted to die, having failed to save her own brother, so outsiders should respect her wish to die. He then emphasized that in the Jianghu, grievances are unavoidable. Countless martial artists are drawn into conflicts due to their allegiances, but we cannot excuse their killings simply because they were forced into it. Their victims still count. According to him, everyone who does wrong will find an unavoidable reason for it, but he only believed in one thing. Every injustice has a source, every debt a creditor, and every wrong must be repaid. Qingqiu sect wasn't a conventional righteous sect. They could champion justice, but when facing those who harmed them, they absolutely must not show mercy or leniency. Qingqiu sect's only limit was not to actively provoke others. Li Qingqiu said that many years from now, he hoped that when others were threatened by Qingqiu sect's enemies to deal with them, even if forced, they would still have to consider the price of offending Qingqiu sect. With that, he walked over to Li Dongyue, picked up Zhang Zhaoxia, and carried him back to his room. The disciples exchanged glances. The sect master's words, combined with the body of the yellow-robed woman, delivered a massive shock. Yang Jiding's face alternated between green and red, not out of anger but from the profound impact of Li Qingqiu's words. He began to question, what is chivalry? What is righteousness? He had always considered himself a chivalrous and righteous person, yet the number of people he had killed was not small. Perhaps helping those suffering who merely wished to live was a purer form of righteousness and caused far less trouble. Right then, Chen Konghai suddenly spoke up, voicing his agreement that they had no power nor reason to verify if the woman's words were true or false. All they needed to know was that she had indeed poisoned Zhang Zhaoxia, and they couldn't just clear her name because Zhang Zhaoxia was out of danger. He even went as far as to say if it had been an ugly man, nobody would have let him spout so much nonsense. That last half-sentence instantly made more than a few disciples roll their eyes. An average-looking male disciple, seething with resentment, shot back, so what if a man is ugly? In an instant, the crowd's sentiment shifted and everyone started railing against Chen Konghai. Even the non-Yugli disciples felt he was disrespecting them. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu returned to the room, once again using his Ghost Immortal Revival needles to treat Zhang Zhaoxia. He could have used the needles to keep the yellow-robed woman breathing, but then he thought better of it. Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongye, and Li Zifeng also entered, standing by the bed anxiously watching over Zhang Zhaoxia. Li Zifeng clapped and praised, eldest senior brother did great. I wanted to kick that woman out myself, but my strength was limited. Just getting third senior brother back was hard enough. He even felt lucky that he was busy munching on a porkhock at the time and hadn't drunk any wine, otherwise he'd surely have been poisoned too. It was fortunate third senior brother reminded them in time, and for anyone else the Heavenly Blade sect wouldn't even need to act. That potent poison alone would have been enough to claim their life. So he concluded that the woman was too vicious and the old innkeeper was too insidious for having set a trap so early. Zhang Yuchun also nodded, agreeing that saving her would only lead to endless trouble down the line. Because if she harbored resentment towards third junior brother, believing the feud between him and the Heavenly Blade sect caused her younger brother's death, the repercussions would be catastrophic. He had always felt that Qingqiu sect was missing something, and only today did he realize what it was, its spirit and tenets. What kind of sect was Qingqiu sect? What were the guidelines for disciples' cultivation? None of it had truly been established yet. Li Qingqiu looked at Zhang Zhaoxia on the bed and softly said, honestly, I'm more worried about that woman and third junior brother becoming entangled. She was alone and without family or support, and the Heavenly Blade sect was a common enemy for both her and third junior brother. If they were to share life and death later, third junior brother would be hard-pressed to refuse a beauty's affections, and he didn't want third junior brother to be betrayed by someone he loved down the line. Li Dongye and Zhang Yuchun looked at him in surprise. Both of them were also of marriageable age, with vague stirrings in their own hearts. Li Zifeng scratched his head, asking in surprise, eldest senior brother only said one sentence to her, and that was before she fainted. How could he fall in love with her? Li Qingqiu shot him a glance, scoffing, saying he was too young to understand matters of the heart. Li Zifeng then asked, does eldest senior brother really understand them so well? Li Qingqiu asserted, of course! He claimed to have experienced several dream romances, bone-deep and heart-wrenching, waking up swearing off love forever. He just made it up on the fly, yet Li Zifeng believed it wholeheartedly, immediately leaning in and asking how to achieve such dreams himself. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye exchanged a helpless, bitter smile, feeling that eldest senior brother was always like this, occasionally throwing in an inappropriate remark even during serious conversations. A moment later, Li Qingqiu retracted his needles. Seeing this, Zhang Yuchun immediately asked how they should deal with the Heavenly Blade sect. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu's eyes turned cold. He stated that if the enemy wanted blood, they would get blood. Li Zifeng enthusiastically agreed at once, claiming that not avenging this grudge would make their cultivation pointless. He gnashed his teeth just thinking about the Heavenly Blade sect. Zhang Yuchun, however, warned worriedly that the Heavenly Blade sect was widespread and ruthless in their methods. Just seeing how third junior brother fell for their scheme was enough to understand. Indeed, open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Just as Li Qingqiu was about to speak, a hand suddenly grabbed his arm. He turned his head to see Zhang Zhaoxia had opened his eyes. With a pale face, Zhang Zhaoxia stared at Li Qingqiu, weakly saying that this matter should be put aside for now. Because he wanted to avenge himself, he must avenge himself. Zhang Yuchen and the other two looked at Zhang Zhaoxia with delight, especially Li Zifeng, who nearly burst into tears. This journey through the Jianghu sounded simple, but only they truly understood the hardships within it. Especially during Zhang Zhaoxia's unconscious period, he had been terrified beyond measure, unable to sleep a wink at night. Li Qingqiu faced Zhang Zhaoxia, sighed softly, then gently patted his hand, saying that everything would follow third junior brother's lead. Only then did Zhang Zhaoxia release his hand and close his eyes. Li Qingqiu stood up, telling everyone they should go out and let Zhang Zhaoxia get some proper rest. Zhang Yuchen and the other two nodded, then followed him out of the room. Li Qingqiu headed towards the back mountain, preparing to continue his cultivation, while Li Dongye followed behind, softly advising him not to rush too much, as third senior brother was still alive and well. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu tilted his head and looked at her, smiling as he said he wasn't rushing at all, telling her not to overthink it. Li Dongye hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and said that his killing intent had become too heavy. She worried that after Master left he would bear too much pressure. Li Qingqiu stopped walking, asking in return, "Are you really that scared of me?" Li Dongye immediately denied it, saying she could never be scared of eldest senior brother, she was just worried about him. In her opinion, he didn't need to bear such a heavy burden, because any difficulty they could all face together. Even if it meant facing death together, he didn't need to carry everything on his own shoulders. Li Dongye spoke very seriously, her eyes filled with resolve without a trace of fear. Li Qingqiu couldn't help but chuckle, patting her head. Annoyed, he declared he had no intention of dying, then told her to get back to her duties and stop disturbing his cultivation. Having said that, he continued on his way. Li Dongye stood rooted to the spot, quietly watching his figure disappear into the forest. In an ancient hall, Lu Fuhu, sect master of the Heavenly Blade Sect, sat bare-chested on a chair while a beautiful purple-robed woman applied medicine to his wounds. Lu Fuhu had a burly physique, disheveled hair, a chaotic long beard, fierce tiger-like eyes, and numerous scars crisscrossed his chest, making him appear even more formidable. He grumbled darkly that Zhang Zhaoxia's sword chi was too insidious. Over a month had passed, yet his wounds refused to heal. The very mention of Zhang Zhaoxia made him grit his teeth in fury. The purple-robed woman asked curiously if Zhang Zhaoxia of the Qingqiu sect was truly only 16 years old. The martial arts gathering of Guizhou had spread far and wide, with Zhang Zhaoxia becoming renowned throughout the martial world after just one battle. Previously, Lu Fuhu had refused to disclose the cause of his injuries, but after hearing the rumor, she finally understood the truth. Lu Fuhu snorted coldly, confirming it was true, and declared that the Qingqiu sect only produced monsters. Years ago, true Lord Qingqiu once swept across the martial world of Baijiu unrivaled. His disciple Lin Xunfeng had also dominated the Jianghu in his youth. At that time, he was even a year or two younger than Zhang Zhaoxia. He hadn't expected the Qingqiu sect to keep producing such freaks, and Zhang Zhaoxia even surpassed the Lin Xunfeng of yesteryear. The purple-robed woman worriedly said, "The Qingqiu sect is so powerful, yet you dared to send people to scheme against them. Aren't you afraid of inviting disaster upon yourself?" Lu Fuhu scoffed dismissively, believing Lin Xunfeng had long since retired into seclusion. The Qingqiu sect now consisted of nothing but a bunch of brats, the most formidable of whom was only Zhang Zhaoxia. In his eyes, that kid's martial arts might be superb, but his experience in the Jianghu was far too shallow. He believed that with Granny Shi escorting them, those brats would surely trust her, to the point that she alone could orchestrate the Qingqiu sect's demise. Thinking of his clever scheme, he smirked, but then his wound flared up, making him wince in pain. The purple-robed woman said helplessly, "You are the esteemed sect master of the Heavenly Blade Sect, yet you act in such a manner. Aren't you afraid of your reputation being ruined?" A flicker of disgust crossed her eyes but quickly vanished. Lu Fuhu stated grimly that only if Zhang Zhaoxia died would the rumors of his defeat at her hands fade away. The Heavenly Blade Sect was one of Guizhou's 7 great sects and absolutely could not allow anyone to ride roughshod over them. If he directly led an attack on the Qingqiu sect, the martial world would surely mock the Heavenly Blade Sect. Thus, he could only choose this method. Not only that, he also wanted to know what Zhang Zhaoxia relied on to be so formidable, wondering if true Lord Qingqiu had left behind some peerless divine technique. Just as the purple-robed woman was about to speak, a man hastily rushed into the hall, quickly knelt on one knee before them and reported that 2 people had arrived outside the manor, one of whom claimed to be the martial arts champion Li Yang, seeking to challenge the Heavenly Blade Sect in martial arts. Even though Zhang Zhaoxia returned injured, it didn't faze the Qingqiu sect disciples, because Li Zifeng had recounted his glorious achievements in vivid detail. Everyone quickly learned that these feats included defeating the 7 Peaks Alliance's Chief Wu in 5 moves, vanquishing true Lord Xuandang in 7 moves, overpowering the Divine Monk of Chanding Temple in 23 moves, conquering Iron Peak's Law Enforcement Elder in 25 moves, and finally a 200-move match against the martial world's #1 Yu Ji, ending in a regrettable defeat. Each exploit ignited a burning passion in the Qingqiu sect disciples. Zhang Zhaoxia's prestige within the sect consequently soared to its peak. With the exception of Shang Ning, all the disciples revered him immensely. Li Zifeng even boasted, outright declaring Zhang Zhaoxia the second under heaven. In the new courtyard, Zhang Yu, fanning himself leisurely, was sagely lecturing that the dangers of the Jianghu were never just empty words, and even scholarly pursuits for officialdom could still encounter insidious human hearts. 30 disciples sat in the courtyard listening to his lecture, a direct order from Li Qingqiu because Zhang Yu alone couldn't possibly gather so many. Even Li Zifeng was forced by Li Qingqiu to attend. The Qingqiu sect had always shunned worldly affairs, its relaxed sect style temporarily free from power struggles, thus its disciples were exceptionally naive. Precisely because of this, Li Qingqiu felt it necessary for them to undergo some ideological training. Zhang Yu explained that the deceased Granny Shi had many suspicious points, and because Elder Li was too young, he'd overlooked many details, so today everyone needed to collectively reanalyze the matter. According to him, the first suspicious point was, she was originally just an ordinary innkeeper, yet she could confidently ensure she hadn't poisoned the wrong person. In front of two martial arts experts, her first time poisoning someone should have been extremely tense, yet she didn't reveal any flaws. The second point was that Elder Jiang possessed profound internal energy and exceptional hearing, able to hear whispers even through a wall. Yet this woman never made a single sound from beginning to end. The third point was, as soon as she ascended the mountain, she immediately sought death. He questioned if she truly wished to die, why didn't she just leave the mountain and do it herself, instead of insisting on dying right in front of them, even going so far as to likely assume they would intervene to save her. Zhang Yu's barrage of questions immediately snapped Li Zifeng, who'd been close to losing his cool, into serious contemplation. The deeper he went, the more he realized something was seriously wrong with Xinjiang. After that, Zhang Yu launched into recounting various Jianghu tales he'd picked up. These tales were packed with martial masters who'd fallen to backstabbing or petty schemers, while the actual number dying in glorious epic duels was a shocking minority. The stronger your martial arts, sometimes the bigger the target you paint on your back. The disciples hung on every word. Even Jiang Zhaoxia, the second martial master, nearly bought the farm. That revelation hit them hard. Li Qingqiu dropped in for a bit too. Once he confirmed Zhang Yu wasn't pushing some secret agenda and was actually dropping serious knowledge, he dipped out, reassured. Jiang Zhaoxia's newfound fame from the Grand Martial Arts Gathering brought in unexpected benefits, blowing past Li Qingqiu's wildest projections. Barely a month after Jiang Zhaoxia's return, Zhang Yuchun descended the mountain for recruitment. He hauled in a whopping 16 new disciples in one go, every single one drawn by Jiang Zhaoxia's hype. Even better, one of them possessed a pretty solid cultivation aptitude. Li Qingqiu mentally flagged them, adding them to his personal high-potential watchlist. When it came to teaching the Grand Purity Primal Chaos Sutra, Li Qingqiu eyed two key metrics, and contribution, classic stat gating. But he'd still roll the dice on disciples with lower aptitude scores. He firmly believed that sheer effort could always override your starting stats. Once autumn hit, other Jianghu sects started actively dropping by purely to build goodwill. No shady deals, no veiled threats, just networking. Li Qingqiu hosted them and they all got along surprisingly well. Who knew diplomacy could be fun? That sect was the White Crane Sect, a respectable mid-tier outfit from Guizhou. Their sect master had also attended the Grand Martial Arts Gathering, and apparently, he'd even buddied up with Jiang Zhaoxia and company. So this time he brought 5 disciples to visit, chilling at Qingxiao's sect for 2 days before finally taking his leave. Li Qingqiu, Jiang Zhaoxia, and Zhang Yuchun personally saw them off, a full VIP send-off. The White Crane Sect master, a gentle-looking man nearing 50, clasped Li Qingqiu's hand with a warm smile, genuinely inviting him to visit the White Crane Sect sometime and promising the VIP treatment. Faced with such an earnest invitation, Li Qingqiu of course nodded along enthusiastically. Actually going, however, was a completely different side quest. Watching the 6 White Crane Sect members disappear into the distance, Li Qingqiu couldn't help but marvel. His third junior brother really hit the fame jackpot after just one major battle. In a world with notoriously slow communication, he'd always figured fame was a mythical beast that took decades to grind. Yet after just one Grand Martial Arts Gathering, Jiang Zhaoxia's reputation went viral. Unbelievable. Jiang Zhaoxia, meanwhile, maintained his usual poker face. For him, this Grand Martial Arts Gathering trip was actually a major fail since he came back critically injured, again. Just the thought of it made his hands hidden in his sleeves clench into tight fists. He genuinely saw being played by the Heavenly Blade sect as an unforgivable affront. Li Qingqiu clapped his shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Don't stress it too much. The Jianghu is a brutal, chaotic open world. No matter how much prep work you do, real-world experience is the only way to level up your street smarts. Even veterans like the dragon-subduing hero Yang Juding got poisoned at one point. For martial artists, poison attacks are practically an unavoidable debuff. You'll run into it eventually. Zhang Yuchun chimed in with a grin, just escaping the Heavenly Blade sect's ambush and encirclement? Seriously, how many people in all of Guizhou Jianghu could even pull that off? With both of them offering encouragement, Jiang Zhaoxia's mood did perk up a bit. Still, he secretly vowed this beef was far from squashed. He swore to himself, once he hit Mid-Asian Realm 4th layer, he was absolutely going to collect his revenge. He'd already taken down Heavenly Blade Sect Master Lu Fuhu with just his 3rd layer cultivation. So at the 4th layer, he was confident he could storm the Heavenly Blade Sect and make Lu Fuhu follow Lu Taidu of the 7 Peaks Alliance straight to the respawn point. The 3 brothers exchanged a few more words, then split up to tackle their next objectives. Jiang Zhaoxia went back to his grind for cultivation, while Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun had to strategize the Qingxiao sect's next major income source. Their first agenda item, installing a giant waypoint stele at the base of the mountain to actually direct people to the Qingxiao sect. If they could swing it, they even wanted to clear a simple mountain path, for accessibility. Because for regular Joes, trekking up the mountain and finding the Qingxiao sect was like a mini-quest itself. Even local farmers and hunters often got hopelessly lost. Li Dongye, also wanting to chip in for the Qingxiao sect, asked Zhang Yuchun to spread the word that she could cure even the most stubborn, incurable folk diseases. Plus, a group of disciples geared up for a hunting expedition, planning to sell their wild game for profit later. Resource gathering, baby! As for disciple contributions, Li Qingqiu felt it was crucial to meticulously log everything. After all, he'd be using spirit stones and spirit herbs to pay them back later. Gotta track that XP and loot. The autumn hues were deep and October was drawing to a close. Shuning pulled ahead, officially breaking through to Mid-Asian Realm 4th layer. She was now the 2nd person in Qingxiao sect to hit that cultivation benchmark. In the underground spirit lake, Li Qingqiu personally witnessed her breakthrough. As someone who also possessed a heavenly lightning spirit root, he knew exactly how OP that lineage could be. Not just that, Shuning's cultivation aptitude stat was off the charts, making her the current top-tier talent among all Qingxiao sect disciples. Add in the fact that she rarely left the mountain, dedicating almost 100% of her time to cultivation, and she'd even surpassed Jiang Zhaoxia. Talk about a power leveling spree. Even though Li Qingqiu understood why she was cultivating so fast, he was still genuinely baffled. because she was literally 11 and already at mid-Arajan realm 4th layer. That's a serious age-to-power ratio. Compared to her, Li Zijin, Li Dongye, and Yang Juding were all still chilling at mid-Ojan realm 2nd layer. That alone highlighted the insane cultivation aptitude gap. After consolidating her new cultivation, Xuning stood up, quickly made her way to Li Qingqiu, bowed respectfully, and softly announced her breakthrough to the 4th layer. She acted super calm, but Li Qingqiu could practically see her trying to suppress the sheer excitement radiating off her. Li Qingqiu took her wrist, pulling her closer. He genuinely admired her strength, musing that at this rate she'd surpass him in no time. Of course, that was just for show. He was already on the verge of breaking through to the 5th layer of the nascent realm himself. Xuning hastily replied that in her eyes her master would always be the strongest and she could never hope to surpass him. Li Qingqiu chuckled, asking if she was ever secretly annoyed. After all, he'd always told her to hide her cultivation, forbidding her from competing, which limited her chances to shine. Xuning shook her head, assuring him she wasn't annoyed. She understood her master was protecting her. In her mind, junior uncle Xizhang had already become the Qingxiao Sect's strongest overt powerhouse. But because he'd been injured so often, the Qingxiao Sect still needed a hidden trump card. She vowed to stand with her master, becoming the sect's solid foundation. Many disciples knew Xuning was a genius, but only Li Qingqiu truly knew the terrifying extent of her cultivation level. Even Li Zifeng, Yang Juiding, and the others only sensed Xuning's unfathomable depth. No one could truly guess her actual cultivation base. From now on, another person would be added to the list of those who found Xuning unfathomable, Zhang Zhaoxia. Even so, Li Qingqiu felt Zhang Zhaoxia was also close to reaching the 4th layer. The fire of vengeance within his junior brother had been suppressed for too long, almost ready to burst. The more Li Qingqiu observed Xuning, the fonder he grew. This little girl, though young, was obedient and wise. Her formidable cultivation hadn't made her arrogant. Her competitive spirit was directed solely inward, never outward. Moreover, he'd already thoroughly investigated Xuning's background. She had no illustrious origins, and her early departed father was merely a hunter, leaving no deep-seated feuds for her to avenge. Scanning the Qingxiao sect, he felt that only Xuning truly embodied a genuine cultivator, and she was likely the one who could accompany him for the longest time. Afterward, Li Qingqiu imparted to her the cultivation method for the 5th layer of the origin nurturing realm, as recorded in the Grand Purity Primordial Scripture. This cultivation technique was incredibly profound. Each minor layer had a different qi absorption method. Therefore, he only taught it one layer at a time. Even Zhang Zhaoxia had to seek him out for the next layer's insights after each breakthrough. The two master and disciple cultivated until nearly dusk, finally emerging from the underground spirit lake. They then challenged each other to a race, who could reach Qingxiao Peak first, all while avoiding detection by the other disciples. As soon as she heard there was a chance to compete, even if it was just a contest of movement techniques, Xuning immediately became excited, and the two quickly vanished into the mountain forests. Halfway up the mountain, Qinye was practicing his 10,000 armies demon-slaying staff with a wooden pole. His movements were sharp and fierce, his body constantly stretching and extending with a unique grace, as if he and his staff had become one. Each time he completed 100 repetitions, he gained new insights and even began to forge internal qi within his body. The immense power granted by the 10,000 armies demon-slaying staff filled him with great confidence. He felt that if he continued to cultivate diligently, he would definitely be able to avenge Wu Baoyu in the future. He told no one, but a seed had long been planted in his heart. He would slay the Dog Emperor. Suddenly, Qinye paused his movements, frowning as he looked around. He'd vaguely heard a rustling sound, as if something had zipped past him at an incredibly high speed. With his current martial arts prowess, he didn't believe it was merely an auditory hallucination. A suspicion immediately sprang to mind. Perhaps it was a wild beast. He'd previously heard Yuan Qi mention seeing a black leopard in the mountains, though it was unclear if it had just been a trick of the light. Just as Qinye was still bewildered, a man dressed in simple cloth clothes and a conical hat with a long flute tucked into his waist slowly approached from not too far away. The man lifted his head, revealing a weathered face beneath the hat's brim. It was Jiang Quotian from the Baidi Mansion. Jiang Quotian looked at Qinye and chuckled, remarking that his staff technique truly had immense momentum. He could hear the wind whistling even from a distance, so he presumed Qinye was a Qingxiao sect disciple. Qinye immediately regarded the man before him with caution. He replied that this was Qingxiao sect's mountain, so of course he was a Qingxiao sect disciple. He then countered, asking which sect the man hailed from and why he was climbing their mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Quotian's eyes immediately lit up. He began to shake his wrist, approaching Qinye with a smile, remarking that it had been 2 years. He was surprised to find that not only had Zhang Zhaoxia achieved such renown, but the Qingxiao sect had produced yet another genius. He found this truly fascinating, even wondering if the Qingxiao true person had returned. He then proactively challenged Qinye to a spar, declaring he would only use one hand to test the young man's abilities. As dusk settled over the courtyard, Li Qingqiu sat at a table, leisurely shelling and eating peanuts. These peanuts were homegrown by the Qingxiao sect, and after roasting, their enticing aroma permeated the entire area. Xuning sat opposite him, her face looking quite downcast. Li Qingqiu secretly chuckled. This girl claimed she could never surpass him, yet after losing their race she was still clearly miffed. Truly the human heart was an enigma. Qing Konghai approached, sitting beside Li Qingqiu. He softly reminded the sect master of his previous request for money-making ideas, then audaciously proposed they simply steal valuables from corrupt officials and nobles. Li Qingqiu shot him a vexed side-eye, annoyed. He retorted that such an action would only invite more trouble. What he'd meant was the righteous path built upon their own diligent efforts. Hearing this, Qing Konghai grew greatly disheartened. He blurted out, if one could truly get rich through mere innovation, then farmers would have been the wealthiest people long ago. Li Qingqiu immediately shot back, you're not even as good as a farmer. Qing Konghai was so incensed he stood up and walked away. Li Qingqiu didn't even bat an eye. He understood that the Qingxiao sect didn't necessarily have to become a righteous sect in the worldly sense, but they absolutely could not engage in any shady dealings that couldn't see the light of day. What he truly hoped for was for the Qingqiu sect to eventually become a Taoist cultivation sect, unswayed by worldly affairs yet revered by all beings, a sect that would perform righteous deeds daily and in times of cosmic disaster could turn the very tides of fate. Of course, that goal was still a distant dream. For now, the Qingqiu sect's most pressing need was simply survival. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the disciples began serving the evening meal. Just then, Qingye returned, bringing someone with him, none other than Jiang Quoqian from the Baide mansion. On their way up the mountain, Li Qingqiu and Shuning had actually passed the two of them. So when Jiang Quoqian appeared, Li Qingqiu wasn't surprised, but he still feigned delight, rising to greet him, calling him martial uncle, and inviting him over for pleasantries. Shuning and the surrounding disciples all turned to look, their eyes filled with curiosity. They hadn't expected this person to be the sect master's martial uncle. Jiang Quoqian's expression was a little strange, not as bold and uninhibited as his last visit. In fact, he looked quite stiff. He followed Qingye to the table, forcing a smile. 2 years in the Qingqiu sect has changed so much. Has Li Qingqiu's grandmaster finally returned? Before Li Qingqiu could even answer, Shuning couldn't hold back, clearly annoyed by the dismissive tone towards her master. The other disciples' gazes fixed on Jiang Quoqian immediately turned icy. It wasn't that they had an issue with the Qingqiu true immortal, but they were all still so young, constantly underestimated by outsiders. Li Qingqiu, their sect master, was also still just a kid. In their eyes, Jiang Quoqian's words were a blatant disrespect, and that was something they absolutely couldn't tolerate. To them, it wasn't just belittling their sect master, it was belittling the entire Qingqiu sect. Especially since the sect master himself had declared that the Qingqiu sect's current success was thanks to the efforts of every single disciple. Called out by Shuning, Jiang Quoqian lost a bit of face, but he didn't argue with the young girl, just surprisingly asked again if the Qingqiu true immortal truly hadn't returned. Li Qingqiu calmly replied that ever since he'd known, he'd never met that grandmaster, and his own master hadn't returned either. As for the Qingqiu sect's current standing, it was thanks to the collective effort of everyone within the sect. He wasn't angry at all. In fact, Jiang Quoqian's attitude only confirmed just how successful the Qingqiu sect's development had been, giving him a huge sense of accomplishment. He didn't make Jiang Quoqian any more uncomfortable, instead warmly inviting him to sit down and exchange pleasantries. Qingye didn't stay. After placing his wooden staff in the corner, he quietly began chopping firewood, as silent and diligent as always. After a few exchanges with Li Qingqiu, Jiang Quoqian finally lost his awkwardness. His personality was inherently straightforward, so he didn't hide what had happened earlier, directly exclaiming that Qingye was truly formidable. He admitted he'd been too arrogant, using only one hand to spar with Qingye, only to be defeated. He then curiously asked Li Qingqiu how he'd trained him. Though Jiang Quoqian came from the White Emperor Manor, he wasn't a top-tier expert, and Qingye had diligently cultivated the myriad army demon-subduing staff art, so Li Qingqiu wasn't too surprised that using only one hand led to defeat. Of course, if it had been a true life-and-death battle, Qingye still wouldn't have been a match for Jiang Quoqian. The myriad army demon-subduing staff art was a combat-focused staff technique, complete with an exclusive cultivation method that allowed for the application of internal force, making its destructive power immense. To that question, Li Qingqiu shook his head, saying he didn't possess such skill. Instead, a supreme master had once stayed on the mountain for a time and personally instructed Qingye. As soon as he heard the word supreme master, Jiang Quoqian's eyes widened, and he immediately asked who it was. In his eyes, a supreme master was in existence as far above a first-rate expert as heaven was from earth, let alone compared to himself. So, knowing this, a weight immediately lifted from his heart. The Jianghu was full of legends about fortuitous encounters where one would receive martial arts instruction from a supreme master, rapidly increasing their strength. Li Qingqiu naturally replied that the senior refused to reveal their identity, so they weren't at liberty to ask, his face showing absolutely no flaws. Jiang Quoqian listened, then praised him repeatedly, exclaiming that Qingye had a profound destiny and would surely achieve greatness in the future. He then continued to ask about Jiang Zhaoxia, as he was truly curious how Jiang Zhaoxia had managed to achieve such a reputation. 2 years ago, when he visited the Qingqiu sect, he'd found Jiang Zhaoxia quite audacious. He never expected him to actually possess such capability now. Li Qingqiu explained that his third junior brother was in secluded cultivation and hadn't been seen for days. He then casually asked Jiang Quoqian why he'd decided to visit them. He actually had a decent impression of this martial uncle. After all, the man had once given him a magic artifact. Even now, having reached the mid-4th stage of the primordial core realm, he still couldn't break the seals on that artifact. That alone was enough to prove it was no ordinary item but a genuine treasure. Jiang Quoqian replied that recently Gu Prefecture had suffered a rebellion. The prefectural government's army and the county forces not only failed to suppress the rebels but continually lost county cities. The White Emperor Manor was located in the prefectural city, so naturally it had to exert itself for the prefectural government. He personally was dispatched to a nearby county city to join the army and teach martial arts to the soldiers. Hearing about Jiang Zhaoxia's battle achievements, he decided to drop by and check things out. Now, seeing the Qingqiu sect doing so well, he felt completely at ease. Li Qingqiu was quite curious about this rebellion and asked a few more questions, which Jiang Quoqian answered without reservation. In fact, it wasn't just Gu Prefecture suffering a rebellion, 3 other prefectures were also in chaos. All 4 prefectures faced famine, with malicious individuals inciting unrest, recruiting displaced people as soldiers, and attacking cities and seizing territory everywhere. After entering the cities, these groups ran rampant, smashing, looting, and killing, committing every evil imaginable, even humiliating common women right on the streets. 2 years had passed, and this disaster hadn't been curbed, it had only worsened. Now the imperial court had issued bounties everywhere, calling upon the martial heroes to jointly eliminate the rebels, with extremely generous rewards. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun excitedly leaned closer to Li Qingqiu, suggesting the Qingqiu sect should also go eliminate the rebels. But before Li Qingqiu could refuse, Jiang Quotian slammed the table, stopping him, saying they were too young and should focus on their martial cultivation. This chaos wouldn't last forever. According to him, the Holy Emperor was already aware, and in at most half a year the widespread chaos would be quelled. Holy Emperor was how officials and common folk respectfully referred to the Emperor. Li Qingqiu also didn't want his disciples getting involved in this, as they were still too young. Getting entangled in such turmoil might not be good for their young minds, let alone having to deal with government officials. The Qingqiu sect might descend the mountain to aid the common people during times of chaos in the future, but that wasn't the current Qingqiu sect. Zhang Yuchun was utterly stunned. It would only take half a year, but Jiang Quotian merely scoffed, declaring it a matter of course. In his eyes, the imperial court had only been blinded by corrupt officials, who were now dealt with. The Great Li dynasty was barely 30 years old. A true golden age hadn't arrived, but a few more years of perseverance would bring prosperity. Li Qingqiu hadn't expected Jiang Quotian to be such a dedicated fangirl of the current emperor. Qin Ye, who was chopping wood, couldn't help but turn to glare at Jiang Quotian, his eyes blazing with fury. He even regretted not hitting the old man harder earlier to knock some sense into him. As dishes were served, Li Qingqiu invited Jiang Quotian to dine with them, while also asking him to share tales of the Jianghu. Because compared to political intrigue, the disciples were clearly far more curious about the martial world's latest drama. Jiang Quotian began recounting stories one by one, growing more animated with each tale, even mentioning the martial arts champion Li Yang. Word had it that when Li Yang challenged the Heavenly Blade Sect, his arrogant words led to him being gravely injured. This very incident provoked the fury of the Linchuan Li clan against the Heavenly Blade Sect. As a result, the Heavenly Blade Sect was now being harassed by various factions, making their days anything but easy. Jiang Quotian even concluded with glee that the Heavenly Blade Sect had already been shamed by Jiang Chaoxia, and now, being squeezed by the Linchuan Li clan, they'd likely lose their title as one of the 7 great sects. This news greatly excited the disciples, but because Li Qingqiu had already warned them, they didn't mention the past grievances between Jiang Zhaoxia and the Heavenly Blade Sect. Jiang Quotian's arrival made the Qingxiao peak much livelier. The very next day, Jiang Quotian was even more astonished when he met Yang Jueding. The two instantly hit it off, feeling like they'd met too late, which made Jiang Quotian extend his stay by another 2 days. 5 days later, Jiang Quotian finally descended the mountain. Thanks to the news he brought, the disciples of Qingxiao sect cherished their cultivation time on the mountain even more. Days flew by like turning pages. Autumn passed, winter arrived, and the first snow began to fall. On that very day, Jiang Zhaoxia broke through to the middle stage of the core realm's 4th layer. Li Qingqiu, halfway up the mountain, sensed a surge of sword intent and followed it, eventually finding Jiang Zhaoxia. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoxia stood on a lake, yet the water beneath his feet wasn't frozen at all. Instead, it endlessly rippled. Sword intent was a truly mystical thing, akin to an aura yet possessing tangible power. Li Qingqiu, possessing the Born Sword Maniac fate trait, immediately recognized it as sword intent the moment he sensed it. Jiang Zhaoxia's sword intent was incredibly powerful, making Li Qingqiu feel as if the boy himself were an incomparably sharp treasured sword. He couldn't help but inwardly muse, my focus on my rejuvenating ghost immortal needle cultivation means my sword path definitely isn't as high spec as my 3rd junior brothers, even if we share the same fate trait. Yet a wide grin spread across his face. Because this breakthrough of Jiang Zhaoxia's wasn't just a cultivation advancement, it was a profound breakthrough in his sword Dao as well. For his sword intent to form all on its own without any master's guide, Jiang Zhaoxia's sword comprehension truly proved him to be a born genius. Snowflakes drifted down like falling petals, but before they could even touch Jiang Zhaoxia, they melted into wisps of white smoke, making him look utterly ethereal, as if he could ascend into a flying immortal at any moment. Suddenly, Jiang Zhaoxia raised his hand, using his finger as a sword, pointing it directly at Li Qingqiu. Sword cheese erupted from his fingertips, striking with lightning speed. Li Qingqiu's reaction was incredibly swift. His right hand instantly launched a silver needle. The silver needle shot forth, colliding with Jiang Zhaoxia's sword chi mid-air, shattering the needle and dissipating the sword chi along with it. Jiang Zhaoxia squinted, stating he couldn't tell if senior brother's cultivation was stronger, or if his needle technique was just more potent than his own sword chi. Li Qingqiu grumbled back, annoyed. If I'd reacted even a split second slower, I'd have been a goner from that sword chi. Jiang Zhaoxia, full of pride, declared that impossible. His sword chi had already reached the manifestation stage, allowing him complete control to retract it naturally. Even if it reached senior brother's face, he could halt it instantly. Li Qingqiu smirked. So, still looking for payback now? Jiang Zhaoxia stared at him intently for a long time before revealing that among the Heavenly Blade Sect masters who had besieged him, there was one highly skilled and coordinated blade team whose combined martial arts had given him quite a bit of trouble. Therefore, he planned to select 13 disciples from the sect, personally impart the sword Dao to them, and later lead them to eliminate all enemies threatening the Qingxiao sect. He even had the name picked out, the Qingxiao 13 Sword Maidens. Before sunset, Li Qingqiu gathered all the disciples and announced Jiang Zhaoxia's intention to establish the 13 Sword Maidens, which greatly excited everyone. Everyone looked at Jiang Zhaoxia with eager anticipation. This was none other than the strongest expert on Qingxiao Peak and the second strongest in the entire martial world. Following him to learn martial arts would undoubtedly lead to a brilliant future. Moreover, the name 13 Sword Maidens already sounded incredibly formidable. Currently, only the Qingxiao 7 Sons had a designated title. Now, with the addition of the 13 Sword Maidens, how could the disciples not be excited? Li Qingqiu watched Jiang Zhaoxia make his selections. After 12 disciples had been chosen, he suddenly spoke up, pointing to a specific disciple and telling his 3rd junior brother to save the final spot for that person. The disciple he pointed to was Xuejin, 16 years old, with an ordinary appearance and unremarkable height, making him blend into the crowd. Xuejin, stunned by Li Qingqiu's direct pointer, reflexively looked around, still thinking the sect master was pointing at someone standing in front of or behind him. Zhang Zhaoxia looked towards Xuejin, frowning slightly. He had absolutely no impression of Xuejin, and no matter how he looked at it, this disciple didn't seem like cultivable talent. Li Qingqiu, noticing the doubt, continued with a smile, stating that he could sense Xuejin's limitless potential and that he would eventually become an invaluable assistant to Zhang Zhaoxia. Tich Kim was the only one among the new disciples whose talent and comprehension stats reached a pretty solid tier. After joining the sect, his loyalty meter shot up, which is why Li Qingqiu felt confident enough to recommend him. While decent didn't quite stack up to the raw talent of Shuning or Zhang Zhaoxia within the Qingxiao sect, it was practically OP. Not even Zhang Zhaoxia's carefully curated squad of 12 could match Tich Kim's stats. Hearing those words, Tich Kim was so hyped and touched he almost teared up. He never thought the sect master would actually notice his low-level grind. Yang Juding, Qing Kanghai, and Li Zifeng standing by also curiously checked Tich Kim's spec. Li Qingqiu rarely gave out praise like this, and with Shuning's performance as a benchmark, everyone's hype meter started climbing. Was this kid actually a hidden gem? Zhang Zhaoxia finally caved, muttering, "Fine, if you say so, senior brother, I'll trust your judgment." He crooked a finger at Tich Kim, giving him the move it signal, then promptly warped away with his newly drafted 13 swordswoman. The unpicked disciples felt a pang of FOMO, but also couldn't wait to see the high-level achievements the 13 swordswoman would unlock. Li Qingqiu logged out the disciples. Just then, Li Zifeng sidled up, a cheeky grin plastered on his face. Second senior brother has the Qingxiao 7 sons, and third senior brother just drafted the 13 swordswoman. So can I get a faction title too? Li Qingqiu shot him a deadpan look. What kind of demonization are we talking about? Li Zifeng instantly pitched the Qingxiao 9 fiends. Li Qingqiu scoffed, not feeling it. He told Li Zifeng to go back to the drawing board, then gave him one last side-eye before teleporting towards the Sect gate. Li Zifeng instantly latched on, relentlessly spamming him with new ideas. While Li Qingqiu totally shot down Li Zifeng's suggestions, the kid's endless chatter actually gave him a gameplay idea. What if all the junior brothers and sisters could head up their own mini-factions? Generational legacy inheritance that would totally form a nested power hierarchy system down the line, wouldn't it? Wu Manor's leadership stats were too low and Li Zifeng was way too ADHD to manage a squad. Both were hard-nosed. So Li Qingqiu decided to delegate the recruitment quest to Li Dongyue and Li Zijin. Li Dongyue's revitalizing Ghost Immortal needles came bundled with advanced medical skills. Even without pure spiritual energy, they could boost her understanding of acupoints and ki blood, making her a top-tier healer for sect disciples and anyone seeking mountainside medical services. And Li Zijin could teach basic talisman crafting. Not exactly high-level immortal talismans, but definitely a solid way to farm some gold. Because there are tons of NPCs in the mortal realm who just want peace and quiet, and the Qingxiao sect's reputation alone would be a huge selling point. Decision made, Li Qingqiu immediately summoned Li Dongyue that night for a strategy meeting. Li Dongyue was totally pumped about the new quest. She'd been wanting to do this for ages, just worried Li Qingqiu wouldn't allow her revitalizing Ghost Immortal Needles tech to be openly shared. The very next morning, Li Dongyue went on a disciple scouting mission. Her recruitment drive wasn't as flashy as Zhang Zhaoxia's, but it still generated enough buzz to fill the sect's chat channels. Ultimately, Li Dongyue picked up a party of 9, 7 female, 2 male. Li Zijin, however, decided to put a hold on her recruitment side quest, opting to wait another 2 years before leading any disciples. Li Qingqiu, of course, had zero complaints. As long as his junior sister had her endgame strategy sorted, he was fully on board. That day, Zhang Yuchun led an expedition down the mountain. This time, he wasn't just bringing Huangshan and Yulin, he was taking the entire Qingxiao 7 Sun squad along for some hardcore leveling. Li Qingqiu, feeling a slight anxiety debuff, arranged for Li Zifeng to act as an escort. Zhang Yuchun's combat stats weren't exactly S-tier, and given the current world boss event, Li Qingqiu was still concerned about his safety. Half a month later, Zhang Yuchun and his party returned. This time they'd managed to grind out 23 new recruits, instantly boosting the Qingxiao sect's active player count past 80. Li Qingqiu personally welcomed the new noobs, gave a quick motivational speech, then passed the housing management quest off to Li Dongyue. Over the past year, several new dorm blocks had spawned below the new courtyard. A bit basic, but enough to house the new intake. Li Qingqiu popped open the Dao Heritage System panel for a quick scan. No one had exceptional cultivation talent or comprehension, but one stood out with a slightly unique fate trait, Bak Ninger. Her destiny trait was Fortune's favorite, meaning she'd basically crit succeed on luck rolls her entire life. Bak Ninger was only 13, small, scrawny, and dark-skinned. Basically, she had the stealth buff permanently active, making her practically invisible in a crowd. But Fortune's favorite was a stat with a wildly undefined scope. It could mean infinite critical hits, or it could just be a minor RNG buff. After all, Bak Ninger's cultivation talent and comprehension stats were just average. She needed more playtime for a proper evaluation. So Li Qingqiu just gave Bak Ninger a quick once-over, assigned no special buffs, and didn't even bother asking Zhang Yuchun for more intel. The Qingxiao sect officially leveled up with another 23 new players. Thanks to Zhang Yuchun's resource management, the labor strain on construction projects and production hubs finally eased up. Heavy snow buffs appeared, painting the entire mountain range in a pristine white texture. On a snowy mountain peak, Li Qingqiu and Qin Ye were power meditating shoulder to shoulder, their combined spiritual auras creating a localized weather deflection field. Qin Ye slowly opened his eyes, a thought reverberating. The primordial chaos scripture is truly an OP skill tree, and it synergizes perfectly with my myriad army demons of doing staff. Even just running through the scenarios in his head, he'd already unlocked a bunch of new insights. Cultivating directly with his master was a rare treat, and Qin Ye felt their bond growing stronger, making him incredibly happy. Li Qingqiu, eyes still closed, dryly reminded him that Qin Ye was still stuck at level 1. The 10,000 army demon subduing staff wouldn't unlock its true potential until level 2. Qin Ye nodded, but internally he knew level 2 of the Hunyuan scripture was an agonizing grind. Who knew how many years that XP bar would take to fill? Just then Li Qingqiu suddenly asked if he intended to avenge Wu Baoyu. Qin Ye froze, his expression turning grim. He gritted his teeth, believing Senior Wu had died a tragic death, and vowed to vindicate and avenge him. But Li Qingqiu calmly stated that vindication was acceptable since Qinye had inherited Wu Baoyu's legacy. However, avenging him might be a touch. Qinye spun around, disbelief etched across his face. He couldn't grasp why his master would wound him with such words. Li Qingqiu then asked if Wu Baoyu had ever explicitly told him to seek revenge on his behalf. Qinye admitted he hadn't, but countered that perhaps Wu Baoyu simply feared he wasn't up to the task. Li Qingqiu pressed on, asking if he remembered Wu Baoyu's words when imparting his martial art. Qinye confirmed he did, stating Wu Baoyu had spoken extensively, and he'd committed it all to memory. Li Qingqiu then guided his thoughts, asking whether in Wu Baoyu's heart, hatred was more important or the stability of the Jiangshan. This question stumped Qinye. He distinctly recalled Wu Baoyu's hope that he'd join the army to protect the Dali dynasty's Jiangshan. Li Qingqiu continued, "If you kill the emperor, do you understand the repercussions?" Qinye's face flushed green then red. Young as he was, even he grasped the gravity of such grand principles. Once the emperor fell, the Tianxia would inevitably plunge into utter chaos. Li Qingqiu stated he wouldn't forbid revenge, but hoped Qinye would carefully consider if Wu Baoyu had truly passed on his martial arts or his spirit. There were many ways to seek revenge, but he hoped Qinye would prioritize the common people of the Tianxia and only then consider avenging him. From beginning to end, Li Qingqiu never opened his eyes, yet every word resonated with profound meaning. As Qinye sank into contemplation, Li Qingqiu also felt the immense weight of his master identity. It wasn't just about imparting skills. While Qinye was still young and hadn't faced worldly trials, he had to correct the disciple's worldview to keep the kid from heading down an extreme path. A moment later, Qinye looked up at Li Qingqiu, a question brewing in his mind. He wanted to know if the Qingxiao Sect's martial training was truly about protecting the entire Tianxia. When Xinyan committed suicide, Li Qingqiu's words had been exceptionally cold. Many disciples had secretly gossiped about it, and Qinye still remembered. Because of that, he'd always felt his master wasn't the great benevolent, great righteous type. It was then that Li Qingqiu clarified. The Tianxia was too vast, that goal too illusory. Instead, the Qingxiao sect would protect those who consistently supported them, like the villagers below the mountain. These people helped them build the sect, cultivate fields, and sent food up the mountain. They absolutely deserve protection. The Qingxiao sect would constantly grow stronger, and the number of people supporting them would also steadily increase. If one day the entire Tianxia supported them, then and only then should they protect the entire Tianxia. These words were a revelation to Qinye. He suddenly saw the Qingxiao sect's path with far greater clarity, self-strengthening without sacrificing righteousness, prioritizing their own interests but never forgetting favors received. The long-simmering resentment in Qinye's heart began to dissipate. He realized his previous self was utterly ridiculous, having failed to grasp Senior Wu's true will, instead just wallowing in vengeance. Recalling the past, he found his relationship with the 5 other Qin family disciples had grown distant, let alone with the other sect disciples. And as the sect master's disciple, he really shouldn't be like that. While Li Qingqiu was mentoring Qinye, Zhang Zhaoxia was doing much the same. Zhang Zhaoxia not only imparted sword techniques but also disseminated the ideology of the 13 Sword Maidens. He wanted the 13 Sword Maidens to prioritize the Qingxiao sect's interests above all else, to ruthlessly crush any and all threats to the sect. That year's bitter winter was colder than any before, yet the hearts of the Qingxiao sect disciples burned like fire, overflowing with fighting spirit. After the Lunar New Year, while the Qingxiao sect's festivities still buzzed, Li Qingqiu received good news. He'd successfully broken through to the mid-5th stage of the primordial realm. But he kept this to himself. He planned to stay low profile, only acting when the Qingxiao sect was in dire peril. The strongest on the surface title could go to someone else. After reaching the 5th stage, his primordial chi had doubled. He finally experienced that sensation of immense power the martial world constantly raved about. He could now cast spells without having to conserve his energy like a miser. After the Lunar New Year, Li Dongye's healing practice officially opened for business. A merchant led his daughter up the mountain, seeking treatment. His daughter suffered from a mysterious illness that no famous physician could cure, one that frequently flared up. Having coincidentally heard that the Qingxiao sect could treat rare and incurable diseases, he came to try his luck. This whole healing people gig really got the disciples hyped up. Everyone knew the sect master and Elder Li were medical masters, but this was the Qingxiao sect's first ever monetization of their healing arts. So naturally, everyone flocked to the new clinic to check out the action. Turns out Li Dongye's ghostly immortal revival needles lived up to the hype. 3 tiny pricks and the merchant's daughter was completely healed, leaving her dad absolutely flabbergasted. He immediately pulled out a piece of jade from his robes, a token of his gratitude. He claimed that single jade piece was worth 1,000 guan, a serious chunk of change. Even Yang Juding, after a quick appraisal, confirmed it was no cheap trinket. The merchant Lu Fanzhou wasn't originally from Guzhou, he was just doing business there. He was a rather portly man, constantly mopping sweat from his brow after the climb up the mountain. Aside from his daughter, he brought 2 guards armed with exquisite sabers, who mostly just carried his luggage. Lu Fanzhou's daughter's illness was strange, but actually just a few hidden acupoints clogged with impurities, nothing life-threatening. Once her acupoints were cleared by the ghostly immortal revival needles, she was good as new. His daughter immediately felt a surge of energy leaping and dancing around the room, which brought tears of joy to Liu Fanzhou's eyes. For a big spender like that, Li Qingqiu personally saw to his reception, not wanting to miss a potential future quest giver. While having tea with Li Qingqiu, Liu Fanzhou mentioned that the Qingxiao sect had a distinct Taoist vibe, and wondered if they perhaps knew anything about exorcism. He knew someone being tormented by evil spirits, and if they could help, a handsome reward was guaranteed. Plus, this other person was apparently even wealthier than he was. Besides Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun was also there, keeping the conversation flowing. Zhang Yuchun, ever the pragmatist, was very interested in this obscenely wealthy merchant. Having heard of Lu Fanzhou during his trips down the mountain, he knew this wasn't some street peddler but a true financial titan. Upon hearing someone was even richer than Lu Fanzhou, Zhang Yuchun couldn't resist asking just how ridiculously rich they were. Li Qingqiu shot him a glare. This kid was being way too common, tarnishing the Sect's image with his unrefined curiosity. Lu Fanzhou simply chuckled, stating his own fortune was a mere fraction of theirs. What made this person special was their official status. They walked the path of bureaucracy. At this, both Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun instantly understood it was an official. In these times, officials were universally known for being loaded. Li Qingqiu then pressed for more details about the evil spirit problem. This sounded like his kind of side quest. As a cultivator, hearing about evil spirits didn't just not scare him, it actually sparked a bit of excitement. He was ready for some demon-slaying XP. Lu Fanzhou's smile faded as he recalled that at midnight without fail, the official's manor would be plagued by ghostly disturbances. Other than humans, no living creature could last a single night there. They'd scoured the manor repeatedly but found absolutely nothing amiss. They even hired top experts from the Baidi mansion to stand guard at night, but it was all useless. Just by putting any non-human living creature inside the manor, even with experts on watch, those creatures would mysteriously drop dead by morning. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu immediately leaned in, asking if anyone had actually watched those creatures as they died. Lu Fanzhou replied, "Of course, we even had 4 top-tier experts guarding a chicken coop once, but come midnight the whole flock suddenly croaked, scaring those experts witless." Just recalling it made Lu Fanzhou shiver and even more sweat beaded on his forehead. Zhang Yuchun listened, utterly astounded. This was too bizarre and he immediately decided this was not a quest he wanted to accept. Lu Fanzhou reiterated that it was indeed too strange. If not evil spirits, there was simply no other explanation. Many experts had tried and failed, and since it was an official residence, it couldn't just be torn down without a murder occurring. So the owner was forced to endure, living in dread every single night. After hearing all this, Li Qingqiu felt it didn't quite sound like evil spirits. If it truly were malevolent ghosts, no one would still be living in that manner. But this wasn't worth Li Qingqiu personally descending the mountain for. And if he sent other disciples, he feared they'd stumble into some unforeseen trouble he'd have to clean up. So he decided to pass. He explained that true exorcism was the domain of immortal families. While the Qingqiu sect aspired to the immortal Dao, they were currently still martial artists, thus unable to handle such a spiritual entanglement. Lu Fanzhou wasn't disappointed. He'd only brought it up casually anyway. It was, after all, someone else's problem. He remained highly interested in the Qingqiu sect, especially since Li Dongyue had healed his daughter with just 3 needles. It was truly miraculous. So he requested to stay on the mountain for 3 days. Li Qingqiu, seeing the potential, didn't refuse. After all, there were plenty of buildings at the foot of the Sect mountain, some specifically set up for guest accommodations. After chatting for a while longer, Li Qingqiu rose to leave, letting Zhang Yuchun continue to entertain Lu Fanzhou. Zhang Yuchun, always keen on business, began picking Lu Fanzhou's brain. For the next 3 days, he was practically glued to the merchant. 3 days later, Lu Fanzhou's daughter, Lu Yan, flat out refused to leave the mountain, insisting on taking Li Dongyue as her master. Lu Fanzhou had to plead with Li Qingqiu, who finally relented. After Lu Yan successfully became Li Dongyue's disciple, Li Qingqiu immediately pulled up the Sect system to check her stats. Unfortunately, even after she recovered, Lu Yan showed no special fate traits and her talent and comprehension were just mediocre. But over time, Li Qingqiu started realizing that mediocre in this world might as well be a genius. After all, countless cultivators had aptitudes so low they barely even registered on the scale. Lu Fanzhou was overjoyed that his daughter had successfully become a disciple. He immediately wanted to descend the mountain, promising to send a grand gift back with someone. This was truly an unexpected bonus. As night fell, Li Qingqiu made his way alone to the underground spirit lake. At his current cultivation level, it didn't take long to get from the mountaintop to here. He pulled out the small knife Zhang Quoqian had given him and once again poured his primordial qi into it. Back at the 4th layer of the primordial realm, though he'd failed before, he could distinctly feel the restriction ray's recoil inside the knife wasn't that strong. So he was confident he'd succeed once he reached the 5th layer. The underground spirit lake glowed with a faint light, and spirit stones embedded in the cave walls sparkled like constellations. A faint, gentle breeze whispered through this underground space, making the atmosphere even more tranquil. Li Qingqiu sat cross-legged by the lake, his robe softly fluttering. As primordial qi flowed into the knife, spiritual qi slowly gathered and swirled around him. A moment later, the knife in his hand began to glow with a silvery light. He opened his eyes, a look of clear joy on his face. He'd successfully broken through the seals inside the knife and left his primordial qi imprint. From that moment, he established a spiritual connection with the knife and received some initial information about it. This small knife was called the Fei Yu Dao, the Flying Fish Blade. It came with its own spiritual arts, could cut through primordial qi, and was incredibly sharp. Li Qingqiu sighed. As expected of a cultivation artifact, it was too damn mystical. He was even more fascinated by the seals within the artifact, carved with primordial qi, capable of storing information and transforming mechanisms into an invisible state way beyond mere martial arts. He figured if he could understand these seals, he might just comprehend the method for forging artifacts himself. Eventually, every single person in the Qingqiu sect absolutely had to have a spiritual weapon. Otherwise, could they even call themselves a cultivation sect? With that thought, Li Qingqiu began practicing how to control the Fei Yu Dao. Once the Fei Yu Dao acknowledged him as its master, he controlled it like an extension of his own arm. The more he played with it, the more he liked it. Afterward, he left the underground spirit lake for a mountain forest, launching the Fei Yu Dao to test his maximum control range. Even when the Fei Yu Dao flew out of sight, he could still sense its direction and distance. It was a wondrous feeling, but the further the distance, the weaker his control over the Fei Yu Dao became. Once it flew about 300 zhang, the connection between Li Qingqiu and the Fei Yu Dao was completely severed. He immediately took a few steps forward, re-establishing his senses with the Fei Yu Dao, and raised his hand to summon it back. 300 zhang was no longer a short distance. In modern terms, this speed and range were practically comparable to a sniper rifle. As a whooshing sound echoed, Li Qingqiu raised his hand to catch the returning Fei Yu Dao. The moment the blade settled in his hand, its force instantly dissipated, allowing him to catch it smoothly without any jarring impact. He mused that this was utterly unscientific, truly the mystical wonder of cultivation. Then he raised his other hand and gently stroked the Fei Yu Dao's blade, causing the spiritual qi within to instantly dissipate, making it appear like an ordinary weapon. Only then did he feel at ease. Now, even if he encountered other cultivators, it would be difficult for them to detect the Fei Yu Dao's true nature. As he walked up the mountain, he mused about forging a perfectly fitting sheath for the Fei Yu Dao to wear at his waist. His pace wasn't too fast, he was used to keeping his footsteps light and silent. As he passed by a forest, Li Qingqiu turned his head, having heard someone practicing swordsmanship in the distance. He moved closer to observe, seeing a young man wielding a sword within the forest. Looking closer, he realized it was none other than Xuejin, who had joined the 13 Sword Hall. Xuejin was one of the few Qingqiu Sect disciples with genuinely good cultivation talent and comprehension, and Li Qingqiu had personally recommended him to the 13 Sword Hall, so he had a deep impression of the kid. It was so late, yet Xuejin was still practicing swordsmanship alone here. This spot was 2 or 3 li away from the 13 Sword Hall's courtyard, making Li Qingqiu suspect he didn't want anyone to discover him. Li Qingqiu quietly observed, then realized Xuejin's sword art was something he'd never seen before. He'd previously watched Jiang Zhaosha instruct the 13 Sword Hall, but he'd never seen her impart this specific sword art. Therefore, he'd deduced Xuejin must have his own secret. However, after pulling up the Sect system and confirming Xuejin's loyalty rating hadn't dropped, Li Qingqiu didn't dwell on it and continued up the mountain. After all, everyone has secrets, and as long as they don't threaten the Qingqiu Sect, it's all good. The winter snow gradually melted and spring wind swept back. A month after his departure, Lu Fanchu returned, bringing with him a massive entourage, over 100 people. Turns out he wanted to build a proper road up the mountain for the Qingqiu Sect. He loved everything about the place, except the mountain ascent was a total pain. Even palanquins struggled, forcing him to trek it on foot, highly inconvenient. Now that his daughter had joined the Qingqiu Sect, he'd be visiting constantly. If there wasn't a proper road, it would simply be too much of a hassle for him. Faced with such an overwhelmingly generous gesture, Li Qingqiu naturally thanked him profusely and couldn't possibly refuse. For one, the Qingqiu Sect genuinely needed it. For another, the man had brought so many people. Refusing would cause irreparable relationship damage, potentially even turning them hostile. Lu Fanchu even promised that wherever he traveled, he would help promote the Qingqiu Sect, ensuring more people in need sought medical help on the mountain. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu expressed his gratitude but also reminded Lu Fanchu not to over-exaggerate when spreading the word. Otherwise, if his junior sister failed to cure someone, it would not only ruin the sect's brand name but also tarnish Lu Fanchu's own reputation. Lu Fanchu beamed with confidence, indicating he understood completely, and assured Li Qingqiu to rest easy and leave it to him. Li Qingqiu grew fonder of him with every passing moment, even deciding he'd look after Lu Yan even more diligently from now on. Once Lu Yan's loyalty rating hit a certain threshold, he'd transmit the first layer of the Taiching primordial scripture to her. They hadn't chatted for long before Zhang Yuchun pulled Lu Fanchu away. Though separated by 23 years, they instantly clicked, becoming unlikely companions who transcended age. Their personalities aligned perfectly, they talked non-stop. Road construction couldn't be finished overnight, especially when dealing with such rugged, towering mountains. So Lu Fanchu left a steward to supervise the laborers while he, having urgent business, departed with 2 bodyguards first. Li Qingqiu stood atop the mountain peak, gazing down at the undulating range below. With his current cultivation-enhanced eyesight, he could just about make out the busy figures of the laborers at the distant base of the mountain. In his heart, he knew the old adage, to get rich you first had to build roads, and right now everything was proceeding smoothly. The Shangxin Hall was the Qingqiu Sect's first grand assembly hall, located just below the new courtyard, capable of holding over 100 people. The Qingqiu Sect even planned to continue constructing more pavilions and structures further down the slope later. This grand assembly hall took several months to complete, but it wasn't particularly magnificent. In fact, it was quite simple. That's because throughout its construction, only 12 skilled craftsmen were employed, with the majority of the labor undertaken by the disciples themselves. Li Qingqiu's requirements for it were incredibly simple. As long as it didn't collapse and provided basic shelter from wind and rain, it met the minimum specs. After the Lunar New Year, Zhang Yuchun went down the mountain and recruited another batch of disciples, bringing the sect's total headcount to 93, including Li Qingqiu himself. Today, Li Qingqiu convened all the disciples in the hall for the first time. The great hall itself was sparsely furnished. Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, Jiang Zhaosha, Wu Men'er, Li Dongye, Li Zifeng, and Li Zijin stood shoulder to shoulder on the raised platform, with Li Qingqiu positioned at the very center. In front of all the other disciples were Yang Jueding, Cheng Changhai, Xu Ning, and Qin Yi. The remaining disciples formed 6 neat rows, all gazing up at the sect's leadership with a mix of excitement and awe. This was the disciples' first time experiencing such a formal assembly, so a palpable sense of novelty was unavoidable. At the same time, they could sense that the Qingqiu sect was slowly but surely becoming more established. Even the youngest disciple could perceive this shift. Li Qingqiu stood on the platform, gazing down at every disciple in the hall, taking in each and every face. This was also the first time he truly looked at all his disciples in such a manner, stirring an indescribable feeling in his heart. After a moment of contemplation, he realized it was probably the heavy weight of responsibility. Before this, he had always viewed the Qingqiu sect as merely a means for himself to grow stronger. While he treated his disciples kindly, upon careful reflection he realized he had never once truly asked them what they wanted. Standing before all his sect members, he opened the Qingqiu sect's first ever grand assembly, declaring that this day would undoubtedly be etched into the sect's annals, for the Qingqiu sect would endure for thousands, tens of thousands of years, and even longer. And who knew, perhaps those standing here today would themselves become legendary forebears, revered by future generations of disciples. His voice wasn't loud, yet every disciple heard each word with perfect clarity. The disciples were still very young, so upon hearing such impassioned words, they didn't feel awkward. Instead, their blood boiled with passionate zeal. Though the Qingqiu sect was truly still in its nascent stage of development, Zhang Zhaoxiao was already hailed as the second most powerful under heaven. The sect also boasted renowned masters like the dragon-subduing hero and the Dao King. Xu Ning, Li Zifeng, Wu Men'er, and others all possessed formidable martial prowess. Their names simply hadn't spread yet. How could the Qingqiu sect not have boundless prospects? Yang Juding pouted subtly, muttering internally that talking about enduring for thousands, tens of thousands of years was a tad bit presumptuous. Li Qingqiu continued, stating he had named the Grand Hall Shuangxin, hoping everyone would stay true to their original aspirations. Shuamen was the Dao Gate, and Shuangxin therefore meant the Dao Heart. He would also instruct Mr. Zhang Yu to draft the Qingqiu sect's official rules and doctrine, ensuring everyone would carefully memorize them in the future. Zhang Yu was the only one not inside the hall because he hadn't officially joined the Qingqiu sect yet. At that moment, he was merely pacing back and forth outside, feeling quite vexed. After hearing this, the disciples naturally responded in enthusiastic unison. Afterwards, Li Qingqiu had Zhang Yuchen report on the Qingqiu sect's current assets and financial standing. After 2 years of grinding, Qingqiu sect has accumulated 100 acres of prime farmland, 2 horse ranches with 102 steeds, 2 fish ponds, and over 1,000 fishlings. Zhang Yuchen slowly recounted their assets, making the disciples exchange bewildered glances. Since they usually managed different areas and focused on cultivation after their work, they had no clue just how vast the Qingqiu sect's holdings had become. They never asked, but now that they knew, it was genuinely shocking. After the initial shock wore off, a wave of excitement washed over them all. Aside from the Qin family disciples, most of them hailed from impoverished backgrounds. For them, basic food and clothing were once unimaginable luxuries. But now, daily meat was a massive upgrade and a source of immense joy. Among them, Yang Juding's emotions were the most complex. He vividly remembered just how destitute the Qingqiu sect had been when he first ascended the mountain. Recalling the past now, even he found it hard to believe. He instinctively glanced towards Li Qingqiu. Although many tasks were arranged by Zhang Yuchen, the one truly calling the shots had always been Li Qingqiu. He would forever remember that rainy night when Li Qingqiu hunted down the disciples of the Qiwei Alliance. From that night on, he understood that Qingqiu sect's greatest pillar was Li Qingqiu, while Zhang Zhaoxiao was merely the public face, the sword in the light. Once Zhang Yuchen finished his report, Li Qingqiu proceeded to announce the Qingqiu sect's objectives for the coming year. First, sect development with specific construction and growth targets set for every aspect. Next, individual martial arts cultivation for every disciple. He declared that before the year's end, Elder Yang would assess each disciple's martial prowess. Those who diligently fulfilled their duties and showed significant improvement would be granted the sect's ultimate cultivation technique, the primordial chaos scripture. As soon as his words fell, the disciples instantly brightened with enthusiasm. Everyone knew the primordial chaos scripture was the Qingqiu sect's strongest secret art, capable of triggering massive breakthroughs in martial power. To become a true cultivation genius, mastering the primordial chaos scripture was the absolute prerequisite. Thus, the disciples hastily cupped their hands in a bow, offering their gratitude to Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu offered no more unnecessary words, merely waving his sleeve to dismiss them. Once the disciples had exited Shuangxin Hall, Li Qingqiu turned to Yang Juding and stated, "From now on, the Qingqiu sect has established its trajectory. All future words and actions must follow proper regulations. The burden on your shoulders, Yang Juding, will be immense from here on. It truly won't be easy for you." Yang Juding understood the implied meaning, immediately cupping his hands in a respectful bow, vowing to dedicate his full strength. Li Qingqiu gave a slight nod, and Yang Juding, understanding the cue, wisely departed, leaving Shuangxin Hall to Li Qingqiu and his junior brothers and sisters. Afterward, Li Qingqiu began assigning tasks to each of them in turn. Even Wu Men'er received a portion. Though Wu Men'er's mind was still developing, he could now manage his daily life and interact with others. He was thus put in charge of mountain patrol, cultivating martial arts in a different location daily, conveniently slaying any fierce beasts in the mountains. After the discussions in Shuangxin Hall, the entire Qingqiu sect became noticeably busier. Even the disciples who were previously a bit lazy didn't dare to slack off anymore, seeing everyone else's surging enthusiasm. Besides, who didn't yearn to become a martial arts master? Autumn swiftly passed, the mountain path had been fully paved, stretching for 100. All that remained was maintenance to prevent landslides. One afternoon in the mountain forest, Qingye, clad in a blue sect robe, swung a heavy iron staff. His footwork was robust, his strikes powerful and deep with internal force. This staff, forged by Zhang Yuchen on his last descent from the mountain, weighed 30 jin and was roughly 9 qi long, even longer than Qingye himself. Each swing created gusts of powerful wind. He'd had this staff for half a month. At first, wielding it was exhausting, but now it felt significantly lighter, and his physique had grown much stronger because of it. He had no idea how many times he'd practiced the 10,000 army demon subduing staff, yet he still felt he hadn't fully grasped its essence. Just as Qingye was deeply engrossed in his 10,000 army demon subduing staff practice, footsteps approached. He glanced over, saw someone walking towards him, so he retracted his staff and calmed his qi into his dantian. The newcomer was Xuejin, leader of the 13 Sword Beauties. After joining Zhang Zhaoxiao's disciples, Xuejin quickly displayed his talent, becoming the fastest improving among the 13. This news had already spread, further solidifying the disciples' faith in the sect master's discerning eye for talent. Qingye also held a deep impression of this disciple, highly valued by their master. Previously, he had coincidentally passed by where the 13 Sword Beauties practiced. At that time, Xuejin's swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, his strength clearly surpassing the others. Now Xuejin approached, praising Qingye's staff techniques, saying they were truly becoming formidable and instilled fear in others. However, seeing the sword in Xuejin's hand, Qingye suspected this wasn't just a casual stroll. Qingye chuckled, saying he merely trained diligently and Xuejin's innate talent far surpassed his own. Xuejin stopped, maintaining a 10-pace distance from Qingye, then smiled and asked, "I've had some recent insights into my swordsmanship and wish to find someone to spar with. After thinking it over, I realized you, Qingye, are the only one. Would you be willing to grant my wish?" Qingye caught on instantly, narrowing his eyes as he asked if they were dueling to the death or just sparring. Xuejin's eyes flashed with excitement as he replied that since they were fellow disciples, they shouldn't go overboard. First person to drop their weapon loses, simple as that. Among the second-generation disciples, Xuning was the undisputed number 1, followed by Qingye, while third place was wide open, so Xuejin was aiming straight for the top spot. Qingye raised his iron staff, pointing it right at Xuejin with the absolute swagger of the Sectmaster's top disciple, and gave a one-word answer, "Deal." Xuejin's gaze instantly turned razor-sharp. Crouching low, he unsheathed his sword and lunged straight at Qingye. His footwork was blistering fast, ducking beneath the arc of the heavy staff in the blink of an eye. Qingye swung out of pure reflex, but his iron staff only grazed the top of Xuejin's hair. A flash of blade light broke out as Xuejin drove his sword straight toward Qingye's chest with relentless force. In that split second, Qingye retreated a step, gripping his staff like a coiled dragon and snapping his wrist to discharge a wave of impact force. Xuejin's movement tech was slick enough to dodge the shaft, but as he closed in for the finish, a brutal shockwave slammed straight into his cheek, sending him flying sideways. Meanwhile, under the warm sunshine and in high spirits, Zhang Xiaoya took a casual stroll down the mountain. He'd just come up with a fresh theory on sword control techniques, planning to test it out right after class. Arriving at the cliffside where the 13 sword disciples usually ground their mastery stats, he saw a crowd gathered. A female disciple gasped that the master was coming, sending everyone scrambling into line like disciplined military units, showing just how terrifying his authority was. Zhang Zhaoxiao walked up, scanned the lineup, and suddenly knit his brows. He stared at Xuejin, who was awkwardly turning his head away, and demanded to know what happened to his face. Why was half his cheek so ridiculously swollen? The massive red welt on Xuejin's face was practically glowing. Facing his master's interrogation, Xuejin wished he could dig a hole and hide, stammering that he got hurt during a spar. Hearing that, Zhang Zhaoxiao's expression immediately went cold. He pressed further, asking who he sparred with. Was it Xuning? Xuejin muttered that it was senior brother Qingye. The moment he heard that name, Zhang Zhaoxiao went dead silent, his good mood evaporating into thin air. If Xuejin lost to Xuning, he could accept it, but losing to Qingye was an absolute blow to his ego. In his eyes, Qingye was taught by an ultimate master, but his innate talent was completely average. Heck, even Li Qingqiu hadn't bothered actively training him before, yet a scrub like that just diffed his star pupil. The more he thought about it, the colder his glare became, leaving Xuejin too terrified to even make eye contact. Elsewhere, Qingye headed back to the main courtyard, found Li Qingqiu, slammed his staff onto the ground, and dropped to his knees. Right now, Li Qingqiu was in the middle of lecturing 15-year-old Li Zifeng. Serving a standing punishment, Li Zifeng glanced over with burning curiosity the moment he saw Qingye drop to his knees. Qingye lowered his voice and begged his master for punishment, slamming his forehead against the dirt. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, totally confused as to why he was asking to get penalized. Qingye confessed that he accidentally injured junior brother Xuejin during a spar. Li Qingqiu's brow furrowed as he told him to spill the whole story from start to finish. Xuejin wasn't just Zhang Zhaoxiao's prize pupil, he was also a future cultivation asset Li Qingqiu had high hopes for. Hearing this, Li Zifeng looked at Qingye in shock before a mischievous grin spread across his face as he realized what went down. Without hiding a single detail, Qingye recounted the entire fight. Finishing his report, he remorsefully added that the 10,000 GN demon-subduing staff technique was too aggressive and hard to control, so he promised never to use it against fellow sect members again. Keeping a poker face, Li Qingqiu simply asked how bad Xuejin's injuries were. Qingye replied that Xuejin's face was swollen like a balloon. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu sighed and noted that yeah, he definitely owed the kid an apology, because why on earth would you hit someone in the face? If he took damage anywhere else, he could hide it under his robes, but a bruised face meant his master was guaranteed to catch on. Qingye froze in place, that petty logistical detail hadn't even crossed his mind. Hearing his master put it that way, his guilt doubled instantly. Still serving his standing penalty, Li Zifeng giggled and chimed in that third uncle was notoriously petty, meaning Qingye was doomed if third uncle decided to avenge his student personally. Instead of showing fear, Qingye took it completely seriously, stating he was fully prepared to accept whatever punishment third uncle handed down. Li Zifeng rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath that this guy seriously had a death wish. After getting the full picture, Li Qingqiu brushed it off, telling Qingye that if the guy initiated the duel, Qingye wasn't in the wrong, he just needed to dial back his damage output next time. He added that while his third junior brother was far too proud to personally bully a junior, Xuejin would definitely come back for a rematch to reclaim his clout, so he just needed to play it smart next time. To Li Qingqiu, a few bumps and bruises from a sparring match were just part of the game. He wasn't about to ban disciples from fighting just because of that. Even though Qingye won, Li Qingqiu offered no praise. He felt Qingye needed to rein in his staff techniques. Other disciples just weren't built with the same tankiness as his last opponent. Hearing this, Qingye hesitated, even offering to apologize to his third martial uncle. Li Qingqiu, upon hearing this, promptly kicked him, sending him flying out the door. Li Qingqiu snapped, clearly annoyed, "Isn't this mess big enough already? Now scrap!" Qingye flew several yards, only stopping after he slammed into a wall. Slumped against the wall, Qingye felt his insides churn and his entire body ache. He secretly marveled at his master's raw power, then quickly scrambled to his feet and retreated. Li Zifeng turned to Li Qingqiu, praising Wu Baoyu's staff techniques as truly formidable. But it wasn't ideal, he added, since the Qingqiu sect needed its own unique martial arts to suppress the 10,000 army demons subduing staff. Li Qingqiu snorted, telling Li Zifeng to worry about himself first and to stand up straight. With that, he stepped next to Li Zifeng and delivered a swift kick to his rear. In an instant, a searing pain hit Li Zifeng, making his face contort. He almost dropped to his knees. The kick had channeled primordial qi into internal force, targeting pain-inducing acupoints on Li Zifeng's leg, making the agony unbearable. Li Qingqiu continued, "Still think you can bully my disciples later?" Li Zifeng tried to argue, "I just told him to attend classes for me, how is that bullying?" But Li Qingqiu shot back, "Did he even have a choice to refuse you?" Li Zifeng, still unwilling to admit fault, mumbled, "Well, it wasn't like he couldn't have said no," earning him another kick from Li Qingqiu. This kick made Li Zifeng grit his teeth and bulge his eyes. He hastily apologized, swearing he'd never dare again. Dusk settled. In a quiet courtyard, young Bai Ningxi sat at a table, chin in hand, silently gazing at the distant mountains, his mind completely blank. Just then, a disciple rushed into the courtyard, 4 wild rabbits dangling from his hand. He approached the table, grinning. "Today's haul, 4 wild rabbits, each a heavy 5-pounder. Bai Ningxi snapped out of his daze, picked up his brush pen, and began recording in the ledger before him, muttering, "More wild rabbits? Are we trying to clear out every single rabbit in these mountains?" The disciple grumbled, "The Tycoon Mountains are huge, how could we ever catch them all? We catch them here, and more just migrate in from somewhere else. Besides, I've never seen you skip a single bite of rabbit meat." But seeing Bai Ningxi carefully record his contributions stroke by meticulous stroke, his face immediately lit up. Bai Ningxi casually reminded him, "Tie them up before you put them down, please." The disciple nodded and carried the rabbits to a spot behind Bai Ningxi. The courtyard was already piled high with fruits and wild game, all brought in by the disciples. Bai Ningxi's daily task was to log every single item. It was precisely this meticulous record-keeping that kept the disciples' enthusiasm from waning. Once Hufeng left, Bai Ningxi slumped onto the table, unable to stifle a deep sigh. He wondered when these endless days would ever come to an end. Having learned to read and write from a young age, coupled with his frail physique, he'd been assigned this duty by his senior brother. Of course, the bigger reason was that said senior brother wanted more time for his own martial arts training, and since that senior brother usually took good care of him, Bai Ningxi couldn't really refuse. Now, aside from his morning training, most of his day was spent in this courtyard, utterly mind-numbingly boring. Just as Bai Ningxi was sighing again, a pungent waft of urine hit him, making him wrinkle his nose. He didn't even need to turn around, he knew some wild boar had just taken a leak. He still had to wait for other disciples to come carry away these beasts, and only after cleaning up the courtyard would his daily quest be officially complete. While wild boar meat was usually delicious, he truly despised live boars, filthy, smelly, and constantly oinking. Since the Qingqiu sect was a martial sect with a massive demand for meat, plenty of disciples were assigned to hunting, ensuring a daily haul. Whenever Zhang Yuchun went down the mountain, he'd buy extra dried or salted meat. Villagers below the mountain also occasionally bartered meat for other provisions. Thanks to all this, while Qingqiu sect disciples couldn't claim meat at every meal, they certainly got to taste it daily. When he first arrived on the mountain, Bai Ningxi had been overwhelmed by this treatment, but over time he grew dissatisfied. All he really wanted was to train in martial arts. So he resigned himself to reminiscing about the past to kill time. It wasn't until dusk that 5 disciples finally entered the courtyard. The moment he saw them, Bai Ningxi immediately cheered, then swiftly gathered his books and sprinted out of the courtyard. The 5 disciples, seemingly well accustomed to this routine, immediately set about tidying the piles of wild game and provisions in the courtyard. Leaving the courtyard, Bai Ningxi skipped and hummed his way up the mountain, having decided he'd be lazy tonight and just wake up early tomorrow to clean the backyard. He was really struggling to do it alone, so he even planned to find a senior brother to rope into helping him. But just then, a female voice from behind called out, making him stop in his tracks. Bai Ningxi immediately turned around, seeing 2 women ascending the mountain path. The one in front was a young woman in green, petite and appearing only 15 or 16, with a delicate and adorable face, sporting 2 braids that made Bai Ningxi's eyes light up. The woman behind her wore pristine white robes, her face concealed by a thin silk veil, carrying a long wooden box on her back. She exuded grace, and her clear eyes were captivating. She walked behind the woman in green, her demeanor clearly that of a mistress. Bai Ningxi's curiosity immediately piqued. He guessed they were guests from down the mountain. Still, he wasn't stressed in the slightest, because all he had to do was yell, and other disciples would come running. Besides, these 2 women didn't look like bad guys at all. If anything, they looked like they couldn't even tie up a chicken. Once they got closer, Bai Ningxi finally spoke up, asking who they were. The woman in green smiled and introduced herself as Su Xiling, adding that her young mistress's surname was Zhu. They had been introduced by Liu Fanzhou and wanted to speak with the Qingqiu sect master about a matter, asking if Bai Ningxi could lead the way. Since Su Xiling wasn't much older than Bai Ningxi, he didn't feel particularly guarded around her. As soon as Liu Fanzhou's name was mentioned, Bai Ningxi readily agreed, casually adding that Master Liu was a truly good person. He even paid for this mountain path to be repaired. He told the 2 to follow him, saying it was almost dinner time, so the sect master would probably be easy to find. With that, he waved and turned, leading the way. Su Xiling and the white-robed woman followed behind. Along the way, Su Xiling showed great interest in the Qingqiu sect, constantly asking Bai Ningxi questions, but her inquiries were all about minor things like whether the sect was usually quiet, or if many martial artists passed through, or if there were bandits climbing the mountain. Bai Ningxi in turn answered every single question. On their journey, they encountered quite a few other Qingqiu sect disciples. Everyone was curious, asking who these 2 women were. But after hearing Bai Ningxi mention Liu Fanzhou's name, everyone's eyes lit up in understanding, and they no longer tried to stop them. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the 3 arrived at the courtyard at the highest point. As soon as he saw Li Qingqiu sitting before a long table, Baininger rushed over to introduce Su Xiling and her companion. After hearing this, Li Qingqiu reached out and patted his head, smiling as he told him, "You've worked hard. Just stay for dinner tonight and find a seat for yourself." With that, Li Qingqiu stood up and walked towards Su Xiling and the white-robed woman. Baininger immediately beamed with joy, grinning naively as he touched his own head. As he turned his back on Baininger, Li Qingqiu pulled up the Sect system interface. He saw the loyalty rating for this lucky kid had increased by another point, making him even more satisfied. Kids really were easy to move. Approaching Su Xiling and the white-robed woman, Li Qingqiu smiled and said, "If Brother Liu introduced you, then please come inside and we can talk." Su Xiling nodded, then with the white-robed woman followed Li Qingqiu into the newly built main hall in the courtyard. The hall doors were wide open. As soon as they sat down, Su Xiling approached the table, pulling a brocade pouch from her sleeve and placing it down. She then opened it, revealing gold, silver, and jewels inside. She explained that her young mistress had heard from Liu Fanzhou that the Qingqiu sect was a tranquil place, secluded from worldly affairs, and wished to stay for 2 years. Moreover, they had no intention of freeloading. Her straightforwardness made Li Qingqiu glance at the white-robed woman, who with the wooden box on her back silently watched him, not uttering a single word from start to finish. Li Qingqiu didn't immediately agree, instead asking why the two of them wished to stay. Because even though the Qingqiu sect was a place for peaceful cultivation, they were also wary of trouble. Su Xiling then explained that the imperial court was actively suppressing rebel forces, causing unrest everywhere, and only the Mount Taikun range remained relatively stable. She further introduced her young mistress as the famous recluse from Guzhou, Zhu Yuan, who had always disliked conflict, assuming Li Qingqiu must have heard of her. In reality, Li Qingqiu had never heard of her because he usually only paid attention to Jianghu matters, knowing very little about the affairs of Yundan. After a moment of hesitation, he still smiled and agreed. Having said that, he stood up, led the way, and then went outside to call a disciple to arrange their lodging. Watching the two women depart, Li Qingqiu felt a surge of emotion, realizing that this martial world truly was a place where experts emerged in droves. Zhu Yan looked refined and completely devoid of martial prowess, yet her internal energy was actually no weaker than Yang Juding's when he first joined the sect. As for Su Xiling, being just a maidservant, she was even more exaggerated. Her internal energy was so profound that she was the strongest person he had ever met, even stronger than Lu Taidu of the Seven Peaks Alliance. With such martial prowess, it was no wonder the two of them could safely ascend the mountain. It was just that they seemed to have cultivated some secret technique that could conceal their internal energy. Because throughout the entire journey, none of the disciples had noticed anything unusual. Thinking this, Li Qingqiu simply smiled and headed to the dining table to prepare for his meal. In the days that followed, the melodious sound of a zither often echoed through the mountains, making the sect's disciples constantly chatter about it. Zhang Yu became incredibly excited upon learning that Zhu Yan had arrived and even wanted to pay his respects, but in the end he was stopped by Su Xiling. Li Qingqiu finally had to admit Zhu Yan was the real deal, a true master. In this world, anyone who could play an instrument was already special, but for the proud Zhang Yu to lose her composure like that was a first. Every day the sect enjoyed the company of a master artist's music. The Qingqiu sect disciples' morale during cultivation training and daily chores saw a massive buff. This gradually changed Li Qingqiu's impression of Zhu Yan. Even he had to admit a master artist trait was no joke. Even after 2 lives and countless popular tunes, this ancient zither music was incredibly soothing to his ears. Once it ended, he still craved more. The music, echoing through the mountains, felt like a cool breeze, instantly calming hearts and soothing frayed nerves. More notably, Li Qingqiu observed Baininger and Su Xiling getting quite close, with Su Xiling even seeming to offer her some pointers. Li Qingqiu saw this and thought, now that's a lucky trait. He knew it was a powerful advantage. After all, adding a master artist certainly didn't hurt the Qingqiu sect's development. Once the mountain path was largely complete, people began constantly ascending to seek healing masters. Li Dongya, being kind-hearted, directly collected fees from the wealthy. For the poor, she let them pay what they could or do some work for the Qingqiu sect to offset their medical bills. In just a few months while he was AFK, this approach earned her a great reputation at the foot of the mountain. By autumn, Xu Ning leveled up. She broke through to the mid-5th layer of the Origin Realm. She immediately ran to report this news to Li Qingqiu. He was resting in his house, and upon hearing the news, he was overjoyed. As the master and disciple chatted, Zhang Yuchun arrived. Seeing this, Xu Ning bowed, then excused herself and left. Zhang Yuchun, with a fiery expression, came to say that the incense offerings business should begin, and the craftsmen had already been invited. This matter had already been discussed by them previously. Zhang Yuchun had even consulted Liu Fanzhou for experience. He felt that since the Qingqiu sect already had the aura of a Taoist sect, why not erect statues, attract pilgrims, and earn some extra incense money? This idea resonated perfectly with Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu softly replied that this could be done but without heavy promotion. It should simply await fated individuals to seek them out and then follow their wishes. Zhang Yuchun nodded, assuring he'd be discreet. However, the decision to erect the statues still fell to Li Qingqiu, and their imagery would need to be imagined by them to avoid offending other Taoist temple masters. He told Li Qingqiu to come up with names first, while he'd have Zhang Yu compile the stories. Just brainstorm a few names, then they'd go from there. Li Qingqiu immediately stood, walked to his desk, picked up a brush, and wrote 5 names on a white sheet of paper: Tai, Taichu, Taishi, Taisu, and Taiji. Zhang Yuchun looked at the 5 names and quietly read them aloud. Li Qingqiu explained that these 5 were all Taoist venerables, so their appearances didn't need to be carved too distinctly. These were the Jianqun Wu Tai, the 5 celestial stages recorded in ancient Wuxia texts like Lizi in his past life, the 5 stages before the universe formed, from nothingness to existence. His Dao heritage was only just established, not yet truly solidified into the Dao, so using the Jianqun Wu Tai would commemorate its beginning, allowing him to recall these current events every time he saw them. Zhang Yuchen repeatedly read the names of the Jianchen Wutai, growing more satisfied with each read. He then quickly put the paper away and hurried off. Li Qingqiu didn't stay in the house either. Xu Ning's breakthrough to the mid-5th layer of the Origin Realm had made him very happy, so he decided to go check on the other disciples' progress. It wasn't quite evening yet, and there weren't many disciples in the courtyard. He followed a small path out of the mountain gate and headed straight down. Walking down the steps and looking below, Li Qingqiu could vaguely see individual courtyards nestled within the woods. On the mountain path, disciples led horses with goods, while others chased chickens and ducks. The vibrant scene filled him with life, and he couldn't help but smile. After passing 3 courtyards, he stopped, his gaze falling upon a young woman meditating under a tree not far away. That young woman was Luyan Lufanzhou's daughter. Ever since her loyalty rating hit 90 points, Li Qingqiu had imparted to her the first layer of the Taiching Hunyuan Sutra. She'd been cultivating for 10 days but still hadn't reached the mid-1st layer of the Origin Realm. Li Qingqiu hesitated for a moment, then walked towards Luyan. While Lu Fanzhou was portly and not particularly handsome, Luyan was born very beautiful, though her year-round sickness left her frail. This always made Li Qingqiu think of Lin Daiyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. He walked directly in front of Luyan and reached into his robes, pulling out a thumb-sized blue spirit stone. He told her to take it, startling Luyan right out of her meditation. She opened her eyes and upon seeing it was him, let out a sigh of relief. Then she gave him a reproachful glance, a classic tsundere move, quickly stood up, bowed and asked what he had. Li Qingqiu, putting on his mysterious Sect Master act, told her it was a rare treasure capable of supercharging her cultivation. Though it looked small, it was the condensed spiritual essence of heaven and earth, formed over millennia. All she needed to do was hold it in her palm while cultivating. He also told her to keep it absolutely secret, otherwise everyone would think he's playing favorites, and let's be real, he doesn't have endless loot crates to go around. Luyan gratefully accepted the spirit stone while Li Qingqiu simply turned and walked away. As he left, Luyan looked after his retreating back, wondering aloud why he was always so kind to her. Li Qingqiu merely waved, not bothering to turn around, muttering, "'Cause you have a good dad, the moon sets, the sun rises, you know?" After morning practice, just as the disciples were about to disperse, one suddenly blurted out that the sect was getting a new idol statue. Naturally, everyone's curiosity stat shot through the roof. News traveled faster than a top-tier cultivation technique. Soon a crowd of disciples gathered at the first new courtyard by the mountain gate, eager to watch the craftsman carve the stone idol. Zhang Yu perched on a stone grinding mill, casually fanning himself, and recited some poetic verses about the 5 aspects of the heart. Incense smoke gathers from 8 directions, Qingxiao rises like the sun, heaven and earth align, the sun ascends. His mood was absolutely stellar. Being part of the idol's design team gave him a serious sense of achievement, like unlocking an exclusive skin. He glanced around, then suddenly stiffened as 2 figures entered. He immediately snapped to attention, his chill demeanor vanishing faster than a limited-time event. The newcomers were Zhu Yan and Su Xiling. Zhu Yan, still veiled and radiating a gentle mystery, only made Zhang Yu fall even deeper into infatuation. Su Xiling tugged Bai Ning'er, who was tiptoeing to peek inside, and asked, "So which legendary immortal is the Qingxiao sect worshipping with all this fuss?" Bai Ning'er spun around, a smug grin spreading across her face when she saw who it was. "Oh, that's easy, it's the primordial Dao Venerable." Su Xiling just shook her head. "Never heard of him," she scoffed. "Sounds like the Qingxiao sect master just made him up." Bai Ning'er immediately shot back, "Our sect master is super amazing, he even dreams of real immortal." Su Xiling scoffed. "That's just a story for gullible kids, and only a kid like you, Bai Ning'er, would actually believe it." Bai Ning'er just giggled, too lazy to continue this no-win debate. Meanwhile, Zhu Yan's gaze cut through the crowd, landing on Li Qingqiu, who stood casually beside the stone idol. Li Qingqiu was currently directing the craftsman on how to perfectly sculpt the image of the primordial 5 aspects. But just then, a disciple burst into the courtyard, shouting, "Bad news! Big trouble! Code Red people!" He was so frantic, sweat drenched him. The moment he reached the courtyard, he bent over, hands on his knees, panting like he just soloed a boss raid. The surrounding disciples immediately turned, automatically parting like a well-choreographed flash mob, clearing the view for Li Qingqiu to see the messenger. Zhang Yuchen and Yang Zhuding were also present. Both of them were puzzled by the disciple's uncharacteristic panic, as he wasn't usually one to break composure. Once the disciple finally caught his breath, Zhang Yuchen prompted him for details. The messenger finally reported, "A new sect has popped up in the Taikun mountain range, looking to set up shop 100 li out, and they sent a message. Qingxiao sect isn't allowed to cross the Shi River anymore." The Shi River, for context, is the long waterway that flows right through the Taikun mountain range. The Qingxiao sect's mountain base is right by the Shi River, but we're not actually in the center of the Taikun range. This division is basically a territorial nerf, squeezing our operations into a tiny corner of the mountains. Yang Zhuding immediately flared up. "Which sect dares to be this arrogant?" The messenger quickly replied, "They call themselves the Jusheng sect." Zhang Yuchen was even more confused. "They know this is the Qingxiao sect. They know Zhang Zhaoxia is our elder. Why would they still pull a stunt like this?" The messenger cautiously confirmed, "They know all that, they just conveniently left out any mention of Elder Jiang." Yang Zhuding let out a cold snort. "Looks like they're explicitly targeting Zhang Zhaoxia, trying to step on his reputation to boost their own prestige." He then turned to Li Qingqiu, stressing, "We absolutely cannot back down on this. The Taikun mountain range has belonged to the Qingxiao sect since the time of true immortal Qingxiao himself. No one gets to carve up our territory." Li Qingqiu nodded. "Elder Yang, take your 2 personal disciples and 20 more. Go scout the situation. Don't engage immediately. Gather intel first. If negotiations are a bust, then you have permission to initiate combat and clear them out." Qin Ye immediately tightened his grip on his staff, while other disciples buzzed with excitement, eager to join the expedition and see the action. Xu Ning, who had been quietly observing, immediately vaulted over the courtyard wall to fetch her weapon, faster than a speedrunner clipping through terrain. Her movement technique made Su Jiling's brow subtly furrow. She'd heard rumors for a while that this girl wasn't basic, but seeing that movement technique firsthand, she realized Xu Ning was seriously packing some hidden talent. Yang Zhuoding then looked at Li Qingqiu again. And what if we fight and still can't make them leave? Li Qingqiu immediately shot him a deadpan glare. Seriously, Elder Yang? You haven't even unlocked the kill enemies achievement yet? He grumbled. Yang Zhuoding was utterly speechless. He immediately turned around to select his team. The mention of killing immediately made the disciples tense, but as true martial artists facing this kind of high-stakes scenario, a flicker of anticipation was hard to suppress. Li Qingqiu then instantly switched his demeanor, giving the craftsman a gentle, encouraging smile. All right, everyone, back to work. Su Jiling turned to Zhu Yan with a hopeful look, asking for permission to go check out the action. Zhu Yan's expression didn't shift. She merely gave a soft nod of agreement but warned, just observe, don't get involved. Her voice was light, melodious, and beautifully clear. Judging by her voice, she couldn't be very old. Su Jiling smiled, nodded, and joined her, waiting for Yang Zhuoding to finalize his team selection. But then she heard Zhu Yan whisper ever so softly, if the Qingqiu sect truly falls into danger, then you have my permission to intervene. Su Jiling tilted her head in surprise at Zhu Yan, not expecting the young mistress to ask her to help the Qingqiu sect. She didn't ask further, secretly quite fond of the sect's current vibe. Soon after, Yang Zhuoding had selected 20 disciples. They armed themselves and descended the mountain. Yang Zhuoding didn't refuse Su Jiling's request to join, instead laughing heartily and declaring he'd show her the true might of the martial world. Meanwhile, 100 li away in the mountains, dozens of people were busy constructing buildings beside a roaring waterfall. By the lake stood two figures, Jiesheng Sect Yan Wujin and Vice Sect Master Tang Ziqi. Yan Wujin, clad in a loose black robe and hair crown, possessed a cold gaze, mixed black and white hair, and a grizzled beard. Simply standing silently by the lake, he exuded immense pressure. Tang Ziqi's aura clearly couldn't compare. Clad in green, he had a refined demeanor and handsome features, resembling a cultured scholar. Tang Ziqi quietly asked if given the time the message had reached Qingqiu sect and if Zhang Zhaoxia would come to fight. Yan Wujin glanced at his disciples, then stated impassively, if Zhang Zhaoxia didn't show, he would personally ascend the mountain. The Jiesheng sect must trample the Qingqiu sect to achieve true renown. While bullying a bunch of youth wasn't glorious, for their great cause these sacrifices were necessary. Tang Ziqi mused, mentioning how Zhang Zhaoxia once withstood 200 moves from Wu Jiyi. With such heavenly talent, another decade would elevate his martial prowess to unimaginable heights. Yan Wujin merely snorted coldly, dismissing it as Wu Ji holding back. That guy always enjoyed such childish game. At the new sect site, the number of gathered disciples had significantly decreased. Noticing the craftsmen were still busy, Zhang Yuchun pulled Li Qingqiu aside, stating he'd always felt the Jiesheng sect was no ordinary faction. They were clearly provoking them, so he asked if they should call on junior brother Zhang to make a trip. The Qingqiu sect had grown to over 100 disciples, no small feat. Zhang Yuchun cherished everything they had built. When considering problems, he now worried more than ever. Li Qingqiu just chuckled, saying no worries, Yang Zhuoding isn't the same as he used to be. Even if he hasn't reached the second layer, his strength far surpasses his old self. Plus, Xu Ning is with them this time. What the fifth layer of the primal realm truly represented, Li Qingqiu wouldn't claim was number one under heaven, but dominating the martial world of a single continent. No problem. Besides, if they faced an opponent even Xu Ning couldn't beat, Zhang Zhaoxia would also struggle. Better to preserve his reputation. Zhang Yuchun still looked a bit anxious, but Li Qingqiu just patted his shoulder, said nothing more, and went back to supervising the craftsmen. Since he wanted to establish incense offerings, he needed to seriously create a proper mythological system. The primordial 5 ultimates would be the pinnacle of Qingqiu sect's mythology. There was no room for sloppiness. He decided to build Taoist temples for the primordial 5 ultimates, then create more deities, building temples in a hierarchical descent. He also wanted to construct a path to enlightenment staircase from the base to the mountain peak, not just for pilgrims to worship, but also for testing new disciples later. Of course, all of this was still just a plan buried deep in his heart. As the sect master, Li Qingqiu had full admin privileges to implement anything he desired. By the time Yang Zhuoding and the others arrived at the waterfall where the Jiesheng sect was located, morning had turned to past noon. Even for martial artists like them, a 100-li journey still took time. The closer they got to the Jiesheng sect, the higher Yang Zhuoding's fury surged. He was so consumed by rage he didn't even notice that Su Jiling keeping up was incredibly strange. The disciples he'd chosen had been in the sect for over a year, so while the long trek left them drenched in sweat, none were bent over, hands on knees, panting. Yang Zhuoding and his group's arrival quickly drew the attention of the Jiesheng sect disciples. One by one, these disciples dropped their tools and turned to face the Qingqiu sect group. Yang Zhuoding immediately roared, demanding their leader step forward. Outwardly, he appeared furious, but inwardly he was brimming with excitement. Ever since cultivating the Hunyuan scripture, he hadn't had a proper chance to unleash himself, eager to test just how powerful he'd become. His roar thundered like a lion's, echoing throughout the mountains, drowning out even the sound of the waterfall. Following behind, Su Jiling was secretly astonished by Yang Zhuoding's formidable cultivation. She'd heard tales of dragons subduing grand heroes, though she'd always dismissed the so-called heavenly character rankings as a joke. But now it seemed his reputation was truly well-deserved. Of course, Yang Zhuoding only astonished her. He wasn't enough to make her feel truly endangered. She had sensed a terrifying aura nearby, her eyes constantly scanning, yet she couldn't pinpoint where the person was hiding. Just then, a Jiesheng sect disciple leaped down from a building, pointing his saber at Yang Zhuoding, asking with a sneer if they were from the Qingqiu sect. The other Jiesheng sect disciples sported malicious grins, their eyes fixated on the Qingqiu sect group like they were observing fresh prey. Yang Zhuoding roared back, "Does that even need asking?" At the same time, he challenged the disciple, asking if he was the one in charge. No sooner had he spoken than he strode forward, robes billowing, moving like a mighty tiger with a fierce, imposing aura. Just then, a booming voice echoed through the mountains, asking if they were looking for this master. The Qingqiu sect disciples immediately looked up. Besides Yang Juiding, Xuning, and Su Xiling, the other disciples' eyes widened, fixated on the top of the great waterfall. There Yan Wujin stood amidst the spraying water, gazing down coldly at the Qingqiu sect disciples below. The waterfall stood 10 zhang high before the Qingqiu sect disciples' very eyes. Yan Wujin leaped down like a flying swan landing by the lake. His body didn't even sway, landing with utmost stability. That lightness skill alone was enough to leave the Qingqiu sect disciples stunned. Qin Ye gripped the heavy staff in his hand. Just by observing that movement technique, he knew this person was far from ordinary. Yang Juding's expression also turned gray. He knew very well that if he himself jumped from such a height without cushioning the impact, his legs wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. This person's cultivation was indeed unfathomably deep. Yan Wujin assessed the Qingqiu sect disciples, quickly frowning. Just then, Tang Ziqi emerged from the nearby forest, staring at Yang Juding. As he approached, he brought up Yang Juding's title, the dragon-subduing hero, saying that after his battle with the Konghai Sword Saint, he had vanished without a trace. He never expected to find him joining the Qingqiu sect. Yang Juding glanced at Tang Ziqi, his brows furrowing even deeper. After a moment's thought, he finally remembered the other party's identity, realizing with a start that it was Tang Ziqi of the Linsuan Tang clan. Tang Ziqi smiled, reminding him that they had met in Xuandu City 5 years ago. He was surprised Yang Juding still remembered him. Yang Juding wasn't pleased, instead he grew even more cautious. He asked why a scion of an influential clan like Tang Ziqi, who once toured Xuandu City, was now entangled with martial artists, and what his status was in the Juesheng sect. The Qingqiu sect disciples saw Yang Juding's imposing aura dissipate and all grew tense. The mere mention of an influential clan was enough to create immense pressure for them. They were all from humble families born into poverty. Since they were old enough to understand, their parents had always warned them never to provoke influential clans. Now, with the Juesheng sect backed by such an influential clan, their background was completely different. The Qingqiu sect had only relied on the help of a declining clan like the Qing clan to achieve earth-shaking changes, yet the Qing clan was still far inferior to true influential clans. Tang Ziqi then introduced himself as the current vice sect master of the Juesheng sect, and the man beside him was none other than the sect master of the Juesheng sect, Yan Wujin. Yang Juding softly mumbled Yan Wujin's name. He had roamed the martial world for many years but had never heard it before. Tang Ziqi chuckled again, explaining that it was normal for Yang Juding not to have heard of Yan Wujin, as Yan Wujin had practiced martial arts since childhood, cultivated assiduously for 30 years, and only founded the Juesheng sect at the beginning of this year. He also mentioned that the Vermilion Flame Elder Zhou Wuliang, the #1 martial artist in Shang province, had already fallen to Yan Wujin. He then countered, asking if Yang Juding truly believed he was stronger than Zhou Wuliang. Hearing the name Zhou Wuliang, Yang Juding's expression instantly turned ugly, and his gaze towards Yan Wujin was filled with apprehension. Ever since Yan Wujin had appeared, he had felt an intense unease. Now hearing of that feat, his heart secretly cried out, this isn't good. Although known as the dragon-subduing hero, what the martial world acknowledged more was his chivalrous spirit, not his martial arts skill. Compared to a peerless expert like Zhou Wuliang, he was simply not worth mentioning. Seeing Yang Juding intimidated, the Juesheng sect disciples all revealed sneers of contempt, while the Qingqiu sect disciples felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Su Xiling also slightly frowned. She knew Zhou Wuliang was no ordinary martial arts expert, yet he had fallen to this person. She couldn't help but feel a surge of empathy for the Qingqiu sect. Just then, she saw someone step forward. The person had a petite figure, their back unremarkable among the Qingqiu sect disciples. It was Xuning. Xuning walked past Yang Juding, and as soon as Yang Juding saw her, he seemed to be roused from his stupor. Xuning advanced toward Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi, simultaneously drawing her sword and holding the tip pointed slightly downward. That scene caused the Qingqiu sect disciples' expressions to change slightly. No one expected Xuning to dare to step out first. Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi also felt puzzled, never expected such a young girl to dare to draw her sword and point it at them. Xuning wasn't even 13 yet, but 3 years of cultivating the Dao had completely transformed her aura. As she stepped forward with her sword, a sharp aura emanated from her, like a precious blade fresh from its scabbard. Tang Ziqi frowned and asked her identity. Hadn't Zhang Zhaoxia gained renown in the martial world precisely because he was so young, astonishing everyone? The Qingqiu sect already had the precedent of Zhang Zhaoxia. It wasn't impossible for another peerless genius to appear. Xuning, with a deadpan expression, softly stated that she was Li Qingqiu's disciple from the Qingqiu sect, and her name was Xuning. Her voice was still childish, but the killing intent she exuded was palpable to everyone. Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi immediately concluded that this child had already taken lives. Such a young girl dared to provoke him. Yan Wujin's gaze grew even colder, and he began to step toward Xuning. Dusk was falling, and Li Qingqiu sat in the courtyard waiting for dinner. Li Dongye walked over, with Yuan Li toddling behind her. Li Qingqiu turned his head, seeing Yuan Li, who was just over 2 years old. His eyes filled with expectation. He just wished this child would grow up faster, as he was waiting impatiently. Yuan Li's immortal hegemon physique hadn't awakened yet, so it wasn't convenient for Li Qingqiu to copy it. What the indestructible overlord physique actually does is still TBD, but while he waited, he could at least check for any other powerful fate traits popping up. Li Dongye sat beside Li Qingqiu, asking if he was worried about the others. Li Qingqiu just chuckled, relax, nothing's gonna happen. When Li Dongye pressed, asking if he trusted Elder Yang or his disciples, he deadpanned, I trust them all. I mean, how many peerless experts can there be in the world? They're just on a long fetch quest, it'll take time for them to return. In reality, he was anything but nonchalant. All that day, he'd lost count of how many times he checked the system screen just to confirm his disciple count hadn't dropped so he could finally relax. Li Dongye continued to mutter that she always felt the Juesheng sect wasn't simple, especially since no other sect had dared raid their territory for years. Just then, a notification popped up in front of Li Qingqiu. Because the Qingxiao sect had established its first mythical stone statues, opening the path of incense inheritance, he'd received a karmic fortune opportunity. Li Qingqiu paused. He'd unconsciously assumed this reward was triggered by Shengning, but it was actually from the statues. He suddenly realized his understanding of the system was still incredibly limited. After a moment of contemplation, his heart swelled with anticipation for this new karmic fortune. The first karmic fortune helped him discover that hidden underground spirit lake, accelerating his cultivation speed. So what would this second karmic fortune bring? Just then, Zhang Yuchun strode into the courtyard, walked right up to him and grinned. "The Tai Dao venerable statue is finished. You can check it out after we eat." But Li Qingqiu shook his head, saying it wasn't necessary. He told Zhang Yuchun to keep supervising, because if they wanted to establish a proper spiritual lineage, they couldn't afford to be sloppy. These 5 statues needed careful oversight. No rain, no bumps. They had to wait until the Taoist temple was fully constructed before being placed inside. Zhang Yuchun nodded, then his gaze fell on Yuan Li. He couldn't help but ask why the kid still hadn't learned to speak. Hearing that, Li Dongye replied helplessly, "It's true, I've checked. His meridians and acupoints are perfectly fine. I'm debating whether to take him down the mountain to find a famous physician." Yuan Li stood by the table, looking up at the 3 of them with wide, innocent eyes, characteristic of a child. Li Qingqiu looked at Yuan Li and smiled gently. "It's fine, his eyes are sharp. Maybe he just doesn't want to talk." As he spoke, he waved at Yuan Li. Immediately, Yuan Li rounded the table, walked to his side, and leaned his head on his lap. Li Qingqiu wasn't worried about Yuan Li's development. After all, this kid possessed the heart of a grandmaster fate trait, which practically guaranteed he'd be incredibly astute. Afterward, he chatted casually with Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye, waiting for the disciples to serve dinner. But his mind had already drifted toward that karmic fortune opportunity. Night fell. Just as the food was fully served, Yang Juding and the others finally returned. Yang Juding walked at the very front, a strange expression on his face. Behind him were Shang Xing and Qin Ye. The other disciples were gathered in the new courtyard at the foot of the mountain gate, excitedly discussing the afternoon's battle. Zhang Yuchun stood up to inquire about the situation, and everyone else simultaneously looked toward Yang Juding. Everyone was more or less tense. This was the Qingxiao sect's first provocation of this kind. If they lost, countless troubles would surely follow. Yang Juding replied that the opponents had been driven off, but thankfully, Xu Ning had intervened. Hearing that, everyone in the courtyard breathed a collective sigh of relief. Li Zifeng immediately grasped the key point, asking outright if Yang Juding couldn't beat the Juesheng sect crew. Yang Juding looked a bit embarrassed. After a cough, he admitted that the Juesheng sect was indeed no joke. Not only did they have the Linchuan Tong clan backing them, but their sect master was a true peak expert. Even Zhou Wuliang, the #1 martial artist in Shangzhou, once lost to that person, so he truly was no match. The moment he heard the name Zhou Wuliang, Qing Kanghai's eyes widened. His voice trembled as he pressed, "Is that the Scarlet Flame Divine Elder Zhou Wuliang?" while looking at Xu Ning as if he'd just witnessed something impossible. Seeing his reaction, Yang Juding's expression softened. He confirmed it was indeed the Scarlet Flame Divine Elder Zhou Wuliang, and added that the Juesheng sect master was named Wu Jin. This person had no prior reputation, but Yang Juding feared it wouldn't be long before they shook the entire martial world. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu stopped paying attention. He just told everyone to sit down, eat, and talk. Yang Juding, Shang Xing, and Qin Ye immediately took their seats, while the others began questioning Xu Ning about her epic battle with Yan Wujin. Yang Juding grew more excited with every word he spoke. He said Yan Wujin's cultivation was incredibly formidable. He'd never encountered anyone with such profound internal energy. The man could even make an entire lake boil. But Xu Ning's sword was even stronger. Her sword chi was accompanied by lightning and thunder. It could pierce through Yan Wujin's internal energy, and his expression at that moment, his eyes bulging in disbelief, was priceless. Listening to him, everyone gained a deeper understanding of Xu Ning's true strength. They even vaguely felt that Xu Ning seemed even more formidable than Jiang Zhaoxia. When they looked at Xu Ning again, they only saw her sitting beside Li Dongye, obediently eating. No one could connect this seemingly innocent girl with the powerhouse who had just defeated Yan Wujin. That dinner was incredibly lively. Xu Ning pushing back the Juesheng sect had greatly boosted the Qingxiao sect's morale. In a reception room, Su Xiling was also recounting the battle to Zhu Yan. Her astonishment far surpassed Yang Juding's because she understood just how powerful Yan Wujin truly was. An entry-level master defeated by a young girl, it was truly unbelievable. The more she thought about it, the more she felt the Qingxiao sect was truly blessed by immortals. To think there was someone even more formidable than Jiang Zhaoxia within the sect, and even younger, she simply couldn't fathom how Xu Ning had achieved such power. As she spoke those words, the hand holding her teacup was trembling. In contrast, Zhu Yan remained remarkably calm. She simply murmured, "There's always a higher peak, a greater master. Fortuitous encounters are countless, and things exist beyond what even I or Su Xiling can comprehend." If Xu Ning was already this formidable, it could only mean her master Li Qingqiu was even more terrifyingly powerful. Snapping back to reality, Su Xiling brought up the Qingxiao disciples' rumor. Li Qingqiu learned his techniques from an immortal in a dream. Zhu Yan remained silent, unable to discern if the tale was truth or fiction. That night, many were destined to toss and turn. After dinner, Xu Ning followed Li Qingqiu back to his room and detailed Yan Wujin's true strength. She admitted that while she could defeat him, she couldn't actually kill him. Yan Wujin's martial prowess was genuinely terrifying. Even Elder Yang would probably be gravely wounded within 3 moves if he fought him. Xu Ning said this with a hint of irritation. After reaching the mid-5th layer of the Origin realm, her confidence had soared. After all, this was a realm even Jiang Zhaoxia hadn't touched, and the gap between her and the other disciples was widening fast. Yet her first battle after breaking through, where she still failed to finish off her opponent, left her deeply unsatisfied. Li Qingqiu, seated, couldn't help but chuckle and pinch her cheek, seeing her pouty, unconvinced face. "That's already a huge success," he said. Xuning herself had just admitted Yan Wujin was formidable. Without her, Yan Wujin and his Zhuesheng sect could very well have become the martial overlords of Ko-Prefecture. So right now, Yan Wujin was probably having a major existential crisis. Xuning didn't pull away from her master's hand, instead looking at him seriously as she voiced her thoughts. She felt her sword comprehension wasn't stellar, but her internal chi attributes gave her a ton of new ideas, so she wanted to focus on researching her own internal chi next. Li Qingqiu was delighted to hear this, proclaiming, "Of course, when you forge your own path, that's when you truly graduate from my tutelage." But Xuning immediately declared she didn't want to graduate. She wanted to stay with her master at Qingxiao's sect forever. Li Qingqiu burst out laughing. "If that's truly your wish, I'd be overjoyed. But if one day your heart stirs and you wish to descend the mountain for someone, I won't stand in your way." Xuning scoffed, declaring she wasn't such an ordinary person. Under the candlelight, the swaying silhouettes of master and disciple danced upon the wall. Looking at Xuning, Li Qingqiu was reminded of her appearance when she first arrived on the mountain. Back then, she was a dirty, scrawny kid. Now she had completely transformed, exuding the dignified aura of a true cultivator. It made him secretly sigh at how quickly time had flown. After chatting for a while longer, Li Qingqiu finally dismissed Xuning. After Xuning closed the door, he waited for over 10 breaths, then summoned the Dao Heritage System panel and activated the fortune system. Before his eyes, notifications flashed: fortune reward received, fortune activated, fortune scan initiated, finally fortune acquired, heaven and earth true treasure detected, accept fortune's guidance. The moment he saw heaven and earth true treasure, Li Qingqiu's interest was piqued. He accepted without a second thought. Immediately his consciousness was yanked into a dreamscape. In this dream, he had no control over his body, only watching himself traverse mountains and forests, heading towards an unknown destination. The Taikun mountain range was incredibly vast, stretching across the southeast of the Dali dynasty. Further east lay hundreds of miles of deep mountains cloaked in miasma with scant human presence. Rumor had it that beyond that formidable mountain range lay an endless ocean, but no one had ever successfully traversed this deep, treacherous region. Lin Zhenfeng had explicitly warned them before never to venture east. If they encountered dense fog, they were to retreat immediately. The peak where Qingxiao Sect stood was still dozens of miles from that perilous deep mountain region. To mortals, Qingxiao Sect was already considered deep in the wilderness, notoriously hard to find, but the endless mountain range stretching beyond it was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart just by looking. In the dream, Li Qingqiu traversed layers of miasma, unsure how far he had journeyed until he finally spotted a colossal ancient tree. It was a tree towering hundreds of feet high, with lush branches, countless dangling vines, and the surrounding forest seemed to bow to it like loyal subjects. Unfortunately, the image was somewhat hazy, preventing him from clearly discerning the ancient tree's true form. After waking, remembering the ancient tree's form, his heart was profoundly stirred. It was the first time he'd ever seen a tree of such immense height. But if this was truly a fortune, then that tree was bound to yield unimaginable benefits. Li Qingqiu immediately decided he would set off before dawn, the sooner the better. Under the cover of night, Tang Ziqi supported a disheveled Yan Wujin stumbling forward. After a while, Yan Wujin gritted his teeth and demanded they stop. He needed to circulate his qi and heal. Tang Ziqi quickly set him down beneath a nearby tree. As Yan Wujin began to meditate cross-legged, Tang Ziqi's face still held a trace of lingering panic. Just thinking of Xuning again made him shiver, though he wasn't sure if it was from sheer terror or the biting cold of the night. He moved to the side and sat, pulling out his water flask. He drank, trying to quench his thirst and calm his racing thoughts. All the disciples they managed to recruit from Zhu Wuliang's place? Gone. Rebuilding their sect meant finding another faction as a launch pad, and next time they'd definitely steer clear of Mount Taikun. The forest was eerily silent, save for the occasional chill breeze rustling through the trees. Tang Ziqi had trekked for hundreds of li, utterly exhausted, finally collapsing against a tree trunk and drifting off to sleep. He wasn't sure how long he'd been out, but a voice calling his name jolted him awake. He saw Yan Wujin sitting across from him, eyes wide and scanning their surroundings with a wary expression. Still groggy, Tang Zi rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "What's up?" But as his gaze unconsciously swept over the dense mist, his drowsiness vanished, replaced by instant alarm. Yan Wujin didn't even need to respond. Tang Ziqi already sensed something was gravely wrong. Thick fog enveloped them from all directions. Before he slept, this place definitely wasn't this misty. Yan Wujin's voice was low and grim. "Something's seriously off here. I think we ran the wrong way." After 3 watches of rest, his stamina had somewhat recovered, and his voice held more strength. Tang Ziqi's face instantly blanched. He remembered the legends of the no-man's land deep within Mount Taikun, a place choked with dense, malevolent qi. Once a living person entered, escape was nearly impossible. It was rumored to harbor demons, a place even fierce beasts dared not tread. Yan Wujin slowly rose, a chilling thought crossing his mind. The legends might be true. They needed to leave now. He felt an intense gnawing unease. Tang Ziqi scrambled to his feet. After a quick glance around, they both decided to retrace their steps. A night had passed. Surely the Qingxiao Sect disciples had given up their pursuit by now. Yet, after running for several li, they were still trapped within the thick, impenetrable mist. This only amplified their unease. Both had an unsettling feeling, like something unseen was silently watching them from within the shroud of fog. Just then, Yan Wujin abruptly called out, "Tang Ziqi, stop!" Tang Ziqi instantly froze, his gaze sharp and tense on Yan Wujin. Yan Wujin's expression was grim. "This is where we rested before." He raised a hand, pointing towards a massive ancient tree. Tang Ziqi looked closer. Sure enough, a distinct symbol was carved into the tree's trunk. At this point, Tang Ziqi was in full-blown panic mode. For all his book smarts, he'd never encountered a bizarre peril quite like this. Just then, a sudden crunch of breaking branches echoed, startling both of them into spinning around. From within the swirling mist, a figure slowly emerged, instantly putting both of them on high alert, ready for a fight. The figure? None other than Li Qingqiu himself. His left hand rested casually on the scabbard of his heavenly rainbow sword. With an unhurried, almost lazy gait, he walked up to Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi, giving them a thorough head-to-toe appraisal. The two instantly recognized his Qingqiu sect robes. They exchanged a look, wisely deciding against any rash moves. Li Qingqiu broke the silence. "Who are you two, and why are you wandering lost out here?" Tang Ziqi immediately cupped his fist. "We're being hunted by enemies, which is why we fled here. We've been lost for days." He then pressed, "Do you know how to get out of this place?" But before Li Qingqiu could even respond, Yan Wujin turned his head to another direction. "Didn't expect this place to be so lively," he muttered, then called out, "And whoever's hiding there, stop lurking and show yourself." At that, both Li Qingqiu and Tang Ziqi immediately spun to face the same direction. Within the thick swirling mist, a patch of tall grass began to tremble. Then almost immediately, a disheveled, stumbling old man lurched into view. His hair was a wild, tangled mess of white, his clothes ancient and grimy. He clutched a wine gourd, swaying as if thoroughly intoxicated. Li Qingqiu observed the slovenly old man, a subtly amused expression on his face. Tang Ziqi instantly grew wary, demanding to know the man's identity. In a place like this, even an old man couldn't be taken lightly. Besides, in the Wulin, those who cultivate internal kung fu often become more formidable, not less, with age. The scruffy old man halted, squinting one eye open. He scanned all three of them, his gaze eventually settling on Yan Wujin. He then recognized Yan Wujin's cultivation of the grandson ultimate yang art and asked, "What's your connection to Zhao Yan?" At the mention of that name, both Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi's faces drastically shifted. Li Qingqiu found the name Zhao Yan strangely familiar. Then it clicked. Wasn't that the former crown prince, the current emperor's elder brother, and the very man Wu Baoyu used to serve? Tang Ziqi's voice turned cold. "Who are you, old man? And how do you recognize the grandson ultimate yang art?" The scruffy old man's face, as dry and cracked as tree bark, creased into a chilling smile. "No need to be so tense," he drawled. "Anyone who can cultivate the grandson ultimate yang art, well, they're practically family." He introduced himself as an old subordinate of the former crown prince, once the chief instructor of the Heavenly Guard army. "My real name isn't important anymore," he waved off. "Just call me Old Freak Feng." He added that the past was just that, the past. Now he simply wanted to spend the rest of his days here, living out his crazy old man existence. Hearing this, Tang Ziqi instinctively turned his head, looking at Yan Wujin. Yan Wujin stepped forward, bringing up his father's letter, which mentioned that after his death, the Imperial Guards would surely be purged. He then asked if Old Monster Feng was hiding here to escape the current Emperor's hunt. Old Monster Feng admitted he had indeed fled into the Tycoon Mountain Range to evade the Third Prince's pursuit, but now he was permanently trapped here with no way out. With that, he slumped to the ground. Yan Wujin frowned, asking, "Is the mist here the reason why?" Old Monster Feng replied, "Precisely. The miasma here isn't poisonous, but it can trap a living person until they die." He'd been stuck in this place for nearly 20 years, surviving like a wild animal until now. Those words sent chills down Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi's spines. Being trapped for 2 decades in this place sounded utterly insane. Tang Ziqi suddenly remembered something and immediately turned to Li Qingqiu, asking why he was also here. Hearing this, Yan Wujin and Old Monster Feng simultaneously looked at Li Qingqiu, quickly noticing his clothes were impeccably clean, nothing like someone who'd been desperately fleeing pursuit. Li Qingqiu merely smiled, saying, "This is just my Sect's back mountain. Me being here is perfectly normal, just taking a stroll, that's all." Yan Wujin's brows furrowed even tighter. Tang Ziqi meanwhile found Li Qingqiu increasingly bizarre and unexplainable unease bubbling up inside him. Old Monster Feng looked at Li Qingqiu, curiously asking if he was a disciple of the Qingqiu sect and who his master was. When Li Qingqiu named Lin Junfeng as his master, Old Monster Feng immediately sighed, remarking that Lin Junfeng used to be just a greenhorn kid back then. To think he could be a master now, time truly flew. But then a murderous glint suddenly flashed in his eyes and his tone turned instantly frigid. He declared that if Li Qingqiu was Lin Junfeng's disciple, then true person Qingqiu was his grand master. Years ago, if true person Qingqiu hadn't been so merciless, even trying to hunt him down, he wouldn't have been forced to flee to this place. Killing Li Qingqiu now would be a fitting way to settle that old score. The moment he finished speaking, Old Monster Feng abruptly flung the gourd in his hand, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy directly at Li Qingqiu. Yan Wujin hastily pulled Tang Ziqi back, but in the next instant, Li Qingqiu had already calmly caught the gourd, effortlessly dissolving the energy blast within it. His arm didn't even twitch, and his body remained as steady as a mountain. That sight made both Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi's expressions shift. They instantly realized this kid was anything but simple. Old Monster Feng narrowed his eyes, remarking that such power at such a young age was truly noteworthy. He then demanded Li Qingqiu state his name. But Li Qingqiu merely crushed the gourd in his hand, a small smile playing on his lips as he remarked, "This old man truly has a vicious attack pattern." The next moment, his floating right hand subtly rotated, 2 fingers flicking out an iron needle that directly pierced through Old Monster Feng's defenses. Old Monster Feng's eyes bulged in shock before he toppled backward. Yan Wujin only vaguely managed to glimpse Li Qingqiu firing something off, but when he saw Old Monster Feng collapse, sheer terror gripped him. He clearly sensed that Old Monster Feng's cultivation wasn't inferior to his own, yet such an existence had been instantly eliminated. A massive shockwave hit his heart. Just how many more hidden monsters did the Qingqiu sect have anyway? Tang Ziqi also recovered his wits, but he was trembling all over with fear, staring at Li Qingqiu in disbelief. It was still pre-dawn, and the dense mist rolling through the forest obscured Li Qingqiu's expression. But in his eyes, Li Qingqiu now looked no different from a vengeful ghost. Yan Wujin also broke into a cold sweat. Just that one move from Li Qingqiu made him realize he had no chance of escape, especially with his injuries still unrecovered. Tang Ziqi was so terrified he didn't dare to move. In that moment, the entire forest fell into an extremely stifling silence. Li Qingqiu slowly shifted his gaze to Yan Wujin. He didn't speak, but that gaze alone brought immense pressure to Yan Wujin. Just then, Li Qingqiu suddenly drew the heavenly rainbow sword from his waist. The sword light flashed, slicing past Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi's faces. Almost immediately, Tang Ziqi collapsed to his knees, weeping and begging for his life, insisting that they couldn't die, specifically that Yan Wujin couldn't die. Hearing that, Yan Wujin couldn't help but lower his head, his hands clenching tightly within his sleeves, his heart filled with bitter indignation. Li Qingqiu asked, "Why can't you two die?" Tang Ziqi immediately crawled a few steps forward, reaching Yan Wujin. Then, like a dog prostrating on the ground, forehead pressed to the dirt, he gritted his teeth and clearly stated, Yan Wujin was the son of the former Crown Prince Zhaoyan, the imperial grandson personally designated by the founding emperor, the true son of heaven. He recounted that Yan Wujin's father had been framed by treacherous officials, and Yan Wujin himself had been forced to wander the mortal realm. The current emperor was a fool, trusting the words of an evil consort, not only throwing the empire into chaos and scattering countless common folk, but that demon emperor also harbored a greater ambition, eternal youth. Thus he secretly kidnapped young boys and girls, causing untold human tragedies. According to him, only when Yan Wujin overthrew the current imperial power could the world see the light again, and all living beings welcome an era of peace and prosperity. But just then Yan Wujin growled, sharply cutting him off, clearly enraged to his core. Tang Ziqi turned to Yan Wujin and frantically screamed that Yan Wujin couldn't die, and neither could they die here. Even if it meant losing all dignity tonight, they had to beg Li Qingqiu for their lives, because Yan Wujin carried a responsibility that made death impossible. Yan Wujin was therefore torn by an intense internal struggle. After hearing all that, Li Qingqiu maintained his indifferent tone, asking, "Are you trying to use the entire world to emotionally blackmail me?" Even though they were clearly the ones who started trouble with the Qingqiu sect, their words made it sound like they were the truly wronged party. Tang Ziqi quickly turned, explaining they truly had no other option but to raise their forces from the martial world, gather power, and simultaneously collect evidence against the emperor. Currently, they chose the Qingqiu sect because Mount Tycoon is far removed from the secular world, a place the imperial court rarely reaches. Initially, they hadn't intended to wipe them out completely, only to absorb the Qingqiu sect. They'd only resort to killing if the Qingqiu sect foolishly resisted to the death. Li Qingqiu still didn't sheath his sword, nor did he speak further, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of the situation. Tang Ziqi continued, stating they would accept responsibility for their mistakes, willing to compensate in any way. He only begged Li Qingqiu to spare them, for though they could die, they truly shouldn't perish in this place. At this moment, his heart was completely filled with despair and deep unwillingness. Ever since he met Yan Wujin, Tang Ziqi had been utterly stunned by the man's profound martial art. After learning Yan Wujin's background and story, Tang Ziqi himself harbored grand ambitions, once thinking that with Yan Wujin's formidable martial arts and his own noble family status, he could surely forge a magnificent enterprise. Who'd have thought their sect, barely established, would be strangled in its cradle? Now in this desolate place, he was reduced to begging for his life like a dog. From childhood to adulthood, Tang Ziqi had always been a proud man, but at this very moment he had become utterly debased. Just then, Li Qingqiu's voice entered his ears, remarking that he was clearly Yan Wujin's strategist. Yan Wujin trains martial arts year-round, so a lack of wits might be forgivable. But a strategist who doesn't even bother to scout the opponent before every move? Can a person like that truly help Yan Wujin save the common people of this world? Those words shamed Tang Ziqi so thoroughly that he couldn't even refute them. Yan Wujin's unwillingness ran even deeper than Tang Ziqi's, yet he didn't blame his strategist. After all, if he were truly powerful enough, why would he be in this predicament today? Then Li Qingqiu pointed in a direction and told them to follow it with their eyes closed, absolutely not opening them until they no longer sensed the chilling air. Hearing this, Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi both joyfully looked up. Seeing Li Qingqiu pointing his sword, Tang Ziqi immediately bowed in thanks, then stood to pull Yan Wujin away, only to find he couldn't budge him. Yan Wujin couldn't help but ask if Li Qingqiu truly trusted them that easily. That question landed in Tang Ziqi's ears, burning him with impatience. He couldn't fathom why Yan Wujin was suddenly being so foolish at such a critical moment. Li Qingqiu looked at Yan Wujin and replied that he didn't trust them. Rather, he merely wished to leave this world a glimmer of hope. Yan Wujin gazed deeply at him, then pulled a compressed secret manual from his chest and handed it over. He said their grand enterprise might not succeed, so this great Sun Supreme Yang Art skillbook should be left with the Qingqiu sect. With that, he turned and led Tang Ziqi in the direction Li Qingqiu had indicated, quickly vanishing into the thick mist. Li Qingqiu flipped through a few pages of the great Sun Supreme Yang Art, confirming there were no hidden traps or poisons. Only then did he confidently tuck it into his robes. He then continued in the direction indicated by the fortune memory, but childhood recollections incessantly resurfaced in his mind. When he was barely a year old, his father, seeking to join the Linchuan Li clan, impersonated an estranged Li clan member's name. However, when his father brought him and his mother to the Linchuan Li ancestral manor, they encountered a demonic cultivator within its walls. That fiend declared him an inauspicious child to be abandoned and barred from the Li clan genealogy. Only then would his parents be permitted to join the Li clan. His parents agreed, abandoning him outside the city. Before leaving, they promised they would be reunited as father, mother, and son in the next life. Before, Li Qingqiu never hated the Li clan, as his father wasn't originally one of them, nor did he hate his parents considering the debt of birth already repaid. But only now did he truly understand why, when his master took him away, they were relentlessly hunted. Even if his father had joined the Li clan, he was just an ordinary member. The real reason, it turned out, was that the emperor desired to capture young boys. If not for his master's timely rescue, he truly dared not imagine what fate would have befallen him. Perhaps that demonic cultivator from all those years ago was an agent of the emperor, and the Li clan's meteoric rise likely connected directly to the imperial court. Recalling that painful past, Li Qingqiu immediately quickened his pace. The peculiar qi in this place wasn't poisonous, yet it could bewitch human senses. To avoid losing his way, he could only fix his gaze on his feet. But within the ethereal haze, other wild beasts still lurked, making it difficult to keep one's head bowed, staring at the ground indefinitely. Upon closer inspection, though the ground was blanketed in fallen leaves, a faint narrow path still appeared, clearly a trail left by those who came before. Li Qingqiu continued following the path. After a while, the morning sun began to penetrate the forest, yet the surroundings remained uniformly white. After roughly 20 miles, he started seeing human remains appearing along the roadside, still clad in their clothes. He didn't stop. His priority was locating that ancient tree first. He'd loop back to inventory the roadside bodies later. If that tree truly held his destiny's fortune, then it also meant that for the current Li Qingqiu, nothing along this path could pose a genuine threat. Half an hour after separating from Yan Wujin and Tang Ziqi, he finally reached the land of fortune. Standing in the heart of the forest, he gazed at the colossal tree ahead, looming like a mountain. An unusual light gleamed in his eyes. Sunlight poured down from above, splitting into countless rainbow streaks through the canopy, rendering the grassland below utterly ethereal. Following his gaze, the 100-jang-tall ancient tree ahead overshadowed an open clearing over 200 jang in diameter, exactly as in his dream. Its branches were heavily draped with vines, and upon closer inspection, these vines bore bright red fruits, each the size of an adult's fist. The lush green grass beneath the tree swayed gently with the wind like verdant waves. Simply by standing here, Li Qingqiu could already feel the spiritual energy in no way inferior to the underground spiritual lake he'd sensed before. That got him seriously hyped. He immediately realized this place could be a prime cultivation spot. Spiritual qi was literally gushing from the ancient tree itself. In other words, this tree could ceaselessly generate spiritual qi. No wonder it was called a true heaven and earth treasure. Even knowing this was a huge boon, Li Qingqiu stayed alert. No way was he getting carelessly injured now. He cautiously approached the tree, and the closer he got, the more intense the resonance in his heart became. Standing before its massive trunk, he felt like he was facing an entire mountain. He reached out, gently caressing the trunk, and his eyes suddenly shot open, a look of utter shock on his face. He could actually sense a vibrant life force within this tree and even a surging power similar to primeval qi. A thought spontaneously popped into his head. Had this tree actually awakened its own spirit? He instinctively recoiled, only to see a thick vine slowly extending towards him. Stranger still, he felt absolutely no malice from it. The sensation was inexplicable yet incredibly real. So he stopped, raised his right hand, and gently touched the vine. It was just a vine, but it was easily as thick as his waist. Bathed in sunlight, Li Qingqiu looked at the vine before him, a slow smile spreading across his face. Nearing midday, Li Qingqiu casually strolled into the courtyard, finding Zhang Yuchun and Zhang Yu sitting together, one speaking, the other busily taking notes. He sauntered past their table, tossing down a cultivation manual, and announced he wouldn't be in for lunch, so don't bother him. With that, he didn't break stride, heading straight for the forest behind the mountain. Zhang Yu peered at the manual, recognizing it as the Great Sun Pure Yang art. Zhang Yuchun picked up the manual, leafed through a few pages, then turned to ask about its origins, only to get a nonchalant "I just found it on the mountain" in reply. By the time the words left his mouth, Li Qingqiu's silhouette had already vanished down the path into the forest. Hearing this, Zhang Yu felt like he'd heard the name Great Sun Pure Yang art somewhere before, but strangely couldn't quite place it. Zhang Yuchun didn't dwell on it either, setting the manual aside to continue with Zhang Yu, meticulously recording the Qingxiao sect's current food production. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu made a beeline for Zhang Zhaoxia. Today, Zhang Zhaoxia hadn't gone down to the underground spirit lake. After training his 13th sword guard, he'd found his usual secluded spot to cultivate. As soon as Li Qingqiu arrived, he told Zhang Zhaoxia he wanted him to come along on a trip tomorrow. He walked over and sat down in front of an ancient tree, keeping a respectable 10-meter distance from Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxia opened his eyes, gave him a look, and immediately guessed, "Are we going to hunt down the absolute Saint Sect?" Hearing that, Li Qingqiu's mouth twitched. He shot a glance at Zhang Zhaoxia and retorted, "Do I really look that bloodthirsty in your eyes?" Zhang Zhaoxia merely raised an eyebrow as if to say, "Isn't it obvious?" This immediately made Li Qingqiu snap back. "Looks like this junior brother of mine is itching for a fight, huh?" He added, "Tomorrow there's a good thing happening, and I immediately thought of you. Just try not to get so moved you start crying." Zhang Zhaoxia scoffed, claiming he'd never shed a tear in his life. But Li Qingqiu was quick to remind him of that one time back when they were kids he'd spanked him. Zhang Zhaoxia had cried his eyes out then, and Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye definitely remembered it. The moment those words ended, Zhang Zhaoxia flared up, which instantly made Li Qingqiu feel much better. It had been ages since he'd gotten to verbally spar with his junior brother like this, and the feeling was surprisingly nostalgic. Zhang Zhaoxia didn't want to continue the topic, so he asked what this good thing Li Qingqiu was talking about was. Unfortunately, Li Qingqiu stubbornly refused to say, leaving him no choice but to reluctantly give up. The next morning, as Li Qingqiu stepped out the door, he saw Zhang Zhaoxia already waiting. Zhang Zhaoxia looked annoyed, complaining Li Qingqiu was too slow. "With your cultivation you still need to sleep in?" Li Qingqiu walked up to him, patted his head, and reminded him, "In front of the disciples you call me Sect Master." Zhang Zhaoxia merely pouted, making the other disciples in the courtyard secretly remark how they're usually cold and aloof. Zhang Zhaoxia only ever showed such an expression in front of the Sect Master. After that, Li Qingqiu led Zhang Zhaoxia down the mountain. An hour later, the two of them emerged from a thick screen of mist, finally arriving at the base of the ancient tree. The moment Zhang Zhaoxia saw the colossal ancient tree, he couldn't help but gape, completely losing his usual cool demeanor. Zhang Zhaoxia was utterly stunned by the sight. He never imagined that deep within the mountains behind Qingxiao Sect such an ancient tree lay hidden, its spiritual qi so abundant it rivaled even the underground spirit lake. Li Qingqiu smiled, saying, "I've named this the Heavenly Spirit Tree, and this spot will henceforth be known as the Heavenly Spirit Blessed Land, one of the Qingxiao Sect's deepest secrets. Any disciple wishing to cultivate here would need his explicit permission." He also told Zhang Zhaoxia to stay and cultivate here, and not leave until he broke through to the 5th layer of the Mid-Aijin realm. Zhang Zhaoxia took a deep breath, looked at Li Qingqiu, and asked, "Why not let Xuning come first? Her talent is even better than mine." Li Qingqiu immediately glared at him, letting out a cold, Zhang Zhaoxia, don't even think like that. So if some future disciple rolls better stats than you, they just get to cut in line for all the sect's best perks? His primary goal in developing the Qingxiao sect was to ensure those 7 could go further. No matter what, the top beneficiaries of the sect would always be those 7, then everyone else. Zhang Zhaoxia was genuinely moved but kept his serious poker face, only mumbling, what kind of sect master even is this guy? Li Qingqiu immediately urged him to stop jabbering and get back to training. After all, his disciples were still young girls, so any future heavy lifting in terms of fighting would mostly fall on Zhang Zhaoxia. Zhang Zhaoxia nodded in agreement, then glanced at the heavenly spirit tree before finding a spot to meditate. Li Qingqiu meanwhile climbed up the heavenly spirit tree to examine it closely. There was still so much he needed to learn about it. Even though it was autumn, the heavenly spirit tree showed no signs of wilting. Even the nearby forest remained lush and vibrant. What piqued Li Qingqiu's curiosity the most were the miraculous effects of the fruits on the heavenly spirit tree. There were at least 1,000 fruits on the tree, and even quite a few rotting ones on the ground. So, he decided that soon he'd find some livestock to test the heavenly spirit fruit's effects. Zhang Zhaoxia was already close to the Mid-Ajin Realm's 5th layer, so, after arriving at the heavenly spirit blessed land, it only took him 6 days of non-stop cultivation to successfully break through. When Li Qingqiu returned, Zhang Zhaoxia delivered the news, making him incredibly happy. But then Zhang Zhaoxia pointed his sword directly at Li Qingqiu. He flashed a grin, suggesting they spar, as it had been far too long since their last match. The old Li Qingqiu would have probably dodged, but now he was itching for a fight, eager to feel the thrill of combat again. So he drew the heavenly rainbow sword from his waist, a playful smirk on his lips, teasing his junior brother not to cry when he inevitably lost. Zhang Zhaoxia immediately retorted that he'd never known the meaning of defeat. No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Zhaoxia charged at Li Qingqiu, who mirrored his action. Their swords met, sparks flew, and their eyes locked, excited smiles gracing both their faces. Then they simultaneously pushed off, leaping back. With that single leap, it was as if they'd bypassed autumn entirely, as heavy snow suddenly began to fall, blanketing the entire heavenly spirit blessed land. The two warriors clashed again, their forms interweaving ceaselessly. Exquisite swordsmanship and agile movement techniques made it impossible to tell who had the upper hand. Ever since Zhang Zhaoxia broke through to the Mid-Ajin Realm's 5th layer, they'd been sparring regularly here, and 2 months had already passed like this. At this moment, Li Dongye and Li Zijin, meditating beneath the tree, also opened their eyes to watch them. Li Zijin even cheered for Zhang Zhaoxia, but her words didn't uplift him. Instead, they just annoyed him. During the fight, he discovered that no matter what sword technique he unleashed, Li Qingqiu could effortlessly neutralize it, even using that very same move to counterattack him. It almost felt like he was fighting another version of himself. The sensation was utterly absurd. But he knew perfectly well he wasn't fighting himself. It was because his senior brother's swordsmanship mastery far surpassed his own. That's why he could so easily see through all his moves. If this were a month ago, he would have felt utterly defeated. But now it only fueled his fighting spirit, making it stronger than ever. In his heart, defeating his senior brother had become his new objective. Down below, Li Dongye shot Li Zijin a look, reminding her to focus on her cultivation. Just because she'd reached the 2nd layer didn't mean she could slack off. Indeed, both of them had already reached the Mid-Ajin Realm's 2nd layer. Over the past 2 months, they'd spent most of their time here. Even Zhang Yuchen had been forced by Li Qingqiu to cultivate in the underground spirit lake, and had successfully broken through to the Mid-Ajin Realm's 2nd layer just yesterday. As these core disciples poured their efforts into cultivation, power within the sect naturally began to shift towards them. The Qingxiao 7 sons, along with Qin Ye under Yang Juoding's guidance, also began to take charge, sharing the pressure on Zhang Yuchen and the others. Zhang Yuchen and the others weren't entirely sure why their senior brother was so eager for them to hit the Mid-Ajin Realm's 2nd layer, but if he demanded it, they could only comply. Urged by Li Dongye, Li Zijin reluctantly closed her eyes and continued to focus on her cultivation. Among everyone, she had the best relationship with Li Dongye, so she was most willing to listen to her. After sparring for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Li Qingqiu willingly stopped, flicking his sword to smoothly slide the blade back into its sheath. Zhang Zhaoxia, on the other hand, was panting heavily. He looked at Li Qingqiu, who still maintained a steady breath, and declared that after the Lunar New Year he wanted to take the 13 blade attendants down the mountain for tempering, returning in no more than 3 months. Li Qingqiu knew exactly why he wanted to go train. Seeing that resolute gaze, he could only respond with one condition. Not a single one of those 13 disciples was allowed to go missing. Hearing this, Zhang Zhaoxia smiled, stating that was naturally the case. They were his disciples. Even if he died, he would absolutely not let any of them perish. Li Qingqiu shook his head, reminding Zhang Zhaoxia to ensure his own safety first, because he absolutely forbade Zhang Zhaoxia from dying. Regarding Zhang Zhaoxia going down the mountain for revenge, Li Qingqiu wasn't actually too worried. Years ago, Zhang Zhaoxia, only at the Mid-Ocean Realm's 3rd layer, could already defeat Lu Fuhu. Now, having reached the 5th layer, there was no way he could possibly lose. What's more, among the 13 blade attendants, one person had already received a cultivation transmission from Li Qingqiu and entered the Mid-Ocean Realm's 1st layer, their leader, Shi Jin. Li Qingqiu used the excuse of Qin Ye's public humiliation as a reason to seek him out and teach him the primordial chaos scripture as compensation. But honestly, that wasn't the real reason. This kid had solid cultivation talent, and Li Qingqiu just couldn't stomach letting such a good unit waste away. After a few more words, Zhang Zhaoxia went off to meditate and recover her spiritual energy, while Li Qingqiu just stood there, casually whistling. Moments later, the eastern forest began to tremble. 2 dark blurs burst forth, circling high above before diving straight towards him. They were 2 black eagles, one large, one small. The big one was Xiaoba, his personal pet. The smaller one was Xiaoshu, Li Zijin's. Xiaoju's name was pretty clearly a copy-paste from Xiaoba. Initially, Li Qingqiu planned to test the heavenly spirit fruit on chickens or pigs, but then Xiaoju contracted a strange illness, barely clinging to life even with the resurgent spirit needles, leaving Li Zijin heartbroken. So in a last-ditch effort, he brought Xiaoju to him. The result? After consuming the heavenly spirit fruit, Xiaoju not only revived but became incredibly energetic. Li Qingqiu's stat readings showed its vitality increasing noticeably, and its physical stats like sinews and bones were getting progressively stronger. The heavenly spirit fruit truly was an ultimate elixir for healing, and it boosted physical constitution. They just hadn't figured out how many it would take to hit the stat cap. After using the heavenly spirit fruit, Xiaoju also successfully stepped onto the same path as Xiaoba, allowing it to absorb Li Zijin's spiritual qi far more efficiently. Li Qingqiu had previously instructed his junior brothers and sisters to try transmitting spiritual qi to wild beasts like he did, but none of them could spontaneously generate their own spiritual qi like Xiaoba. This proved that Xiaoba's aptitude was absolutely top tier, way beyond what he expected. The two black eagles landed right in front of Li Qingqiu. Xiaoba folded its wings, standing tall, nearly matching his height. Xiaoju was much smaller, but its head still reached his waist. Xiaoba affectionately nudged its head against Li Qingqiu, while Xiaoju flapped its wings non-stop, looking incredibly playful. These two little guys were starting to develop true sentience, especially Xiaoba. Li Qingqiu swore it had the intelligence of a toddler. Li Qingqiu noticed bits of blood and flesh still clinging to Xiaoba's beak and asked what it had been secretly munching on. Xiaoba immediately spread its wings nearly 10 meters long and let out a triumphant cry. Though clearly not human speech, Li Qingqiu could somehow perfectly understand its meaning. Even he couldn't explain this strange telepathy. Maybe it was because his spiritual qi flowed within Xiaoba. Through their silent exchange, he learned Xiaoba had just devoured a massive snake. He immediately ordered both eagles to chase off any similar serpents and keep them far from this area. After Xiaoba's assured squawk, Li Qingqiu smiled contentedly and reached out to ruffle its head feathers. Moments later, the two eagles flapped their wings and soared skyward, their powerful updraft making his robes billow. Li Qingqiu stood watching them disappear into the thick swirling mist. He'd assigned the two eagles to this area, tasked with both clearing wild beasts from the mist and conveniently guarding this heavenly spirit-blessed land. Of course, every time he visited, he had to monitor the heavenly spirit tree to make sure his two guardians weren't stealing the loot. Luckily, when he wasn't around, the eagles didn't dare go anywhere near the heavenly spirit tree, because the heavenly spirit tree's vines were naturally aggressive. What was strange, though, was that the heavenly spirit tree only seemed to be friendly with Li Qingqiu. It absolutely refused to let its vines touch anyone else. Perhaps it was because he was the first one to discover it. Outside this place, the thick mist concealed countless human skeletons. No one else had ever made it this far. That mist was essentially an environmental puzzle set by the heavenly spirit tree, and Li Qingqiu was the first player to clear it. Vast white snow continued to blanket 1,000 miles of land. Winter in the Tycoon mountain range was as unforgiving as ever. Zhu Yan, her face veiled by thin silk, sat upon the cliff, an ancient zither resting before her. Draped in a large fur cloak as snowflakes gently fell, the zither's melody echoed, painting a scene rich with profound beauty. Su Xiling, clad in green robes, stood not far off, gazing intently down the cliff face. Her attire wasn't particularly warm, hardly different from her summer or autumn wear. After finishing her piece, Zhu Yan withdrew her hands and asked Su Xiling what held her gaze so completely. Su Xiling didn't turn, simply stating she was watching the Qingxiao Sect disciples perform their sword array. Those disciples were called the 13 Sword Fiends, a name she found rather unsubtle, like vengeful ghosts of the blade. But to be fair, their sword array was actually quite well executed. Hearing mention of the 13 Sword Fiends, Zhu Yan immediately asked if they were Zhang Zhaoxiao's disciples. Su Xiling confirmed it, adding that Zhang Zhaoxiao was also down there, but he'd been meditating on a rock for half an hour straight without even touching his sword. This utterly baffled her. Zhu Yan, however, wasn't fazed. She simply murmured that a peerless genius like Zhang Zhaoxiao wasn't meant for ordinary folk to understand. Just like Xiangning, Su Xiling realized she'd never actually seen her truly practice martial arts either. Su Xiling barely responded before gasping, "That sword chi is no joke." Following her gaze, the one who unleashed the sword chi was Shi Jin, leader of the 13 sword prodigies. Shi Jin's sword chi cleaved a 5-zhang gash right through the snow. After unleashing that single strike, he half knelt, clearly exhausted. His 12 surrounding disciples immediately swarmed him, ecstatic. One praised his dominating sword chi. Another declared senior brother had succeeded, while others marveled at the heavenly net sword array's profound ingenuity. They were mere theory, but senior brother was the real deal. Such sword chi was unstoppable. Someone else praised Shi Jin's immense power, claiming that even after practicing for the same amount of time, they'd burn incense to the heavens just for manifesting a tiny wisp of sword chi, let alone that. Another mused that without senior brother, their sword array would be nothing but a joke. The disciples' chatter was endless. Hearing their words, Shi Jin looked up, a wry smile on his face, but inwardly he was thrilled. The primordial chaos scripture was truly too formidable. At this moment, he was profoundly grateful to Li Qingqiu. Without the primordial chaos scripture, his martial prowess wouldn't be much better than his junior brothers or sisters. He struggled to his feet, reminding everyone there was still time. They had to cultivate their sword chi before the Lunar New Year. Zhang Zhaoxia had told them that after the Lunar New Year they would descend the mountain for tempering, each facing perilous situations. Everyone felt both excited and a sense of urgency. From afar, Zhang Zhaoxia glanced at Shi Jin, secretly satisfied, and once again couldn't help but admire Li Qingqiu. The 12 he'd picked hadn't entirely pleased him. Instead, the disciple Li Qingqiu had adamantly recommended brought him nothing but pleasant surprises. He now considered Shi Jin his true disciple, knowing that the future achievements of the 13 sword prodigies would hinge on Shi Jin's martial skill. Then he closed his eyes again, resuming his contemplation of sword arts. Over the past 2 months, his sparring exchanges with Li Qingqiu had sparked countless ideas, and the heavenly net sword array was his own creation born from them. But he felt it wasn't enough. He wanted to create even more sword arts for the Qingxiao sect, eventually establishing it as a true sword sect. Meanwhile, in the Lingxiao courtyard on the Sect mountain, Li Qingqiu was listening to Zhang Yuchun recount the happenings below. As the Qingxiao sect's courtyards multiplied, Li Qingqiu had named the original 3 courtyards Lingxiao courtyard. Ordinary disciples weren't allowed entry without permission, a rule Yang Zhuding and Zhang Yu had vehemently insisted upon. Some time ago, after breaking through to the mid-second layer of the Yuan realm, Zhang Yuchun had led another group down the mountain. This time it wasn't the Qingxiao's 7 sons but other older disciples. On that trip they'd managed to recruit 8 more disciples. Zhang Yuchun excitedly reported that the rebel forces in Guzhou had been pacified. He'd seen imperial court armies posting proclamations all over the prefecture vowing to eradicate the rebels' root and branch while also announcing disaster relief measures. According to him, it seemed peace was about to return to the world. Stepping out of the Taikun mountain range, one could easily encounter warfare. In such circumstances, most of the disciples he'd recruited were orphans, limiting their numbers. He believed that once peace returned and there was no more fear of war, he could lead disciples everywhere to promote the Qingxiao sect, confident they could double their numbers. Li Qingqiu listened, carving wood with a flying fish knife. Zhang Yuchun seriously stated that livestock farming, agriculture, horse ranches, fish ponds, and hunting were all on track, but they still needed more people. The rebels had just been suppressed, but bandits and mountain brigands were still plentiful. So he wanted Li Zifeng to lead a group down the mountain to suppress bandits, proclaiming the Qingxiao sect's fame to attract more recruits. Li Zifeng was already 15, turning 16 in half a year, and his cultivation base was at the mid-third layer of the Yuan realm. At that age, Zhang Zhaoxia had already started slaying enemies. Li Qingqiu suggested that Cheng Kanghai accompany them. Although Li Zifeng had ventured out several times and experienced many things, he still wasn't fully mature. Zhang Yuchun thought for a moment and agreed. He mentioned that Cheng Kanghai had performed exceptionally well since joining the sect and proposed Wu Man'er go along too. Wu Man'er also had a cultivation base at the mid-third layer of the Yuan realm, but in terms of actual strength, Li Zifeng was fundamentally no match for him. Li Qingqiu told Zhang Yuchun to make his own arrangements, suggesting they operate around the Taikun mountain range first, returning before the Lunar New Year. Zhang Yuchun replied it was no problem. With Li Qingqiu's approval, he immediately stood up to make preparations. But just then, Li Qingqiu suddenly called him back, telling him to have them bring Baininger along. Zhang Yuchun was surprised, turning to ask if that was the disciple who was very close with Miss Su. He didn't have a strong impression of Baininger, but he paid quite a bit of attention to Zhu Yan and Su Xiling. Li Qingqiu confirmed that was indeed the one. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun, though somewhat puzzled, still nodded in agreement. He then quickly left. In truth, Li Zifeng himself had eagerly requested to descend the mountain, so when Zhang Yuchun reported that the sect master had agreed, he was overjoyed. That very day they began selecting disciples, then packed their bags and rushed down the mountain. Li Zifeng, Wu Man'er, and Cheng Kanghai led 9 disciples down the mountain to eradicate bandits. This event quickly became the subject of quiet chatter among the Qingxiao sect disciples. Everyone was pumped, hoping the sect would give them a similar mission one day. Upholding justice and acting heroically is what most cultivators crave. It's a chance to flex their power and rack up reputation points. A month flew by. Inside Lingxiao courtyard, Li Qingqiu was feeding Yuan Li a heavenly spirit fruit, while Li Dongye stood on the eaves gazing into the distance. Snow fell, blanketing the world in white, obscuring the landscape. As snowflakes neared her, they'd simply melt away. Seeing Yuan Li proactively take the heavenly spirit fruit, Li Qingqiu smiled. He looked at Li Dongye, telling her to come down, assuring her they'd be fine. Li Dongye turned to him, frowning. She reminded him tomorrow was Lunar New Year, and it would be dark in less than an hour. Should they go down the mountain if the others didn't return? Li Qingqiu was about to answer when he suddenly sensed something. He turned his head, gazing into the distance, and simply said, "They're back." Hearing this, Li Dongye was overjoyed. Without a shred of doubt, she immediately leapt over the battlement, rushing towards the sect gate. Li Qingqiu didn't stand. He just turned his head to watch Yuan Li eat the heavenly spirit fruit. Yuan Li sat on a small chair holding the heavenly spirit fruit with both hands, perfectly well behaved. A moment later, a clamor of voices drifted in. Li Zifeng was the first to burst into the courtyard, his robes slightly tattered but his entire being absolutely buzzing with excitement. He ran to Li Qingqiu's side, tugging his arm, proudly urging his eldest senior brother to come see their hall, something he absolutely wouldn't expect. At the word hall, Li Qingqiu's mind immediately went to Baininger. Had that lucky little cheat already made her move? He stood up and followed Li Zifeng. Yuan Li, still carrying his heavenly spirit fruit, also stood and trailed behind them. Along the way, Li Qingqiu told Li Zifeng to recount their trip down the mountain. By now, Li Zifeng was taller than him, almost reaching his ear. Li Qingqiu felt a pang of sentiment. This kid could finally handle things on his own. Li Zifeng, however, feigned nonchalance, claiming the trip was smooth sailing. Just eliminating evil, getting some good press, and wiping out some bandits, he shrugged. Didn't even meet any real experts. This trip wasn't as dramatic as the martial arts convention before, but unlike last time, he was the squad leader this time, so the sense of achievement was still massive. Just then, a group of disciples carried several large chests through the courtyard gate, making the two halt in their tracks. Cheng Canghai followed them in, looking agitated as he urged Li Qingqiu to come see their immense treasure. They had carried in a total of 3 large chests, each so heavy it required 2 people to lift. Li Dongye and Wu Man'er walked behind them. Compared to the hall, Li Dongye seemed more concerned with whether Wu Man'er was injured. Li Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, asking where all this loot came from, and don't even try to tell him it was some official government reward, because he wouldn't buy it. Li Zifeng stepped forward, proudly opening one of the large chests. He declared this was their bounty from exterminating the bandits and mountain brigands. Those guys were loaded, he explained, but they were wanted, so they couldn't spend any of it. Li Qingqiu walked to the open chest, peering inside. He saw copper coins, gold, silver, jewels, along with some scrolls and books, all clearly high-value items. He then checked the other two chests, finding both equally brimming with riches. The disciples who joined Li Zifeng on the bandit extermination run all looked at Li Qingqiu expectantly, hoping for his praise. Seeing Li Qingqiu's expression hadn't changed much, Li Zifeng thought his eldest senior brother was displeased. "Is something wrong?" he asked. Li Qingqiu spoke up, stating that all this wealth was plundered by the mountain bandits from the common folk in various clans. It was all ill-gotten gains. These words made the disciples' hearts sink, and Li Zifeng grew even more anxious. He glared, "What do the bandits' evil deeds have to do with us?" He was also worried his eldest senior brother wanted them to return the bounty, especially since this trip was a life-risking endeavor, even if they were formidable cultivators who cut down bandits like chopping vegetables. Li Qingqiu shot him a look, then grumbled, Return it to whom? Hand it over to the government officials and it'll all be embezzled anyway." He then instructed that his second senior brother should inventory everything later. 2/3 of the wealth would be taken down the mountain in batches, exchanged for food and cloth, then distributed to the common folk around the Taikun mountain range. This was to build a good reputation for the Qingqiu sect. According to him, that's what they truly deserved, and it was also the merit earned by those who ventured down the mountain. At the same time, he allowed each person to choose one item from the chests as their personal reward. Hearing this, the disciples immediately burst into joyful thanks, bowing to Li Qingqiu. The sect master's words were blunt, but they held no resentment. They were happy to support the sect in doing good deeds, but they couldn't help but seek some recompense, especially since this wealth was acquired by risking their lives. Li Qingqiu pulled an antique bronze mirror from one of the large chests. He then stepped aside, gesturing for the disciples to begin choosing their rewards. Li Zifeng didn't join the scramble with the other disciples. Instead, he went to Li Qingqiu's side, asking in a low voice if 2/3 was perhaps a bit too much. Li Qingqiu, sounding unconcerned, said that while 2/3 sounded like a lot, divided among the villages and towns around the Taikun mountain range, it wasn't actually that much. "You can't be stingy when doing big things," he added. "Besides, this wealth was an unexpected bonus. What's taken from the people should be returned to the people." The Qingqiu sect wasn't lacking money before this. At the very least, they could cover daily expenses and ongoing construction projects. Moreover, if this wealth was distributed, it would bring an endless stream of potential disciples to the Qingqiu sect. In the long run, it was no loss at all. The more disciples they had, the higher the spawn rate for geniuses. For the past 6 months, the cultivation aptitude of new disciples had been exceptionally low, so Li Qingqiu had no choice but to follow Zhang Yuchun's advice, expand their reputation to attract more people to join the Qingqiu sect. Li Zifeng pouted, but since his eldest senior brother had already laid it out like that, he had no choice but to comply. Then Li Qingqiu leaned into his ear, whispering an instruction. "Next time you head down the mountain, keep bringing Bai Ning'er along. I've got a feeling about that kid. Give him a little extra guidance when you have a spare moment." After speaking, Li Qingqiu patted Li Zifeng's shoulder, picked up Yuan Li and walked towards a long table nearby. Hearing this, Li Zifeng looked at Bai Ning'er with a peculiar expression. Due to her small stature, Bai Ning'er was squeezed between two disciples, only half of her visible, making for a rather comical sight. He couldn't quite see what made this kid so special, but since eldest senior brother himself had personally vouched for him, he knew he'd have to pay closer attention from now on. Li Qingqiu set Yuan Li down, then returned to his room alone. Li Zifeng's gains this time were indeed celestial, but the true prize wasn't the wealth, it was the ancient mirror Li Qingqiu had just picked up. Back in his room, Li Qingqiu closed the door, sat down at his desk, and pulled the ancient bronze mirror from his robes. A faint, chilling, ghostly aura emanated from the mirror. If Li Qingqiu hadn't been practicing his soul-summoning incantation, it would have been nearly impossible to sense, let alone for Li Zifeng with his lower cultivation base. The soul-summoning incantation wasn't a simple technique. Li Qingqiu only cultivated it occasionally, so he hadn't fully mastered it yet. However, its benefit was a heightened sensitivity to spiritual entities. At first glance, the ancient bronze mirror looked unremarkable, even a bit worn, its surface not quite clear enough to see a reflection. He didn't rush to pour spirit energy into the mirror. Instead, he secretly circulated the soul-summoning incantation's core technique, gazing intently at its surface. Vaguely, he saw a white-robed woman with disheveled hair barefoot lying in darkness within the mirror. Startled, he quickly averted his gaze. He thought, okay, so ghosts are real, good to know. This wasn't Li Qingqiu's first encounter with a magic artifact which proved that cultivators once existed in this land. Why they were now gone, he couldn't say. After much deliberation, he decided it was best not to stir up trouble. He had no way to gauge the strength of the spirit within the mirror. At least for now, she seemed to be in a deep slumber. He stood up and placed the bronze mirror on the windowsill, making sure it avoided direct sunlight. After placing the mirror, Li Qingqiu left the room. The sunlight outside the window gradually faded, until night fell and the bronze mirror was completely shrouded in darkness. Lunar New Year rolled around again. Compared to previous years, Qingqiu sect had several new faces, making this year's festivities far livelier than the last. From the chickens and pigs slaughtered to the sky-shattering firecrackers and the overall festive arrangements, everything was a massive upgrade from last year. Finally, some proper holiday content. The disciples could feel the higher-ups' generosity. After 3 days of celebration, Zhang Zhaoshan and Li Zifeng each led a team down the mountain to settle old scores, the other to uphold justice. As soon as they departed, the Qingqiu sect immediately grew quiet. At noon, deep in a forest, 9 disciples stood in a line before Li Qingqiu, each with an excited expression, their gazes fixed on him. These were the 9 disciples with the fastest martial arts progress over the past year, and Li Qingqiu was about to fulfill his promise. He would impart to them the first layer of the primordial chaos scripture's core technique. Li Qingqiu solemnly declared that the primordial chaos scripture was the Qingqiu sect's unique ultimate technique. Anyone who successfully cultivated the first layer could become a core disciple. He wouldn't demand they master it within a specific time frame. Even if it took them 30 years to master the first layer, he would still impart the second layer's core technique. But one thing they must remember, the primordial chaos scripture was absolutely forbidden from being spread outside the sect. Even if they later went down the mountain to start families, they were not to pass it on to their descendants. If the Qingqiu sect ever discovered someone outside the sect had learned the primordial chaos scripture, then no matter if they ran to the ends of the earth, the Qingqiu sect would pursue them relentlessly, to the very death. These words caused the 9 disciples to quickly sober up. Then Li Qingqiu softened his tone, meaningfully adding that if their children later wished to cultivate the primordial chaos scripture, they could recommend them to join the Qingqiu sect and receive the legacy through proper channels. Once the number of cultivators practicing the primordial chaos scripture grew, it would inevitably spread outside the sect sooner or later. So the only thing he could do was establish the rules beforehand. He would only impart the primordial chaos scripture one layer at a time, ensuring no one could secretly power level past him without his knowledge. Seeing the disciples were a bit intimidated, Li Qingqiu didn't say anything further, instead beginning to impart the primordial chaos scripture's core technique, along with teaching them how to meditate and absorb qi. Reaching the first layer of the origin realm was enough to qualify them to roam the martial world. Reaching the second layer of the origin realm, they could dominate a region, much like Yangzhou Ding. And at the third layer of the origin realm, they could contend with anyone across the entire martial world of Guzhou. Li Qingqiu's current goal was to cultivate 100 first-layer origin realm cultivators for the Qingqiu sect within 5 years. This goal wasn't easily achievable, as for many, breaking through to the first layer of the origin realm was an insurmountable obstacle. Li Qingqiu only taught them for 2 days, then left the 9 disciples to cultivate on their own. These 9 disciples each had their own friends, so in private they were inevitably questioned about that matter. Although they kept their mouths tightly shut, not revealing anything about the primordial chaos scripture, they had inadvertently proven that the sect master wasn't lying. Diligently performing one's duties and striving in martial arts would indeed open opportunities to access the sect's ultimate techniques. Ever since Li Zifeng led his team down the mountain, Zhang Yuchun remained within the sect, no longer going out. He began to tighten management and cultivate his own executive team, effectively streamlining operations and saving Li Qingqiu a ton of headaches. Finally, some useful NPCs. When the winter snow had completely melted, people began to ascend the mountain, one after another, seeking medical aid. The Qingqiu sect's reputation had already spread throughout the Taikun mountain range region. Today, Lu Fanchu, the wealthy patron who had previously helped repair the sect's roads, arrived once again. Li Qingqiu, Zhang Yuchun, and Li Dongyue personally welcomed him, even allowing his daughter Liu Yan to join the talks in the main hall. Seeing Liu Yan's significantly improved health and rosy cheeks, Lu Fanzhou beamed even brighter. Upon learning Liu Yan had taken Li Dongyue as her master, he was practically ecstatic, immediately presenting Li Dongyue with a jade pendant as a token of apprenticeship. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Lu Fanzhou finally sat down and got down to business about the state of the world. He sternly warned that the Qingqiu sect should brace for impact, or rather for something big. When Li Qingqiu pressed him, Liu Fanzhou didn't mince words. The rebel forces across the land were suppressed, prefectures were actively eradicating bandits, and this multi-year chaos had finally shaken the emperor awake. According to him, the vastness of the empire meant the imperial court and prefectures always had areas beyond their administrative reach. So the emperor was planning to summon the various martial arts masters from sects across the land to the imperial palace. Rumor has it he wants to bestow official titles upon these martial arts sects so they can maintain order in various regions on the imperial court's behalf. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun immediately wondered if it was an olive branch or a bait-and-switch. Due to the whole Wu Baoyu incident, he was deeply suspicious of the current emperor's actions and didn't believe him to be a benevolent ruler. In his opinion, the emperor only quelled the chaos because it jeopardized his imperial authority. Otherwise, why did he let it drag on for so long? Li Qingqiu also felt this whole situation smelled fishy. Since Lu Fanzhou was unaware of the emperor's obsession with eternal life, Li Qingqiu simply analyzed, if the emperor truly wanted to set a trap for the martial sects, he wouldn't need to go to such lengths. He could simply invoke bandit suppression and just roll out the military. Everyone in the martial arts world has blood on their hands. If they were held to the letter of the law, most would be facing execution. Besides, gathering that many martial arts masters in the imperial palace would put the emperor himself at considerable risk. Li Qingqiu and Zhang Yuchun shared a look, both knowing they couldn't possibly explain the full scope of things to Liu Fanzhou. So Zhang Yuchun simply continued, is this a forced conscription or a voluntary pilgrimage? Liu Fanzhou chuckles and says voluntary, of course. If it were mandatory, we'd have serious problems on our hands. However, the imperial capital is a long way off. To snag one of these official titles, it'll all depend on who gets the intel first and who gets there fastest. Li Qingqiu listened, then nodded, thanking Liu Fanzhou for the heads up. Liu Fanzhou just waved him off. We're family, no need for pleasantries. Being a sharp cookie, he sensed their reluctance towards the matter and wisely dropped the subject. He then shifted topics to other happenings in the martial world, then casually brought up the Zhousing sect. He mused that Yan Wujin had bravely stormed Tu Peak, defeated all 18 peak masters, and made a name for himself in a single fight, undeniably a peerless master of this era. Currently, Yan Wujin has founded a sect on Guzhou's border, dubbing it the Zhousing sect, and even secured the backing of the Tang clan of Linchuan. According to him, the Tang clan is one of Linchuan's 4 major clans, an entity that would be considered a top-tier aristocratic clan even in the Zhongtian continent. So, with the Tang clan's support, coupled with Yan Wujin's martial prowess, it looks like Guzhou's 7 major sects will likely become 8. Liu Fanzhou expressed utter reverence for Yan Wujin. Lu Yan, sitting beside him, looked at her father, about to speak, then held her tongue. Since the Zhousing sect had previously launched an attack, the entire martial world knew about it. The Zhousing sect master had been defeated by Xu Ning, and that battle made Xu Ning's prestige within the sect skyrocket, reaching an all-time high practically on par with Zhang Zhaoxia. The question of who was stronger, Xuning or Zhang Zhaoxia, had since become a constant hushed debate among the disciples. Liu Fanzhou then looked at Li Qingqiu grinning and declared that Guzhou should actually have 9 great sects, and the 9th one should absolutely be the Qingxiao sect. He even advised Li Qingqiu to capitalize on this opportunity to expand their territory and influence, and promised that if ever needed, he, Liu Fanzhou, would throw his full weight behind them. This trip to the Qingxiao sect, he was completely floored by the dramatic transformation of the place. The Qingxiao sect not only boasted a significant increase in disciples, but every sign pointed to this sect having grand ambitions. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu just smirked and retorted, "Just how full is this full support you're offering?" Liu Fanzhou puffed out his chest and declared he would use his entire family fortune for full support, and even leverage his entire network of connections along with every single favor owed to him for the Qingxiao sect's benefit. When Li Qingqiu asked why he trusted the Qingxiao sect so much, Liu Fanzhou simply chuckled and said, "Well, the Qingxiao sect does have a solid historical foundation after all. Plus, you've got the second strongest master in the martial world here, and Sect Master Li is a young, prodigious talent. With such a benevolent heart, he has zero reason not to trust the Qingxiao sect." Liu Fanzhou asked Li Qingqiu what he really wanted, then immediately answered his own question. What he had hoped for, the Qingxiao sect had already delivered. The person he cherished above all else was his daughter. Now that Liu Yan had become a disciple of the Qingxiao sect, his helping the Qingxiao sect was in essence helping his own daughter. As he spoke, his eyes turned to Liu Yan, brimming with affection, making Li Qingqiu couldn't help but marvel at their profound father-daughter bond. After an incense stick's worth of time, Liu Fanzhou followed Liu Yan out, as the father and daughter needed some private time to catch up. Li Qingqiu then raised his teacup and asked Zhang Yuchun for his thoughts on Liu Fanzhou's offers. Zhang Yuchun pondered for a moment before declaring that they absolutely couldn't agree to this. In his view, first off, they had no idea what Liu Fanzhou's real background was, and there was no way Liu Yan was his only child. Second, the Qingxiao sect wasn't exactly hurting for his cash right now. As a martial sect, money mattered, but it certainly wasn't their top priority. The Qin family was a prime example of why they needed to be careful. He added that Qin Jui had recently written him again, hoping to sneak a few more Qin family recruits into the sect. If they let Liu Fanzhou get his foot in the door, it would unleash a mountain of administrative headaches down the line. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu let out a hearty laugh, admitting he thought Zhang Yuchun and Liu Fanzhou were tight enough that he'd already been bribed. Seeing his junior brother keep such a sharp, logical head on his shoulders gave him total peace of mind in leaving the main administrative reins in his hands. Zhang Yuchun shook his head, noting that at the end of the day, Liu Fanzhou was a shrewd merchant who acted overly enthusiastic with anyone he could profit from, so he never truly bought into their sworn brothers dynamic. Li Qingqiu nodded in satisfaction, while Li Dongye couldn't hold back a sudden burst of laughter. Zhang Yuchun turned to her, asking in surprise what was so funny. Suppressing her giggle with a quick cough, Li Dongye said she just remembered how things used to be back in the day. To her, senior brother was still the same, but second senior brother had completely changed. Back then, he wasn't anywhere near this calculating and was constantly getting clapped by senior brother's banter. Having his childhood memories dragged into the light, Zhang Yuchun flustered up instantly and tried to save face. Yet in that exact quiet moment, Li Qingqiu realized his junior brother and sister had truly leveled up and grown up. He was pushing 20 this year, Zhang Yuchun was turning 19, and Li Dongye was hitting 18. They weren't helpless kids anymore. They were fully fledged faction leaders capable of carrying their own weight. For some reason, a wave of existential dread washed over Li Qingqiu. Time really waited for no man. If they couldn't break through to the higher spiritual consciousness realm, Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye would only get another 20 to 30 years on their lifespan caps at best. As someone pursuing immortal longevity, Li Qingqiu genuinely wanted his junior siblings to grind all the way to the endgame with him. But the beginner cultivation manuals he currently possessed weren't high-tier enough to rewrite their fate limits, which meant he had to speedrun expanding the Qingxiao sect so he could unlock higher-level magical arts and secret techniques. This time up the mountain, Liu Fanzhou didn't rush off to do business like usual, claiming he was burned out from merchant grinds and wanted to rest up for a few days. But over the next few days, he kept loitering around Zhuyan's courtyard like a persistent NPC. Too bad that no matter how much simping he did, Su Jiling kept the front door permanently locked against him. Just like that, Liu Fanzhou's short stay casually dragged on for half a year. During those 6 months, Li Zifeng took 2 major trips down the mountain. Aside from keeping Cheng Shanghai and Bai Ninair in his core party, he swapped out the rest of his squad with fresh recruits every single run. Leading disciples on real-world field quests massively boosted his faction prestige and leadership stats. He was no longer the mischievous punk of the past, but a respected elder figure the younger disciples genuinely looked up to. Li Zifeng wasn't the only one leveling up. Li Dongzhu's disciple count was booming too, providing a massive boost to the sect's medical and support staff. As for Li Zijin, her Earth Talisman Master Codex stats had hit a breakthrough, and she began training disciples in craftable talismans and spirit farming. The new recruits, however, had zero idea they were doing actual high-tier cultivation prep, assuming it was just a daily fetch quest to make money for the sect. Come autumn, Li Qingqiu stood at the peak with his hands behind his back, looking down at the new courtyard where Zhang Yuchun was personally interviewing applicants for recruitment. Down below, Li Zifeng and his squads had been playing vigilante heroes across towns, throwing around money and flexing righteous justice. In just 6 short months, the Qingxiao sect's reputation for heroism and benevolence had spread like wildfire. Naturally, prospective disciples were finally hiking up the mountain to apply on their own initiative. This was a huge sign of a top-tier sect. After all, what high-ranking guild had to go door-to-door begging players to join? Yet Li Qingqiu couldn't find it in himself to celebrate, as his mind was completely preoccupied with Zhang Zhaoxia. Logically speaking, with a 5th-layer Essence Realm build, Zhang Zhaoxiao wasn't someone the Skyblade Sect could easily handle, but the open world was full of toxic traps and dirty tactics, making it impossible not to worry. On top of that, despite being a powerhouse, Zhang Zhaoxiao had a nasty habit of constantly tanking heavy damage. While Li Qingqiu was lost in thought, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a line of bailiffs marching up the mountain path toward the main gate. Leading the squad were 2 figures. One was Feng Dai, the magistrate of Blackstone County, while the other wore fine brocade robes with a blade at his waist, sporting an imposing stance and a boss-level aura that dwarfed everyone else. Even Feng Dai kept nervously glancing back at him, proving this guy's background was definitely no small-time NPC. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu turned around and casually strolled down the mountain to meet them. Right now, the new courtyard was packed to the brim. Aside from a dozen Qingxiao disciples hanging out to watch the drama, plenty of locals had brought their kids to apply, totaling 10 fresh young applicants in line. Just then, Yuanqi hurried into the courtyard, leaning in close to Zhang Yuchun to whisper that imperial government officials had arrived. As the main guy running the daily operations, the disciples were used to running to Zhang Yuchun for every event. But hearing the government was at the door didn't make him flinch at all. He instantly ordered Yuanqi to get them settled into quarters and temporarily register them as registered trial disciples. Yuanqi spun around to lead the crowd out of the new courtyard, only to run right into Feng Dai and his entourage heading straight toward them. Naturally, the local NPCs loved a good drama, so seeing a squad of government officials pull up made everyone freeze to see what kind of event was triggering. After all, if the Qingxiao sect was wanted by the law, nobody was going to let their kids enroll here. Stepping out from behind the desk, Zhang Yuchun watched Feng Dai and his men enter the courtyard, offering a polite fist and palm greeting. His posture was completely composed, neither overly subservient nor arrogantly aggressive. Introducing himself as the chief executive elder of the Qingxiao sect, he calmly asked the officials what brought them to their door. Feng Dai smiled and introduced the man beside him as Officer Jia from the Imperial Capital's Heaven Guardian Guards, arriving to deliver an imperial decree. Hearing imperial decree, Zhang Yuchun blinked in surprise while the disciples in the courtyard started whispering, wondering what could have possibly alerted the emperor himself. Dressed in fine brocade with one hand resting on his blade hilt and the other tucked behind his back, Officer Jia sized up Zhang Yuchun before demanding to know where the sect master was. Zhang Yuchun smoothly replied that his senior brother was currently in closed-door cultivation and even he had no clue where he was hiding. Jia let out a cold sneer, mocking the Qingxiao sect for being so ridiculous that the sect master would dump the entire faction's leadership on a kid like Zhang Yuchun just to meditate. Skipping the small talk, he blurted out the emperor's order. All martial sect masters under the heavens were summoned to Central Capital for an imperial audience. Anyone who flexed top performance could earn official titles and clout, but the sect master of Qingxiao specifically had to report to the capital before next spring. Seeing that Jia didn't even bother pulling out the actual scroll, Feng Dai instantly read his utter disrespect toward the Qingxiao sect, which was the exact reason Feng Dai had insisted on tagging along in the first place. After the whole Wu Baoyu mess, he was terrified the Qingxiao sect would trigger an accidental aggro combat with royal officials. Hearing the pitch, Zhang Yuchun knit his brows, asking if this quest was mandatory since he'd heard from others that the summons was strictly optional. Jia's eyes instantly snapped sharp as he barked back, asking who on earth told him that. Zhang Yuchun nonchalantly claimed it was just a wanderer friend in the Jianghu, who had also heard it secondhand from someone else. Jia snarled, stressing the fact that he was telling him directly to his face, yet the kid was still playing dumb. The moment the words left his mouth, Jia suddenly thrust his hand out, firing a wave of raw inner chi to grapple Zhang Yuchun with sheer gravitational force. Caught off guard by the sudden stealth attack, Zhang Yuchun stumbled 2 steps forward before instantly regaining his footing and stabilizing his stance. Resisting the violent vacuum pull, his sect robes billowed wildly and his hair whipped in the wind as he glared through the swirling dust at Jia. The Qingxiao disciples instantly scattered into defensive positions, completely blocking off the entrance to the new courtyard. Jia's expression flickered. He definitely didn't expect Zhang Yuchun to hard counter his signature grappling demon art so casually. Jia hailed from a minor noble house in Central Capital, whose ancestors had reached 3rd-rank officialdom before falling off in the new dynasty. Having displayed insane martial talent since childhood, his family dumped all their resources into him, and he didn't let them down. At 16, he passed the brutal Heaven Guardian Guard exams, officially joining the Emperor's personal elite squad. The Heaven Guardian Guards were ranked into 4 tiers, A, B, C, and D. Jia belonged to Tier B, which basically put him in the high-tier first-rate master bracket of the Jianghu. The grappling demon art was a top-tier skill personally bestowed upon him by the Emperor himself. A century ago, this art dominated the martial world, and relying on this secret technique, he could even clash against bottom-tier Class A elites. Ever since unlocking it, he used it to suppress every opponent he faced, getting a sick thrill out of watching people choke with sheer terror on their faces. Yet today, his undefeated grapple tech got completely denied, and the guy blocking it wasn't Zhang Zhaoxiao, the supposed second-strongest warrior in Guizhou, but just a timid-looking kid. That sudden embarrassment instantly flipped Jia's surprise into sheer rage as he glared daggers at Zhang Yuchun. As for Zhang Yuchun, despite taking a cheap shot, he didn't even lose his temper, instead putting on a confused face to ask what the officer's deal was. Feng Dai and the bailiffs were utterly stunned. In their eyes, Heaven Guardian Guards were top-tier bosses, and everyone could feel Jia's overwhelming chi, so nobody expected this innocent-looking kid to be a hidden beast himself. Seeing Zhang Yuchun have the nerve to question him, Jia took it as pure disrespect, instantly darting forward like a soaring dragon with his palm clawing straight for Zhang Yuchun's throat. While Zhang Yuchun didn't want to fully aggro the guy, he wasn't about to stand there and tank free hits, so he smoothly backpedaled. Thanks to his active swift wind art buff, his mobility stats and reaction speed completely outclassed Jia's. Jia chased him relentlessly, turning the courtyard into a high-speed chase zone. Backed all the way against the courtyard wall with no room left to kite, Zhang Yuchun had no choice but to throw a counterpalm. As palms collided, raw inner chi clashed directly against pure origin chi, unleashing a shockwave so intense the energy ripples were visible to the naked eye. Jia Yi lasted a pathetic 2 seconds before the force blasted him backward. Hitting the dirt, he stumbled back 7 heavy steps just to keep his balance, staring at Zhang Yuchun in absolute horror. On the flip side, Zhang Yuchun's aura instantly deflated, looking visibly drained. Even though his origin energy quality completely diffed Jia Yi's inner chi, his total mana pool was still pretty small, leaving his stamina bar completely red after that single burst. Seeing their elder exhausted, the Qingqiu disciples obviously weren't going to stand by, instantly swarming in to corner Jia Yi. Seeing this, the bailiffs also simultaneously drew their blades. Just then, a shout warned Zhang Yuchun not to cause trouble, emphasizing that the other party belonged to the Imperial Guards. Feng Dai gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Zhang Yuchun, hoping he could stop the Qingqiu sect disciples. Feng Dai's trip was originally meant to prevent conflict, but he never expected that he who intended to protect the Qingqiu sect would end up having to protect the official, Jia Yi. Zhang Yuchun brushed off his robes and told everyone to stop, to not be disrespectful to the Imperial Guards. But the Qingqiu sect disciples remained furious, some angrily asking what kind of official tried to kill people on a whim. Others glared at Jia Yi with eyes as furious as 7 hungry wolves eyeing. Zhang Yuchun managed all affairs, big and small, in the Qingqiu sect, never bullying disciples and always treating everyone well. Because of this, he was extremely popular, and his disciples genuinely wanted to protect him. Just then, a loud roar echoed, asking who dared to cause trouble at the Qingqiu sect. Immediately after, Yang Zhuding arrived, leading his disciples. The common folk watching the commotion in the courtyard quickly scattered. Zhang Yuchun's actions left them both surprised and delighted. They never imagined the seemingly gentle person earlier possessed such martial prowess, further cementing their belief that Qingqiu sect truly lived up to its name. Yang Zhuding charged in like a raging lion, emanating an overwhelming pressure. Trailing behind him were Qin Ye, the Qingqiu 7, and other outstanding disciples, quickly filling the new courtyard. Shuning, meanwhile, leaped onto the courtyard wall, staring impassively at Jia Yi. Seeing Shuning also arrive, Zhang Yuchun felt even more nervous than Jia Yi, and quickly told Elder Yang that this Lord Jiao was merely jesting with him, and since the Imperial Guards had personally come, they should prepare tea. He immediately instructed a disciple to prepare tea, which somewhat eased the tense atmosphere. The moment Jia Yi saw Yang Zhuding, he knew he was no match for this man. Yang Zhuding was a master with a sharp, imposing aura, the kind of person he had encountered among the top-tier Imperial Guard. Jia Yi forced himself to calm down, took a deep breath, then let out a cold snort, no longer maintaining his offensive stance. Seeing this, Feng Dai quickly offered a smile and started conversing with Zhang Yuchun. Yang Zhuding had also learned Jia Yi's identity from a disciple, so it was inconvenient for him to express further anger. Having roamed the Jianghu for many years, he earned the title of dragon-subduing hero. Besides his own heroic deeds, he frequently interacted with officials, so he clearly understood that the martial world was a joke to the imperial court. Behind many martial sects were powerful and influential figures, and those without such backing were easily suppressed by the court, because no matter how strong martial arts were, they couldn't contend against vast armies. Therefore, he could only comply with Zhang Yuchun and Feng Dai's words and retract his imposing presence. Afterwards, Feng Dai turned around and shouted, telling everyone to stop staring and disperse quickly. He glared at the common folk peering in from outside the courtyard, scaring them into scattering. The Qingqiu sect disciples, though still angry, ultimately chose to obey Zhang Yuchun. Thus, a potential conflict was resolved. Due to his foul mood, Jia Yi only drank 1 cup of tea before demanding to descend the mountain. Zhang Yuchun found it inconvenient to keep them and could only escort them to the mountain path. Watching Jia Yi and his group depart, Zhang Yuchun's eyes flickered slightly. He had a feeling Jia Yi would seek an opportunity for revenge against the Qingqiu sect, but there was nothing he could do against the official. The reputation of the Imperial Guards was indeed too formidable. Whether killing or imprisoning Jia Yi, it would certainly leave endless trouble. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle, secretly musing that if his 3rd junior brother and 6th junior brother were here, this guy probably wouldn't have been able to leave the mountain. The Qingqiu sect was different now. All his junior brothers and sisters had grown powerful. If things truly became irreparable, at most they could just leave the Qingqiu sect. In Zhang Yuchun's heart, wherever his brothers were, that was the Qingqiu sect. Deep in the mountain forest, far from the Qingqiu sect, Jia Yi's expression turned extremely grim. Feng Dai and the others following behind didn't dare to speak rashly, fearing he would turn shame into anger and vent it on them. A thought flashed through Feng Dai's mind that this matter wouldn't end here, making him sigh inwardly. He placed one hand on his blade's sheath, while his other hand signaled the bailiffs behind his back. The bailiffs' expressions immediately changed. They all understood what he wanted to do, but none showed fear. On the contrary, they quickly adjusted their mindset, their gazes becoming resolute. Jia Yi gritted his teeth, snarling that this wasn't over. In less than a year, within 6 months at most, he wanted the Qingqiu sect to turn to dust. Just then, he suddenly heard the sound of a blade leaving its sheath. Instinctively, he turned around, but was instantly struck by Feng Dai's blade to the chest, sending blood splattering. Jia Yi's face clearly showed disbelief, as he had never expected Feng Dai to dare to attack him. Though surprised and enraged, he quickly counterattacked, raising his hand to unleash a palm strike. His demonic cultivation art erupted, and surging internal energy directly sent Feng Dai flying, knocking down all the bailiffs who scattered along the mountain path. Feng Dai slammed heavily to the ground, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. He felt the world spin and his internal organs churn, a sense of despair rising within him. Realizing the massive disparity in strength between them, he had dared to act because he had personally witnessed Zhang Yuchun and Jia Yi's skirmish, leading him to believe Jia Yi wasn't as strong as he thought. Plus, after that skirmish, his opponent must have depleted a good chunk of internal energy. But the truth quickly proved an external martial arts practitioner like him was absolutely no match for a master of internal cultivation. Jia Yi, on the other hand, was panting heavily after that last strike. His furious counterattack had drained over half his internal energy, leaving his eyes bloodshot. The indignity of being wounded by Feng Dai only fueled his humiliation. Jia Yi felt this was an insult to him and to the Celestial Guard. He gritted his teeth, letting out a low growl, ready to charge and finish them off. He took a step towards Feng Dai, fresh blood from his chest dripping onto the ground, making his appearance even more terrifying. But after just 3 steps, he froze. Someone was descending the mountain. The newcomer's robes, while distinct from the Qingqiu sect's uniform, still bore a striking resemblance. It was Li Qingqiu. He descended the mountain with an unhurried pace, his gaze locked onto the heaven-red sword at Jia Yi's hip. Jia Yi couldn't help but notice. Jia Yi, enraged, demanded his identity, simultaneously drawing the long saber from his hip. The saber's glint flashed through the trees, catching Feng Dai's face and jolting him back to his senses a little. Feng Dai turned back, saw Li Qingqiu's figure, and could only hang his head in absolute shame. He just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. If Jia Yi was this strong, how insanely powerful must Wu Baoyu have been back then? He was basically a mini-boss compared to the final raid. He also realized it wasn't him who spared Wu Baoyu all those years ago. It was Wu Baoyu and the Qingqiu sect who had spared them. Upon learning Li Qingqiu was the Qingqiu sect master, Jia Yi coldly stated that since these men had ambushed the Celestial Guard, he had every right to execute them. He then challenged Li Qingqiu. Any objections? But internally his confidence was already plummeting. Because typically in any martial arts sect, the sect master is the strongest, or at the very least not completely useless. How else could they command respect from their disciples? Young martial artists full of raw vigor and ambition are naturally belligerent. You can't just reason your way into managing a martial arts sect. Contrary to Jia Yi's rising apprehension, Li Qingqiu calmly replied, I have no objections, however I intend to kill you. Then with a slight tilt of his head he asked, any objections? Jia Yi's face immediately contorted. He hadn't expected such utterly audacious arrogance. He instantly yanked Feng Dai up, using him as a human shield, pressing his saber against Feng Dai's throat. Like a cornered tiger, he radiated a chilling menace, intending to use Feng Dai to threaten Li Qingqiu. But just then, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Jia Yi's pupils violently constricted. An iron needle had appeared in his field of vision. At a speed he couldn't even register, the needle plunged directly between his eyebrows. His entire body instantly froze, the long saber in his hand clattering loudly as it hit the ground. Feng Dai was dumbfounded, staring blankly at Li Qingqiu, who still held the posture of having thrown the needle. He hadn't seen Li Qingqiu move and had no idea what had just happened. When he finally looked back, he spotted the needle lodged between Jia Yi's eyebrows and scrambled away in sheer terror. The other injured guards stared wide-eyed, horror etched on their faces as they looked at Jia Yi. Jia Yi wasn't dead, but he stood utterly still, his entire body trembling as if frozen by an immobilization spell. This sight only deepened the guards' shock. Every single one of them wondered, what kind of martial art was this? Was it some legendary remote pressure point technique? Li Qingqiu continued his descent, walking straight towards Jia Yi. Feng Dai, clutching his chest, stood nearby, wanting to speak but biting his tongue. Li Qingqiu stood before Jia Yi, his calm gaze fixed upon him, stirring a profound mix of fear and despair within Jia Yi's heart. Jia Yi knew acupoint striking techniques and had even witnessed remote pressure point arts, but Li Qingqiu's reaction time and attack speed utterly dwarfed every master he'd ever encountered. He'd had his saber to Feng Dai's throat, yet he was completely suppressed by Li Qingqiu in a single fleeting encounter. At this point, Jia Yi could no longer even muster anger. The sheer absolute power gap left nothing but terror in his heart. All he wanted was to escape. Any thought of revenge had been completely jettisoned from his mind. Li Qingqiu raised a hand, casually gripping Jia Yi's neck, and slowly lifted him into the air. In an instant, Jia Yi's feet dangled uselessly above the ground. Panic flared in his eyes, but he could only tremble, utterly devoid of strength to struggle. The guards watched Jia Yi, who just moments ago was utterly tyrannical, now being hoisted into the air by Li Qingqiu like a common chicken. Every single one of them suffered a massive psychological blow. At this moment, Li Qingqiu glanced at Feng Dai. If you wish to climb higher and fear no danger, then follow me, he said softly, but you come alone. Having spoken, Li Qingqiu, still holding Jia Yi with one hand, turned and walked towards the nearby forest. Feng Dai's expression flickered through a whirlwind of emotions, but his resolve quickly hardened. He turned to the other guards, instructing them to wait, then wheeled around and followed Li Qingqiu's retreating footsteps. Though gravely wounded and staggering, looking as if he could collapse at any moment. Moments later, Li Qingqiu unceremoniously dropped Jia Yi onto the grass. He lay on the ground, tense and terrified, staring up at Li Qingqiu, completely clueless as to his fate. Jia Yi wanted to beg for his life, but his mouth wouldn't open. All he could do was plead with his eyes for Li Qingqiu to show mercy. In this moment, the arrogant swagger of a celestial guard had vanished, replaced by nothing but a desperate primal urge to survive. Li Qingqiu fixed his gaze on Jia Yi's right hand, rising to his chest, index and middle fingers pointed up, his lips barely moving. Jia Yi's pupils constricted, his heart pounded faster, and his breathing grew ragged. Jia Yi had no idea what Li Qingqiu was up to, but as an imperial guard, he'd investigated countless strange cases across the Central Heaven province, encountering more than his share of eccentrics. So to him, Li Qingqiu's current actions were straight out of the unpredictable mystic playbook. The emperor even employed a few of these mystics whom Jia Yi had once dismissed as charlatans, but after a few truly unexplainable incidents, he'd started to feel a healthy dose of respect. Li Qingqiu ignored Jia Yi's gaze and began to cast the soul-snatching incantation. This was his first time performing this particular spell. The soul-snatching incantation was notoriously difficult to master. He hadn't even fully grasped it himself, but for a simple mind-shattering, it was practically an easy-mode difficulty setting. As Li Qingqiu began to chant, his pupils swirled with an eerie demonic violet glow, disorienting Jia Yi and making his head spin. Jia Yi's vision swam. Just as he thought he was about to flatline, a searing pain erupted from within, racing through every organ and limb, finally seizing his head. The unprecedented agony made his internal energy surge wildly, forcefully blasting the iron needle right off his glabella. Immediately, Jia let out a scream that could curdle milk, his entire body writhing in violent convulsions. His eyes rolled back, face flushed, and neck veins popped, making for a truly terrifying sight. Feng Dai, who'd been gritting his teeth through his own pain, was completely spooked by the scene, a primal fear rising in his gut. He couldn't believe Li Qingqiu hadn't even touched Jia Yi. Just striking a spellcasting pose was enough to put the guy through this much agony. It made him wonder if Li Qingqiu truly possessed some forbidden immortal arts. A cold dread crept up Feng Dai's spine. For a moment he was completely at a loss. Within miles there wasn't a soul. Li Qingqiu let Jia Yi scream. He needed the man to fully appreciate this pain. It would make his next arrangements much smoother. The soul-snatching incantation by design was a pretty malevolent soul-targeting spell. When cast, it forged a soul link between parties, giving one side absolute suppression over the other's spirit, a true mind control hack. Though Li Qingqiu couldn't quite rip out Jia Yi's soul and turn him into his personal ghost minion just yet, during the spell's execution that soul link offered a backdoor. He'd glimpsed some of Jia Yi's recent memories. Turns out Jia Yi's visit to Qingqiu Sect wasn't just about an imperial edict, he had a hidden questline. A moment later, sensing Jia Yi was about to hit the respawn screen from sheer agony, Li Qingqiu cut the spell. He flicked 2 iron needles at Jia Yi, who was now a puddle on the floor. It was a partial pain relief, but also a stealthy backdoor for later. Seeing Jia Yi's tremors subside, Feng Dai secretly let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He genuinely thought Li Qingqiu was going to full-on permadeath the guy. Jia Yi's whereabouts weren't exactly a secret. At least in Blackstone County, plenty of people knew he was headed to the Qingqiu Sect. If Jia Yi went Maya, the Imperial Court would definitely deploy a whole army of Imperial Guards to investigate. Feng Dai had actually planned to off Jia Yi and deal with the cleanup himself. He couldn't stand the thought of a righteous sect like Qingqiu getting framed by some schemers. Over the past year, he'd heard plenty about the Qingqiu sect's good deeds, and it finally made him understand why they dared to take in someone like Wu Baoyu. In Feng Dai's heart, he knew he had to protect the Qingqiu sect, even if it cost him his own life. He once dreamed of changing the world and clearing Wu Baoyu's name all by himself, but in reality, a nobody like him couldn't even leave Blackstone County, let alone pursue grand ambitions. The Qingqiu sect was different, though. They could train powerful martial artists whose potential far exceeded his. Feng Dai gritted his teeth, about to speak, but before he could get a word out, Li Qingqiu turned. Just then he caught a flash of that eerie violet light in the sect master's eyes, momentarily freezing him. It was a lingering artifact from the soul-snatching incantation, but as Li Qingqiu fully turned, the violet glow instantly dissipated. Then Li Qingqiu looked at Feng Dai, asking if he was interested in a trip to the imperial capital. Feng Dai snapped back to reality. Of course he wanted to go, but what could he possibly do in the imperial capital? Li Qingqiu explained that with the Imperial Guard's network, getting Feng Dai a stable position in the imperial capital would be a walk in the park, though he couldn't guarantee how far up the career ladder Feng Dai would actually climb. Li Qingqiu's plan was simple: get Feng Dai to the imperial capital. Then every 6 months, Feng Dai just needed to send a letter, updating him on the capital's major events. And if there was a major event or an emergency, he could send word earlier. No need for Feng Dai to be a hero or take crazy risks, just be his eyes and ears. Li Qingqiu's tone remained perfectly level, but Feng Dai felt an immense pressure building. Feng Dai knew that even being just eyes and ears wouldn't be easy. This was the imperial capital, a place with maximum security protocols. Plus, he knew exactly what kind of intel Li Qingqiu was actually after. This whole mission would be a complete game-changer for his life. Thinking of his stagnant life back in Blackstone County, Feng Dai realized this was his chance for a major upgrade. He wasn't sure how Li Qingqiu planned to subdue Jia Yi, but he was willing to roll the dice. Worst-case scenario, permadeath. His mind made up, Feng Dai nodded, a grim acceptance in his voice. Li Qingqiu smiled at that, then asked if Feng Dai would be willing to formally pledge allegiance to him, because if Feng Dai joined his inner circle, he wouldn't just sit idly by if danger came knocking. At that, Feng Dai completely blanked. He'd prepared himself to be Li Qingqiu's pawn, nothing more. But the idea of being taken as a personal disciple, that was an unexpected buff that warmed his heart. He felt that the Qingqiu sect, even when scheming, still did its best to protect its pawns. Finally, Feng Dai agreed to trust Li Qingqiu, even knowing that the latter might not truly be capable, and officially paid respects to the sect master as a disciple. Feng Dai knelt on one knee, cupped his fists, and bowed. Li Qingqiu silently opened the Dao Heritage screen, clicked on Disciple Details, and found Feng Dai's avatar. It clearly displayed Feng Dai, male, 30 years old, loyalty to Sect Master. Loyalty to Sect, 86, cultivation talent average, comprehension average. But he also had 2 unique fate traits, Late Bloomer and Hates Evil Like a Foe. The Late Bloomer fate trait meant his comprehension would continuously increase after he turned 60, and Hates Evil Like a Foe indicated he was born righteous, fearless of power, and would even die for the justice he pursued. This slightly surprised Li Qingqiu. He hadn't expected Feng Dai to have special fate traits, especially the Late Bloomer one, which seemed far from simple. He even briefly considered changing his mind and keeping Feng Dai in the Qingqiu sect, but that was just a fleeting thought. After all, the true effectiveness of that fate trait still needed further observation. Afterward, Li Qingqiu told Feng Dai to stand up, personally helping him to his feet. Feng Dai wondered if it was an illusion, but he felt Li Qingqiu seemed quite pleased after accepting him. Immediately after, Li Qingqiu inserted 3 needles into Feng Dai to heal his injuries, then turned to face Jia Yi. After being treated with the Ghost Immortal needles, Jia Yi wasn't unconscious, but his awareness was still sluggish. The soul-wrenching pain left him dazed, making him feel as if he had already died. Li Qingqiu bent down to look at him, his voice cold as ice and face expressionless, announcing he'd placed a curse on Jia Yi that no one could break. Every 3 years, Jia Yi would have to find him to lift it, or his head would ache like a splitting hammer, and within 7 days he'd suffer agonizing pain until death, just like before. Jia Yi looked up at Li Qingqiu, his entire body trembling. The agony he just endured made him absolutely unwilling to experience it again, so he could only stammer that he understood clearly. Li Qingqiu continued, explaining that while casting the spell he had seen Jia Yi's memories, so he could write down every shady deal between Jia Yi and the Qingjiao. Before acting, Jia Yi had best think carefully. If he worked for Li Qingqiu, he might live for 100 years, but if he opposed him, he wouldn't just suffer pain, he'd be implicated, and the emperor would exterminate 9 generations of his family. Hearing this, Jia Yi's eyes went wide, staring at Li Qingqiu in disbelief. He didn't think Li Qingqiu was lying, because the moment the 2 words Qingjiao were uttered, he believed this man had truly seen his memories. He could only stammer, "Please, master, rest assured. I absolutely would not dare to go against your will." Li Qingqiu then declared that from now on Jia Yi would also join the Qingxiao sect, becoming an outer covert operative for the faction, atoning for his sins through meritorious deeds. Hearing this, Jia Yi completely dared not resist, only managing to say that he would let the Immortal Master arrange everything. Afterward, Li Qingqiu opened the Dao Heritage screen again and sure enough, found Jia Yi's avatar, enough proof that his opponent had been thoroughly terrified. The screen clearly displayed Jia Yi, male, 32 years old, loyalty to Sect but to the sect itself, a measly 2. Cultivation talent, mediocre, comprehension negligible. And he possessed 2 fate traits, treacherous Shemmer and ancestor of an immortal emperor. The treacherous Skemmer fate trait showed he was selfish, greedy, arrogant, and would betray anyone for personal gain, while the ancestor of an immortal emperor fate trait indicated that one of his future descendants would cultivate to become an immortal emperor, transcending the mortal realm. Upon seeing the treacherous Shemmer fate trait, Li Qingqiu felt it was a perfect fit for Jia Yi, but then he saw ancestor of an immortal emperor and was utterly stunned. He hadn't expected such a petty villain to actually produce an immortal emperor descendant. This was truly too bizarre. He had originally recruited both Feng Dai and Jia Yi into the Qingxiao sect simply to monitor their loyalty at all times. That way, if they ever betrayed him, he'd have countermeasures ready. But this ancestor of an immortal emperor fate trait couldn't help but make him wonder just how powerful an immortal emperor truly was. And an immortal emperor's fate trait would surely be incredibly extravagant. He just didn't know which generation would finally produce that immortal emperor. Moreover, even if born, that person would still need to slowly cultivate. In that moment, Li Qingqiu even had a fleeting thought of eradication, wondering if he should cut the weeds and remove the roots. But then he felt it would be truly regrettable if he couldn't somehow copy that immortal emperor's fate trait. Besides, he wasn't the type to go back on his word once it was spoken. Afterward, he asked Jia Yi if he had any children. Jia Yi numbly replied that he didn't, but Li Qingqiu didn't completely believe him. Because through Jia Yi's memories, he knew that during his days in Blackrock County, this man had casual romantic encounters with 3 women, and the reputation of the Heavenly Guard was indeed too easy to exploit. So he asked again, with your notorious charm, how could you possibly not have any? There definitely aren't any, Jia Yi could only say helplessly. If you put it that way, even I'm not entirely sure anymore. It's just that, at least so far, no woman has brought anyone to look for me. When saying those words, he didn't dare to look into Li Qingqiu's eyes. Even though Jia Yi knew his life was spared, Li Qingqiu continued, saying that if he ever had children in the future, he should bring them to the Qingxiao sect. Because if Jia Yi's offspring performed well, they might even get a chance to receive his true inheritance. Hearing this, Jia Yi trembled and quickly agreed. He couldn't tell if Li Qingqiu wanted to exploit more of his weaknesses or truly take on a disciple, maybe both. But thinking of Li Qingqiu's methods, a spark of excitement ignited within him, for those were undoubtedly the Xuan family's tactics. If his children could truly learn them, he might just turn this misfortune into a blessing. Finally, Li Qingqiu instructed Jia Yi to take Feng Dai and find a way for him to establish himself in the imperial city. The 2 would rely on each other in the future. He also issued a stark warning: if Feng Dai died, Jia Yi would be the first one held accountable. No matter what excuse Jia Yi offered, an imperial guard who couldn't protect one person had no reason to live. Li Qingqiu's words turned icy cold, scaring Jia Yi into a shaking mess, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Li Qingqiu turned to Feng Dai, gave a slight nod, said nothing more, and headed up the mountain. After Li Qingqiu applied 3 needles, Feng Dai's injuries rapidly recovered. At least the pain was no longer unbearable. Seeing Li Qingqiu depart, he immediately saluted the sect masters, retreating back. Once only he and Jia Yi remained in the forest, a sense of unease suddenly washed over him. Before heading up the mountain, he'd never imagined things would develop like this. He looked at Jia Yi, still collapsed on the ground, and remained silent for a long time. On the way back to the sect, Li Qingqiu's mood found it hard to settle. The ancestor of the immortal emperor fate trait had given him quite a shock, and Feng Dai's grand accomplishment, late bloomer destiny trait, also seemed to promise limitless prospects. If these 2 hadn't met him, the advantages of their fate traits would likely have remained unmanifested. Take Feng Dai in the Dali dynasty, living to 60 wasn't easy, let alone with his upright yet troublesome nature which easily courted disaster. If he died before 60, his grand accomplishment, late bloomer, would just be a pipe dream, and Jia Yi's ancestor of the immortal emperor fate trait even more illusory. Even if the immortal emperor was as omnipotent as he imagined, he couldn't possibly revive all his ancestors. That would depend on the closeness of their relation. Anyway, this matter seemed to be temporarily settled, preventing further escalation of conflicts. Li Qingqiu tried not to overthink it. He couldn't let unfulfilled possibilities dominate his thoughts. Focusing on getting stronger himself was the key. All his complex maneuvers were simply because, in the face of the colossal Dali dynasty, the Qingxiao sect currently lacked the absolute strength to protect itself. Not only did he have to strive to become stronger, but the Qingxiao sect needed to as well. In the following days, the Qingxiao sect remained unaffected by the Imperial Guard incident. On the contrary, after witnessing Zhang Yuchun's prowess, the common folk who brought their children to seek tutelage descended the mountain and spread the word, boosting the Qingxiao sect's reputation far and wide. Currently, in the secular world's eyes, the Qingxiao sect was largely known for its chivalrous deeds. Zhang Zhaoxia's reputation as the second-best martial artist hadn't yet widely spread among the common folk. If you're going to learn martial arts, naturally you apprentice yourself to a master. The more masters the Qingqiu sect had, the more people would be drawn to it. Half a month later, Zhang Zhaoxia and the 13 sword maidens finally returned, though only a select few disciples knew what they'd been up to. Li Qingqiu was only truly relieved when he saw that all 13 sword maidens returned with all their limbs intact. The 13 sword maidens were the elite units in his grand strategy, the ones capable of accomplishing great things for the Qingqiu sect. Ideally, none of them should go missing. The appearance and aura of each of the 13 sword maidens had changed, clearly a result of their rigorous training. After Zhang Zhaoxia presented the disciples to Li Qingqiu, he immediately sent them off to rest. Zhang Yuchen, hearing the news of Zhang Zhaoxia's return, quickly rushed over as well. The three discussed matters in the room where Zhang Zhaoxia reported that Lu Fuhu had been crippled. He'd initially intended to eliminate him entirely, but the guy's sycophantic flattery of the prefect prevented an opportunity. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchen frowned, asking if such an action would offend the prefect. Zhang Zhaoxia explained that to the prefect, Lu Fuhu and the Heaven Blade sect were merely weapons. If a weapon was lost and a better one appeared, he would only be delighted. The prefect had already witnessed Zhang Zhaoxia's prowess and was extremely enthusiastic about it. In truth, the prefect had long wanted to discard Lu Fuhu because he had offended the Linchuan Li family, and the prefect didn't want to confront them. It was just unfortunate that Lu Fuhu kept clinging to him. Over the past 10 years, the prefect had received too many benefits from Lu Fuhu, making it impossible to outright refuse him. The prefect asked Zhang Zhaoxia to leave Lu Fuhu alive, considering it repayment for the favors he owed Lu Fuhu. Zhang Zhaoxia's tone remained unchanged, as if he were merely recounting a trivial matter. Zhang Yuchun, listening, relaxed his brows and mused that his third junior brother had truly matured, handling affairs with increasing prudence and doing an excellent job in this matter. Zhang Zhaoxia then added that to appease the prefect he could only befriend him, promising that if his help was ever needed in the future, as long as it didn't violate the Qingqiu sect's principles, he would do his utmost. Li Qingqiu nodded, acknowledging that once the Qingqiu sect engaged with the mortal world, interactions with officials would be unavoidable. Aligning with government officials has its pros and cons, it all depends on how they're played. Since Zhang Zhaoxia forged this alliance, he'll be solely responsible for managing it from now on. I can't possibly control all the Qingqiu sect's political connections myself. I'd rather my junior brothers and sisters build their own networks. That way, even if some monstrous genius or overly ambitious disciple appears later, they won't be able to shake their established positions. The larger the sect grows, the more variables I have to consider. Li Qingqiu needed the Qingqiu sect to develop comprehensively and healthily. Only then could he leverage the Dao Heritage System to continuously grow stronger. Zhang Zhaoxia's 6-month journey down the mountain had granted him significant insights. His approach to people was no longer as rigid, and he was beginning to devise better strategies. Zhang Zhaoxia recalled the past, praising this young disciple Xue Jin for possessing both ruthlessness and deep loyalty. During that time, they'd encountered martial artists from the Qingqiu sect. Zhang Zhaoxia wasn't there at the time, and they found themselves surrounded by Qingqiu masters. Xue Jin could have easily escaped on his own, but he chose to protect his junior brothers and sisters. By the time Zhang Zhaoxia arrived, Xue Jin was the most heavily injured. Li Qingqiu usually kept close eye on Xue Jin's loyalty rating anyway. After that mountain descent, his loyalty didn't just hold steady, it actually increased to 90 points. Because of this, Li Qingqiu decided that in the future he could assign Xue Jin to cultivate in the Heavenly Spirit Blessed Land. This answer brought a smile to Zhang Zhaoxia's face. He didn't offer thanks, for in his eyes Xue Jin wasn't just his disciple but also considered a half-disciple of Li Qingqiu. Without Li Qingqiu's recommendation, he would have missed out on this hidden gem. Afterward, Li Qingqiu let Zhang Zhaoxia continue recounting his experiences from the mountain descent. During those 6 months, besides seeking vengeance against the Heavenly Blade sect, Zhang Zhaoxia and the others had encountered quite a few other incidents. He spoke casually, but Li Qingqiu sensed that Zhang Zhaoxia wasn't as calm as he pretended, especially when he mentioned a certain young woman. Zhang Zhaoxia was already 18 this year, a full-grown man. Li Qingqiu didn't want to meddle too much in his choices, so he didn't ask further. After discussing the training experiences, Li Qingqiu's expression turned serious. He had one more critical task for Zhang Zhaoxia to undertake. This mission was extremely dangerous. Whether or not to bring the 13 sword guards would be entirely up to him to consider. When Zhang Zhaoxia asked what it was, Li Qingqiu calmly stated that he intended to annihilate the Qingqiu sect. Zhang Zhaoxia's and Zhang Yuchun's expressions instantly shifted. The Qingqiu sect was a newly emerged colossal force in the Jianghu. Their disciples operated throughout Guizhou. Zhang Zhaoxia didn't even ask for the reasons. He immediately accepted, only asking when they would depart. Li Qingqiu replied as soon as possible. Every high-ranking member of the Qingqiu sect must die. Li Qingqiu's tone was as cold as ice, his eyes revealing a clear killing intent. He then revealed the dubious relationship between Jia Yi and the Qingqiu sect. The Qingqiu sect had always sought to climb the ranks, clinging to their connections within the imperial court. When Jia Yi delivered an imperial decree to the Qingqiu sect, their upper echelons fawned over him, establishing a very deep, mutually beneficial relationship. Years passed, and somehow Yang Juding's whereabouts were still leaked. The Qingqiu sect learned that the dragon-slaying hero Yang Juding was at the Qingqiu sect, and since Luo Li, the man who hunted Yang Juding, never returned, they knew Luo Li was dead. Later, when Zhang Zhaoxia achieved his renown as the second most powerful martial artist, they dared not act rashly. They surely guessed that for Zhang Zhaoxia to be so formidable, he must have cultivated the peerless divine techniques obtained by Yang Juding. So they bribed Jia Yi to amend the imperial decree, forcing the Qingqiu sectmaster to come to the imperial capital. What they planned next was unknown, but it was safe to assume they definitely had further actions in mind for the Qingqiu sect. They might even have intended to instigate a conflict between Jia Yi and the Qingqiu sect, then sit back and reap the fisherman's profit. Regardless of their ultimate motives, the Qingqiu sect incited Jia Yi to oppress the Qingqiu sect, making their feud utterly irreconcilable. Hearing this, Zhang Yuchun finally understood the true reason, sighing as he admitted he had been wondering why that Imperial Guardian was so hot-headed. It was clear they hadn't personally offended him. He admitted he had underestimated the Qingqiu sect's continued existence. He never imagined that after so many years they would still be lurking like tigers stalking prey. He then looked at Li Qingqiu and asked, "The Qingqiu sect is backed by the Imperial Guardians. Wouldn't eliminating them cause us trouble?" Li Qingqiu scoffed. "Jianghu matters are settled by the Jianghu. If everyone feared political backing, there wouldn't be so much bloodshed in the martial world." Just as Zhang Zhaoxia had said, if the Qingqiu sect was wiped out, the high officials and nobles behind them wouldn't seek revenge. They'd simply find another sect to exploit. And even if some stubborn outliers insist on causing trouble, we'll meet them head-on. He also stressed that while they can be humble and avoid conflict with other sects, anyone who dares provoke the Qingqiu sect must be neutralized. Only the dead cause no further trouble, and they certainly don't talk. In this era, clinging to powerful factions isn't a true foundation for success, only a hard fist is true doctrine. Zhang Yuchun nodded, then frowned, asking if releasing that heavenly guard had been a mistake. Li Qingqiu said it was fine because he had already handled the guy. This made Zhang Yuchun's eyes widen before a smile spread across his face. He'd almost forgotten the eldest senior brother's decisive methods. For the past 2 years he had managed every major and minor affair within the sect, and in his considerations he had completely overlooked how Li Qingqiu would truly resolve things. Secretly, Zhang Yuchun reflected on his own insufficient cultivation of wisdom, feeling that there was much to learn from Li Qingqiu. Afterwards, Zhang Zhaoxia stood up, stating he understood and would lead them down the mountain tomorrow. With this battle he intended to forge the Qingqiu sect's renown. Having spoken, he immediately departed, his tone filled with resolve. Zhang Zhaoxia and the 13 sword laces returned, only to descend the mountain again the very next day. This made the other disciples secretly curious and also incredibly envious. They could sense the sect's high regard for the 13 sword laces. Li Qingqiu had absolute faith in Zhang Zhaoxia, who was at the 5th layer of the Midajin realm, so he wasn't worried about their mission. After Zhang Zhaoxia and the others departed, Li Qingqiu focused on his own cultivation. He needed to break through to the 6th layer of the Mid-Origin realm. Autumn faded into winter, and this year the snow fell later than usual. In a secluded forest, Qingye, wielding an iron staff, attacked Li Qingqiu. His staff techniques were sharp, each powerful strike melting the flying snow, creating white smoky wisps that enveloped him. Li Qingqiu used 2 fingers to block Qingye's iron staff, the spiritual energy condensed on them making them harder than the staff itself. Clear bell-like rings echoed continuously as every single one of Qingye's moves was parried. Far from being discouraged, he grew even more excited, deepening his comprehension of the 10,000 army's demon-subduing staff. He increasingly dared not use it when sparring with other disciples. This also meant he didn't fully understand his own true strength. Sparring with his master today, he had initially been a little nervous, but he never expected his master to block each of his staff strikes so effortlessly. Even pouring his full strength into his attacks, he couldn't make his master budge an inch. Li Qingqiu watched the excited Qingye, a quiet satisfaction blooming in his heart. Although Qingye was still only at the 1st layer of the Mid-Aijin realm, his martial arts were indeed progressing by leaps and bounds. The 10,000 army's demon-subduing staff wasn't just a set of techniques, it also possessed a wondrous body-tempering effect, allowing Qingye to be tempered by Heaven's Dao spiritual energy during practice. In a certain sense, the 10,000 army's demon-subduing staff was already close to a true cultivation method. Li Qingqiu even suspected this staff art was an incomplete version, originally a type of cultivation spell similar to the Grand Severing Sword control art. Though Li Qingqiu hadn't moved an inch, the snow beneath his feet had melted, revealing the lush grass below. Just then, Qingye suddenly withdrew his staff, looking behind Li Qingqiu and announcing that someone was approaching. Li Qingqiu turned to look, only to see 3 men approaching from a distance. The man in the lead wore a large black fur cloak and a cloth hat, while the 2 men behind him wore straw coir raincoats and conical hats. With a single glance, it was clear these 3 were no ordinary folk. Li Qingqiu's hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. He had heard their footsteps long before Qingye even detected them. He didn't avoid them. This was, after all, Qingqiu sect territory, and as sect master, there was no reason to retreat from strangers. Moreover, as the Qingqiu sect's fame spread, more and more people came to visit, appearing every few days. The leading man's eyes lit up upon seeing Li Qingqiu and Qingye, and he asked if they were disciples of the Qingqiu sect. Li Qingqiu gave Qingye a subtle look. Qingye immediately understood the hint, loudly confirmed it, then asked who the newcomers were. The man introduced himself as Yan Lan, claiming he had heard of the Qingqiu sect's chivalrous deeds and deeply admired them. He wished to visit the mountain and asked if they could lead the way. Qingye told them to go up themselves, explaining that following this path straight ahead would lead them there. Internally, Qingye scoffed. Big talk for someone who can't even navigate a mountain path without a guide. Hearing this, Yan Lan quickly approached the 2 men in coir raincoats close behind him. He walked straight up to Li Qingqiu and Qingye. His handsome face, crowned with a radiant sun-like smile, made it easy for others to take a liking to him. Yan Lan curiously asked if the 2 of them were practicing martial arts, commenting that Qingye's iron staff looked incredibly heavy. Qingye nodded, stating it weighed 30 jin. Yan Lan looked surprised, asked if that was true, then requested to try it himself. Qingye agreed. With Li Qingqiu backing him up, he wasn't worried about any funny business, so he offered up his iron staff. Yan Lan reached out, but his body immediately sagged, forcing him to brace the staff on the ground. He then asked, surprised, is this really only 30 jin? He lifted it with great effort. He could lift it, sure, but swinging it around was another story. Just holding it level with his chest was enough to make his face turn bright red. Seeing this, Qingye asked him skeptically, dude, are you really exaggerating this much? It's only 30 Jin, not 300. Yanlan propped the staff back down, giving a helpless laugh. He admitted his body had always been weak since childhood, and nothing he tried ever seemed to help. Please, don't laugh at me, he added with a sheepish grin. Li Qingqiu cut in, if your body's so frail, why are you out here mountain climbing anyway? Because from here to the Qingqiao sect, they still had another hour-and-a-half of walking to go. He could tell Yanlan's vitality was indeed extremely weak. On the other hand, the two cloaked figures behind Yanlan, they were anything but simple. Both of them were experts on par with Su Shiling, even stronger than your run-of-the-mill peak masters. Such powerhouses serving as mere attendants? Li Qingqiu's internal system logs immediately flagged a red alert. This Yan kid, definitely some hidden royal VIP, he mused, keeping his face expertly neutral. Yanlan looked at Li Qingqiu, a faint smile playing on his lips. Precisely because my body is frail and I constantly feel my time is short, I want to experience more of this world before I kick the bucket, he said. That way, when my game is over, I'll have no regrets. This world, I've seen it, I've experienced it. That is enough. Yanlan's philosophical outlook, however, deeply resonated with Qingye. As a martial artist, he couldn't fully grasp Yanlan's perspective, but anyone hearing such words would inevitably feel a pang of sadness. Li Qingqiu, however, chimed in, Yanlan, with that kind of mindset, you'll probably outlive half the cultivators in this world. Yanlan humbly replied he wouldn't dare to presume. Then his curiosity piqued. He asked, are you two planning to resume your martial arts practice? If so, mind if I just sit here and watch? Kill two birds with one stone, spectatorship and a little rest. At that, Qingye frowned. Yanlan claimed to have seen the world, yet he clearly didn't understand the rules of the Jianghu. Yanlan then pulled a secret manual from within his robes titled Qinmo Gong, and with a smile offered it to Qingye. Qingye heard the name and immediately felt like he was being trolled. He wondered if this cultivation technique was actually powerful or just a prank. The moment Li Qingqiu's eyes landed on the three characters Qinmo Gong on the cover, his suspicion rating for Yanlan being imperial royalty shot straight to 100%. This was a peerless art that Jia Yi had poured his life into, yet here it was being casually handed out like a free trial. It truly was an infuriating sight. A single copy of the Qinmo Gong could elevate Jia Yi to legendary status, and even rebuild the entire Jia family from the ground up, and the Jia family wasn't even a bunch of nobodies. But in the hands of imperial descendants, a peerless technique like this apparently wasn't even worth a single copper coin. Sure enough, no matter the world, the class system always finds a way, and the gap between the haves and have-nots, Grand Canyon wide. Yanlan explained that it was indeed a divine martial arts technique, which he himself had only acquired through sheer luck. Too bad I tried to cultivate it myself, but fundamentally I just wasn't built for martial arts. As soon as I saw Qingye, I felt a strong connection, so I wanted to pass it on. With that, Yanlan casually tossed the Qinmo Gong manual to Qingye. Qingye snatched the manual, then immediately felt awkward, turning to look at Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu just chuckled. If he wants to curry favor with you, just take it. Qingye nodded, then cupped his hands in a respectful bow to Yanlan, expressing his thanks. Yanlan waved a dismissive hand, then moved to the side and sat down. His two cloaked bodyguards followed, silent as shadows, not uttering a single word. Li Qingqiu told Qingye to keep practicing while he himself would take a short break. With that, he wandered off to a large tree, sat down cross-legged, and pulled out his ever-present wine gourd for a well-deserved swig. Qingye glanced around, hesitated for a moment, then began to perform the Wanjun Hung Mo Kun. Wu Baoyu once told him to use the Wanjun Hung Mo Kun to repay the dynasty. This implied that either Wu Baoyu wasn't the only one who knew this staff technique, or the emperor had employed a different staff art during Wu Baoyu's assassination attempt. If Qingye was immediately linked to Wu Baoyu and charged with treason just by performing the Wanjun Hung Mo Kun, how could he possibly repay the dynasty? Wu Baoyu surely must have considered this point. Li Qingqiu had also specifically instructed him, if anyone asks, just say a mysterious old man taught you and you don't actually know who he is. Such tales were commonplace in the Jianghu. Qingye felt a good vibe from Yanlan, and if the guy was being sincere, Qingye saw no reason to hide his techniques. The moment his staff technique unleashed, his entire demeanor shifted. An intense murderous aura radiated from him. Qingye had barely unleashed 7 moves when one of Yanlan's cloaked bodyguards subtly recognized the Wanjun Hung Mo Kun. Yanlan's expression remained neutral, yet his gaze lingered on Qingye with clear appreciation. The other cloaked bodyguard, however, watched with an utterly indifferent gaze, showing zero surprise at the staff art. Li Qingqiu didn't stop Qingye from unleashing the Wanjun Hung Mo Kun. He was playing a long game, betting on Qingye's future. These three were clearly not here to cause trouble, and Yanlan's medical report couldn't be faked. And if things did go south, Li Qingqiu wouldn't mind deploying his soul-snatching incantation a second time, just for a little practice, After Qingye finished practicing the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff, he turned to Yanlan and asked if the technique could compare to the Zither Demon Art. Yanlan smiled, replying that the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff could certainly rival the Zither Demon Art, and in fact, combining the two ultimate techniques would yield even more miraculous results. He mused it was quite the coincidence to encounter a successor of the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff here. He'd once gifted 7 copies of the Zither Demon Art, and now he was witnessing the miraculous reunion of Demon Subduing and Zither Demon. Qingye was astonished, baffled as to how Yanlan knew his staff technique. Yanlan elaborated that the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff was the ultimate technique of Grand General of the Cavalry Lu Chenhai from the Da Li dynasty, used to sweep across the land, though its true name remained unknown to the public. This staff art had achieved unparalleled merits for Da Li during its founding. General Lu never passed this ultimate technique to his own kin, instead seeking a truly worthy successor. Emperor Gaozu once promised him that anyone who mastered the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff, regardless of their background, could be appointed a general. General Lu retired from office and vanished into the martial world 30 years ago. Whether he still lives is unknown. Yanlan further added that if Qingye wished to join the army, he could personally recommend him. At this, Qingye froze. In that moment, he finally understood why Wu Baoyu had passed the Myriad Army Demon Subduing Staff to him and the heavy path it represented. Once he collected himself, Qingye stared at Yanlan and, utterly bewildered, finally asked who he truly was. Just then, a cloaked figure behind Yanlan spoke up, announcing his master was the current crown prince, and barked at Qingye to immediately kneel and show respect. Qingye was instantly terrified, yet far from joyful, his heart instead filled with simmering indignation. The son of that dog emperor. A ferocious glint flashed across his face, but he quickly realized he couldn't afford to provoke the crown prince, swiftly masking his expression. The other cloaked figure saw this and roared, accusing Qingye of daring to display killing intent towards His Highness the Crown Prince. With that, he bypassed Yanlan entirely and lunged directly toward Qingye. His movement technique was blindingly fast, leaving streaks of afterimages in his wake. Qingye reflexively raised his staff, but his eyes couldn't even track his opponent's movements. Just then, a dull, heavy impact resounded. The cloaked figure was abruptly flung backward, carving 2 long furrows several zhang deep into the snow. The remaining cloaked figure instantly drew his sword, frowning as he stared forward. Standing beside Qingye, robes fluttering completely still in the cold wind, was none other than Li Qingqiu himself. Yanlan's voice deepened as he stopped Kuyi and Ku'er from their disrespectful behavior. The gentle demeanor he displayed earlier was gone, replaced by eyes full of imposing pressure, exuding the undeniable majesty of a crown prince. The cloaked figure who had just made his move was named Kuyi. He straightened, lowering his gaze to his trembling right hand, his heart filled with profound terror. His gaze upon Li Qingqiu overtly wary. Yanlan looked at Li Qingqiu, and the princely gravitas on his face rapidly faded, replaced by his former radiant, gentle smile. He sighed, remarking that Kuyi and Ku'er were far from simple individuals. Before joining him, they held the first and second ranks within the Imperial Guard's elite division. Even those hailed as the #1 masters across various prefectures in the martial world were absolutely no match for them. Yet Li Qingqiu could repel one of them in a single blow, his martial prowess truly unfathomable. It made Yanlan wonder if he was in fact the rumored Zhang Zhaoxia. He had heard of Zhang Zhaoxia's reputation, a young prodigy who, upon his debut, immediately claimed the title of second in Wulin Guzhou, a fame that even overshadowed the first in Wulin Wujiyi. Wujiyi was a master who had long since made a name for himself, his advanced age leaving people with no further expectations or curiosity. Zhang Zhaoxia, however, was different. Still so young, his demonstrations led people to believe that if he matured without issue, he would undoubtedly surpass Wujiyi. Yet in Yanlan's eyes, a genius like Zhang Zhaoxia was nothing particularly noteworthy. From his position at the apex of the dynasty, countless talents sought him out, eager to dedicate themselves to his cause. But encountering Li Qingqiu today, the man he'd mistakenly assumed was Zhang Zhaoxia had genuinely astonished him. This was the first time he had seen Kuyi repelled in a single move. Li Qingqiu calmly stated his identity as the sect master of Qingxiao Sect, making no attempt to conceal it. This was Qingxiao Sect territory. As sect master, how could he possibly conceal his identity and hide behind his disciples when facing outsiders? Yanlan expressed admiration for Li Qingqiu's youth, then chuckled. Perhaps the rumors circulating the martial world are true, that the divine art manual obtained by hero Hanglong has indeed been passed down to your sect. Li Qingqiu retorted, who exactly is spreading these rumors? Yanlan shook his head, admitting he wasn't sure, only that he'd heard numerous martial world wanderers discussing the matter during his travels. Li Qingqiu immediately smelled a conspiracy. Classic Qingjiao Sect running a disinformation campaign. Because the Qingjiao Sect believed Yang Zhouding had acquired an ultimate technique and had always been relentlessly hunting him. He secretly speculated that the Qingjiao Sect aimed to draw in other sects and masters to confront the Qingjiao Sect, waiting until the Qingjiao Sect suffered heavy losses before making their move to seize the ultimate technique. Fortunately, he had already dispatched Zhang Zhaoxia down the mountain to deal with the Qingjiao Sect. Otherwise, if the Qingjiao Sect ran into trouble later, there wouldn't be any time left for retaliation against them. Yanlan then expressed a desire to witness a sparring match between Li Qingqiu, Kuyi, and Ku'er. Despite his frail health, he was deeply interested in martial arts, eager to witness a clash between true masters. He clarified that the match should stop short of lethal blows, ensuring no life-threatening harm. In exchange, he offered to stay at the Qingjiao Sect for a time to see if he could be of assistance. He also assured Li Qingqiu that if he refused, they would simply stay the night and depart. His tone was utterly sincere, completely devoid of coercion. Qingye finally snapped out of it, his gaze now filled with wary respect for Kuyi. Confronted by a real martial arts master, he suddenly understood the true extent of his own weakness. Li Qingqiu smirked, accepting the challenge. When the crown prince speaks, one simply doesn't refuse. He then told Kuyi and Ku'er to come at him both at once. Hearing this, Kuyi and Ku'er remained completely unfazed. Kuyi retrieved his weapons from his back, 2 sections of silver staff wrapped in black cloth. He seamlessly joined them together, forming a staff even longer than Qingye's own. Ku'er meanwhile drew his sword and positioned himself next to Kuyi. They stood shoulder to shoulder, their powerful aura radiating without reserve. Li Qingqiu waved Qingye to the side. Once Qingye had cleared the area, Kuyi and Ku'er advanced in perfect sync, their silent coordination speaking volume. Their footwork was blindingly fast like startled swans, and in an instant they were flanking Li Qingqiu. Kuyi swung his silver staff in a wide horizontal sweep as Ku'er lunged with his sword, aiming directly for Li Qingqiu. Even observing from the sidelines, Qingye couldn't track Kuyi and Ku'er's movements. He was utterly dumbfounded, struggling to believe such speed was even possible for martial artists. Li Qingqiu drew his Tian Hongjian from his hip with impossible speed, swinging left and right, deflecting both the silver staff and the longsword. Kuyi somersaulted backward, landing lightly. One hand held his silver staff aloft, the other braced on the ground in a fierce, beast-like stance. He slammed a palm to the earth, then surged forward at Li Qingqiu once more. Ku'er, having been flung skyward, immediately swung his sword, sending cascades of sword energy raining down, once again coordinating with Kuyi to attack Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu parried, holding back. He wasn't using full power, he just wanted to see what Kuyi and Ku'er were truly capable of. He was quite intrigued by the so-called master-level experts Yanlan had raved about. Snow swirled around them as Kuyi and Kuer were repeatedly repelled, only to press their relentless assault once more. Li Qingqiu, however, remained completely stationary, deflecting every attack with his Tianhongjian in the exact same casual stance he used when tutoring Qingye. Li Qingqiu's effortless power made Qingye secretly breathe a sigh of relief. His gaze was locked onto Kuyi. He recognized that Kuyi also wielded the myriad army demon subduing staff, and the sheer power he displayed utterly eclipsed his own. Kuyi's aura perfectly embodied every imagining Qingye had about the myriad army demon subduing staff. A grand, sweeping, unstoppable momentum. Immense energy radiated within a 10-jang radius, tearing countless gashes into the snow-covered ground. The distance between Kuyi and Li Qingqiu widened, yet Kuyi's internal energy manifested as spectral staff images, striking at Li Qingqiu from afar, growing stronger with distance. These staff images grew larger and more potent with every step back. Kuer on Li Qingqiu's other flank didn't rely on flashy sword energy. Instead, he continuously pressed in, aiming to exploit Li Qingqiu's defenses with precise, subtle sword techniques. One attacking close, the other from a distance. It was a magnificent coordinated assault. Yet Li Qingqiu, surrounded, continued to parry with effortless grace. Their increasing speed only served to emphasize Li Qingqiu's seemingly unhurried movements. Yet strangely, that deliberate pace consistently managed to deflect their every strike and technique. Gusts of wind whipping snow lashed against Yanlan's face, stirring his hair. He watched the intense battle unfold, his eyes gleaming, his breath a little ragged. This was the first time even he had seen Kuyi unleash his full power. Such a myriad army demon subduing staff would be a battlefield nightmare for any foe, yet it couldn't even make Li Qingqiu flinch. After 100 exchanges, Li Qingqiu had a clear read on both their power levels. He suddenly spun, his Tianhongjian slashing upwards, a streak of sword energy ripping through the ground, tearing through the spectral staff images in its path, then striking Kuyi like a bolt of lightning. Kuyi's silver staff instantly snapped, his conical hat sliced in half, scattering to either side. He reeled back, spitting a crimson arc of blood, and was sent flying backward. Almost simultaneously, Li Qingqiu spun with phantom-like grace, swinging his sword towards Kuer. Sword energy swept horizontally. Kuer's face paled drastically, and he hastily swung his sword to block, but how could his sword energy possibly compare to Li Qingqiu's? Kuer followed Kuyi's lead, spitting blood as he was sent flying backward, landing hard in the snow 10 zhang away, struggling to even push himself up. Yanlan's eyes widened. Li Qingqiu's final 2 sword strikes had been impossibly fast, transforming from leisurely to lightning-quick in an instant. Kuyi and Kuer couldn't even block a single sword strike, which just goes to show how massive the power gap was between them. Qingye couldn't help but cheer with unbridled joy. Li Qingqiu smoothly sheathed his sword, a fleeting flash of sword light lingering in the air. He turned to Yanlan and said, "If you'd like to stay at the Qingxiao Sect for a while, it'd be a perfect chance for Kuyi and Kuer to recuperate." Kuyi lay on the ground, unable to get up, his eyes fixed on Li Qingqiu, filled with utter fear. He'd never felt such powerful sword chi, nor did he doubt that Li Qingqiu had the strength to insta-kill him. All that remained in his heart was terror at this person's monstrous martial prowess. Yanlan rose, applauding in praise, convinced that Li Qingqiu truly possessed formidable martial arts, absolutely the strongest he had ever witnessed. He also concluded that the rumors circulating in the Jianghu were all false. Zhang Zhaoxiao's remarkable strength wasn't thanks to some secret manual, but solely due to Li Qingqiu's personal guidance. He believed divine ultimate techniques could cultivate young geniuses, but he refused to believe that a peerless expert like Li Qingqiu could be groomed in just a few short years. Li Qingqiu raised his hand, administering acupuncture needles to Kuyi and Kuer to stabilize their qi and blood. Afterward, he asked Yanlan, "As the crown prince, why do you bear the surname Yan?" "The emperor's surname is Zhao, so how can the crown prince's surname be Yan?" The former crown prince's name was Zhao Yan. Even if the current crown prince chose a random name, he'd avoid Yan to dodge gossip. Yet he didn't. That alone spoke volume. This was also why Li Qingqiu didn't stop Qingye from unleashing the myriad army demon subduing staff. Though the emperor was incompetent, the current crown prince's reputation had always been stellar. Yanlan smiled, explaining that when traveling the Jianghu, one naturally had to use an alias. His real name was Zhaolan, but he preferred the name Yanlan. He hoped Li Qingqiu would continue to call him Yanlan and not expose his crown prince identity. Li Qingqiu didn't press further. By this point, he'd pretty much pieced it together in his mind. He then started chatting idly with Yanlan. Once Kuyi and Kuer had enough strength to stand, he led all 4 up the mountain. Along the way, Yanlan quietly remarked, "Regarding the rumors about the divine ultimate techniques, there's definitely a mastermind pulling strings. I fear the Qingxiao Sect will face trouble very soon." He couldn't manage Jianghu grudges, but he could help the Qingxiao Sect alleviate pressure from the imperial court. Li Qingqiu walked beside him, glancing over with curiosity. "Why are you helping the Qingxiao Sect? Is it because of the myriad army demon subduing staff?" Yanlan shook his head. Qingye and Kuyi aren't the only ones in this world who recognize the myriad army demon subduing staff. He helped the Qingxiao Sect because he admired this sect's conduct and principles. Although the Qingxiao Sect wasn't large, it consistently aided the common people, not only healing illnesses but also donating money and provisions. Even if those funds might come from rebels or mountain bandits, their chivalrous deeds were undeniable. Looking across the entire martial world, very few sects could achieve such a feat. He'd always believed that the true martial world shouldn't just be about petty squabbles over victory and defeat. The strong should shoulder greater responsibility. At least within Guzhou territory, he was dissatisfied with all this. Only the Qingxiao Sect earned his admiration and anticipation. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu was wondering who exactly had leaked the Qingxiao Sect's funding source. But on second thought, the Qingxiao Sect was too small to have that much cash, so outsiders could only speculate. Good thing the Qingxiao Sect actually did good deeds. His initial orders weren't just for empty fame. Deep down, he genuinely wanted to do something for the common people. The Qingxiao Sect of the future wouldn't be a traditional sect growing powerful by exploiting the surrounding populace, but a Dao heritage that selected talents from among the common people to jointly seek the Dao and cultivate immortality. Yanlan's perspective on the Qingxiao sect also earned him a good impression from Li Qingqiu. This crown prince truly lived up to his reputation, with a heart dedicated to the common folk. Inside an inn, Li Zifeng, Wu Manor, Cheng Konghai, and 8 other disciples sat at 2 adjacent tables eating and drinking. After a year of training, the 16-year-old Li Zifeng's aura had completely transformed. With a handsome face and an unrestrained, free-spirited demeanor, he exuded the air of a young, chivalrous hero. They didn't speak much. After half a day of travel, everyone was a bit tired. Just then, the inn's main door burst open, letting in a gust of wind and snow, followed by a mob of Jianghu folk. The burly middle-aged man leading them excitedly declared, "This siege on the Qingxiao sect is led by 3 major sects. Our bone-piercing sect might not be top tier, but we can't miss out on an event like this. As long as we seize this opportunity, both reputation and ultimate techniques can be ours." The Jianghu folk behind him clamored in agreement, everyone clearly hyped. Hearing about the siege on the Qingxiao sect, Li Zifeng and Cheng Konghai exchanged a quick glance, their expressions largely unchanged. The other disciples, though horrified internally, didn't show it, simply turning their gazes toward Li Zifeng and Cheng Konghai. Wu Manor, meanwhile, was still engrossed in her meat, not even bothering to look up. Cheng Konghai turned, a small smile on his face, and asked, "So, what's the reason for wanting to besiege the Qingxiao sect?" The Jianghu folk found seats for themselves. One of them turned back, laughing. What else could it be for? Of course, it's all about the supreme art. The Dragon Tamer hero brought a martial legend's divine technique to the Qingxiao sect, and Jiang Zhaoxia, famously known as the second martial arts master. His incredible prowess? All thanks to mastering this divine technique. Li Zifeng turned curious, asking more about this martial legend and his divine technique. Another warrior from the bone-grinding sect chuckled, explaining it was a martial legend from 100 years ago. As for the exact divine technique, they had no clue. But the Dragon Tamer hero truly did visit Fuyang Lake. At the bottom of Fuyang Lake lay a palace built by that same martial legend. A Qing sect master witnessed him acquire the secret divine technique with his own eyes, but feared the Dragon Tamer hero's prestige too much to snatch it. Now the 3 major sects, Qing Sect, 7 Peaks Alliance, and Iron Peak Sect, are leading dozens of smaller factions toward the Qingxiao sect. Their bone-grinding sect, though not subservient to the 3 majors, also wanted a piece of the action. The burly middle-aged man, the first to enter, tilted his head towards Li Zifeng's group, coldly asking which sect they belonged to. His gaze couldn't help but linger on Wu Manor. Her figure was truly too imposing to ignore. Cheng Konghai quickly spoke up first, stating they were just a small, unheard-of sect. They were only answering the local authorities' call to suppress bandits, all for some quick cash. A tall youth with a full beard burst out laughing. Bandit suppression, how much cash can that even net you? In the Jianghu, true skill is paramount. With enough power, money will never be an issue. He even advised them, you might as well come gamble at the Qingxiao sect with us. Besides the martial legend's divine technique, who knows? They might even snatch the ultimate art of true person Qingxiao. The waiter walked up beside them, pretending not to hear, busying himself with taking orders and wiping tables. Li Zifeng looked at him, still curious, and asked, before Lin Xunfeng went into seclusion, why did nobody dare cause trouble at the Qingxiao sect? A one-eyed elder from the bone-grinding sect snorted, explaining that back then Qingxiao sect only had Lin Xunfeng. The sect itself had nothing, certainly no martial legend's divine technique. Seriously, who wouldn't want to be as formidable as Jiang Zhaoxia? The other warriors chimed in, the conversation inevitably revolving around the martial legend. They even started discussing related myths and tales. Li Zifeng stopped asking questions, turning back to continue drinking his wine. This place was hundreds of miles from the Qingxiao sect. The bone-grinding sect never suspected they might be from there. They were all lost in their pleasant fantasies, hoping to fish in troubled waters. To seize the peerless divine technique, then revitalize their bone-grinding sect. Cheng Konghai subtly shook his head, finding these people ridiculous. They truly saw the Jianghu as too simple. A moment later, Li Zifeng set down his wine bowl, looked at the Qingxiao sect disciple across from him, and asked, "Eaten enough?" The disciple nodded, his expression grim. The bone-grinding sect's taunts were growing unbearable, treating the Qingxiao sect like lambs for slaughter, even mentioning the female disciples in ways that were utterly repulsive. Seeing this, Li Zifeng immediately ordered, "Go, close the door." The moment his words landed, the disciple's eyes lit up. The disciple across from him instantly rose and headed for the inn's main door. Meanwhile, the 3, including Yanlan, were temporarily residing at Qingxiao sect. Li Qingqiu and Qinye hadn't revealed their identities, letting them stay as ordinary guests. Qinye felt uneasy, frequently rushing to Yanlan's courtyard. Li Qingqiu had Xiangning secretly monitor the trio, while he sought out Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongyu, and Yang Juiding to reveal that sects were planning to target the Qingxiao sect. Yang Juiding grimly surmised that the Qing sect was definitely behind this. Now that the news had spread, he feared no small number of sects would come seeking trouble. The allure of the martial legend's divine technique was too great, anyone would struggle not to join in. So, he planned to lead a group of disciples down to the base of the mountain first, to avoid being caught off guard should anything happen. Li Qingqiu, hearing this, chuckled and said, "Everyone, no need for such immense pressure. The Qingxiao sect is no longer what it once was. While we can't challenge a dynasty, we're certainly not some Jianghu sect anyone can casually bully." They were all well aware of the formidable power of the primordial chaos scripture. Hearing Yanlan mention this, Li Qingqiu felt absolutely no pressure. Xiangning is at Yuan Realm Layer 5, plus Zhang Yuchun, Li Dongye. Li Zijin at Yuan Realm Layer 2, along with Yang Zeding, Qinye, and Lu Yan at Yuan Realm Layer 1. That's more than enough to handle all masters in this lone prefecture. Not to mention Li Qingqiu himself, who's about to reach Yuan Realm Layer 6. If he were to visit the 7 Peaks Alliance right now, he's confident he wouldn't leave until everyone there was begging for mercy on their knees. And once he truly reaches Yuan Realm Layer 6, his power will only grow more terrifying. What's more, Little 8 and Little 9 also count as combat power. Those 2 Black Eagles have already entered the demonic realm. Honestly, they're enough to give ordinary sects a massive headache. Zhang Yuchun and Li Dongye, though a bit tense, weren't scared out of their wits. The so-called Jianghu, no matter how strong, is just a collection of civilian factions, never truly making it to the big leagues. Can't compare to a real heaven-rank army. After Yang Juiding left, Li Qingqiu continued discussing the sect's expansion with Zhang Yuchun. Given their current growth trajectory, next year's disciple enrollment would skyrocket. The sect's image was already being established. Zhang Yuchun wanted to construct several grand buildings, including a scripture pavilion. It would house transcribed martial arts manuals to incentivize disciples. Li Qingqiu listened to the plans, offered a few minor suggestions, and far from hindering, lent his full support. The next morning, Zhang Yuchun selected a group of senior disciples and assigned them to mountain patrols. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu took Yuanqi and Yuan Li down the mountain. In the forest, 12-year-old Yuanqi, leading his 4-year-old brother Yuan Li, looked at Li Qingqiu and asked where they were going. The boy rescued by Li Qingqiu from the Qiwei alliance had always held him in high regard. Even though Li Qingqiu hadn't formally accepted him as a disciple, his loyalty rating to Li Qingqiu was a solid 91, so instead of fear, only curiosity filled him. Li Qingqiu walked ahead, casually replying that he wanted to find a suitable spot to transmit the Hunyuan scripture to them. Yuanqi immediately tensed up, overwhelmed with joy he dared not show. He could only manage to ask if he was even worthy of learning it. Li Qingqiu mentally mused that technically, no, he wasn't, but Yuanqi was benefiting from his little brother's OP cheat code. Outwardly, however, he said that despite Yuanqi's young age, he was never lazy and Li Qingqiu had seen all his efforts. He treated all disciples equally, but as the sect grew, the sect would need proper management. He hoped Yuanqi could become stronger. Later, to shoulder some of the pressure for him. Those words deeply moved Yuanqi, who immediately promised he would strive his best and never let him down. Li Qingqiu chuckled in response, but his thoughts had already drifted to Yuan Li's indestructible hegemon physique. Starting Qi absorption cultivation at 4 years old, he wondered if he could awaken Yuan Li's indestructible hegemon physique early. If it stubbornly refused to awaken, he'd just copy Feng Dao's late bloomer fate trait first. After all, he always felt there was something unique about that particular fate trait. Nearing the end of the year, Li Qingqiu successfully broke through to the mid-6th layer of the origin realm within the underground spiritual lake. From the 5th to the 6th layer, his essence Qi more than doubled and his physical body was strengthened. But the most significant change was still in his essence Qi. He felt his essence Qi had become more potent, possessing greater penetrative power. His heavenly lightning spirit root imbued his essence Qi with lightning, and each time he broke through a cultivation layer, its potency increased. He just rarely revealed this particular perk. The cultivation breakthrough greatly pleased Li Qingqiu. Today, he was the sole occupant of the underground spiritual lake. After consolidating his cultivation, he left, strolling through the mountain forests, relaxing while also subtly checking on the disciples at work. The Qingxiao sect currently boasted 126 disciples. Even with Zhang Zhasha and Li Zifeng each leading a team down the mountain, there were still plenty of people up here. It was nearing noon. Even though the mountain forest was blanketed in white snow, the sunlight remained brilliant. Li Qingqiu arrived at a forest clearing, spotting Huangshan, leader of the Qingxiao Seven Sons, meditating beneath a tree. With just a glance from afar, he identified Huangshan's cultivation as mid-first layer of the origin realm. This genuinely surprised him. Years ago, he'd transmitted the Hunyuan scripture to the Qingxiao Seven Sons, but alas, their aptitude was too poor. They couldn't cultivate it, eventually switching to martial arts instead. He'd assumed the Qingxiao Seven Sons had abandoned cultivation. Who knew Huangshan had secretly put in the effort and actually succeeded? Naturally, Li Qingqiu was thrilled by this. Every time another disciple entered the mid-first layer of the origin realm, the Qingxiao sect gained another first-rate expert. The essence Qi of a first-layer origin realm cultivator combined with external martial arts was enough to take down a top-tier martial artist. This was the fundamental gap between cultivation and pure martial arts. Because the threshold of the mid-first layer origin realm was a peak most martial artists couldn't hope to reach in their entire lives. A smile played on Li Qingqiu's lips as he thought of this. Today truly brought double blessings to his door. He didn't disturb Huangshan, quietly changed direction and continued his ascent. On the way up, he saw quite a few disciples secretly cultivating or practicing martial arts. 2 of them were disciples he had personally transmitted techniques to this year. This year, Li Qingqiu had transmitted the Hunyuan scripture to the 9 most outstanding disciples from the previous year. 3 of them had already cultivated essence Qi, officially becoming true core disciples. This greatly boosted the morale and cultivation drive of the other disciples, leaving very few who were still slacking off. Li Qingqiu decided that from next year he would begin providing spirit stones to true core disciples, granting them access to cultivate in the heavenly spirit blessed land. This was a step-by-step transformation from a martial arts sect into a true cultivation sect. In his mind, true core disciples were the real foundation of the Qingxiao sect as a cultivation powerhouse. The Qingxiao sect's true rivals were never the secular martial arts factions, but their own intrinsic limits. What they needed to contend for wasn't the title of #1 martial sect, but the path to true immortality. Half an hour later, Li Qingqiu rolled up to the guest house below the new courtyard. He spotted Ku'er of all people giving Qingye pointers on his myriad army demon staff technique. Not far off, Yanlan and Zhu Yan were deep in conversation over tea, with Su Shiling and Ku'er standing guard behind them. Zhu Yan, veiled, spotted Li Qingqiu and wavered, unsure whether to call out, but he just kept heading up the mountain, disappearing from view before she could decide. Yanlan noticed Zhu Yan's strange behavior, but when he turned, Li Qingqiu was already out of sight. "What are you staring at?" he asked. Zhu Yan snapped back, claiming it was nothing, then quickly pivoted to the topic Yanlan had just brought up. Namely the Qilin. Where was it, and why were the Central Heaven sects so desperate to find it? Yanlan, watching Qingye practice his staff, softly explained that since antiquity, an auspicious sign would appear to warn humanity whenever a great calamity was nigh. This particular Qilin had once manifested in the Dongling continent but swiftly vanished without a trace. The major clans and sects in Central Heaven are after it because they covet the blood treasure it carries. As he explained, the Qilin is one of the ancient auspicious beasts, and notably one of the rare few that mortals have successfully hunted. Its flesh and blood can supercharge a martial artist's vitality, completely transforming their physique. Its hide can be forged into divine weapons, and inside, rumor has it, an inner core, the ultimate prize cultivators spend their entire lives chasing. Zhu Yan, however, wasn't impressed by the Qilin's treasure. She simply asked, wide-eyed, if auspicious signs appear before a great calamity, then shouldn't all these rebel forces have already been suppressed? Yanlan's gaze turned as deep and unfathomable as an ancient well. He replied with an unreadable tone, that can only mean the true calamity has yet to unfold. Zhu Yan fell silent. She was usually content with her four arts, far preferring them to worldly matters. From Yanlan's cryptic words, this coming human calamity wasn't a natural disaster, it was purely man-made. To influence the entire world, such a person had to wield immense power and status. She didn't want to pry. From that moment, silence fell, each lost in their own heavy thoughts. Meanwhile, Li Qingqiu arrived at the uppermost Lingxiao courtyard. He intended to find Li Zijin, but instead found Zhang Yuchen sitting with her at a table, seemingly deep in discussion. They were the only two in the courtyard at the moment. As Li Qingqiu approached, Zhang Yuchen turned, saying he'd arrived at the perfect time. He had something to discuss. Li Qingqiu took a seat, instantly noticing Li Zijin's sour expression. He couldn't help but crack a smile. Did you two just have a spat? Li Zijin immediately shot him a glare, telling him to control his second senior brother. She wanted her disciple to become a core disciple, but Zhang Yuchen was adamantly refusing. She'd taken on 7 disciples so far, mainly to research talismans and cultivation art. Then she took one of those female disciples as her personal protege. Li Qingqiu had even agreed to it, personally imparting the first layer of the primordial chaos scripture's cultivation technique to her. Hearing that, Li Qingqiu immediately asked if the female disciple had reached the first layer of the origin realm. His Dao Heritage panel was great for checking a disciple's talent, comprehension, fate trait, and loyalty rating. But for some reason, cultivation level was still a mystery stat. Lame. He didn't regret this at all. If anything, it only built the suspense. He was always just waiting to see what curveballs his disciples would throw next. Li Zijin immediately declared, she has, of course, then shot Zhang Yuchen a pointed glare. Zhang Yuchen offered a helpless chuckle, then turned to Li Qingqiu, suggesting the threshold for core discipleship should be raised. In his view, while the first layer of the origin realm was challenging, dedicated effort could achieve it in a year or two tops. But the title of core disciple carried serious weight and responsibility. The standards needed to be far more stringent. Li Zijin fumed. Of course, the standards would suddenly raise when her disciple was up for promotion. Right now, the Qingxiao sect might not have strictly defined benefits, but future core disciples would get to cultivate in the heavenly spirit blessed land. She wanted that prime real estate for her protege. Zhang Yuchen had the Qingxiao 7, Zhang Zhaoxia had the 13 sword lasses, Li Dongyue had Liu Yan under her wing. Even Li Zifeng, without a personal disciple, was constantly leading disciples on excursions. Naturally, Li Zijin didn't want to be left behind. She wanted to cultivate a disciple who could make a truly significant contribution to the sect. Li Qingqiu chuckled. Zhang Yuchen was overthinking this. He clarified that while the core disciple threshold would indeed be raised eventually, it couldn't be done on a whim. There had to be a proper schedule. Even if the current core disciples were eventually surpassed by their juniors, their mere existence would prove that the sect valued loyalty and camaraderie, not just raw talent metrics. Besides, core disciple was definitely not going to be the highest rank eventually. His internal UI already had a multi-tiered system laid out, with ranks expanding not just downwards but upwards into prestige classes. He also realized Zhang Yuchen severely undervalued his own talent, always believing his aptitude was subpar. He figured if he could reach the second layer of the origin realm, anyone could. But what he didn't realize was that his cultivation talent, while not on par with his extraordinary junior siblings, was still considered genius tier compared to the average cultivator. Hearing Li Qingqiu's foresight, Zhang Yuchen nodded, agreeing to make Sanfeng a core disciple and promising to add her name to the list. Li Zijin let out a joyful cry, then darted around the table and practically leaped into Li Qingqiu's arm. Zhang Yuchen watched with a warm smile. He had zero issues with Li Zijin's outburst, genuinely believing that no matter how vital the sect's growth, it couldn't trump the bonds between senior and junior disciples. Li Zijin didn't linger. She was practically vibrating with excitement to tell her own disciple the good news. Once she'd bounced, Li Qingqiu started pitching his Grand Spirit Stone strategy. Zhang Yuchen's face immediately turned serious once he heard the details. He figured that while the spirit stones in the underground lake looked abundant, once they started handing them out to disciples, the consumption rate would absolutely dwarf their current projections. So they needed to standardize the spirit stone cuts, fixed sizes, maximum fairness, zero waste. This wasn't a free-for-all. Li Qingqiu nodded. The two then dove into a deep dive on optimal spirit stone portion sizing. Mid-conversation, a sudden system notification popped right before Li Qingqiu. Recognizing Qingxiao Sect's first successful fortuitous omen ascension, a legacy inheritance reward opportunity has been granted. Li Qingqiu was genuinely floored. His mind instantly flashed to Yanlan's Qilin prophecy. Also, who exactly triggered this fortuitous omen? Was it an outside recruit or one of his own disciples? The fortuitous omen had his full attention. He swiftly wrapped up the spirit stone discussion with Zhang Yuchen, then bolted. A vast heavy snowfall blanketed the land, turning the endless mountain ranges into a pure monochrome white. Not a speck of green remained. On the expansive snowy road winding between two peaks, a massive force from the martial world marched forward. A quick head count, easily over 10,000. Leading the vanguard, horsemen carried massive faction banners on their backs. Those banners bore the names of the 3 dominant powers, the 7 Peaks Alliance, the Iron Peak Sect, and the Cheng faction. Each of these main factions fielded roughly 4,000 to 5,000 members. Behind them, a dozen or so smaller guilds filled out the ranks, with carriages rumbling between formations. Most trudged on foot, weapons braced against the biting snow, their collective presence as imposing as any conquering army. At the very front rode Guang Lantian, Alliance Master of the 7 Peaks Alliance. Ever since Lu Taidu's demise, Guang Lantian had clawed his way up from second-in-command to the top alliance master after months of brutal internal power struggles. His objective for this expedition, the fabled divine martial art of that martial legend. His gaze fixed ahead, his mind a whirlwind of calculations on how to seize that divine martial art for himself. In his tactical assessment with this many allied factions, even if Zhang Zhaoxia was still holed up in Qingqiu Sect, there was no way she could stop them. For the Seven Peaks Alliance to bag that divine art, their real competition would be the Azure Sect and the Iron Peak Sect. Leading the Azure Sect was Vice Sect Master Bai He, draped in black robes, a treasured sword at his hip, his sharp brows and piercing eagle eyes screamed ruthless strategist. Spearheading the Iron Peak Sect was Peak Master Zhang Songjing, a hulking figure. His white hair didn't diminish his tiger-like presence, his blue robes practically bursting at the seams. These three were legendary masters from the Guzhou martial world, all having clashed at the last martial arts convention. They knew Zhang Zhaoxia's power firsthand. Yet now all three were eerily silent, each lost in their own sinister calculations. Just then an Azure Sect scout on horseback abruptly yelled, "Someone's ahead!" Instantly all eyes snapped forward. A furious gust of wind whipped snow directly into their faces. Through the blizzard's haze they could barely discern a lone figure, standing perfectly still as if patiently waiting for their arrival. Guang Lantian squinted, unable to make out the figure clearly. He immediately spurred his horse faster. Bai He and Zhang Songjing followed suit, instantly accelerating their mounts. In their minds, even if it was Zhang Zhaoxia, they were confident they could at least tie her down. Witnessing their three powerful leaders surge forward, the disciples of all factions immediately picked up their pace. Not a single one of them felt an ounce of tension. Why? Because it was just one person. Excitement was the only emotion in the air. Qingqiu Sect was almost within reach, and the peerless divine art felt like it was practically beckoning them. Only when Guang Lantian and his two counterparts closed the distance did they finally get a clear look at the lone figure obstructing their path. One glance was all it took for Guang Lantian to identify the person, Yang Jieding. He narrowed his eyes, his voice a low growl, but inside a surge of elation gripped him. So the rumors were true after all. He'd been a bit skeptical, figuring even if they missed out on the divine art, destroying the Qingqiu Sect would be a decent consolation prize. The Qingqiu Sect had after all slaughtered a significant number of Seven Peaks Alliance disciples. They just hadn't had a chance to retaliate. Yang Jieding stood clad in Qingqiu Sect's ceremonial robes, the azure fabric fluttering like flames in the wind. His wide sleeves and billowing pant legs danced, but his cinched waist made him look utterly unmovable. Facing the overwhelming martial army, Yang Jieding felt a quiet horror stir within him. He'd braced himself for major trouble, but even he was stunned by the sheer number of sects converging for this assault. Good thing he'd sent a disciple back to warn the others ages ago. While Yang Jieding was still stuck in Yuan Realm First Layer, he was practically at the doorstep of the second. And just for the record, his martial arts hadn't rusted one bit. Even against an army of thousands, he still held a sliver of confidence. He voiced his disbelief. Why would so many major players show up for a minor sect like Qingqiu? Guang Lantian, an old acquaintance of Yang Jieding, sneered that Yang was an old Jenga dog who couldn't possibly hold on to a divine art. Hand it over and Qingqiu Sect might just survive. Yang Jieding scoffed. So just because the Green Sect whispers I have a divine art, you all believe it? Many went to Fuyang Lake back then. How can you be sure I was the only one who found it? Bai He, Vice Sect Master of the Green Sect, with a chillingly sinister expression, snorted. Enough talk. Capture him, torture him. He'll spill everything. Zhang Songjing of Tiao Peak didn't utter a word, but he was the first to draw his saber, prompting the martial artists behind him to unsheathe their weapons in unison. Killing intent immediately blanketed the entire snow plain. Yang Jieding took a step forward, roaring with laughter. He'd long awaited a chance to witness Bai He's skills. He jeered, mocking how someone like Bai He could possibly become a Vice Sect Master. The Green Sect, he predicted, would soon be wiped out. A vicious glint flashed in Bai He's eyes. He instantly vaulted off his horse, soaring towards Yang Jieding like a predatory eagle, drawing his sword mid-flight. Yang Jieding didn't back down. He surged forward, charging headlong into the sea of thousands, advancing with defiant courage. Meanwhile, over 10 miles away, two figures galloped furiously on horseback. Snow and wind lashed relentlessly at their faces. It was none other than the martial champion Li and his cousin Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong rode closely behind, her hands clamped tightly on the reins, her beautiful face flushed crimson from the biting cold. She called out, "Do we really need to rush this much?" Li Yang, his long spear strapped to his back, didn't turn around. "The tracks are getting clearer," he yelled over the wind, proving those sects are up ahead. "Don't stick so close, cousin. Let me scout ahead." With that, Li Yang spurred his horse, rapidly widening the gap between himself and Zhao Linglong. Zhao Linglong frantically shouted for him not to be reckless, but sadly she received no reply. He had already vanished from her sight. Li Yang relentlessly lashed his whip, his black steed bolting at full speed, tearing through the hazy snow like a dark dragon. Fortunately, the mountainous terrain was relatively flat, and the deep, unshoveled snow allowed the black horse to gallop unhindered. After putting considerable distance between himself and Zhao Linglong, Li Yang finally spotted figures in the distance. At the horizon, framed by two towering peaks, a massive crowd of martial artists was assembled. From afar, his brows furrowed in concentration. One hand gripped the reins, the other tucked his whip into his belt before swiftly drawing the long spear from his back. He cut the figure of a valiant general, charging single-handedly into an army of thousands. Fast as lightning, he surged forward without a hint of hesitation. The closer he got to the gathered sects, the grimmer his expression became. He never imagined so many people would turn up to attack the Qingqiu Sect. Even though he'd been defeated by Wu Maner and witnessed Zhang Zhaoxia's impressive growth, he still didn't believe the Qingqiu Sect could stand against this many martial artists. Just then, he noticed figures constantly being flung into the air from behind the martial artists, a clear sign that a major battle was already raging ahead. Li Yang roared in furious protest, but alas, the martial artists couldn't hear him. Their attention was entirely fixed on the unfolding chaos. Dozens of experts from the Qiu Alliance, Green Sect, and Tiu Peak were besieging Yang Juding. The rest stood watching, either unable to intervene or more often unwilling to. Yang Juding expertly dodged simultaneous attacks from Bai He, Guang Lantian, and Zhang Songjing, all while unleashing powerful palm strikes of his own. With each strike of his Nine Heavens Divine Palm, vital energy exploded, scattering deep snow like a charging dragon, sending martial arts experts flying. He appeared utterly dominant, radiating power to the extreme. The various sects buzzed with chatter. Some marveled that the dragon-subduing hero truly lived up to his legendary name. No wonder Zhou Prefecture ranked him in the top 10 of the heavenly character ranking. Others even speculated that had he attended the last martial arts convention, the title of #1 martial artist might not have gone to Yu Ji. Some whispered their suspicions had he truly acquired the mythical lost martial arts. Others could feel the sheer power of his palm strikes even from their distant vantage points. Still others concluded no wonder the three major sects brought such a massive force. Yang Jiuding alone was this formidable. Add Zhang Zhaoxia to the mix and taking them down would be a monumental task. Some even pointed out that the Green Sect's vice sect master was on the verge of being beaten to death. The sect's discussions continued unabated. Some were simply subordinates of the three major factions, while others, like the Tiegu sect, had come chasing rumors, hoping to snatch a divine art amidst the chaos. All these people weren't really there to attack the Qingqiu sect, but rather to contend with other sects for the divine art. At this point, Bai He, the Green Sect's vice sect master, was the most pitiful sight, his robe shredded, his hair disheveled. Yang Juding had shown him zero mercy. Both Guang Lantian and Zhang Songjing were utterly terrified by Yang Juding's current strength. They deliberately held back, not daring to face him directly, instead aiming to deplete his internal energy and drag out the fight until he collapsed from exhaustion. They were now convinced Yang Juding had acquired a divine art. They knew his original martial prowess, and his outrageous progress in recent years could only be explained by cultivating the mythical martial arts myth ultimate skill. Just then, an enraged roar echoed through the air, but Guang Lantian and his allies merely spared it a fleeting glance, never breaking their assault. Without needing a command, figures immediately moved to intercept Li Yang, who was galloping straight towards them. Seeing his path blocked, Li Yang's fury erupted. He swung his spear, thrusting forward, and sent the unfortunate obstructor flying. But that only served to draw even more martial artists to surround him. A short, stout, middle-aged man burst from the crowd, seized Li Yang's horse's reins, and yanked hard. The black horse instantly lost its footing, tumbling awkwardly to one side. Li Yang reacted with lightning speed, leaping clear of the falling beast. The moment his feet hit the ground, he was instantly surrounded by a throng of martial artists. The stout man glared at Li Yang, his voice cold as ice, demanding to know his sect. Stopping a galloping warhorse cold without even breaking a sweat, that made Li Yang extremely wary. With spear in hand, Li Yang angrily declared himself martial arts champion Li Yang, demanding to know why they were all amassed like this. Are they plotting rebellion, or do they just not care about the Great Li Dynasty's laws? The martial arts champion title caused a stir among the surrounding martial artists. Those who'd been to the Grand Martial Assembly quickly recognized him, whispering to verify his identity. But instead of fear, he was met with mocking gazes. As the various sects closed in, Li Yang's pressure shot through the roof. Watching from a distance versus being surrounded. Two very different feelings. He scanned all directions only to see a literal sea of heads, far too many to count. The short, stout man scoffed, asking if the authorities would even know, let alone catch the true culprits, if they just beat him to death right here. That just enraged Li Yang further. He pointed his spear at the short, stout man, calling him a vulgar fellow and demanding his name. The short, stout man smirked, introducing himself as Branchmaster Tuandu of the Green Sect. With that, he stepped towards Li Yang. The surrounding martial artists looked on, eager for a show, some even cheering, hoping to see what the martial arts champion was truly capable of. Yang Juding, already embroiled in battle, noticed Li Yang's dangerous predicament, silently cursing the martial arts champion for being such a pain. But he'd heard Li Yang's words. The guy was clearly here to help the Qingqiu sect, so Yang Juding couldn't just leave him to dry. So Yang Juding lunged towards Li Yang, right hand extended, his draconic chi sweeping across, utterly unstoppable. Guang Lantian and Zhang Songjing dropped the kid gloves. They both landed in front of Yang Juding, striking out with synchronized palm attacks. Two domineering streams of internal energy slammed into Yang Juding. Snow exploded several Zhanghai, the terrifying chi blast forcing back experts. Half an hour earlier, Yang Juding had spotted the enemy sects on the mountain and immediately sent a disciple to report. Just as Yang Juding was about to assist Li Yang, the messenger disciple sprinted straight to Lingxiao courtyard, seeking out Zhang Yuchen to report the incident. Zhang Yuchen's face immediately darkened. He ordered the quick summoning of all disciples, preparing them to descend the mountain for battle. The Qingqiu sect mobilized with incredible speed. Order-delivering disciples quickly fanned out to all work areas. Zhang Yuchen led the charge down the mountain, directly recruiting any disciples he found practicing martial arts along the way. In the courtyard, Zhu Yan was just about to start painting when she saw figures sprinting past outside. She couldn't help but wonder what the commotion was about. Su Jiling immediately darted out to ask. She stopped a disciple who simply blurted out enemy attack before rushing past her and down the mountain. She returned to the courtyard, relaying the news to Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan had been isolated on the mountain for the past 2 years, completely oblivious to any Jianghu rumors. She asked, surprised, why the Qingqiu sect, which usually kept to itself, was suddenly under enemy attack. And from the looks of it, not just a few enemies either. Su Xiling, however, wasn't surprised at all. She casually explained it was normal. The Qingqiu sect had too many geniuses, and unless a sect had some seriously overpowered secret arts, that kind of talent distribution was just unrealistic. Add Zhang Zhaoxia's rising fame in the Jianghu, and it was only a matter of time before people came sniffing around. Zhu Yan's brow furrowed. Her mood for painting was completely gone. Su Jiling smiled, asking, if you're worried, young lady, perhaps I should head down the mountain and check things out? Zhu Yan nodded in agreement. Su Xiling immediately bowed and departed. In another courtyard, Yanlan sat on a stone bench. Watching Qingqiu Sect disciples summon Qingye away, he immediately knew something had happened below the mountain. Yanlan glanced at the book in his hand, lamenting that Jianghu conflicts were no less complicated than court politics. Living in the mortal realm, it seemed no one could truly escape. Kuyi approached him, asking permission to descend the mountain and assess the situation. Yanlan simply nodded, telling Kuyi to handle it as he saw fit, then returned his focus to his book. Kuyi took his silver staff and headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, Kuer sat cross-legged under a courtyard tree, focusing his cultivation to heal his body. The wounds Li Qingqiu inflicted earlier still hadn't fully healed. From the rooftops, snow swirled through the air, blanketing the mountain scenery in a pristine white. No one knew that at this very moment someone stood on the mountaintop looking down. It was none other than Li Qingqiu. He stood by the cliff, watching Su Xiling and Kuyi descend the mountain one after another. He inwardly pondered whether to formally recruit Zhu Yan and Su Xiling into the sect. As for Kuyi and Kuer, he had no such plans for them. The Crown Prince couldn't stay at Qingqiu Sect forever, and Li Qingqiu wasn't one for unnecessary drama. He wouldn't let the Crown Prince linger on the mountain too long. As for the major skirmish unfolding below, Li Qingqiu wasn't worried. He trusted that the Qingqiu Sect currently had more than enough firepower to hold its own. Still, just in case, he decided to spectate. If he didn't have to intervene, he wouldn't. The Qingqiu Sect was still in its early game phase. Losing even a single unit would really hurt his progression. Just as Li Qingqiu was deep in thought, a system notification popped up. A Qingqiu Sect disciple has eliminated a hostile force, demonstrating the growing might of the Dao Heritage. Reward 1 legacy inheritance opportunity. Li Qingqiu cracked a smile, raising his hand to his mouth and letting out a piercing whistle. Amplified by his qi, the sound carried with immense penetrating power, traveling far across the mountains. Soon after, a colossal presence burst forth from the blinding snowy mist. A strong wind whipped Li Qingqiu's robes between the twin peaks of the snowfield, where corpses and fresh blood painted the landscape. Yang Jiading and Li Yang were still locked in combat, barely 5 paces apart. Compared to Yang Jiading, Li Yang was far more battered, his long hair a mess, face smeared with blood, and the front of his robes soaked crimson. He gripped his long spear, but his strength and speed had dwindled significantly. Li Yang thrust his spear into a martial artist's shoulder, sending them flying. But the force of the blow also sent him staggering, almost toppling over. He quickly braced his long spear against the ground, struggling to regain his footing. At this point, the primary attackers targeting them were still from the 3 great sects, while the smaller factions merely observed from the sidelines. As the battle dragged on, a growing number of martial artists felt a pang of reluctance, mostly stirred by Li Yang's actions. Some believed the martial champion's skill was immense, but his refusal to kill was actively driving him to his demise. Others, however, pointed out that Yang Jiading's ruthless approach was why he remained unscathed so far. Still others speculated Li Yang feared violating the Great Li dynasty's laws, and many began to wonder if they were truly going to kill the martial champion right then and there. Martial artists from the smaller factions whispered amongst themselves. Some were moved by Li Yang's plight, while others feared the situation spiraling out of control. In the Jianghu, no matter how fierce the conflict, it was still a matter for the martial world. Who among them hadn't committed a killing or two? Reporting it to the authorities would mean mutual destruction. They merely wanted to seize the divine technique, not to incur the wrath of the imperial court. Regardless of their thoughts, the experts from the 3 great sects were truly enraged and determined to slay Li Yang right then and there. While fending off surrounding experts, Yang Jiading occasionally had to assist Li Yang. Otherwise, Li Yang wouldn't have been able to hold out for so long. Li Yang barely had time to catch his breath before another attacker lunged forward, forcing him to grit his teeth and continue fighting. Only now did he finally understand what it truly felt like to be on a battlefield. After becoming the martial champion, he had always wanted to enlist, but his father had prevented him. His father believed his temperament wasn't yet suited for a general's role, which was why he had ventured into the Jianghu to gain experience. Yet now, merely being surrounded by a few hundred true enemies made him feel utterly helpless. He couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying it would be to stand amidst a full-scale battlefield with hundreds of thousands of troops one day. Yang Jiading realized Li Yang was completely exhausted, his strength spent. He quickly calculated the time, estimating that with the disciples' speed, they must have already returned to the sect. With that thought, he immediately spun around and lunged towards Li Yang. Guang Lantian and Zhang Songjing, despite their injuries, charged forward once more, making Yang Jiading's eyes blaze with murderous intent. He roared with killing intent, unleashing a full-powered palm strike. The 9 heavens' divine palm erupted, internal energy surging like a flood. A single palm strike sent Walantian and Zhang Songjing spewing blood and soaring backward. He then unleashed his profound footwork, swiftly reaching Li Yang, grabbing the back of his collar and dragging him as he fled toward Qingqiu Sect. As he retreated, his other hand ceaselessly unleashed palm strikes, sending every obstructing foe flying. Guang Lantian crashed onto the snow, unable to stop himself from spitting out another mouthful of fresh blood. He turned his head to look back, his gaze fixed on Yang Jiading, filled with utter terror. He couldn't comprehend how Yang Jiading had become so incredibly powerful. Just a few years ago, when Yang Jiading ascended to the 7 Peaks Alliance, his strength was still unremarkable. Yet now he could effortlessly inflict such grave injuries. Only one question remained in his heart. Could the martial world legend's divine technique truly be that powerful? Yang Jiading, with Li Yang in tow, swiftly broke through the encirclement. The experts from the 3 sects immediately gave chase, while those who had come to watch the spectacle hesitated for a moment before joining the pursuit. After a grueling battle, Yang Jiading's primordial qi was almost entirely depleted. The single palm strike he had just unleashed against Guang Lantian and Zhang Songjing had consumed all his remaining primordial qi. Without that full-powered attack, it would have been nearly impossible to gravely injure those two. But Qingjiao Xianyue Peak and the 7 Peaks Alliance still had other formidable experts. First-rate experts swiftly lunged at his flanks, relentlessly launching their attacks. Yang Juding ducked mid-run to avoid a powerful roundhouse kick, then immediately sprang up, vaulting over a broadsword that was sweeping horizontally. In the same fluid motion, he effortlessly sent a palm strike straight into the chest of the broadsword wielder, making them spew blood, collapse to their knees, and slide backward. Being dragged by Yang Juding, Li Yang felt no relief at all. Instead, he was overwhelmed by immense humiliation, causing his entire body to tense up. Just then, Yang Juding suddenly felt an incredibly heavy kick land on his back, sending him staggering, losing his balance and tumbling forward. Li Yang, still in his grasp, was likewise flung head over heels, utterly disoriented. After rolling several times, Yang Juding braced himself with his palm against the ground to stabilize his body, simultaneously spinning around to face his pursuers. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the attacker as Duantuo, the branch master of Qingqiu. Small in stature, yet Duantu now bristled with an overbearing aura. He stood on the snow like a war god, his entire being radiating fierce killing intent. Years ago, Yang Juding had a bad day against Duantu. Now seeing his old rival dare to block his path again, Yang Juding's eyes narrowed, killing intent flaring. Duantu, unfazed, charged straight at him. But he wasn't alone. Over a dozen experts from major sects swarmed forward at the same time. Normally, Yang Juding would wipe the floor with these guys. But his vital energy was tapped out, strength failing. All he could do was dodge, dodge, dodge. Li Yang's vision finally cleared just in time to see a saber pressed horizontally against his throat. He looked up, meeting the gaze of a scarred middle-aged man in a grimy black cloak and a wide-brimmed hat. The moment their eyes met, Li Yang was instantly overwhelmed. Those eyes were utterly ice-cold, as if they'd witnessed countless deaths, honing their owner's heart until all emotion had been scoured away. Li Yang instinctively tried to speak, but the saber-wielding man suddenly turned his head, looking elsewhere. Unconsciously following his gaze, Li Yang's eyes immediately widened. He saw someone galloping on horseback, and that someone was none other than his junior cousin, Zhao Linglong. Someone tried to intercept Zhao Linglong, but the moment they lunged out, a powerful surge of energy flung them away, utterly incapable of stopping her. Duantu turned his head, then immediately charged, intending to block Zhao Linglong just as he had Li Yang, but the instant he moved, an unseen force sent him flying, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Li Yang stared dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Zhao Linglong's powerful entrance forced the experts ganging up on Yang Juding to pause. They still surrounded him, but their gazes were now warily fixed on her. Zhao Linglong rode her horse directly before Yang Juding and Li Yang, reining in the magnificent beast. It neighed loudly, rearing up on its front legs. Perched atop her horse, her green robes fluttered, and her aura was that of a true powerhouse, a stark contrast to her usual demure self. Her eyes were just as cold as the scarred saber wielder's, brimming with a palpable, powerful pressure. As the warhorse lowered its feet, she fixed her gaze on the scarred saber wielder and called out his identity directly. She confirmed he was Dianming, the Jiuqiu blade, who had been retired from the martial world for over a decade. She then demanded to know why he was meddling in Guzhou's martial arts affairs. Though her voice was normally soft, it now carried a chilling, killing intent that echoed far, clearly heard by Yang Juding and everyone else. An expert from Tio Peak mumbled in astonished doubt, recognizing Dianming as Weizhou's #1 martial artist from 10 years past. Experts from the Qiyu Alliance and Qing Sect immediately sensed something was off. They hadn't invited anyone from Weizhou. They exchanged uneasy glances, realizing none of them knew Dianming. Dianming held his Jiuqiu blade, a weapon as thin as a willow leaf with blood grooves running down both sides. Even snowflakes that landed on its edge instantly vaporized into wisps of hot steam. His face was etched with the marks of hardship, a 10-centimeter scar slashing across his right cheek, giving him an incredibly ferocious appearance. His silver-flecked beard only made him resemble a vicious old wolf even more. He stared at Zhao Linglong, realizing her youth yet potent martial power, a feat difficult to achieve even with exceptional innate talent. He coldly asked for her surname. The pursuing factions all halted, watching from afar as Zhao Linglong and Dianming confronted each other. And anyone with sharp eyes could tell Dianming was no simple character. Zhao Linglong didn't dismount. She simply looked down at Dianming and replied, "My surname is Zhao." A cold light immediately flashed in Dianming's eyes. He scoffed coldly, realizing she was the current successor of the Xuanyan art. He surmised she'd been past at least 200 years of cultivation, meaning that old man must have finally kicked the bucket. This single statement alone terrified the experts from all factions, and even Li Yang was shaken. He had absolutely no idea his junior cousin was this powerful. Only then did he understand why, when he initially didn't want to bring Zhao Linglong, his father had insisted he take her. It wasn't for him to lead his cousin for training, it was for his cousin to protect him. Throughout their journey, he'd faced many dangers that inexplicably turned to safety, and he'd never understood why. He'd never imagined his protector was right beside him the entire time. Zhao Linglong didn't spare a glance for Li Yang on the ground, fixing her gaze solely on Dianming. She asked if he too was after the divine art of the martial legend. Dianming grinned ferociously, claiming that divine art was even more potent than her Xuanyan art. Immediately after, he suddenly brandished his saber and slashed towards Zhao Linglong. That single saber strike was as fast as lightning. Even Li Yang, who'd always considered himself capable of holding his own against first-class experts, was utterly unable to follow the blade's speed. However, Zhao Linglong's reaction speed was no less impressive. Like a phantom, she glided over her horse's head, landing in front of the warhorse, then unleashed a palm strike. Her internal energy erupted, forming a visible layer of protective chi that shielded both her and the warhorse. Boom! Dianming's single strike unleashed 3 saber energies that sliced through Zhao Linglong's protective chi layer and wreaked havoc behind her. The overbearing saber energy tore through the thick snow. 4 martial arts experts who couldn't dodge in time were instantly pulverized into a bloody mess, splattering across the snow and terrifying the remaining martial artists into frantic evasion. Zhao Linglong spared a quick glance behind her, then charged forward to engage Dianming. Their figures intertwined, their movement techniques so blindingly fast that even Yang Juding found it unbelievable. To other onlookers, the two seemed to have dissolved into afterimages, their fierce techniques impossible to follow. Scattering saber energy and internal chi continuously melted the snow beneath their feet. Looking from above, a patch of brown earth had appeared on the pristine white snow, rapidly spreading. Guanglan Tian staggered to his feet, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Zhao Linglong and Dian Ming. He couldn't believe there were martial artists of such terrifying power in the world, thinking even the mysterious intruder who once infiltrated the Qiyue Alliance that night couldn't compare to these two. The vice-sect master of Qing Sect, Bai He, crawled through the crowd like a vengeful ghoul, his face a blood-soaked mess, eyes bulging, daring not to charge forward for a moment. Amidst the fierce battle, Zhao Linglong's gentle voice rang out, asking Yang Juding to take her cousin up the mountain. Yang Juding snapped back to reality, immediately skirting their battlefield to reach Li Yang, helping him up and then sprinting toward Qingxiao Sect. Just as the experts from Qing Sect, Qiyue Alliance, and Tio Peak moved to pursue, Zhao Linglong spun around and unleashed a palm strike, its energy sweeping across the ground, cutting them off and forcing them all to halt. Her power was truly terrifying. Dian Ming didn't pursue Li Yang but focused entirely on battling Zhao Linglong. The two were equally matched, neither gaining an advantage. Yang Jeding carried Li Yang with one arm, running like the wind, all the while marveling at how incredibly powerful Li Yang's cousin truly was. And what was the true origin of the profound Jin art that it could transfer 200 years of cultivation? This was truly unheard of. Li Yang regained his composure, giving a wry smile and admitting that even he hadn't known she was that powerful. As for the profound Yin art, he'd only heard it was the secret art of the Lian sect, one of the 3 founding sects of the dynasty with a 1,000-year history, capable of transferring one's own cultivation to others, but the giver would surely die. He never imagined anyone could transfer 200 years of cultivation. Yang Juding continued forward, questioning Li Yang, but his steps grew heavier as fatigue set in. After running for a few miles, Yang Juding finally saw figures in the distance. Looking closely, he recognized it was Zhang Yuchun leading a group of disciples, and a wave of relief washed over him. After cultivating the primordial chaos scripture, he deeply understood the immense power of the core nourishment realm. Zhang Yuchun was a second-level core nourishment realm master, and if Zhang Yuchun was here, then Shuning must be close behind. The moment Zhang Yuchun saw Yang Jeding and Li Yang, he immediately activated a gale wind art, rushing forward to meet them. The disciples following him were those practicing martial arts lower down the mountain, gathered by him along the way, with more disciples still rushing up behind. Upon reaching Yang Juding, he took Li Yang from him and, backing away, asked about the current situation. Yang Juding quickly explained that Li Yang's cousin was holding back the enemy for them, and that a complication had arisen in the battle. A peerless expert, once the strongest in Weizhou, had appeared. Zhang Yuchun frowned, but just then, he suddenly sensed something and forcefully pushed Li Yang and Yang Juding away. A whistling sound pierced the air, a flying dagger shot between him and Li Yang, then flew straight towards the Qingxiao Sect disciples rushing up behind them. At that exact moment, a figure leapt from behind the Qingxiao Sect disciples, descending like a startled apparition, and with a single sword strike severed the flying dagger. That person was Shuning. After the slash, she naturally sheathed her sword, her demeanor quite similar to Li Qingqiu's. The moment Shuning appeared, Yang Juding completely relaxed but then turned back, eyebrows knitted in a tight frown. Within the blinding snowstorm, 7 figures were steadily approaching. Yang Juding had never seen these 7, but each one made him feel extremely dangerous, as if they were all peerless experts, no weaker than Dian Ming. At this point, he realized the situation was completely amiss. No matter how powerful the Qing sect was, they couldn't possibly have gathered so many peerless experts. He began to suspect that a greater power was pulling the strings behind this entire affair. By the cliffside, Ku Yi gazed down at the snowfield below, seeing the Qingxiao sect disciples surrounding the 3 figures, then his gaze shifted forward. When he saw the 7 figures striding shoulder to shoulder through the snowy mist towards the Qingxiao sect group, his expression subtly changed. He recognized them and immediately understood the situation was dire, so he dared not delay and swiftly turned to flee up the mountain. At the same time, Shuning led a crowd of Qingxiao sect disciples towards the 3 figures, surpassing everyone to lead the way herself. Zhang Yuchun came alongside Shuning, whispering a warning that those 7 were not simple. Shuning merely hummed a reply. Though her frame barely reached Zhang Yuchun's shoulder, the aura she exuded at that moment far surpassed his. Her calm gaze made it seem as if the 7 figures before her were completely beneath her notice. When she heard the warning, her only response was a brief one. Zhang Yuchun turned around to look, seeing from afar that more disciples were continuously descending the mountain, and a smile immediately spread across his face. Except for the core disciples cultivating the primordial chaos scripture, the remaining disciples practiced martial arts year-round and ate well every day. Yang Juding held nothing back, imparting his powerful internal energy to them, causing their martial prowess to advance rapidly. While they couldn't yet compare to first-rate masters, they were certainly no longer mere commoners. According to Zhang Yuchun, this battle was not a crisis but a necessary training opportunity for Qingxiao sect. In the martial arts world, no one hadn't experienced bloodshed, and no sect could forever focus solely on cultivation. Only by truly understanding the dangers of the martial world could one set greater goals. Qinye, staff in hand, approached Shuning. After a moment of hesitation, he still chose to step back, not vying for the senior sister's spotlight. The Qingxiao 7 sons had also arrived. Huang's son, having just entered the first layer of the primordial realm, was overflowing with excitement, ready to display his prowess. But upon seeing only 7 figures ahead, he immediately sobered up. He understood the unspoken rule: large numbers of enemies often meant weaklings among them. Few enemies? More often than not, they were all top-tier masters. Having tempered himself in the Jianghu, he wasn't ignorant. A mere glance at the 7 figures was enough to tell him they were terrifyingly strong. One by one, the Qingxiao sect disciples stepped forward, forming a line behind Qinye. Liu watched, a sudden realization washing over him. The Qingxiao sect had changed dramatically. Disciples he'd once seen as green and naive now carried the spirit to face any foe. Soon the 7 figures emerged from the snowy mist, 6 men and 1 woman, each gripped a weapon, their faces obscured by ghastly demon masks like soul reapers stepping out of the underworld. The 7 began to converse among themselves. One scoffed, "Can't believe a bunch of kids dare to block our path." Another reminded them, "Don't underestimate Xiang Ying, she sliced through those flying daggers." Even if the blade's energy had largely dissipated, it still proved her martial prowess was far from low. Yet another mused, "If the legendary martial arts are truly here, this would be an unexpected delight." Someone else brought up the Crown Prince, commenting that while he appeared as carefree as a cloud and wild crane, he always had a hidden agenda, and was not to be underestimated. All their words betrayed their utter disdain for the Qingqiu sect members. Yang Juding scrutinized the 7, racking his brain for their origins. His face suddenly paled, and he muttered under his breath, "It's the 7 Killings demonic sect." Li Yang turned to him, astonished. "You recognize them?" Yang Juding explained in a grave tone that the 7 Killings demonic sect was said to consist of 6 men and 1 woman, each wielding unique weapons, and every single one was as formidable as a provincial martial world leader. One of them had even claimed the title of Wuzhou's one martial artist. Since the demonic sect's destruction by the imperial court, they had vanished without a trace. He never imagined they'd still be alive after 20 years. Yang Juding's face was grim, his voice heavy with... Li Yang, coming from a distinguished clan, knew even more about the demonic sect than most in the Jianghu, and he too was shaken to his core. Since the founding of the Dali dynasty, the strongest martial sect had always been the demonic sect. Even the 3 founding sects couldn't compare. The demonic sect spanned across countless provinces, having once swept across the entire martial world, harboring innumerable masters. Many had claimed the title of one martial artist in their respective provinces, their demonic might soaring to the heavens. Most importantly, the demonic sect wasn't annihilated by the orthodox martial world, but by the reigning emperor, who deployed a massive army to massacre them. And it was said to have come at no small cost. It was no exaggeration to say the most recent martial world legend was the demonic sect itself. Yet, the imperial court strictly forbade any discussion of them, even destroying all related records. As such, few of today's younger generation had ever heard of their tales. Li Yang murmured that the 7 Killings demonic sect were peak existences within the demonic sect, absolutely no less formidable than the 4 great protectors. Direct confrontation was out of the question. Yang Juding stared intently at the 7 Killings demonic sect, then declared, "Turning tail and running now will only get us killed faster." His gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiang Ying, who stood at the forefront. Xiang Ying had always given him an unfathomable feeling, but facing the 7 Killings demonic sect, even he couldn't shake the unease in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, ready to fight shoulder to shoulder with Xiang Ying. The 7 Killings demonic sect halted 5 zhang from Xiang Ying, assessing her with mocking eyes. The sole woman among the 7 Killings let out a charming laugh, then tried to entice Xiang Ying to join their sect, promising that if she agreed, she could choose any of the world's ultimate arts. There would also be countless precious medicinal ingredients to temper her body. In less than 5 years, she could break through and become a true peerless master. Xiang Ying didn't reply. She simply drew her sword and pointed it directly at the 7 Killings demonic sect. Her stance was clear. All 7 wore demon masks so no one could see their true faces. But the way they tightened their grips on their weapons showed they had been thoroughly enraged by Xiang Ying. Just as Yang Juding reached Xiang Ying's side, a resonant cry echoed between the 2 mountain peaks, making him involuntarily look up. He recognized that familiar cry. More accurately, every single Qingqiu sect disciple recognized it. So everyone simultaneously looked up, Xiang Ying included. One of the 7 Killings demonic sect, a man with an axe, let out a cold laugh, sneering, "Are they already praying to the heavens?" He was burly, built like an iron tower. They all heard the eagle's cry but paid it no mind. In their minds, there was no way the Qingqiu sect could possibly command an eagle to deal with them. But just then, a fierce gale descended from the sky, directly dispersing the snowy mist above their heads. The 7 Killings demonic sect looked up in astonishment, and immediately thereafter they were so startled they instantly assumed battle stances. A dark shadow cascaded from above, plunging them into gloom. Only their eyes were visible through the demon mask, and at this moment every pair was wide with terror and dread. A gigantic black eagle with a wingspan stretching 5 zhang hovered before everyone, ceaselessly flapping its wings. Its talons dangled in midair, sharp enough to outmatch even the blades of the 7 Killings demonic sect, reflecting a chilling light. The 7 Killings demonic sect had roamed the Jianghu for decades, always believing themselves the most terrifying existences in the world. But today, seeing this colossal black eagle, everyone flinched, instantly jumping back to widen the gap. Sunlight pierced the snow mist, shining on the colossal black eagle. The 7 Killing demonic sect members focused, then horrifyingly discovered a remarkably young and handsome man standing on its back. The Qingqiu sect was equally startled by Little Eight's abrupt arrival, but the moment they saw Li Qingqiu's silhouette, they all became agitated. Yang Juding breathed a heavy sigh of relief. The 7 Killing demonic sect's pressure had been immense. Thankfully, Li Qingqiu had arrived, but he was also utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how Li Qingqiu was just standing on an eagle's back descending from the sky. Li Qingqiu's dramatic entrance made Yang Joding's blood surge with excitement, his fists unconsciously clenching inside his sleeves. Li Yang stared up at Li Qingqiu, mouth agape and eyes unblinking. A whip-wielding member of the 7 Killing demonic sect questioned Li Qingqiu's identity, his voice trembling. The immense pressure emanating from Li Qingqiu and Little Eight was simply too strong, making the entire demonic sect feel horribly suppressed. Li Qingqiu offered no reply. He simply raised his right hand, and in an instant the continuous clang of swords leaving their scabbards echoed. Over a dozen iron swords from the Qingqiu sect disciples simultaneously flew from their sheaths, now hovering around him. That sight made the 7 Killing demonic sect's faces fall. They instantly turned tail and bolted. The Qingxiao sect disciples stared wide-eyed. Aside from Xuning, even Zhang Yuchen and Yang Juding were completely rattled by Li Qingqiu's sword control. Some disciples even bowed their heads, checking their own scabbards, wondering if they were dreaming. Standing on little eight's back, Li Qingqiu swept his right hand forward. In an instant, the dozen-plus hovering iron swords transformed into streaks of frigid light, shooting forth like missiles. A 7-killing expert, twin blades in hand, whirled at the sound of tearing wind. He instantly spun, slashing his blades forward, attempting to deflect the incoming flying swords. But fresh blood instantly splattered, the expert's head cleanly decapitated. His body remained frozen in its blade-wielding stance, while his twin blades shattered like mirrors, fragments scattering through the air. That sight terrified the remaining 6 to their very core. Knowing escape was futile, they simultaneously turned, intending to combine their strength and resist. But each flying sword descended with unimaginable speed, making their frantic movements feel agonizingly slow. Then, one by one, the swords continuously pierced through their bodies. The last female expert was dragged backward by a flying sword for dozens of yards, ultimately pinned tightly to the snowfield. Her limbs hung limp, and her eyes beneath the demon mask were filled with utter despair. It all happened in an unbelievable flash. From the moment Li Qingqiu made his move to the tragic demise of the 7-killing demonic sect, less than 2 breaths had passed. It was so fast the Qingxiao sect members hadn't even had time to react. In the distance, Su Xiling had just sprinted to the cliff's edge when she witnessed the entire scene. Her eyes widened, and she unconsciously rubbed them, trying to confirm she wasn't mistaken. Li Qingqiu withdrew his hand. The flying swords detached from the corpses and swiftly flew back towards him. He casually swept his hand backward, his sleeves fluttering. The flying swords instantly lost their spiritual qi, transforming back into ordinary iron swords, then simultaneously returning to their scabbards. The Qingxiao sect disciples only felt a subtle tremor in their sword hands. They looked down to find their own swords had returned to their scabbards without them even noticing. Li Qingqiu then instructed Elder Yang to remember to clean up the bodies. No sooner had he finished speaking than Little Eight flapped its wings, stirring up a destructive gale, then instantly shot skyward, vanishing into the hazy snow mist. Even after he was gone, the Qingxiao sect disciples were still reeling. Li Yang collapsed onto the snow, gazing up at the sky like someone still lost in a dream. All he felt was a profound confusion, unsure if what he just witnessed was peak martial arts or immortal techniques. Xiangying meanwhile gazed into the distance. She sensed the auras of Zhao Linglong and Dianming. Without waiting for the Qingxiao sect disciples to fully recover, she grabbed her sword and charged straight ahead, quickly vanishing into the snow mist. In the guest quarters, Yanlan sat holding a book. It had been some time since he'd descended the mountain, but for some reason he always felt a deep unease, unable to calm his mind, and read. He muttered to himself that perhaps this calamity wasn't just exclusive to the Qingxiao sect. Thinking this, he set the book down, stood up, and walked out into the courtyard. Kuer, who was recuperating from his injuries, also stood up and followed in his footsteps. No sooner had they stepped out of the courtyard than a powerful gale swept through, forcing down the accumulated snow from the trees. Yanlan raised a hand to shield his face from the falling snow, then suddenly felt his vision go dark, only for it to brighten again instantly. He unconsciously turned his head to look and couldn't help but widen his eyes in sheer disbelief. Before his eyes, a monstrous colossal black eagle had just glided past the treetops, and on its back a figure stood with their back turned towards him. Yanlan stood dumbfounded, suspecting he'd just seen something wrong. Kuer stepped out of the courtyard. He didn't see Li Qingqiu, only Little Eight, because its massive wings perfectly obscured Li Qingqiu's figure from his side angle. He walked over to Yanlan, exclaiming in shock that the eagle was enormous. He never expected such a marvel to exist deep within these mountains. At the same time, Li Qingqiu lifted his foot and lightly tapped Little Eight's head, scolding it in a low voice, "Stop being so mischievous." As night slowly fell, Su Xiling returned to Juyan's courtyard. She found Juyan sitting before a stone table, an oil lamp casting light onto her veil and eyebrows. Juyan looked up and, seeing Su Xiling approach, asked if the Qingxiao sect's troubles had been resolved. Su Xiling sat down opposite her, her expression still slightly flustered. She picked up the teapot and poured herself a cup. Seeing her so absent-minded, Juyan frowned and asked, "Did something happen?" Su Xiling took a deep breath, looked at Juyan and asked, "Are there truly immortal cultivators in this world? Because court officials still pursue sorcerers, and the mortal world has many strange rumors about immortal techniques." Candlelight illuminated her bewildered expression, for she could never forget the sight of Li Qingqiu annihilating the 7-killing demonic sect, then stepping onto his eagle and soaring into the sky. She completely failed to grasp Li Qingqiu's martial arts. They had far surpassed the realm of conventional martial arts, forcing her to only think of the immortals from mythological tales. Juyan replied softly, "The world is vast, and strange things are not uncommon. As for whether immortal cultivators truly exist, I cannot say. But those sorcerers in the imperial court are nothing but charlatans, deceiving the world and pretending to be gods and ghosts." And it was those very corrupt individuals who plunged the Great Li into several years of chaos. The nation itself nearly shattered. Su Xiling hesitated for a moment, then recounted everything she had seen and heard throughout the day. Juyan fell silent after hearing him. Master and disciple just stared at each other, speechless. Outside, the courtyard slowly grew noisy. Qingxiao sect disciples returning from the mountain base were absolutely hyped, buzzing non-stop about today's epic heart-stopping battle. And the name on everyone's lips was Xuning, not Li Qingqiu. Zhang Yuchun had already warned the disciples, "You can gossip about the sect master all you want, just make sure the doors are closed. We still have guests on the mountain, after all." In another guest courtyard, Kuyi stood beside Yanlan, his heart ablaze with worry. He'd been trying to convince him for ages, but Yanlan still refused to leave the mountain. Hearing the commotion outside, Yanlan declared he'd only descend tomorrow. Even if he had to leave, bidding farewell to Sectmaster Li was a matter of proper etiquette. He hadn't told Kuyi or Kuer about the astonishing sight he had witnessed. For one, he wasn't even sure it wasn't an illusion. For another, he felt this entire affair simply couldn't be spread. If Li Qingqiu truly was a hidden immortal, then once word reached the imperial court, countless people would flock to find him, especially his own imperial father. Ku Yi, hearing the courtyard's buzzing, frowned, his heart swelled with both astonishment and suspicion. He couldn't grasp how the Seven Fiends' demonic sect had manifested, yet the Qingqiu sect still managed such a resounding victory. He dared not be complacent, fearing the Seven Fiends' demonic sect might infiltrate the Qingqiu sect. Tonight he absolutely had to redouble his vigilance. Inside Lingxiao Pavilion, Li Qingqiu pushed open the door, humming a short tune, feeling absolutely ecstatic. He couldn't help but summon his notification screen, just to savor it one more time. The screen clearly displayed Qingqiu sect had successfully navigated a major tribulation with 0 casualties. As a reward, he'd received a fortune opportunity. Prior to this, he already had 2 legacy inheritance chances activated when disciples Xiang Rui and Zhang Zhaoxia annihilated the Qing sect. He planned to roll them all tomorrow, just to see if the surprise factor was worth it. Afterwards, he strolled over to the long table in the courtyard and settled down, waiting for Zhang Yuchen and the others to return. After wiping out the Seven Fiends' demonic sect, he'd done a quick scan, confirming no remaining threats to Xu Ning before finally leaving. Given Xu Ning's skill set, if the Seven Fiends' demonic sect members were separated, not a single one would be her match. It was only their combined forces that made him worry she'd take damage. Leaving just one expert for her to practice with was more than enough. As for his little display of stomping the small fry today, Li Qingqiu wasn't worried about the news spreading. Even if it did, he wasn't scared. After all, there was no video evidence. Besides, this world was already overflowing with people who fabricated legendary tales about themselves. At the edge of the Tycoon mountain range, there was even a guild whose leader claimed blessings from the river god, able to identify ghost entities. Numerous guilds and aristocratic families also boasted mastery of magical arts, duping common folk to establish authority and inflate their own reputations. If even those fakes weren't afraid of rumors, then his actual cultivation sect had even less to fear. Li Qingqiu just wanted stable, steady growth. As for recruiting disciples, he couldn't just do it blindly. After all, these kids still needed to eat. After a bit, Li Dongye and Li Zijin quickly entered the courtyard, heading straight for Li Qingqiu. Li Dongye approached him and softly reported that the mountain's troubles were resolved. Second senior brother was leading the burial detail, and Xu Ning and Elder Yang were with them. Li Zijin, on the other hand, was anything but gentle. She rushed behind Li Qingqiu, grabbed his shoulders with both hands, and shook him with all her might. She rattled off questions. Was his technique today third senior brother's sword control art, or the grand severing sword control art? And how on earth did he stand on little eight's back? She demanded he teach her, because she wanted to turn little nine into her personal mount too. Li Qingqiu just let her shake him, irritated. Little nine isn't even close to little eight's size, he grumbled. Aren't you afraid of falling off? Li Dongye simply smiled, leaving their playful banter behind. She headed to the kitchen to prepare some food and water for Zhang Yuchun and the others to take down the mountain later tonight. The path from Qingqiu sect to the mountain base used to be treacherous, but ever since they renovated the mountain road, disciples could traverse it much faster. So even delivering food late at night wasn't the hassle it once was. Torches and oil lamps were all they needed. Li Qingqiu pulled Li Zijin down to sit, then asked her to recount the disciples' performance when facing the major sects. After he'd left, the Qingqiu sect disciples continued to engage in a massive battle, scattering the disorganized rabble of countless allied factions and wiping out hundreds of enemies. Without the 3 major sects as their main damage dealers, those minor factions were hardly worth mentioning, just a bunch of thugs who specialized in bullying common folk. Li Qingqiu listened intently, extremely satisfied with the battle's performance. At least his disciples got some solid training time. After this battle, things should quiet down for a while. Once Zhang Zhaoxia, Li Zifeng, and the others returned, Li Qingqiu would keep them within the sect. More manpower, more combat power. With Zhang Zhaoxia on site, Li Qingqiu wouldn't even need to descend the mountain himself. She and Xu Ning teaming up could absolutely ensure the Seven Fiends' demonic sect met their end right at the mountain's base. And let's not forget Wu Manor. Her cultivation growth might not be top tier, but her martial arts talent is off the charts, and she's at the 3rd layer of the primordial realm. If you soloed each Seven Fiends' demonic sect expert, absolutely none of them could match her. At this point, Li Qingqiu felt the Qingqiu sect was finally fully stabilized. Next up, he needed to focus on training his 2nd generation of disciples. Besides Xu Ning, he needed to cultivate a few more 2nd-gen disciples capable of handling missions solo. Qin Ye and Xue Jin's capabilities were still lacking, and unfortunately Yuan Li was just too young. Plus, how to actually awaken this immortal hegemon body remains a major unsolved quest. While Li Zijin went to assist Li Dongye, Li Qingqiu drank alone, reflecting. He silently prayed the heavens would bless him with another top-tier genius, someone on par with Ninger. That night, the Qingqiu sect's courtyards glowed with light. The heavy snow gradually subsided, hinting that winter was finally drawing to a close. Moon set, sun rose. By noon the next day, Yanlan arrived at the sect gate requesting an audience with Li Qingqiu. After a short wait, he was permitted entry into Lingxiao courtyard. Since early morning, Li Qingqiu had been claiming his legacy inheritance rewards, receiving the Foundational Array Scroll and the Mountain Lord Divine Incantation. The Foundational Array Scroll, detailing methods for cultivation and basic array creation, was instantly imprinted in Li Qingqiu's mind. It suited him perfectly, and he planned to transcribe it, seeing if any disciples had the aptitude to research it. As for the Mountain Lord Divine Incantation, it was a spell capable of condensing a Divine Mountain Lord avatar for combat. The Mountain Lord in question was essentially a 100-year-old tiger from the deepest mountains. The true power of this spell was yet to be fully assessed. However, judging from the legacy memories, the Mountain Lord avatar was incredibly intimidating. Regular folks encountering it for the first time would likely be paralyzed with fear. These 2 legacy inheritances left Li Qingqiu very satisfied, especially the Foundational Array Scroll. What cultivation sect doesn't need to set up arrays after all? In high spirits, he instructed Yuan Qi to fetch Yanlan and his 2 companions who were waiting at the sect gate. Xu Ning sat to Li Qingqiu's right, Yuan Li to his left. The three of them waited for their meal together. Li Qingqiu tilted his head, observing Yuan Li. The kid's cultivation aptitude really did live up to its bottom-tier rating. Even after visiting the underground spirit pond, he still hadn't broken through to the mid-first-tier profound realm. Looks like without awakening that immortal Hegman body, he'd have a seriously tough time ever becoming a cultivation genius. Not long after, Yuanqi led Yanlan, Kui, and Kuer into the courtyard. Yanlan approached the table, bowing with cupped fist to Li Qingqiu, and with a smile said he'd come to bid farewell. Seeing Yanlan perform the salute, Kui and Kuer both frowned, utterly bewildered. After all, while His Highness was always courteous to others, not everyone could make him proactively salute, let alone actually bow. Li Qingqiu looked at Yanlan and chuckled, asking why he wouldn't stay for a few more days. Because the new year was approaching. Yanlan shook his head, saying he didn't want to impose further. He also mentioned that this time, he'd be heading to the prefect's mansion first. The newly appointed prefect was from the same clan as his mother, so he would ask the prefect to look after the Qingqiu sect, considering it repayment for Sectmaster Li's life-saving grace. At this, confusion flashed in Xu Ning's eyes. She wondered if the Seven Killings demonic sect was perhaps targeting Yanlan. After all, the strength of the Seven Killings demonic sect and the Bloodblade scriptures Dian Ming was clearly superior to the other sect experts. They weren't even on the same side, and those martial world experts had already been terrified by Dian Ming's power. Li Qingqiu understood what Yanlan was getting at. He replied that it wasn't exactly life-saving. They had simply trespassed into Qingqiu sect territory and had the audacity to lay hands on his disciples, that's all. Li Qingqiu had no intention of latching onto Yanlan, they rarely even met, so even if he'd accidentally saved his life, he wasn't making any special demands. Of course, if Yanlan insisted on repaying him, Li Qingqiu certainly wouldn't refuse. In Guzhou, a prefect was practically a regional overlord. If the Qingqiu sect could gain the prefect's support, things would run much smoother in the future. Later on, there would be many tasks requiring disciples to venture out. Since they didn't possess his level of cultivation, encountering setbacks was unavoidable. Yanlan reiterated that regardless, if Li Qingqiu hadn't intervened, he truly would have had a tough time escaping that calamity. Furthermore, he had one more request. When Li Qingqiu asked what it was, Yanlan replied that he wished to send his son to the Qingqiu sect to learn martial arts. He claimed the child had been intelligent since birth, reading at 2 and learning martial arts at 3. Even the Imperial Guards experts called him an unparalleled genius, so sending him to Qingqiu sect wouldn't damage the sect's reputation. He hoped the sect master would treat him like any ordinary disciple and command him as he pleased. Yanlan paused there for a moment, then added that when the time came he would personally have Kui and Kuer bring his son to the sect. Furthermore, Kui and Kuer would also remain at Qingqiu sect, and Li Qingqiu could command them to do anything he pleased. Hearing this, Kui and Kuer were both appalled. They quickly tried to dissuade Yanlan, but to no avail. He couldn't be swayed. Li Qingqiu initially wanted to refuse, but Yanlan's insistence was too strong. He even threatened to kneel on his son's behalf. In the end, the matter had to be settled. After Yanlan and his two companions descended the mountain, Li Qingqiu pondered. If Yanlan's words were true, could this child truly be a peerless genius? After all, Yanlan didn't seem like the type to boast, did he? Less than 2 days after they departed, Zhang Zhaoxi and the others returned, accompanied by Li Zifeng and his group. Li Qingqiu personally went to greet them. Beyond caring for his junior brothers, he also wanted to see this Xiang Rui with his own eyes. Before the sect gate, Li Qingqiu stood on the steps, watching Zhang Zhaoxia and the others, surrounded by disciples, ascend the mountain. The dense crowd made the mountain path appear even narrower. Zhang Zhaoxia remained as aloof and solemn as ever, while Li Zifeng, smug as a spring breeze, thoroughly basked in the disciples' adulation. Only after seeing that both junior brothers were unharmed did Li Qingqiu finally feel completely at ease. From a distance, the moment Li Zifeng spotted Li Qingqiu, he immediately waved and shouted, then sprinted towards the sect gate. The other disciples brought Zhang Zhaoxia, Wu Man'er, and Cheng Konghai to the steps before stopping. Ever since the 3 courtyards behind the sect gate were renamed Lingxiao Courtyard, ordinary disciples were no longer permitted to enter freely. Rules were starting to be strictly enforced. The moment Li Zifeng reached Li Qingqiu, he launched into an excited monologue, detailing how the Qingqiu sect had routed the invading martial world army. He emphasized that his group had also achieved significant merit on their return journey, having dealt with numerous factions heading towards the Qingqiu sect. He boasted, puffing out his chest against the biting cold, absolutely radiating smug triumph. Li Qingqiu smiled, patiently listening to the junior brag about his exploits. Zhang Zhaoxia strode over, pushing Li Zifeng's face aside with a flat palm, and calmly informed Li Qingqiu that they had completely annihilated the Green Sect. She personally killed the Green Sect's master and their main headquarters, incinerated. Though some remnants escaped, they're no longer capable of stirring up trouble. Plus, all 5 Green Sect branch strongholds have been completely eradicated. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu instantly understood why the system had previously classified it as destroyed. Because Zhang Zhaoxia and the 13 Sword Maidens had cleanly wiped out everything, from the main HQ to every single branch stronghold. He smiled contentedly, praising them all as meritorious heroes, and declared a grand sect-wide banquet for tonight to celebrate their triumph. Li Zifeng and Wu Man'er immediately cheered. A faint smile even touched Zhang Zhaoxia's lips. She headed into Lingxiao Courtyard first, with Cheng Konghai hot on her heels. He only had eyes for roast chicken right now. Then Li Zifeng mysteriously told Li Qingqiu he had something private to discuss, insisting Li Qingqiu come with him on a short trip. Internally, Li Qingqiu's expectations immediately spiked, a new questline perhaps, but externally his poker face remained impenetrable. He nodded, telling Wu Man'er to go rest. He added that she'd had a tough time recently. Wu Man'er gave a goofy smile, insisted she wasn't tired, and headed towards Lingxiao Courtyard. Li Zifeng then dragged Li Qingqiu down the mountain. Along the way, every disciple they encountered respectfully bowed to Li Qingqiu. The epic showdown between Li Qingqiu and the demonic sect's 7 fiends had gone viral across the Qingqiu sect, earning him the absolute adoration of every single disciple. Everyone had previously assumed Zhang Zhaoxiao was the Qingqiu sect's top-tier combat unit. They never expected the sect master himself to wield such terrifying power. After about an incense stick's time, Li Zifeng led Li to a secluded, unpopulated forest. The winter snow was slowly melting, leaving the ground and vegetation glistening with water. Li Zifeng huffed, turning to look at Li Qingqiu. He couldn't understand why, after all this trekking, the sect master hadn't asked a single curious question. It was extremely frustrating. He'd totally planned to surprise Li Qingqiu. Li Qingqiu, putting on his most inscrutable sectmaster facade, calmly stated he'd noticed it the moment it stepped onto Qingqiu Mountain, then asked Li Zifeng how he'd actually found it. Li Zifeng didn't doubt him for a second. Ever since Li Qingqiu had transmitted the primordial chaos scripture, the sectmaster was, in his eyes, the absolute strongest. Even third senior brother couldn't compare. He explained that on their way back, their group passed through a forest. He was taking a bio break when he heard Bai Ning'er let out a terrifying shriek. He barely had time to pull up his pants before rushing over, only to find that thing. It was severely injured. After he helped stop the bleeding, it simply refused to leave his side. Hearing this, Li Qingqiu grew even more convinced. Li Zifeng's golden finger luck attribute was definitely activated again. He liked Bai Ning'er more and more. First, it had brought him a magical artifact when following Li Zifeng down the mountain. Now it had found an auspicious beast. What a lucky star, truly! Li Qingqiu had no intention of separating Li Zifeng and Bai Ning'er. He had a hunch that with Li Zifeng's personality and destiny trait, he'd attract quite a bit of trouble later on. Having Bai Ning'er around would definitely help him turn impending doom into a minor inconvenience. The Sect system interface made Li Qingqiu feel like he was in a game, but reality unfortunately wasn't so simple. He couldn't keep his junior brothers and sisters stuck on the mountain forever, and that went for all disciples. Each disciple had unique stats and personal questlines. Take Qinye, for example. He carried the heavy expectations of the Qin family. He was always destined to leave the Qingqiu sect eventually, unable to stay his entire life. Sooner or later, he'd have to join the army, to earn renown and bring glory to his ancestors. As the two senior and junior brothers chatted, distant bushes began to tremble. Snow cascaded from the trees, and then a colossal monster slowly emerged. Li Qingqiu turned, and his eyes immediately lit up. Standing before him was a truly magnificent Qilin.